Chapter 46:12. Lin Fei had not expected Hu Xiaoxiao to come looking for him at a time like this. If he had not come to the city lord's mansion, Lin Fei would not have been able to react. The information he had left behind back then was indeed fake. He had not expected Hu Xiaoxiao, who had the great karma technique, to be so capable. She had come looking for him and seemed to know his identity. This was out of his expectations. Since I'm outside, I have to find a few identities for myself. In any case, you have the great karma technique. Now that we have a karmic connection, there's no way I can hide from you. Are you still worried? Lin Fei burst into laughter. Hu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. If not for the great karma technique, it would not have been easy to find Lin Fei in the spirit realm. She had not expected this fellow to be so strong. He was just a personal disciple and was unknown to the entire spirit realm. He was really good at hiding. For a moment, Hu Xiaoxiao felt that she had found the wrong person. Fortunately, I have cultivated the great karma technique. Otherwise, I would not have been able to find you at all. At that time, I would have rejoiced for nothing. Not everyone has the great karma technique like me. Lin Fei could naturally tell that Hu Xiaoxiao was not angry. She was just complaining. She had probably spent some time to find him. Fortunately, she had finally found him. I can tell that there's something wrong with your situation. There are people from the Heavenly Demon clan outside. Back then, I did not believe it. Unexpectedly, this is the case. You are in danger. You have to keep these heavenly demons alive in the future. They are not as easy to deal with as you think. Hu Xiaoxiao could not help but remind him. She knew a lot about the Heavenly Demon clan. Back then, they were a ferocious existence that swept through the entire Great Thousand Worlds. In the end, they were suppressed in the Endless Abyss. Now that there was a spatial tear in the Endless Abyss, they managed to escape. In the end, they ended up in the spirit realm. It could only be said that the spirit realm was unlucky. But you don't have to worry too much. The forces of the Great Thousand World have already received this news and will soon send experts over. As long as you can hold on for a period of time, everything will be fine. This can also be considered as a piece of good news for you. This was indeed good news for Lin Fei. Of course, even if Hu Xiaoxiao hadn't mentioned it, outside forces would have joined in sooner or later. No one wanted the spiritual realm to become the Heavenly Demon clan's base camp. At least, that was what Yi Xian thought. Thank you, Miss Hu, for bringing me such good news. At the very least, I don't have to be nervous anymore. To be honest, these heavenly demons are really not easy to deal with. Each of them has some tricks up their sleeves. They even know some secret techniques. Their strength is also very powerful. However, small fries like me will not encounter two powerful heavenly demons. Lin Fei's current performance was not outstanding. Although he was famous in the heaven-reaching church, he was nothing in the spiritual realm. Naturally, he would not be targeted by those heavenly demons. I'll cut to the chase. I've brought you a few good things this time. I believe you will be satisfied. I'm a man of my word. Lin Fei had been looking forward to the good things that Hu Xiaoxiao had brought. Just don't let him be happy for nothing. As long as he could improve his strength, that would be the best. If it were before, there would be nothing to worry about. The entire spiritual realm was so quiet. However, it was different now. With the traces of the Heavenly Demon clan, and the heavenly demons at the Lord of Heaven level, he could not take them lightly. Who knew when he would encounter a heavenly demon at the Lord of Heaven level? Lin Fei had to be careful. For those heavenly demons, the stronger they were, the more they liked them. Devouring them would be of great help to improve their strength. It could be said that Hu Xiaoxiao's arrival was indeed the best time. And it would also give Lin Fei more opportunities to improve his strength. Hua Xiaoxiao took out a box. As soon as the box was taken out, the divine tree of life moved. He knew that there must be something he needed inside. When the box was opened, there was a piece of wood inside. This piece of wood was very inconspicuous and very ordinary. However, it was this piece of wood that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Hua Xiaoxiao also noticed the change in Lin Fei and could not help but smile. I knew you would like this piece of wood. This piece of wood is called holy wood. I heard that it can be used to refine holy treasures. The greatest function of holy treasures is to unleash a holy attack. I don't know if you like it. I heard that this thing used to be very powerful. It can unleash a power that is 1,000 times stronger. However, the number of holy wood is getting smaller and smaller. It took me a long time to get my hands on it. Lin Fei had never seen this kind of wood in the ancient books or on the mutant tree list. He also knew that the boundless world was so big that there would always be things that were not completely recorded. This was a very normal thing. Lin Fei smiled. Speaking of which, this gift of yours is really expensive. I am very satisfied. Lin Fei was a very straightforward person. If he liked it, he liked it. If he didn't like it. Hua Xiaoxiao smiled as well. This is only the first item. You are already happy with the first item. I believe that you will like the rest even more. After all, I am very reliable. I hope to have a long-term cooperation with you. When he heard this, Lin Fei understood. Clearly, he had a lot of cooperation with Hua Xiaoxiao. He could more or less guess that Hua Xiaoxiao wasn't just here to give him something. She had a small goal as well. No matter what, as long as he was satisfied, the rest wouldn't be a problem. Everything could be discussed. Then, Hua Xiaoxiao took out the second box. The item in the second box surprised Lin Fei. That was because there was a seed in the box. The seed contained a rainbow light. It was quite unbelievable. I see that you seem to be very interested in these strange flowers and herbs. This is the seed of a rainbow tree. I heard that when the rainbow tree grows, it can be refined into rainbow light after a certain age. The rainbow light can grind all treasures. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, I'll give it to you for you to try. This time, the God Tree of Life was much more active than before. It was obvious that it was quite attractive to this rainbow tree seed. Lin Fei recalled the rainbow light that was mentioned in the ancient books. It was said that it could grind all treasures. It was very magical. It had never appeared before. I heard that it had been missing for tens of thousands of years. This is the last treasure. I believe that you will definitely like it. Chapter 46:13. Lin Fei was very concerned about the first two items that had been taken out. Moreover, this was the third item. Hua Xiaoxiao had really done him a huge favor this time. It was impossible to find such an item in the spiritual realm. Lin Fei was very clear about this. He could only obtain such items in the outside world. Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to the third item. What could it be? It shouldn't be anything simple for Hua Xiaoxiao to say such things to him. Even without the third item, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Anyway, the phoenix heart was useless in his hands. Now, the benefits he received were much greater. Compared to him, his gains were more than 10 times more. Hua Xiaoxiao took out the third item. When the third item was taken out, Lin Fei was shocked. It was a little unbelievable. This is the third item that I found with great difficulty. You might not know what it is. Let me tell you, this item is called the primordial sacred wood. I'm not too sure about its origin. Anyway, it is said that this primordial sacred wood is of very ancient existence. There aren't many of them in the Great Thousand World. However, the primordial sacred wood doesn't have much use. It was also a piece of wood, but it seemed a little different. At first glance, it was rather beautiful. It seemed as though the other sacred woods couldn't compare to it. However, only Lin Fei knew in his heart that this piece of wood was the strangest piece of wood he had ever seen that could cause the tree of life to react. The tree of life in his body was rustling. This kind of noise had never appeared in the past. It was very intense. It was the first time in history. Compared to the previous two items, this made Lin Fei more aware of the value of this primordial sacred wood. In fact, the tree of life couldn't stop wanting to devour it. I'm also very satisfied with this gift of yours. Thank you for helping me find these items. It's been a pleasant cooperation between us. Lin Fei took out his phoenix heart and handed it to Hua Xiaoxiao. Hua Xiaoxiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had put in a lot of effort for this item. It would be great if Lin Fei took the initiative to take it out. Hua Xiaoxiao was actually worried that Lin Fei would refine this thing when he returned. For an average person, refining the heart of the phoenix was useless, but they could more or less grasp some of its abilities. Now that the heart of the phoenix was finally in his hands, this trip was finally not in vain. Hua Xiaoxiao flipped her hand and kept the phoenix heart. She even placed it in a box and sealed all its aura. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't taken the phoenix heart first, I probably wouldn't have had much confidence. The others wouldn't have been as easy to negotiate with as you. Of course, Hua Xiaoxiao knew that the phoenix heart was useless to others, but she could sell it in the boundless world. There were many people who wanted the heart of the phoenix, and the price they offered was also very high. Unlike now, after spending some effort and paying a small price, it was completely different from buying it from someone else. Others wouldn't give their family any face. Moreover, the opposing forces of their family would be more than happy to obstruct them, unlike now where there was no news at all. She quietly took the heart of the phoenix. Lin Fei also kept these items. He immediately sent the primordial sacred wood to the god tree of life to devour. The moment it entered, the god tree of life's branches extended over and pulled the primordial sacred wood over. Other than that, Lin Fei also threw the rainbow god tree's seed over. He wanted to see if it could grow. Hua Xiaoxiao didn't stay for long after obtaining the heart of the phoenix. She left an address for Lin Fei. She told him to look for her here when he was free. Lin Fei kept the address and remembered it clearly. He didn't send it off. Hua Xiaoxiao had come here secretly, so she naturally didn't want to expose herself. Therefore, she didn't let Lin Fei send her off and left just like that. The refining speed was fast. The effects were really quick. In just a few dozen thoughts, it was completely refined. It was much faster than Lin Fei had expected. Of course, the rainbow god tree was much slower. Even so, the seed had started to sprout and appear beside the god tree of life. Lin Fei was a little surprised. They thought that the seed wouldn't be able to grow, but it seemed like they had thought too much. What was the god tree of life? It was a top god tree. Wasn't it just taking care of the rainbow god tree? How troublesome was that? Lin Fei believed that with the nourishment of the god tree of life, the rainbow god tree would grow really quickly. When that happened, it would have the ability to merge. This meant that it wouldn't take long for him to obtain the rainbow god light. He could use it to farm for any treasure. He was really looking forward to it. What satisfied Lin Fei the most was that there were two more beams of light in the sky above the god tree of life. Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the two beams of light. Why am I so slow? I should have had a chat with Hua Xiaoxiao about where else I could get these god trees. Now, once these god trees are refined and absorbed by the god tree of life, they will give birth to a beam of light, or rather, a unique ability. Lin Fei was a little regretful. He had actually forgotten about such an important matter. It seemed like he could only go there in the future. Now, these sky demons were active outside. Lin Fei really couldn't leave. Moreover, the big senior brother of the sky-reaching school, Gao Fan, didn't seem to be a good person. There was even a vague shadow of a sky demon behind him. Lin Fei couldn't leave so easily. He hadn't forgotten about the sky-reaching school and the sky-reaching tree. Lin Fei took down the two beams of light. The one on the left was the one that had devoured the holy wood, and the one on the right was the primordial divine wood. Lin Fei first refined the divine light of the holy wood. After a few breaths, Lin Fei opened his hand again. There was one more beam of light in his hand. It was the divine light. This divine light was much more powerful than Lin Fei had imagined. I didn't expect that the biggest function of the divine light is to freeze people. It can freeze people of the same realm or higher realm. The stronger one is, the longer it can freeze people. This was a little different from what Hu Xiaoxiao had said. It seemed like the information she had received was not accurate. Lin Fei refined the other beam of light. It was the primordial divine light that made him look forward to its use. Book House website. Chapter 46:14. Compared to the divine light from before, Lin Fei cared more about this primordial divine light. One look and he knew that this primordial divine light was special. Although he didn't know what the primordial divine light was used for, he would know after refining it. After a few more breaths, Lin Fei finally refined the primordial divine light completely. After refining the primordial divine light, Lin Fei's expression changed. He had really underestimated the effects of this primordial divine light. I didn't expect this to happen. This primordial divine light is so effective. Hu Xiaoxiao really gave me a good gift. Even Lin Fei couldn't believe it himself. The effect of this primordial divine light was actually so special. If this were to spread outside, many people would be dumbfounded. There was a divine light in each of Lin Fei's hands. The two divine lights actually fused together in an instant. Primordial and divine light were two different existences, but these two things actually had the effect of fusing together. Even Lin Fei was quite surprised. If he hadn't refined it, he really wouldn't have known. When primordial and divine light fused together, it turned into a special power called infinity. Because divine light was incomparably vast, and primordial was the origin of everything. When these two powers fused together, it instantly turned into infinity. At this moment, Lin Fei had an additional mass of infinity power in his hands. This infinity power was the most special power that Lin Fei had ever seen. It was boundless, and he couldn't feel any changes. This infinity power contained infinity. It was extremely powerful and penetrative. It was more than 100 times stronger than the usual power. Such a small infinity power could instantly kill a peak-stage heavenly king existence. Even a heavenly monarch expert would be afraid in front of this infinity power and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This was really a power that Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about. Lin Fei flipped through countless ancient books and quickly flipped through them. He always remembered which ancient book he had seen this power. This power was called infinity power. He just couldn't remember it at the moment, but he remembered it clearly. Lin Fei looked through all the books around him, but there was nothing. He could not help but furrow his brows. Finally, he began to search in the river of memories. This search really allowed Lin Fei to find some clues about infinite power. He was a little stunned as he muttered to himself. I didn't remember wrongly. There really is such an infinite power. It should be a legendary power. It's very special, but ordinary people can't cultivate it at all. It's very rare for such a power to appear. However, once it appears, one can become a top expert among top experts. In Lin Fei's memory river, there wasn't much information about limitless power. It was fragmented and incomplete. However, this limitless power was truly terrifying to Lin Fei. It was a pity that there was only such a small ball of infinite power. As for how to cultivate it and how to make it more, it was also unknown. Fortunately, Lin Fei's mentality was good. Although this infinite power was only a small ball, it didn't matter. It could still come in handy at critical moments. For example, when dealing with those Heaven Monarch experts, it could catch them off guard. It could be considered a form of self-defense. At least for the current Lin Fei, the appearance of this infinite power was really good. Therefore, he sent the infinite power into his body. It landed on the divine tree of life. After reaching the top of the divine tree of life, Lin Fei saw a trace of abnormality. After the infinite power landed on the divine tree of life, it was actually nourished by the divine tree of life and had a trace of strength. This caused Lin Fei's face to light up with joy. He had really stumbled upon this by accident. He had never thought that the divine tree of life could slowly strengthen the infinite power. But now, it was really like that. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Perhaps after 10 or 8 years, this infinite power would become even stronger. I should go out more in the future. Otherwise, how would I know about the good stuff outside? Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. With such a trump card, he would no longer need to fear those experts. If they really came, this infinite power would be able to catch them off guard. The number of heaven demons outside Tianyuan City began to increase. They began to surround the city and looked like they were going to attack. Fortunately, after the first victory, these people in Tianyuan City didn't panic. Instead, they looked like they were eager to have a try. In their opinion, as long as these heaven demons dared to come, they would dare to kill them. Previously, such a powerful heaven demon was taken down by Lin Fei. This time, if another heaven demon came, it would also be taken down. Because of this belief, the entire Tianyuan city wasn't replaced by fear. Lin Fei came to the city wall and looked at the heaven demons in the distance with a slight frown. This time, the number of heaven demons was more than before, and they looked like they were coming in a menacing manner. Fortunately, Lin Fei had Tianyuan City open the array formation. As long as they didn't attack, the consumption of the array formation wasn't considered big. Junior brother Lin Fei, that heaven demon over there should be the heaven demon king who presides over this attack. The city lord of Mount June stood beside Lin Fei and pointed to a heaven demon king in the distance. He's called Luoshan Heaven Demon King. It seems that his influence isn't low. These heaven demons are very obedient. I just don't know when they will attack. I guess they won't play any night attack again. This time, the heaven demons came to attack again, and Mount June still had some pressure. Compared to the last time, there were more heaven demons this time. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of heaven demons present. Just this number alone was a huge pressure for their Tianyuan city. In addition, with that heaven demon king overseeing, they really didn't dare to be careless and could only treat it carefully. Lin Fei of Heaven Reaching Church, I know you. Locke losing to you is not an injustice, but this time, you won't be so lucky. The voice of Luoshan Heaven Demon King drifted over and fell on the top of the crowd. Lin Fei also said with a smile, I think your strength is almost the same as Locke's. If you want to attack Tianyuan City, then go ahead. Anyway, I'll be waiting here. Don't put on a menacing appearance. When the time comes, you'll lose your momentum. On the other side, Luoshan Heavenly Demon King laughed heartily, you are really a straightforward person. How about we fight for a few rounds? Let me see what kind of strength a personal disciple of Tianyuan City has. It's fine as long as it's not just an empty reputation. Chapter 46:15. No one had expected that the Luoshan Celestial Demon King would actually take the initiative to attack. The invitation to Lin Fei surprised many people present. On the other hand, the heavenly demon let out a thunderous roar. All of their gazes became intense, as if they could not wait for the two sides to fight it out. After Lin Fei saw this scene, he understood what was going on. This was to accumulate momentum. After all, the Sky Demon had not attacked yet, but attacking would consume momentum. Without his aura, his combat power would be much weaker. This Demon King Luo Shan really knew how to choose. Jun Shan, who was at the side, also said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, this Luo Shan Heavenly Devil King is really good at calculating. He is planning to have a fight with you. If you lose to him, the morale of these heavenly devils will become exuberant. At that time, they will put in more effort to attack Tianyuan City. Their combat strength will also increase a lot. This is a good method and can be considered as an ancient method." Others might not know about such means, but Jun Shan was very clear about it. He admired this Luo Shan Great Demon King even more. If Lin Fei didn't accept the challenge, he would naturally appear to be afraid of Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King in the eyes of the people of Tianyuan City. However, if they went out and lost, it would be a huge blow to the morale of Tianyuan City. This could be considered as a way to break the situation. Who told Locke to lose the night raid last time? Instead, it made everyone in Tianyuan City unite as one. This time, Luo Shan Great Demon King was going to break the idea of unity. When that happened, the attack would be very smooth. This kind of fighting method was rare, but the effect was very good. Isn't it just a fight? It's really nothing to me. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. It's also a good opportunity for me to witness the power of the Sky Demons. I really didn't have a good time with Locke last time. This time, I can have a good time. Lin Fei laughed. The last time he sparred with Locke was indeed nothing special. The difference in strength was quite big. This time, it would be different if he were to fight against this Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King. He could feel how powerful this Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King was. He was much stronger than Locke. At the very least, it would be 2 or 3 levels stronger. Luo Shan Celestial Demon King, to think that you would want to spar with me. I definitely have no objections to that. I'm a straightforward person. Lin Fei went out. He appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Demon. At this moment, Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King also flew over and faced Lin Fei. He didn't expect that Lin Fei, the personal disciple of the heavens-reaching church, would really dare to come out. Was he not afraid of losing? But no matter what, his provocation had indeed paid off. If the other party really came out, as long as they took down Lin Fei, when the time came to attack Tianyuan City, it would save them a lot of trouble. The Luo Shan Demon King still had this bit of awareness. You're quite gutsy. However, I like gutsy people like you. This is a good opportunity for me to see just how strong your personal disciple is. As soon as his voice fell, the Luo Shan Celestial Demon King pounced over like a stream of light. He used close combat techniques. 2 huge hammers actually appeared in his hands and turned into 2 streams of light as they attacked from both sides. The left side was a hammer technique, while the right side was actually a blade technique mixed together. It just so happened that after the hammer technique and blade technique were mixed together, the power was actually amplified. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. This Luo Shan Celestial Demon King was quite unconventional. He actually mastered such a technique. No wonder he had the confidence to fight with me. When it came to close combat, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the other party. Lin Fei's sword intent directly blocked in front of him. With this block, Lin Fei could feel how powerful the Luo Shan Celestial Demon King was. His strength was indeed quite strong. After the amplification, even ordinary heavenly kings wouldn't be able to withstand it. No wonder this guy could stand alone. He was indeed quite capable. With this block, Lin Fei's sword intent was shattered. This test also made Lin Fei realize that this guy was indeed a little difficult to endure. The Luoshan Celestial Demon King also laughed. Bring out your techniques. If you still use your sword intent to fight against my techniques, I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you. That would be a pity for the personal disciple of the heaven-reaching church. I reckon that the heaven-reaching church would be heartbroken for a long time without one. It's not easy to nurture a talent these days. At this moment, the Luoshan Celestial Demon King also knew how to act hypocritically. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Following which, his sword intent blocked the surroundings and turned into streams of light, attacking directly. Didn't you say that you're very strong? Then come and give it a try. My sword intent isn't that easy to deal with. These sword intents flooded over like a sky full of starlight. Even the Luoshan Celestial Demon King felt a lot of pressure at this moment. These streams of light didn't have any techniques to speak of. They were untraceable. The most important thing was that Lin Fei had instantly pulled away and was standing far away. A sky extermination bow also landed in his hands. So. Streams of light attacked directly, instantly forming a reversal. The might of Lin Fei's archery was still very strong. Especially after his strength had increased, it was indeed very different. Streaks of light filled the void, leaving no trace behind. After the Luoshan Celestial Demon King blocked this arrow, another arrow appeared. This caused him to be tired of defending. The experts on Tianyuan City's side also heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, junior brother Lin Fei's strength was really strong. He was able to suppress the other party's attack and even seemed to have the upper hand. From the looks of it, junior brother Lin Fei shouldn't lose. We can finally heave a sigh of relief. The Luoshan Celestial Demon King is probably feeling very depressed. He must be incomparably depressed. No matter what, he's a Celestial Demon King and he was the one who took the initiative to ask for a spar with our junior brother Lin Fei. From the looks of it, junior brother Lin Fei is definitely going to win this spar. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they realized that the Luoshan Celestial Demon King's speed had suddenly increased. His strength had also increased and he was actually able to send those streams of light flying one by one. He continued to close the distance and revealed a smile on his face. Your long-range attacks are indeed strong. However, it's still too difficult to suppress me. Haven't you heard that our celestial demon race specializes in speed and close combat? With a swoosh, the Luoshan Celestial Demon King closed the distance once more. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Lin Fei smiled at this moment. Actually, you really shouldn't have gotten close to me at this moment. I've long prepared this move for you. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have had the chance to execute it. There was a loud rumbling sound. A sky full of lightning descended and turned into a lightning zone. Tree branches extended out from the void and instantly wrapped around the Luoshan Celestial Demon King's body. Bookseller's website. Chapter 46:16. After the rumbling thunderbolts fell, the speed of Luoshan Celestial Demon King was instantly suppressed. Even though his speed was extremely fast, he did not dare to look down on these emperor-level great waves of thunder. He was also slightly shocked. He had underestimated the strength of Lin Fei of the Sky-Reaching Church. Being able to master such a great way indeed had a certain impact on the celestial demons. What made Luoshan Celestial Demon King feel the most incredulous was that the branches that stretched out were extremely hard. They pierced through his body in an instant. At such a close distance, he did not have any defense at all. He was directly pierced through. After being pierced, he felt the life energy in his body instantly rushing out like a flood. It could not be stopped at all. Lin Fei also came over. Are you very surprised? This is the gift I specially prepared for you. I don't know if you like it or not. If you don't like it, I can give you another one. Luoshan Celestial Demon King wanted to curse. Bastard, how can you have such a technique? You are obviously from the sky-reaching church. It's impossible for you to have such a technique. Did you steal the secret of our celestial demon clan? The rumbling thunderbolts kept echoing. The people outside could not see clearly what was going on inside. The power of lightning interweaved together to form a special zone. Those who were not strong enough could not see it clearly. Their eyes would hurt, and there were only a few people who could see it clearly. Interesting. The technique I've mastered is not something that your celestial demon clan can compare with. Don't you want to fight with me? Now, let's see how you perform. In the blink of an eye, Luoshan's celestial demon king felt that he could not stand it anymore. His whole body was replaced by a kind of weakness. He finally knew how Luo Ke was defeated. This guy must not get close to him. If he did, he would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Luoshan's celestial demon king collapsed. A thunderbolt bombarded him and tore his body into pieces. His life energy was gone, leaving only an empty shell. Naturally, he could not withstand the attack of the power of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt disappeared, and the scene became quiet again. The mood of the heavenly demon clan's side instantly fluctuated. All of them looked at the Luoshan heavenly demon king who had disappeared into the sky, unable to accept this. On the other hand, the people from Tianyuan City were cheering. What are you guys waiting for? Now is the best time to take action. Let's attack together. Don't let them escape. These sky demons are still very meaningful. Lin Fei took out the sky extermination bow. Beams of light shot down and instantly, the sky demons below suffered a calamity. The power of thunder was contained within, moving like a thunder dragon, instantly paralyzing the sky demons. The human race experts of Tianyuan City were still in a state of shock, but upon hearing Lin Fei's voice, they all cheered and rushed out. Against these heavenly demons. 2 against 1, or 3 against 1. Their movements were very fast. In the blink of an eye, these heavenly devils were submerged by the experts of Tianyuan City. Kill all these heavenly demons. We can't let them do as they please. Ha 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 ha, I also killed a heavenly demon. You're just one. I've already killed 3 heavenly demons. The strength of these heavenly demons has been suppressed, and their movements have been slowed down. This is a great opportunity for me to kill them. Even the Luoshan heavenly demon king of the heavenly demon clan wasn't a match for Lin Fei, which made the experts of Tianyuan City perk up. It turned out that the heavenly demons weren't as scary as they had imagined. 2 victories in a row. Lin Fei's arrow light continued to attack. When it landed, the land of thunder spread out, directly suppressing these experts of the heavenly demon clan. Most of these heavenly demons had average strength. It was the same for the lowest strength. Their speed was fast, but with the influence of the power of thunder, their speed was slowed down. It was easier to deal with them. From start to finish, it took about 2 hours. Except for a portion of the heavenly demons that escaped, most of the heavenly demons were suppressed. Countless heavenly demons died on the scene. Of course, many experts of the human race also died. In comparison, the harvest this time was still huge. They had achieved a huge victory. Jun Shan, the city lord, also personally took action and dealt with many heavenly demon kings. As for Lin Fei, he suppressed all the heavenly demons with his long-range means and achieved a huge victory. When everyone looked at Lin Fei, they were full of gratitude and worship. They also realized that Tianyuan City wasn't that easy to break through and had absolute confidence. I didn't expect that we would defeat the heavenly demons again. Jun Shan also flew back and finally let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he felt a lot of pressure this time. He didn't expect it to be resolved like this, which was out of Jun Shan's expectation. Of course, the one who made the biggest contribution this time was Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's power of thunder suppressing these heavenly demons, they would have to pay a huge price to fight with these heavenly demons. Especially these heavenly demons were fast, had high close combat skills, and had great power. If they were to face them, they really had no chance of winning. But now, they had defeated these heavenly demons in a crushing manner. I've already said that these heavenly demons aren't as powerful as you think. As long as we suppress their advantage, they will naturally be easy to deal with. Luo Shan, Heavenly Demon King, was too conceited. If he knew that Lin Fei had such means, he really wouldn't have dared to approach. In the end, he suffered a huge loss and even lost his life. This was also the best solution that Lin Fei could think of. These heavenly demon experts were indeed not easy to deal with, especially with their strong physical bodies. If they wanted to kill them, they could only rely on the power of the divine tree of life. Fortunately, now that they had the power of thunder, after spreading it out, they could suppress the heavenly demon clan. At that time, they could use the divine tree of life to kill them instantly. The effect was also quite good. With Locke in front and Luo Shan, Heavenly Demon King, behind, Lin Fei had also grasped the shortcut. There wasn't that much pressure to deal with them and it was easy. As for what others would think, Lin Fei didn't care much. Who didn't have a few means? Anyway, it was enough for him to defend Tianyuan City. After dealing with these heavenly demons, Lin Fei returned to the city lord's mansion. He left the rest to Jun Shan. Jun Shan also reported the matter here to the Sky-reaching church as soon as possible. When the Sky-reaching church heard this, they were very shocked. This Lin Fei was quite resourceful. He defeated the attack of the Heavenly Demon Clan so quickly. And he killed a Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 46:17. On a mountain peak of the Heavens-reaching church, several people were sitting together. They were led by a young man, Gao Fan, the eldest senior brother of the Heavens-reaching church. There were also several elders sitting next to him, all of whom had considerable influence in the Heavens-reaching church. Facing the eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, they were quite respectful. This disciple of Lin Fei is really capable. He captured Locke not long ago, and now he killed Luo Shan. It seems that there should be no big problem in Tianyuan City. Many cities under the immortal sects have been captured. Our heavens-reaching church is still fine, especially Lin Fei, who has killed 2 powerful celestial demon kings. These elders had received the news and knew that the celestial demons had attacked the city again. It was still Tianyuan City. Finally, it was blocked by Lin Fei, and he even killed Luo Shan, Celestial Demon King, who was the leader, and obtained a great victory. This was a very happy thing for the entire heavens-reaching church. Then send some spirit stones to Tianyuan City, and let them guard Tianyuan City well. Also, praise Lin Fei. It is naturally a good thing to have him guarding Tianyuan City. After the matter was settled, these elders also retreated one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was quiet. However, several figures appeared beside the eldest senior brother, Gao Fan. No one knew when they appeared, and they all half-knelt in front of him. Go back and tell them that if they can't even handle such a small matter, what's the use of keeping them? The eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, was really a little puzzled. Lin Fei's strength was really valiant. Even Luo Shan, Celestial Demon King, was not a match for him. The whole team was destroyed, but it helped Lin Fei. This was something that the eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, did not expect before. Originally, he sent Lin Fei away to prevent him from gaining a certain influence in the heavens-reaching church. Although Lin Fei took away the fate divine would last time, it seemed that he did not have any intention of becoming the future leader. In the opinion of the eldest senior brother, Lin Fei was not ordinary. That was why he kicked him out and sent him to guard the city. If the heavenly demons were to take over the city, Lin Fei's influence in the sect would become lower and lower. However, he did not expect to fail twice in a row. Instead, he lost a large number of sky fiends. This made eldest senior brother Gao Fan very unhappy. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. But now that Lin Fei could exterminate Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King, it was obvious that other heavenly demons would have some difficulty attacking Tianyuan City. This was not a good thing. Tell them that this Tianyuan City must be taken down. After killing the Luo Shan Celestial Demon King, Lin Fei returned to the City Lord Mansion. After obtaining a few rings, Lin Fei was most concerned about the Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King's ring. He wanted to see what was around here. To be able to become such a heavenly demon king, he must have a certain amount of wealth. As for how much he could gain, Lin Fei didn't care. It was purely because he was bored. With this check, he found quite a number of things. Other than spirit stones, there were quite a number of techniques. As for the techniques, Lin Fei was rather curious. He also knew the strength of these heavenly demons, especially when it came to close combat. They were quite powerful. Especially their speed. If an ordinary person encountered Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King, they wouldn't be able to take it and would be killed instantly. The first thing he saw was a speed-type movement technique. Of course, to Lin Fei, these movement techniques weren't as fast as his demon god escape. Therefore, he put them aside. Other than that, Lin Fei saw a technique that he was rather concerned about. This technique was called Sky Demon Fusion. The greatest effect of this Sky Demon Fusion was that it could fuse the strength of a few people together and instantly reach a new level. There were no side effects. It was just that the duration wasn't considered long. This was a rather powerful cultivation technique. It seemed like this Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King didn't cultivate it. Other than these techniques, Lin Fan also saw quite a few movement techniques. All of them were close combat techniques that were rather sharp and domineering. I've got to keep my guard up when I fight with these sky demons in the future. These close combat techniques of theirs are pretty impressive. Lin Fan had thought that there wasn't much else in here. But to his surprise, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He saw yet another item. He took it out casually. This item landed in Lin Fei's hands. It was an extremely inconspicuous black crystal. When it saw the black crystal, the tree of life within his body started to move. For Lin Fei, as long as there was some movement from the tree of life, it would mean one thing. That was, this thing was definitely a good thing. It could also be said that the tree of life had become a unique existence that could differentiate between good and bad treasures. Lin Fei was rather pleased. He casually sent the black crystal to the side of the tree of life. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed and refined by the tree of life. He had thought that was it. He didn't expect that after refining it, the tree of life would spit out a trace of power. This trace of power was instantly absorbed by his physical body. In an instant, Lin Fei felt as if he had eaten an immortal peach. His entire body became relaxed and happy. Even his flesh and cells were growing stronger. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei could already feel the incredible changes that had taken place within it. What kind of stone is this? It has such a strong effect. Even my physical body has been improved. Not only has my physical body's defense been improved, but even my physical strength has been improved. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Fei. He didn't care much about the black crystal at first, but he didn't expect its effect to be so strong. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was very different from the fleshly bodies cultivated by ordinary people. They weren't the same type. It was even more difficult to improve it, especially now that he had a half-step Heavenly King physical body. It would be a little difficult to improve it further. The appearance of the black crystal made Lin Fei realize that he seemed to have found a way to improve his physical body. Without saying anything, Lin Fei went to bring back a few sky fiends. These sky fiends were all Saint Kings, and they were also very powerful. Their strength had been suppressed, and they were all extremely well behaved. After being brought back by Lin Fei and searched their souls, he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. Lin Fei didn't want to know that someone was looking for these black crystals. After searching their souls, Lin Fei also knew what this black crystal was. So this black stone is called an essence crystal. It's a higher level existence than a spirit stone. Lin Fei had seen some records about essence crystals. It was indeed a high-level power. It was said that only heavenly monarchs could use it. Chapter 46:18. The appearance of essence crystals allowed Lin Fei to find a new path in an instant. Unfortunately, these fellas did not have essence crystals in their pockets at all. It was also a rather helpless thing. It would be fine if he did not know. But once he knew, then Lin Fei would have to improve his physical body no matter what. Especially when exchanging blows with these heaven demons, if his physical body was not strong enough, it would really be hard to seriously injure them. He might even be able to kill them. The divine tree of life was useful, but it had to be used at critical times. At this time, the physical body became crucial. It's a pity that there are not many essence crystals in the spiritual realm at all. If I want essence crystals, I can only go outside. Even if I go outside, I might not be able to obtain these essence crystals. Lin Fei also had some headaches. He had finally found this path with great difficulty, but in the end, these essence crystals became hard to find. This really made Lin Fei a little displeased. This also made Lin Fei even more eager to go outside. Traveling to the outside world was the most important thing for him to improve his strength. Unfortunately, the appearance of these heaven demons had disrupted Lin Fei's footsteps. Sitting in his study, Lin Fei secretly pondered for a while. If he wanted to obtain these essence crystals, he could only go to a large-scale auction house. Only then would he have a chance to obtain essence crystals. Looks like I can only find some time to go out. Go to the nearest small world, preferably a small trading city. That way, I can find some clues about essence crystals. It would have been fine if he did not know. Once he knew, Lin Fei could not sit still. Of course, he also knew that wanting to obtain essence crystals was not an easy thing. If Lin Fei wanted to obtain essence crystals, he would have to take out something of the same quality. And now, Lin Fei was completely empty-handed. He really did not have many things that he could take out. The only thing that could be considered more valuable should be the divine tree of life. After all, the divine tree of life was different from other things, especially the limitless energy that it specially condensed. This thing was good. It was top-notch in healing injuries. Even if one's realm was high, as long as they had this limitless energy, they would naturally be able to repair their physical body. After thinking about it, this was the only thing that could be exchanged for some essence crystals. As for how many essence crystals his physical body needed to devour to constantly strengthen, Lin Fei did not know. Regardless, Lin Fei could be considered to have found a way. In the following time, what Lin Fei did was to constantly urge the divine tree of life to produce drops of limitless energy. These drops of limitless energy were stored in a jade bottle by Lin Fei. Every bottle contained 10 drops. The effect of 10 drops of unlimited energy was quite good. To ordinary saint rulers, a single drop was enough to heal their injuries, and 3 drops would allow them to recover to their peak condition. Even Lin Fei knew that this was a good item. Anyone who saw it would be tempted to make a move. At that time, whether or not he could exchange for essence crystals would depend on this thing. In fact, if Lin Fei really wanted to exchange something for it, he could still do so. For example, this rainbow tree that had already grown. In just a few days, the 7-colored seed grew and turned into a 7-colored tree. At present, it was not very high. If he sold it, it could definitely be sold for a good price. Tianyuan City had once again defeated a heavenly demon and killed a heavenly demon king. This news had also spread in the spiritual world, causing an uproar. After all, other places had been attacked by the heavenly demons. It was not easy to find a place that could resist the heavenly demons. Naturally, they felt some joy and motivation. At least, in their opinion, the heavenly demons were not impossible to deal with. Tianyuan City had successfully defeated the heavenly demons and killed the heavenly demon king. The heaven-reaching church also sent a few elders to express their condolences. Lin Fei also came out to meet the elders. These elders came to take a look at Tianyuan City and praised them a few times. It could be regarded as an encouragement to everyone. Lin Fei did not say much about this. After all, he was merely going through the motions. Before leaving, an elder took out a box. Junior brother Lin Fei, it is not easy for you to stay in Tianyuan City. These heavenly demons are not easy to deal with. This is a little reward from the sect. Before Lin Fei opened the box, he already knew what was inside. That was because his physical body had actually started to stir slightly. This was a feeling that he had not felt before. However, Lin Fei was very smart and he immediately remembered it. Perhaps there were crystals in the box. In fact, there were really crystals inside. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Fei put away the box. When they left, he returned to the study room. When he opened it, he found that there were indeed a few crystals inside. Each of these crystals was the size of a fist and was very heavy. Compared to the crystals found from the heavenly demon king, it was a lot bigger. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. I was still anxiously looking for yuan crystals, who would have thought that the sect would send them over. Even though there are only 5 yuan crystals, it will be of great help to me. This was really an unexpected surprise for Lin Fei. He was still wondering where to find these crystals, and now the sect actually took the initiative to send them over. With these 5 crystals, Lin Fei felt that he had a great hope to break through to the Heavenly King level in one fell swoop. When the body reached the real Heavenly King level, it would be different. Moreover, the effect of swallowing these crystals would be more obvious. In contrast, the body would become stronger, and the strength of the body would also become stronger. This was the biggest difference. Lin Fei was quite touched. At this time, he really wanted to say thank you to the Heavenly Reaching School. The gift this time was really too satisfying. This also made Lin Fei have a new idea about the Heavenly Reaching School. Senior brother Gao Fan also wanted to be the sect master, but he just wanted to rule the entire Heavenly Reaching School. At that time, the treasures inside would belong to him. Now that he had found these crystals, Lin Fei felt that he could also be the sect master of the Heavenly Reaching School. He couldn't possibly give everything to someone else, right? How could there be such a good thing? If senior brother Gao Fan knew what Lin Fei was thinking, he would probably smash the table with one palm. Originally, he sent some things down to brush off Lin Fei, but he did not expect that Lin Fei would have other ideas. If he had known this, senior brother Gao Fan would never have done this. He would rather arrange for a few elders to go down to express his condolences. Why did he have to do this? This was really looking for a big trouble for himself. Gao Fan, who was drinking tea, suddenly yawned. He turned around and looked around. He seemed to be a little curious. Could it be that someone was thinking of him? It should not be possible. It was good enough that those guys did not curse him to die early. Chapter 46:19. With these crystals, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, with these 5 crystals, he could use his physical body to cultivate. Immediately, Lin Fei picked up the crystals and let his physical body devour and refine them. As expected. Just as Lin Fei had imagined, these crystals were devoured by his physical body after entering his body, turning into traces of energy that circulated throughout his body. The flesh and blood cells in his body also became much stronger in an instant. This kind of change was visible to the naked eye, and it felt really good. Lin Fei could clearly feel that his strength had increased in an instant, and this kind of improvement was really very satisfying. In just 3 days, Lin Fei had completely refined and absorbed these 5 pieces of origin crystals. Originally, he thought that he would be able to keep 1 or 2, but in the end, he realized that he had thought too much. He couldn't keep them at all. However, the change in his physical body was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. It was stronger than he had imagined, and he had stepped into the Heavenly King level in one fell swoop. Originally, Lin Fei's physical body was already at the edge of the Heavenly King physical body. Now, with the help of these crystals, he had directly broken through to the Heavenly King level physical body. This also made Lin Fei's physical body even stronger. This kind of strength could be clearly felt. A gentle punch could blast open the void, directly reach the end of the world, and see the colorful world barrier. This was not an easy feat to achieve in the past. But now, Lin Fei's physical body could release such power with just a gentle burst. Now, once my physical strength explodes, I can easily kill a Saint King, and even a Heavenly King powerhouse will be completely unable to withstand it. I have a better chance of winning against a sky demon. Even if he met a sky demon that could explode with the power of a heavenly monarch, he could still fight for a long time. His physical body was already quite difficult to break. Lin Fei did not believe that any sky demon could cultivate their physical body to the same level. To be able to explode with the power of a heavenly monarch, then their physical body would at most be at the Heavenly King level. It was impossible for them to be that strong. There weren't that many people like Lin Fei who were unconventional. After cultivating with 5 crystals, Lin Fei began to ponder over crystals again. Right now, he had another thing to do. In the short 3 days that he had been cultivating, there was another commotion outside. As soon as he came out, Jun Shan came to report the situation. Junior brother Lin Fei, I just received news that another heavenly demon is attacking our city. It's our neighbor. Do you think we should go and help? Jun Shan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was surprised when he received the news. He thought that these sky fiends wouldn't dare to show themselves easily, but he didn't expect them to go to the neighboring city. That city was much smaller than Tianyuan City, but the population was not lacking. Unexpectedly, they chose to abandon Tianyuan City and attack another city. Lin Fei frowned slightly when he heard the news. Their speed is a bit too fast. Logically speaking, they should have gone somewhere else by now. Why would they attack the neighboring city? Could it be that there's something good in this neighboring city? Lin Fei was also a bit confused. He felt that something was wrong. Jun Shan didn't quite understand it either. But no matter what, the appearance of the sky fiends wasn't a good thing. Then you stay in Tianyuan City. I'll go and take a look. If there's really any powerful heavenly demon king, I'll exterminate them. So that you won't encounter any danger when you go out. At that time, there will be trouble. After Lin Fei thought about it, he let Jun Shan stay in Tianyuan City and went alone. When he reached there, he had nothing to be afraid of with his current strength. It was different if Jun Shan and the others went. If they were ambushed halfway, they would definitely be in big trouble. Jun Shan nodded. He also thought of the danger they would encounter during this period. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to be careful. These sky fiends aren't that easy to deal with. I'm afraid that they will lose some tricks along the way. Jun Shan's strength was also not bad. But after fighting with these sky fiends, he knew that these sky fiends' means were far more dangerous than he imagined. Not to mention anything else. The speed of the sky fiends was quite powerful. If their human side really fought with them, they really didn't have much of a chance of winning. If junior brother Lin Fei went, it would be different. Jun Shan fully acknowledged his strength. He also worshipped him very much. It was no wonder that big senior brother Gao Fan would have such a huge vigilance against junior brother Lin Fei. Let him come down to guard the city properly. 3 months' time wasn't considered long. But no one could say for sure what would happen in these 3 months. In fact, Lin Fei went out at this time just to test how strong his physical body was. It wasn't easy to find some experimental subjects. How could he easily miss it? If Jun Shan went, he would just kill them. It was of no use. But if he went, it would be different. He could even harvest a few essence crystals. This probability was very small. There were many heavenly demon kings on the side of the sky fiends. They should have these essence crystals. Even if there were 1 or 2 pieces, it would also be a harvest. For Lin Fei, who was in urgent need of essence crystals, this was already a good job. He also hoped that these heavenly demon kings would come. If 1 came, he would kill 1. If 2 came, he would kill 2. At that time, he would always be able to harvest some essence crystals. In any case, it was mosquito meat. The more the better. Lin Fei still thought it through. If these heavenly demon kings knew, they would probably cry until they fainted in the toilet. Even Jun Shan was the same. After Lin Fei went out, Tianyuan City's array was reactivated. Now they also had to guard against these sky fiends. Activating the array always had its benefits. It could defend against the attack of the sky fiends in the first instance. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light. His thunder movement technique was already more and more handy. Previously, he liked to use the devil god escape. Later, he felt that this thunder movement technique was also not bad. It seemed to be much faster than the devil god escape. The power of thunder spread all around, forming a certain defensive measure. In a few dozen breaths, Lin Fei rushed over. Now that his physical body was stronger, when he used the thunder movement technique, his speed was also faster. It had improved a lot. At this time, it was obvious that Lin Fei was much faster than the heavenly demon kings. There wasn't much distance between the front and the back. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he saw that the sky fiends were indeed attacking the city, and the resistance of this city seemed to be a lot weaker. Obviously, some sky fiends had already climbed the city and were about to kill their way into the city. These sky fiends are really not afraid of death. Some time ago, they just killed a group, and another group came. Do they really think that the human race is so easy to bully? Shuk Ju website. Chapter 46-20. Lin Fei of the Heavenly Reaching Church has already left the city. He went to the neighboring city. It seems that our strategy is really effective. They just can't sit still. No, without Lin Fei, it will be easy for us to attack Tianyuan City. While our experts are restraining Lin Fei, we have to take down Tianyuan City as soon as possible. If we fail again this time, no one will be able to bear the anger of the higher-ups. It's unknown whether we can survive or not. In the void far away from Tianyuan City, 10 heavenly demon experts were standing there. They all looked very serious. After seeing Lin Fei go out, they were relieved. In order to deal with Tianyuan City, the higher-ups had issued a death order. No matter what, they must break the city and plunder all the people inside. After plundering all the people inside, this was their chance. After missing this opportunity, it was basically impossible to deceive Lin Fei to go outside in the future. With Lin Fei's clever character, he would not be able to react. Swoosh! A huge crack appeared in the void. These experts of Tianyuan City had just breathed a sigh of relief and were drinking to liven up the mood. Suddenly, the movement outside came. They flew up one by one. After seeing the scene outside, they widened their eyes and exclaimed one after another. Not good, the heavenly demons are attacking again. Damn it, why are they here again? There are at least 100,000 heavenly demons. Are they going to be ruthless? At this time, everyone's face turned pale when they saw this scene. Previously, there were only tens of thousands of heavenly demons, and they had already lost a lot of people. But now, there seemed to be at least 100,000 heavenly demons. Coupled with the leader, the heavenly demon king, everyone felt the pressure. The city lord of Mount June also flew out. When he saw the scene outside, he gasped in his heart. He knew that he had been fooled. This was a diversion. The most powerful person in the entire Tianyuan city was Lin Fei. Now that Lin Fei had left, they came to attack Tianyuan city. How could they resist? Attack, break Tianyuan city. The heavenly demon king over there waved his hand, and all the heavenly demons began to attack. In the sky above Tianyuan city, lines of runes appeared. The array formation was also activated. Jun Shan immediately sent a message to inform junior brother Lin Fei. If he didn't come back, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. The number of heavenly demon kings that came this time was much more than the previous time. There were no less than 10 heavenly demon kings. These 10 heavenly demon kings were also not idle, they also chose 10 positions to attack Tianyuan city, which was not a good thing. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he realized that the attack was not as intense as he had imagined. There were quite a number of sky fiends, about 30 to 40,000. There weren't many heavenly demon kings, only 3. However, the people in the city were in a state of panic. Once they were targeted by the heavenly demons, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced, and there would be heavy casualties. It was no wonder that he would send a distress message. Just as Lin Fei was about to take action, his communication amulet rang. Taking it out, he frowned, and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that he had been diverted. Just as Lin Fei was about to turn around to help, the world changed. In an instant, a world of darkness enveloped Lin Fei, trapping him within. Lin Fei was still wondering if these sky fiends had given up on attacking Tianyuan city, but he didn't expect that they would come to divert attention. Was it worth it to be so ruthless just for this Tianyuan city? The situation over there, if he wasn't there, the possibility of Tianyuan city being breached was still very high. At that time, those heavenly demon kings would plunder all these people, which would be like giving him a big slap in the face. How could Lin Fei bear it? A trapping array, no, it should be a trapping treasure. After Lin Fei observed it for a while, he knew that it was a treasure. It was even a space-type treasure. At this time, one figure after another condensed, and with the momentum of thousands of troops and horses galloping, they locked onto Lin Fei's body and mightily attacked. My goodness, these heavenly demon kings have also learned to be smart, using their hands to push the treasure to trap themselves inside, using them to consume my strength. Looking at this posture, Lin Fei knew what was going on. These heavenly demon kings should have studied him, using a space-type treasure to control him, and then using other methods to consume his strength, in order to confine him in this space. At that time, Tianyuan city would not be able to bear it for a long time. Lin Fei also knew that the consumption of Tianyuan city's array was very high. If this was a swarm of sky fiends, with the assistance of heavenly demon kings, the consumption would be even faster. It wouldn't take long for the array to be destroyed. Without the protection of the array, Jun Shan and the others simply couldn't stop the heavenly demon kings, and in the end, the entire Tianyuan city would be plundered. This was truly a very accurate calculation. If it was the previous Lin Fei, wanting to break through this spatial treasure would probably be somewhat difficult. Now that he had crystals, his fleshly body had reached the level of a heavenly king, and his strength had also become even stronger. The difficulty of breaking through this spatial treasure was not too high. The strength of these attacking figures was also average, and there were a lot of them. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A whirlpool instantly formed around Lin Fei's body, and all the figures that rushed in were minced into pieces. At this time, outside, there were 8 heavenly demon kings working together to push this treasure. Their expressions were all very cautious. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had paid a lot of price. They had even invited a heavenly king-level treasure, and very smoothly trapped Lin Fei inside. What they needed to do now was to restrain Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei can't escape, right? This is a heavenly king-level heavenly abode treasure. It's very rare, even a heavenly king can't escape from inside. He definitely can't escape, with us 8 heavenly demon kings working together. Who has this kind of treatment? I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Isn't it just a Tianyuan city? Just change to another one. Why bother to go through so much trouble here? These heavenly demon kings still harbored resentment in their hearts. With their strength, attacking any city would be a piece of cake. Was it worthwhile to put in so much effort in Tianyuan city? One must know that Luo Ku and Luo Shan heavenly demon king had died in Tianyuan city. In addition to the other heavenly demon kings, the number of casualties was also not small. This time, the number of heavenly demon kings that came out was only a few dozen people. If they continued to lose, they would be completely gone. Originally, the 8 of them worked together to use this treasure to trap Lin Fei. They thought that the chances were very high. As Lin Fei kept killing these illusory figures inside, their faces became a little numb. The situation didn't seem right. Chapter 46-21. Tianyuan City was under a lot of pressure. The consumption of spirit stones for the array formation was no different from drinking water. Jun Shan's heart ached when he saw this. He had sent the message, but he did not see junior brother Lin Fei return. He knew that things had gotten troublesome. Perhaps junior brother Lin Fei had also been ambushed. This was a trap, a real diversion. However, Jun Shan did not dare to say such words. He knew that once he said those words, all the human experts in Tianyuan City would have a mental breakdown. Now, everyone knew that even if they were besieged by the Heaven Devil King, they had nothing to worry about. Junior brother Lin Fei will return. Also, junior brother Lin Fei is the strongest expert in Tianyuan City. As long as he comes back, nothing will be a problem. This was a form of faith. Without this faith, the entire Tianyuan City would collapse. Everyone, don't panic. It's fine. It's just a heavenly demon. We have the formation and the number 1 expert, junior brother Lin Fei. Jun Shan kept encouraging everyone. This was the only way to unite everyone. Next would be the most difficult part. The formation didn't last long before it was finally destroyed. The few heavenly devil kings finally heaved a sigh of relief. Without this array formation, the rest of the matter would be easy. 100,000 heavenly devils directly attacked. A great war broke out between the human race and the heavenly devils. Mount Jun also welcomed the Sky Fiend experts. Instantly, Tianyuan City was littered with corpses and the smell of blood filled the air. Even so, the human experts of Tianyuan City did not retreat. Instead, their battle with the heavenly demons became more and more intense. Even the 10 heavenly devil kings were a little alarmed at this moment. They had never seen such a united city. All the cities they had attacked had either crumbled at the sight of the heavenly demons or fled. Otherwise, he would have just surrendered. It was rare to see such a fierce resistance. They finally understood why they had to destroy this Tianyuan City first. If Tianyuan City was allowed to continue to exist, it would become a place of faith. At that time, it would be more and more difficult to attack other cities. The 8 heavenly demon kings on the other side also began to feel shocked. Lin Fei, who was trapped inside, did not stop attacking. His strength grew stronger and stronger, directly shaking the treasure. They used all of their strength to barely suppress it. In their hearts, they didn't dare to believe that such a powerful person could shake a spatial treasure. They had 8 heavenly devil kings pushing and suppressing them with all their might. They were unable to accept this for a moment. With a huge rumbling sound, the treasure started to shake again. A surge of power seeped out and landed on the 8 heavenly demon kings like an invisible attack. This power was terrifyingly strong, and they had no choice but to defend themselves. Because of this, they lost the opportunity to control the treasure. A figure rushed out and landed in the eyes of the crowd. The hearts of the 8 heavenly demon kings turned cold. He knew that things were getting out of hand. Lin Fei actually ran out from inside, which made them suspicious. His vision blurred, but he was still able to run out like that. I'm really sorry, this spatial treasure of yours can't suppress me. I'm out, but the 8 of you are in trouble. Lin Fei looked over calmly. Just this one glance was enough to make the 8 heavenly demon kings panic in their hearts. They were all heavenly demon kings with tyrannical strength, but they had never seen such a gaze before, which made them panic. One of the heavenly demon kings snorted coldly, "We have 8 heavenly demon kings, and you are only one. With the 8 of us against you, you are dead meat." "That's right, the 8 of us will attack together. How can we be afraid of you? Even without the spatial treasure to suppress you, we can still kill you. Don't even think about leaving here alive today." The 8 heavenly demon kings instantly attacked together. Demonic chi overflowed into the sky, and streams of demonic chi directly covered up. It turned this part of the world into a dark cloud. Facing the 8 attacking heavenly demon kings, Lin Fei was very relaxed and comfortable. He faced the first heavenly demon king. This heavenly demon king was an expert in close combat. He punched forward, but Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the attack. "You have the nerve to fight me with such strength? You are really too useless." Another heavenly demon king also attacked, but the situation was the same as the previous heavenly demon king. He was also easily blocked by Lin Fei. Even though the 8 heavenly demon kings were all around Lin Fei, they were still unable to do anything to Lin Fei, using all sorts of techniques. In any case, Lin Fei's defense was impenetrable. It was impossible to break through. This made them so shocked that they couldn't imagine it. When did such an expert appear in such a small world like the spirit realm? The 8 heavenly demon kings couldn't do anything to such a young kid. How could this be? Could it be that they had to let their lord do it personally? Wouldn't that prove that they were too useless? Until now, Lin Fei had not made a move. He was only passively defending, purely testing the increase in his strength. Now, it seemed that the increase in his strength was very obvious. In particular, the defense of his body was especially good. Although their movements were fast, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were still much slower. That was why he was able to easily withstand all of them. It also allowed Lin Fei to smoothly grasp the situation of his body. On the contrary, the 8 heavenly demon kings became more and more alarmed as they fought. This person was completely unbeatable. After the 8 heavenly demon kings looked at each other, they knew that the situation was serious. If this continued, they would only lose more and more confidence. In other words, they were about to collapse. This was definitely not a good thing. It was a bad thing. At this time, the only thing they could do was to use their ultimate killing move. Heavenly Demon Fusion Technique. Unless it was necessary, they would not use the Heavenly Demon Fusion Technique. In the current situation, they had no choice but to use it. Perhaps the other party would be the unlucky ones when they counterattacked. The 8 heavenly demon kings instantly turned into a cloud of black fog. After that, a huge figure appeared. It was full of a mighty aura. This aura soared all the way to the heavenly monarch realm. Lin Fei, you are indeed a genius disciple of the Sky Reaching School. It's very good to have such strength. If I capture you and absorb you, you will definitely be a good tonic. After fusing, the heavenly demon king flashed with 8 voices. It was very hoarse. You have me, I have you. He raised his arm and directly slapped down. Lin Fei's expression shook. I have been waiting for you guys to fuse for a long time. Otherwise, you 8 heavenly demon kings are really not enough for me to fight. Chapter 46-22. What has been waiting for us for a long time? After the fusion, the 8 heavenly demon kings all had such a voice in their hearts. Was their strength really so weak? Forcing others to sit and wait for them to use the heavenly demon fusion, didn't they know that after using the heavenly demon fusion, their strength would skyrocket? The strength of the 8 heavenly demon kings instantly reached the level of Lord of Heaven. It was impossible for this kid to burst out the strength of Lord of Heaven level. This was simply impossible. Nonsense, see if I don't suppress you. Do you really think that our heavenly demon kings are so easy to deal with? These words inadvertently touched their hearts. No matter what, they had to suppress this Lin Fei. This way, they could prove that they were powerful. Otherwise, wouldn't it be telling these humans that their heavenly demon kings had an undeserved reputation? At that time, why would these humans be afraid of them? Why were the humans so afraid of the heavenly demon? Because there were many heavenly demon people, they were powerful and ferocious. Whenever they fought, the humans were not their opponents. This was the ferocity accumulated over a long period of time. If the humans thought that the heavenly demon was easy to bully, this invisible ferocity would disappear without a trace. This was definitely not a good thing for them. This Lin Fei had to be suppressed, and it was just the right time to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so that those people could all see. This was the consequence of offending the heavenly demon clan. Even if he was the favored son of heaven, they had many heavenly demon people and were powerful. If they couldn't beat him, the heavenly demon fusion could naturally suppress him. Lin Fei had indeed waited for them for a long time. Last time, Lin Fei knew that the sky demons had the sky demon fusion, which could be used at critical moments. If the 8 heavenly demon kings joined hands to deal with him here, they would definitely use the heavenly demon fusion. If it wasn't for the heavenly demon fusion that could burst out the combat power of Lord of Heaven level, Lin Fei would have already dealt with them. That was why they had fought for such a long time. The one-on-one heavenly demon was indeed very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, it was actually much worse. He was not an opponent at all. Only after the fusion could he fight with him. Lin Fei raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. The 2 palms collided heavily and the void instantly exploded. It extended all the way to the depths of the void barrier, and they could vaguely see the outside world. This exchange made the hearts of the 8 heavenly demon kings tremble. Damn this guy. How could his physical body be so strong? He was actually able to withstand it without moving at all. We have to risk our lives. This guy's fleshly body is extremely strong. If we don't, we won't be able to injure him. I can't beat this guy. After fusing, the 8 heavenly demon kings moved even faster. It was also the purest form of melee combat. Lin Fei liked this kind of melee combat style. When they exchanged blows just now, they could also feel the power of a heaven monarch. There was no other power involved. It was pure power. Of course, this power was much stronger than ordinary power. It was even more terrifying. If he couldn't withstand it, his entire body would be torn apart. He was just that savage of an existence. The more Lin Fei fought, the more he felt that these heavenly demon kings were indeed very capable after fusing. No wonder they could shake the entire vast thousand world. Anyone who encountered them would have a headache. This time, only a small part of them came out, not even a drop in the bucket. If all the heavenly demons came out, it would be really terrifying. In just a few thoughts, Lin Fei had already exchanged several blows with the Heavenly Demon King. They were neck and neck. After Lin Fei's Heavenly King body was upgraded, it was indeed very strong, beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The power of this physical body could actually be tied with a Heaven Monarch Realm Heavenly Demon King. It was a little difficult to deal with the other party, but Lin Fei wasn't too worried. After all, they were just fusing. There must be a time limit for this fusion. As long as the time was up, these 8 Heavenly Demon Kings wouldn't have that much strength. However, Lin Fei didn't intend to waste any time with them. The longer he wasted here, the greater the impact on Tianyuan City. He didn't want to rush over and see the entire Tianyuan City empty. After the collision of one move. Taking advantage of the gap between the fused Heavenly Demon Kings, he controlled the Tree of Life. Tree branches began to wrap around him. Lin Fei was also getting more and more proficient in using this move. The connection between the 8 Heavenly Demon Kings collapsed in an instant. After all, the Tree of Life was very overbearing. How could they, these few Heavenly Demon Kings, withstand it? Originally, they were still wondering why Luo Shan Heavenly Demon King would lose so quickly. Now, they finally realized that this Lin Fei still had a hidden trump card. All of a sudden, they revealed their true colors. The great technique of Heavenly Demon Fusion also failed. The 8 Heavenly Demon Kings were directly entangled by the branches, and in just a few breaths, their life essence was plundered. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback by the amount of life essence he obtained this time. Good fella, worthy of being in the state of Heavenly Demon Fusion. This life energy has also increased. I have picked up a big bargain. Lin Fei had indeed picked up a big bargain. After all, they were still in the state of Heavenly Demon Fusion. After the connection was broken, it didn't dissipate for a while, so it was taken advantage of by Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked back at those few Heavenly Demon Kings. Those 3 Heavenly Demon Kings were observing. Seeing this scene, they were so scared that they fled and didn't dare to make a move again. Lin Fei rushed back in a few breaths. At this time, Tianyuan City was in the midst of a fierce battle. No matter how one looked at it, the human side still had a lot of disadvantages. It wasn't very obvious. In Lin Fei's view, after 2 consecutive victories, it still had a great impact on the experts of Tianyuan City. At least they didn't collapse so quickly. Instead, those experts of Tianyuan City had some pressure. Many of them were killed by the Heavenly Demon Kings. Even Jun Shan, the City Lord, was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't bear it at all. Because there were 3 Heavenly Demon Kings dealing with him. Even so, Jun Shan still believed that Lin Fei would definitely come back. He didn't believe that those Heavenly Demon Kings could stop Lin Fei's footsteps. It was just a matter of time. You Heavenly Demon Kings are quite bold. You actually played a diversion. Today, none of you can escape. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Several streams of light directly locked on the 10 Heavenly Demon Kings. When they heard the sound, the streams of light had already exploded in front of them. After several loud noises, these 10 Heavenly Demon Kings were all sent flying. It should be known that Lin Fei went all out this time. Plus, he had infinity, so he could break some defenses. The 10 Heavenly Demon Kings were caught off guard. They were trembling all over. In such a short period of time, they were all seriously injured. They saw the figure in the distance. Then, more streams of light came over. Bookseller's website. Chapter 46-23. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After the stream of light hit them, these Heavenly Demon Kings were a little confused. The first attack just now had already injured them, let alone the second attack. One by one, they broke out all their defensive means. In the end, they still couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. One must know that the stream of light now wasn't that simple, it contained a trace of infinity. Infinity was originally a majestic and unfathomable existence, so these heavenly demon kings were naturally unlucky. Especially when they were caught off guard the first time, the second attack naturally made it harder for them to resist. There was a loud rumbling sound. The 10 heavenly demon kings were directly sent flying. The injuries this time were even more terrifying than before. Seeing this scene, the 10 heavenly demon kings looked at each other and directly activated the heavenly demon fusion technique. Only in this way could they fight against Lin Fei. They also knew that there must be a problem over there, otherwise, they would never let Lin Fei run back. At this time, when Jun Shan and the others saw Lin Fei make a move, they were all delighted. They knew that this time, Tianyuan City could be saved. Don't look at how the 10 heavenly demon kings looked menacing just now, at this time, they no longer looked menacing. Instead, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, they no longer had the previous high-spirited spirit. Junior brother Lin Fei is really amazing, he suppressed the 10 heavenly demon kings as soon as he came. Don't say suppressed, I think it's worth considering whether they can leave here alive or not. These heavenly demons are really too cunning, they actually laid such a big trap. Our Tianyuan city was almost finished. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei is finally back. Brothers, follow me to kill all these heavenly demons, we must not let them run back, lest they make a comeback next time. At this time, Lin Fei's return naturally gave these human experts great confidence. Seeing that even the heavenly demon kings were injured, one could imagine what the situation would be like later. Therefore, all of them burst forth with extremely powerful strength. Suppressing these heavenly demons all the way, the heavenly demons who still had some fighting spirit, when they saw Lin Fei panicking, and seeing that the heavenly demon king had opened the heavenly demon fusion technique, their fighting spirit began to decline. Instead, the humans gained the upper hand, and countless sky fiends died on the spot. Before the 10 heavenly demon kings could fully display their heavenly demon fusion technique, Lin Fei took advantage of the opportunity to break it. Previously, Lin Fei had already mastered some methods. When they merged, streams of light directly broke the connection between them. The tree of life stretched out as well, causing them to lose all of their strength. It didn't take long for the 10 heavenly demon kings to be completely killed, leaving none alive. Lin Fei didn't plan to keep them here at all, so he might as well kill them all. He believed that if he killed 10 heavenly demon kings this time, in addition to the previous 8 heavenly demon kings, the heavenly demon side would definitely suffer a great loss of vitality. In a short period of time, there wouldn't be any big movements. Who asked them to keep staring at Tianyuan City, which also made Lin Fei more convinced of one thing, that big senior brother Gao Fan really didn't want him to have any good days. A moment ago, they were sending essence crystals, and then the sky fiends attacked. He had even created a diversion. If he had been just a little bit closer, he would have really suffered a huge loss. After killing 10 heavenly demon kings, streams of light directly shot down, and the remaining sky fiends didn't have a good time. Half a day later, all of the celestial demons were captured, and only a few managed to escape. This was a great victory for the celestial demons. Junior brother Lin Fei, thanks to you coming back, otherwise we really couldn't hold on. I didn't expect the sky fiends to be so cunning, they actually created a diversion. Jun Shan also flew back, and he was also very embarrassed. At this time, he was excited and happy. This time, they had repelled the heavenly demons, killed 10 heavenly demon kings, and captured tens of thousands of heavenly demons. This was a huge victory. Even in the entire spiritual realm, those people would cheer when they knew about this. This time, Lin Fei really made a big contribution. They are really good at scheming. 10 heavenly demon kings came here, and 8 heavenly demon kings came over there. But this time, all of them stayed. I reckon that they won't dare to do anything for a long time. Lin Fei laughed. Suddenly, he looked at a place in the void, and his whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed in. Jun Shan wanted to follow, but he stopped in the end. He still had to deal with the follow-up matters of Tianyuan City himself. Lin Fei chased into the void. He saw a figure escaping to the front. Originally, Lin Fei didn't care, but he didn't expect that there was a person hiding in the void. No, it should be said that there was a sky fiend hidden. He intended to observe the situation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be polite. No matter what, he had to make this person stay. So. Streams of light flew over. This time, these streams of light weren't as simple as attacking people. They instantly intertwined and turned into a big net, trapping this person in the net. Just like that, the man was trapped in the net. The black shadow instantly slashed out dozens of times, hitting the surface of the big net. But this big net wasn't ordinary, it was very tough. In such a short time, Lin Fei had already caught up. Your Excellency has been watching for so long. Why don't you go back with me and have a good chat? The person turned around, and instantly, a cold light slashed over. It turned out to be a close combat expert. And a sky fiend. As soon as this method came over, it was easily resolved by Lin Fei. I have my eyes on you. Do you think you can escape from me? You really think a lot. This sky fiend king wasn't strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was not Lin Fei's opponent at all. As soon as the divine tree of life came out, he was restrained. More than half of the Sky Fiend King's life essence was taken away, and his whole person aged a lot. He reached out and lifted the Sky Fiend King's neck. He brought him back to Tianyuan City. It was just a few breaths' time, and the Sky Fiend King was defeated. After returning to his own city, Lin Fei didn't care about other things. Anyway, there was Jun Shan to deal with the outside. As for the rest of the Sky Fiend captives, he believed that Jun Shan would also make appropriate arrangements. As for what the Sky-reaching church thought, they were naturally happy. But that big senior brother Gao Fan shouldn't be too happy. After all, he had suffered such a big loss this time, losing more than a dozen Sky Fiend Kings. Chapter 46-24. They failed again. These trash actually lost more than a dozen heavenly demon kings and failed to break through Tianyuan City. On a mountain peak, Gao Fan, who was drinking tea, also received the news. The whole teacup instantly turned into nothingness. It was replaced by annoyance. This time, the loss was not small. There were more than a dozen heavenly demon kings. This time, the heavenly demon clan came out of the endless abyss crack. How many heavenly demon kings were there in total? As a result, they lost so many in this trip. It could be said that it was a serious injury. It would have a great impact on the next action. Gao Fan wished he could immediately go and destroy Lin Fei. This fellow was really too much of a hindrance. He lost so many heavenly demons and heavenly demon kings in the hands of the other party. Did he really think that it was so easy to have a heavenly demon king? Tell them to stop for the time being. I can deal with this Lin Fei personally. We can't let him stay in Tianyuan City anymore. Gao Fan also knew that this matter could not be blamed on them. It could only be said that Lin Fei's strength was too strong. Even such a method could not suppress him. Just how much more strength was he hiding? At least, Gao Fan could not see through this Lin Fei. He obviously had no origin and no background, but his strength was terrifying. For a moment, Gao Fan suspected that this Lin Fei was a hidden expert here. If not, how could the other party's strength be explained? Without background and resources, it was easier said than done to cultivate. But Lin Fei's strength was really a bit unfathomable. I think, if you want to deal with this Lin Fei, you have to find a reliable way. It's best to make him not have the ability to break free. I have a good way here. At this time, a figure suddenly said. Gao Fan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He felt that this was a very reliable way. Lin Fei threw the captured heavenly demon king into his study. This guy was now trembling in fear and did not dare to move at all. The plundering ability that their heavenly demon clan was best at was useless in front of the other party. Instead, his life essence was plundered by the other party. It was even more domineering. He even felt that if it wasn't for the fact that the other party wanted him to live, he would have been sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse in an instant. Just thinking about it was hard to accept. Other than shock, there was nothing else. Don't kill me. I don't know much. I'm just here to observe the situation. This heavenly demon king directly spoke, and didn't have the courage to look at Lin Fei. Such a strong person had beaten him to such a state in just a face-off. No wonder the 18 heavenly demon kings were not his opponent. His strength was indeed unfathomable. Lin Fei did not kill the heavenly demon king, so he naturally wanted to ask some information from the other party. Who told you to watch here? Tell me, is it that Gao Fan from the Sky Reaching School? Lin Fei asked directly. Heavenly Demon King shook his head. I don't know about this. I came here to observe the situation because of the order from above. In any case, I have to report to the higher-ups. As for whether it is Gao Fan you mentioned, we really don't know. He was happy for nothing. Lin Fei thought that he could get some information from the other party. It seems that you don't know anything. Then it's useless to keep you alive. It's better to send you down to reunite with them. At least you will have a companion on the road. When the heavenly demon king heard this, his whole face turned pale. This was not the way out at all. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I still know a secret. Apart from me, no one else knows this secret. I can tell you now why we must come to this spiritual realm. It's because there is a sealed place in the spiritual realm. There is a drop of heavenly demon god's blood in that sealed place. We came here for this thing. Lin Fei just wanted to scare the other party to see if he could get any useful clues from him. He never thought that this guy really knew a big secret. It turned out that there was a sealed place in the spiritual realm. Speaking of which, it was really surprising. Lin Fei had been curious about why the heavenly demon clan would come to the spiritual realm. Now it seemed that they really had a purpose. There was such a place, but Lin Fei really didn't know about it. Heavenly demon god's blood. Tell me what it is. It seems to have some background. I was wondering why you people of the heavenly demon clan would come to a remote place like the spiritual realm. Sure enough, you have a purpose. Lin Fei asked directly. When he heard the words heavenly demon god's blood, it seemed to have quite a background. The heavenly demon king finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as the other party was interested, anything could be discussed. Heavenly demon god's blood, I heard it secretly when several heavenly demon kings were chatting. It is said that this heavenly demon god's blood is the blood of a heavenly god powerhouse. Even a drop of it can instantly turn an ordinary heavenly demon into an emperor-level existence. This time, we came here for this drop of heavenly demon god's blood, so that that person can become a real emperor-level powerhouse. This was absolutely earth-shattering news. It was even more of a big news. If this news spread out, the entire immortal sects in the spiritual realm would be shocked. Such a drop of heavenly demon god's blood had such a strong effect that it could make an ordinary heavenly demon become an emperor-level powerhouse in one step. Even Lin Fei was a little tempted. He was only at the heavenly king level now. With his accumulation, he could burst out the combat power of a heavenly lord-level powerhouse. Of course, this combat power would definitely not last long. It was already the most he could exchange a few moves. If that heavenly demon really refined it completely, then the strength of an emperor would be able to sweep the entire spiritual realm. Your heavenly demon clan is really scheming. You actually came for the heavenly demon god's blood. I wonder where your leader is and how is his injury. Lin Fei remembered the heavenly demon god's blood. He was even more curious about the injury of that injured powerhouse. He had never forgotten this powerful master who could burst out the combat power of a heavenly lord-level powerhouse. Heavenly Demon King smiled bitterly and shook his head. We are really not very clear about this. That person disappeared as soon as he came. His identity is the 9th prince of the Heavenly Demon clan. He is the person who is likely to ascend to the position of the Heavenly Demon clan's patriarch. He is very mysterious and very powerful. Previously, Lin Fei did not ask very clearly and did not know the background of this person. He never expected that this guy's background was so big. He was actually the 9th prince of the Heavenly Demon clan. With the Heavenly Demon god's blood, he could instantly transform into an emperor-level powerhouse. He would rise to the sky in one step and have more competitive power. Could Gao Fan be that 9th prince? Book House website. Chapter 46-25. After Lin Fei asked some more questions, he was even more certain. There was indeed such a thing as the Heavenly Demon god's blood. As for the specific location, he could only find it out from this person's mouth. It turned out to be in the most inconspicuous place in the spiritual realm. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had been to this place once. He didn't pay attention to it. He didn't expect that there would be a sealed place in such a place, without any aura leaking out. This time, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the person who set up the trap. They could even hide such a good thing. After refining the Heavenly Demon god's blood, one could reach the monarch realm, which was indeed quite terrifying. In any case, Lin Fei already knew there was such a place, so he naturally paid attention to it. As for this Heavenly Demon King, he directly sent him on his way. It was useless to keep him. Anyway, he didn't know any Heavenly Demon 9th Prince. Moreover, if the Heavenly Demon 9th Prince really came to the spiritual realm, he would use another method. But Lin Fei already had a suspect in his heart. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei came out of the study. As soon as he came out, Jun Shan came to report the situation. The matters outside were almost settled, but the losses from this trip were still considerable. Thousands of experts died on the human clan's side. Yes, compared to the Heavenly Demon's loss, it was indeed much less. After all, the Heavenly Demon's side had more people and more power. It was easy to train them. The human clan side was much worse. They lost thousands of experts, many of which were insightful Emptiness Realm experts, and some were Holy King experts. If Lin Fei hadn't come back at the critical time, then the losses would have been even greater. We don't have to worry for a period of time. I believe they won't attack again in a short time. Our Tianyuan city can also be relieved. Jun Shan also thought so at this time. So many Heavenly Demon Kings had died. On the Heavenly Demon's side, no matter how angry they wouldn't take any action. At this time, Tianyuan city was already very difficult to capture. The experts in the city were all encouraged by the morale. Originally, the combat power of the 10th level could display the combat power of the 12th level. This was the impact on morale. I've already reported the news to Heaven's Reaching Church. I'm afraid that some elders will come here soon. It's not a big deal to keep so many captives of heavenly demons here. It's better to send them to Heavenly Demons Reaching Church. They can be locked up in the dungeon over there. By the way, the disciples of Heaven's Reaching Church can practice their skills. Lin Fei did not stop them. It was not a good thing for these celestial demons to stay here. It was better to send them to the surface. Over at the sect, these sky fiends could be used for training. After all, these heavenly demons were quite powerful. If he didn't train in advance, he wouldn't be able to defeat these heavenly demons. Lin Fei had experienced it in his heart. Even an ordinary heavenly demon was quite powerful, let alone the heavenly demon king behind. All of them were quite difficult to deal with. Half a day later, someone from the heavens reaching church really came down. However, to Lin Fei's surprise, it was Gao Fan, the first senior brother. Lin Fei did not expect that Gao Fan, the first senior brother, would actually come down with these elders. When these elders came down and saw these captives of heavenly demons, they were all a little excited. There were at least 40 to 50,000 heavenly demons here, and 40 to 50,000 heavenly demons had died in the battle. It was not easy for so many heavenly demons to survive. All the elders sighed with emotion. Their impression of Lin Fei had greatly improved. No matter what, Lin Fei had defended Tianyuan City. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're really good. I didn't misjudge you. With you guarding here, I'm 100% relieved. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan praised him with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, this is what I should do. These heavenly demons didn't go anywhere else but attacked our heavens-reaching church. Moreover, they attacked Tianyuan City. Since I'm guarding here, I have to teach them a lesson. Fortunately, my strength is not bad. Otherwise, I really can't control them. Unfortunately, more than 10 heavenly demon kings have died. I guess they will be distressed for a long time. Lin Fei did not see any change in expression on Gao Fan's face. This was also within his expectation. If this Gao Fan was so easy to show flaws, he would not be the first senior brother. Anyway, Lin Fei was just saying it. It couldn't be better to make Gao Fan unhappy. Gao Fan nodded and fully agreed with Lin Fei's words. I think this is a good thing. At least, we can tell the heavenly demons that our heavens-reaching church is not a pushover. Whoever wants to bully us has to pay a price. Those elders also nodded one by one and quite agreed with these words. Junior brother Lin Fei is really awesome. You can even easily kill a heavenly demon king. Our heavens-reaching church is now completely famous. So many heavenly demon kings have fallen in our heavens-reaching church. Other immortal sects will be envious if they know. The whole spiritual world was under great pressure. Now, their heavens-reaching church was the most outstanding one. More than 10 heavenly demon kings had fallen. It was exciting to think about it. It could also let other people know that the strength of the heavens-reaching church was not inferior to other immortal sects. After some greetings, these elders personally escorted these heavenly demons back. These heavenly demons were still of great use to the sect. They could let those disciples practice and get a feeling. If they really fought with these heavenly demons, they would be able to play a better fighting capacity. Lin Fei invited his eldest senior brother Gao Fan to his study. These are some things that I brought from the sect. I believe that you will definitely use them. This time, you have really made a great contribution. With the fall of more than 10 heavenly demon kings, there should be no more heavenly demons attacking Tianyuan City for a long time. Gao Fan took out a box and put it on the table. Lin Fei did not look at it, but he already knew what was inside. His heart moved. It was actually another essence crystal. What was this eldest senior brother Gao Fan planning? No matter what, as long as he sent me essence crystals, I will not be polite. One more piece of this thing would be of great help to improve my physical body. If there were more than 10 pieces, it would be the best. Eldest senior brother is really polite. Last time, you asked the elders to send gifts. This time, they sent gifts again. If there is anything, just say it. Lin Fei also started to speak courteously. He did not believe that his eldest senior brother Gao Fan would be so kind as to give him origin crystals. This thing was really rare. He must have an idea. bookseller's website. Chapter 46-26. Lin Fei wanted to see what his eldest senior brother Gao Fan could say to him. He even sent something as good as crystals. No matter what, he had to listen to his eldest senior brother Gao Fan. He would more or less give him some face. It would really be a good thing if the next time, he still sent origin crystals to him. Lin Fei really wanted to have more of such benefits. It didn't matter to him anyway. He just wanted to listen to what his eldest senior brother Gao Fan had to say. As for whether he was plotting against him, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Anyway, in Lin Fei's opinion, his eldest senior brother Gao Fan coming at this time was definitely not a good thing. He was plotting against him. He had killed more than a dozen heavenly demon kings this time, and it was indeed a big blow to the heavenly demon clan. Especially since the heavenly demons that came out this time were only a small part of them. Losing them was equivalent to hurting them. Whether or not he would suffer a great loss of vitality, that was unknown. Anyway, it was not a good life. Lin Fei did not go to take the box, which would cause Gao Fan to be a little surprised. Lin Fei's reaction was more or less within Gao Fan's expectations. He didn't come here just to send a gift. He had other matters to attend to. Junior brother Lin Fei, you must be joking. You've been under a lot of pressure guarding this place, so I came to see you. This gift was given by the sect. A disciple with potential and talent like you really needs these things. At this time, his eldest senior brother had a fake expression, and Lin Fei also pretended to accept it humbly. His mind wandered. After a while, his eldest senior brother Gao Fan changed the topic. Lin Fei knew that his eldest senior brother Gao Fan had something to talk to him about. Especially at this time, it was hard not to be suspicious. Moreover, he had used his fate to see his eldest senior brother Gao Fan. This time, Lin Fei used his method to see again. It was really the same as the last time. There were indeed many heavenly demon experts behind him. He could also tell. These heavenly demon experts were most likely heavenly demon kings. To be able to become a heavenly demon king, their status was not low. Then, Gao Fan's status and identity were obvious. Lin Fei became more and more certain that his eldest senior brother Gao Fan was the celestial demon ninth prince. Apart from this explanation, there was no other explanation. Actually, it's not a trivial thing. It's a very important thing. I think only junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei could do it in Heaven's Reaching Church. The more he said that, the less Lin Fei believed Gao Fan's words. He had probably dug another big hole and was waiting for him to jump in. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan stretched out his hand and took out an item. It was also a box. He placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope junior brother Lin Fei can accept it. After all, this is not a small matter. I hope you can calmly go on this trip. This box was actually filled with yuan crystals again. There was quite a lot of them. Lin Fei sensed that there were at least 100 or so yuan crystals in it, which was about half a square meter. Although 100 or so yuan crystals was about half a square meter, it did not seem like a lot. In reality, it was not easy to find these yuan crystals. At this time, half a square meter of yuan crystals was considered a great harvest for Lin Fei. This eldest senior brother Gao Fan was really quite generous. Eldest senior brother, you're too polite. Didn't you already have one just now? Why did you bring another one? Lin Fei said politely. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan laughed. Junior brother Lin Fei, you don't have to worry too much about it. These are just worldly possessions. The fact that I've come here to look for you naturally means that I've acknowledged you. This can also be considered a matter of the sect. Other than you, there really isn't anyone else who can do it. Lin Fei's curiosity was piqued. Why did this first senior brother Gao Fan come looking for him? He actually took out such a generous gift like yuan crystals. It was about half a square meter of yuan crystals. It could be seen that this eldest senior brother Gao Fan was quite wealthy. Lin Fei did not believe that these yuan crystals were taken out from the sex treasury. It was most likely eldest senior brother Gao Fan's own collection. And this yuan crystal was a very rare high-grade cultivation item. It could also prove one thing. Gao Fan might really be in contact with the Ninth Sky Devil Prince. For the time being, Lin Fei decided to let his first impression be the strongest. Anyway, Lin Fei did not intend to miss out on this half a cube of origin crystal. With this half a square meter of yuan crystals, his physical body could be improved greatly. This was a really good item that could not be bought with money. It was said that these high-grade yuan crystals could be used to buy high-grade treasures. This yuan crystal was also a very important transaction currency. Lin Fei wanted to buy it, but he could not find it. Eldest senior brother, just say it. I'm listening. As long as I can help, I definitely won't refuse. Lin Fei said very seriously. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan was not surprised at all. After all, the things he took out were quite valuable. Not everyone could have them. Actually, this matter is not a big deal. It's a small matter because we received news that the Sky Devil clan seems to have found another space crack. So, I hope that you can go there and help check it out. If it's true, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard there for a period of time. We'll immediately arrange for experts to come over and completely guard this space crack. This time, you're not the only one going there. People from other immortal sects are also going there. When Lin Fei heard this, he was slightly shocked. He blurted out that there was another space crack in the spiritual realm. It can't be. Didn't I just hear that they came out of the crack? Why did another space crack appear in our spiritual realm? Could it be fake news? Eldest senior brother Gao Fan nodded seriously. You didn't hear wrongly, this news is indeed true. I've already sent people to investigate, but their strength is only so-so. After they went to that place, they basically all disappeared, so we can only rely on you for this matter. But this time, you won't be alone, there will still be others accompanying you there. Once you've investigated it, you can retreat outside. Then, the experts from other immortal sects will naturally seal this space crack together. Lin Fei wanted to see what tricks this eldest senior brother Gao Fan had up his sleeves. He did not believe that it would be as simple as checking it out. This matter involved other immortal sects, which made Lin Fei a little surprised. It seemed that this eldest senior brother Gao Fan had really played a big game of chess. This kind of matter is too simple. I'm fine with it. However, eldest senior brother has to arrange for experts to stand guard here in Tianyuan City. Otherwise, it would be bad if those guys from the Sky Devil clan came back and attacked us. Shook Ju website. Chapter 46-27. Lin Fei also wanted to see what kind of tricks Gao Fan had up his sleeves. So he pretended to go with the flow and started talking. This made Gao Fan rather happy and said that he would definitely arrange for an elder to come down and guard this place. He also felt that there would not be any heavenly demons attacking Tianyuan City in a short period of time, unless there was something wrong with their brains. At this time, Tianyuan City was exceptionally united. If there were really heavenly demons, they would not be able to win at all. Unless there were more heavenly demon kings, but then the effect would be much weaker. If they still could not break through, it would have a huge impact on the heavenly demon race. After Gao Fan left, Lin Fei took out the thing in the box. It was just as he had imagined. It was really essence crystals, and there were quite a lot of essence crystals in it. Big senior brother is indeed big senior brother. He is indeed different. He has given me such a good thing the moment he arrived. If I don't fulfill his wish, wouldn't I be too sorry for these essence crystals? Lin Fei laughed and continued to absorb these essence crystals. he did not want to waste any more time. If he had the time, he might as well strengthen his body. This time, with enough essence crystals, he believed that he could break through to a higher level in one fell swoop. Lin Fei's fleshly body was different from ordinary fleshly bodies. In the past, he had already cultivated to the immortal realm, so he had a huge advantage compared to other body practitioners. As long as he had enough resources, the breakthrough of his body would become a matter of course. The appearance of essence crystals also made Lin Fei see a lot of hope. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei continuously absorbed these essence crystals. It took him a few days, and the efficiency was much faster. Because his body had become stronger. This time, Lin Fei pushed his body to the Heavenly Lord realm as he wished. In other words, Lin Fei's body had already reached the Heavenly Lord realm. After reaching the Heavenly Lord realm, Lin Fei realized that the body at this level was indeed quite different. His flesh and cells had become much stronger. Gradually, Lin Fei had unlocked many of his abilities. Of course, these abilities were some of the special effects brought about by his previous immortal body. Previously, Lin Fei did not have the time to use it at all. He hadn't reached that level yet, and his body hadn't reached that level either. It was different now. His body had been upgraded to the level of a Lord of Heaven, which was more than half the level of the immortal body. Naturally, he could use it now. These were all secret techniques of the fleshly body and could be considered top-notch techniques. With these techniques, Lin Fei's strength had improved significantly. Especially with the power of his physical body, he could easily kill a Lord of Heaven. This time, the crystals that Gao Fan sent over were completely absorbed by Lin Fei. Not a single piece was left. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The stronger the body, the more crystals would be consumed. There was also the body at the level of a Lord of Heaven. When he reached the next level, the so-called Emperor, the consumption would be even greater. It would be at least 10 times more, which meant that Lin Fei would need more crystals. Next time, I'll have a good fight with eldest senior brother. If I can gain something, my body might be able to improve further. Lin Fei went out after consolidating for a day. The higher-ups had indeed arranged for an elder to come down. He was quite strong, and he patted his chest and promised that he would definitely defend Tianyuan City. Lin Fei believed what the elder said. The elder was also quite strong. Now, it was obvious that eldest senior brother Gao Fan was ready to dig a trap for him. In a short period of time, he would not let the Sky Fiends attack Tianyuan City. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. Lin Fei trusted eldest senior brother Gao Fan on this point. In order to destroy him, other places would definitely not make a move unless he returned to Tianyuan City. Then, the situation would be different. In fact, Jun Shan really did not want Lin Fei to leave. Although it was said that Lin Fei was going to do a small thing, in Jun Shan's opinion, no matter how small it was also a big thing. He could not afford to take it lightly. To put it bluntly. In fact, Jun Shan was worried that the Sky Fiends would attack Tianyuan City again. The 2 attacks in a row made Jun Shan's heart uneasy. The pressure was like a mountain, and he almost could not hold it in anymore. If it was not for Lin Fei's efforts to turn the tide and suppress these Sky Fiend kings, Tianyuan City would have been turned into ruins. The huge population would have been plundered. He, the city lord, would become a joke. He had become a joke, and he was lucky to be able to survive. Lin Fei searched according to the address. The closer they got to the place, the more Lin Fei sensed the presence of auras. Sure enough, it was just as Gao Fan had said. Apart from him, there were other people who had come. However, when Lin Fei arrived at this place, he frowned slightly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was actually not far from the sealed place. It was at most a few dozen miles away. Could it be a coincidence? Lin Fei couldn't believe what he was seeing. What kind of trick was Gao Fan planning to play? Was he planning to use them as cannon fodder? He remembered that there was the divine god's blood under the sealed place. If he refined it, he would become an emperor in one step. Originally, Lin Fei thought so. However, when he came down, he realized that he was thinking too much. The place below looked similar to the sealed place, but in fact, it did not seem to be. Lin Fei did not feel that special existence. One must know that even the Sky Fiend race valued the divine god's blood so much. It must be an existence with special energy. However, his divine tree of life did not move at all. He didn't believe that even if it was sealed, there would still be some movement. His divine tree of life was not an ordinary tree. Naturally, it could detect these subtle changes. However, there was no change at all. This made Lin Fei understand. This eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, was really playing some tricks. Interesting, really interesting. I want to see what tricks you can play. He snorted coldly in his heart and came to this place. As soon as he came down, he saw a few figures appear. These figures subconsciously surrounded him. Who are you? This is not a place that ordinary people can come. Lin Fei smiled. I am from the Sky-Reaching Church. My name is Lin Fei. I believe you should have heard of me. These people were not old, but when they heard Lin Fei's name, they instantly showed admiration. So you are Lin Fei from the Sky-Reaching Church. I heard that you drove away 2 attacks from the Sky Fiends and killed many Sky Fiend kings. I didn't expect you to be so ordinary. I really couldn't tell. Chapter 46-28. Lin Fei's name was quite famous now. After all, the Heavenly Demon clan had suffered 2 setbacks in Tianyuan City. They even lost more than a dozen Heavenly Demon kings. This news was not concealed at all. It was completely spread throughout the entire spiritual realm. This was the intention of the Heavenly Reaching Church. There was no other way. Now that the morale was low, the Heavenly Demon clan was a ferocious existence in everyone's eyes. At this time, if they didn't do a good job, everyone would run away when they saw the Heavenly Demons in the future. How would they dare to do anything? Therefore, Lin Fei suddenly became a celebrity in the spiritual realm. He was a household name. Many immortal sects had studied the origin of Lin Fei, and it was indeed quite simple. His strength was quite mysterious. Even the senior brother Gao Fan was polite to him. Who didn't know that the senior brother Gao Fan was one of the more powerful ones in the younger generation? Whoever was the first to break through to the Lord of Heaven level would be stronger. After Lin Fei revealed his name, these figures didn't stop Lin Fei. Instead, they enthusiastically took him down. After arriving here, Lin Fei found that it was actually an underground palace. However, this palace was not big. One floor after another. There were 9 floors. When he came to the bottom of the 9th floor, there were already many experts here, all of whom were Heavenly King experts. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, they were a little surprised. They had already received the news that this young man was Lin Fei, who had caused a lot of commotion in the Heavenly Reaching Church. He had blocked the attacks of the Heavenly Demon clan twice in a row. He could be considered a well-known person, and even killed a Heavenly Demon King. As for whether he really killed a Heavenly Demon King, it was unknown. At least at first glance, he seemed quite ordinary. However, they didn't dare to not give him face, so they all greeted him with a smile. These people present were all from the top 10 immortal sections. Lin Fei more or less had some impression of them. After verifying it with the information in the document, it matched up. Brother Lin Fei, you must have just arrived, so you don't know what's going on. This is a piece of information we obtained from a Heavenly Demon scout with great difficulty. It is said that there is a treasure of the Heavenly Demon clan sealed below. A Heavenly King powerhouse came over and said, Lin Fei didn't feel any dangerous aura below, but what they said matched the situation described by the other heavenly demon king. This wasn't quite the same as the spatial cracks he had mentioned. Lin Fei became more and more suspicious of this place. That eldest senior brother Gao Fan definitely did not have any good intentions. Perhaps he had used some tricks. Is that so? No wonder all of you are here. Is there anything I can help you with this time? Lin Fei also asked. He just came here on behalf of the Sky-Reaching Church. Originally, he thought that there really was a spatial crack, but now it seemed that was not the case. In any case, he planned to observe silently. If there was any danger, he would deal with it at that time. Anyway, he didn't want to stand out. Didn't he see that these heavenly kings were studying it very seriously? It's great that you can come here. We've decided to wait for some people to come here before we break the seal. At that time, we'll go down and see what's inside. In any case, we can't let the heavenly demon clan get their hands on it. Recently, there have been traces of heavenly demons appearing in the surroundings. Perhaps, a heavenly demon king might come here. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. Could it be that there are other things sealed in the spiritual realm? But this place was clearly not far from the place he was familiar with. Although Lin Fei didn't go there, he believed what that heavenly demon king said. That place might really have the heavenly demon god's blood. But he didn't know it here, but he had to see the situation first. In the next few days, there were more and more people here. All of them were experts, studying this sealed place. Lin Fei was quite leisurely. Anyway, he looked young here. They didn't ask Lin Fei to do anything, so Lin Fei just waited outside. He caught a lot of heavenly demons, but how could these heavenly demons resist Lin Fei's attack? After some interrogation, he found that there were a lot of heavenly demons in the surrounding area, and even traces of heavenly demon kings were found. This also made Lin Fei a little surprised. It seemed that there was really a good thing below. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Even Lin Fei felt somewhat confused. We have to take action. If we don't take action, these heavenly demons will increase, and it will be difficult to deal with them. When everyone heard that there was a trace of the heavenly demon king, their complexion became dignified. They decided to use violent means to break this sealed area. They didn't want to study it slowly. With the strength of so many people, how could they not break such a sealed place? Of course, Lin Fei didn't have any opinion on this. He also wanted to see what was worth the traces of heavenly demon kings in the surroundings. There was a loud rumbling sound. Everyone started to break this sealed place. With this move, they felt that this sealed place was extraordinary. Bright lights shone. If it wasn't for the fact that these lights didn't have any attack power, everyone would be on guard. This thing didn't have any attack power, but its defense was super strong. Even if everyone joined forces, the speed of breaking it was not fast. Lin Fei stayed among them and didn't go all out. Everyone was pushing a treasure together, using this treasure to break this sealed place. It was fine as long as it was a little stronger than them, and it didn't attract everyone's attention. Just when they were breaking the array, someone rushed in from the outside. Not good, a heavenly demon king has started to attack with heavenly demons. He should know that we are going to break this sealed place. They have already rushed to the 9th floor. Not good, they have already rushed to the 8th floor. The 7th floor. People kept rushing in to report the situation. It was obvious that the current situation was somewhat bad. This wasn't good news for everyone. Who would have thought that after studying for so long, the heavenly demons would start to attack before they could completely understand this sealed place? They were coming in menacingly, and everyone was ready to throw caution to the wind. They kept attacking the sealed place. Fortunately, the effect was very obvious. Under the absolute suppression of power, these lights were getting weaker and weaker. After a loud rumbling sound, an opening finally appeared in the sealed place. Everyone rushed down immediately. There was actually a huge secret room below. In the center of the secret room was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a suspected treasure. This was also everyone's preconceived notions. Later, a heavenly king recognized it and immediately cried out. No, no, this isn't an elixir. This should be a heaven god elixir. How can there be such a thing? Chapter 46:29. The traces of the sky demons kept appearing, and they started to approach the surroundings of the secret room. Human clan experts kept falling under the siege of these sky demons. There was even the voice of the heavenly demon king. If you humans don't want to die, then obediently surrender. That's right, once we kill our way in, none of you will be able to survive. To dare touch the things of our heavenly demon clan, you guys are truly bold. Hurry up and surrender. The voices of these heavenly demon kings were filled with overbearing arrogance, and one figure after another started to appear outside. At this moment, the expressions of the human clan experts in the secret room became even more solemn. Previously, they didn't know what this Tianshan Dan was used for. After a series of explanations, they came back to their senses. So this Tianshan Dan actually had such a strong effect. For a pill like this, if they didn't say it out loud, no one would know what use it had. But after saying it out loud, everyone cried out in surprise. So this was the legendary Tianshan Dan. Consuming one could immediately increase one's strength by leaps and bounds. To be able to become a god-level powerhouse from a mortal, this was definitely a treasure that could move people's hearts. They finally understood why these sky demons were so aggressive. With this Tianshan Dan, after consuming it, their sky demons would at least be able to produce an Emperor King powerhouse. With such an Emperor King powerhouse, they would be able to sweep through the entire spirit realm. They actually didn't know anything about such a secret. If not for the fact that they had obtained this information from the other sky demons, they would have really been succeeded by these sky demons. All the heavenly kings present looked at the Tianshan Dan on the stone platform, and their expressions all changed. If one ate the Tianshan Dan, they would have a chance of becoming an Emperor King powerhouse. This kind of temptation was definitely quite attractive to them. These heavenly king powerhouses looked at each other, as if they were considering something. And in an instant, these heavenly king powerhouses all made their moves, fighting for themselves. Everyone went to fight for the Tianshan Dan, even those who were slightly weaker couldn't help but make a move. When Lin Fei came down, he leaned to the side. When he came down, he felt that something was wrong. This secret room was filled with traces of danger. This trace of danger was not felt by Lin Fei. It was a message from the infinite God tree. The temptation of a Tianshan Dan was very attractive to others, but to Lin Fei, it was still quite ordinary. After all, he was already a heaven monarch realm expert. If he cultivated his physical body further, he would be able to rival an imperial lord. It was just a matter of time. Unlike them, who had been stuck in these realms for a long time. If it wasn't for some special treasure, it would be very difficult to break through the realm in this lifetime. Now that the qualification of an emperor monarch was right in front of them, how could they not be moved? Lin Fei also admired the person who set up the trap. He had used a single Tianshan Dan to mess up the minds of these heavenly kings. Seeing that everyone had suffered heavy casualties, Lin Fei did not stop them at all. At this time, they had already been bewitched by the heavenly god pill. They wouldn't stop until the victor was decided. Anyone who was near them would be treated as an enemy. Lin Fei came to the side. The lines on the wall were very eye-catching. Lin Fei finally understood where the dangerous aura came from. It should be these lines. At this time, the figures of heavenly demon kings appeared above the entrance. Could it be that they want us to kill each other? No, no, it shouldn't be like this. Or do they have other ideas? Or, after seeing the figures of these heavenly demon kings appear, Lin Fei suddenly realized that the person they wanted to deal with was him. And the Tianshan Dan was just a fake, but to these heavenly kings, it was a huge attraction. The heavenly demon king seemed to have taken out something, instantly stirring up the entire secret room. Rays of divine light burst out from the Tianshan Dan, and every ray of divine light pierced through the heavenly king. Any heavenly king would instantly turn into a ball of blood upon encountering this attack. Such a dangerous aura instantly enveloped the entire secret room. At this time, the entrance of the secret room was also covered with layers of techniques, interweaving with each other. In an instant, Lin Fei completely understood that this was a huge trap set up by someone to kill him. These heavenly king powerhouses were just secondary. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it worth it to create such a trap just to kill him? Or did he block the path of the heavenly demon clan? To set up a trap for him, and even let so many heavenly kings accompany him to death. To these immortal sects, losing so many heavenly kings was definitely a huge blow to their vitality. It was truly a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. In this short period of time, beams of divine light attacked him one after another. Lin Fei activated his defenses. Even so, he could feel how terrifying these divine lights were. They actually pierced through his defenses in an instant, ignoring all defenses. Even Lin Fei's physical body was easily pierced through. He finally knew how terrifying this secret room was. The Heaven God pill wasn't a Heaven God pill at all. It was clearly an extremely terrifying treasure. Lin Fei's physical body was now at the Heavenly Monarch realm. It was extremely tough, but even so, it was still pierced through by these divine lights. After piercing through, the power of the divine light seeped in, wanting to corrode the entire meat floss. The tree of life in his body was also rustling. It was constantly being transported. Unlimited restoration. But even so, Lin Fei's restoration could not keep up with the methods of these divine lights. The divine light seemed to be released endlessly. Lin Fei wanted to rush out from the entrance a few times, but the interweaving lights were filled with layers of defense. They forcefully stopped him. Lin Fei finally knew that he had been tricked. This trap was most likely set up by big senior brother Gao Fan. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Lin Fei, you've really suffered a huge setback this time. I didn't expect you to create such a huge pit just to deal with me. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. These heavenly demon kings outside were also paying attention to the situation in the secret room. In the blink of an eye, all the heavenly kings present were killed. No one could withstand the power of these divine lights. At this moment, only Lin Fei was able to withstand it. This caused these heavenly demon kings to be shocked. This human brat is too powerful. Even the annihilation divine light can't kill him. Chapter 46:30. Those people outside were indeed paying attention to the situation inside. They had a rather good understanding of the world-extinguishing godlight. Once it was unleashed, there was no way one could withstand it. Those powerful beings of the human race were killed one after another. Yet, this Lin Fei seemed rather capable. Even after dozens of breaths had passed, he was still able to hold on. This caused those who had been paying attention to the situation to take in a deep breath of cold air. At the same time, they were glad that they had set up such a method. This time around, they would definitely be able to kill this Lin Fei. Without this person, the Celestial Demon Clan would have one less powerful enemy. Activate the second level of world-extinguishing god light. I want to kill this Lin Fei right here. The Sky Demon in charge of commanding gave the order immediately. How did they have to kill Lin Fei right here? This guy's potential was far beyond their imagination. To be able to remain unscathed after dozens of breaths, even though he looked a little wretched, his strength was truly unfathomable. A person like this must not be allowed to live. This time around, the other party had already fallen into the trap. There was no way he could get out. It was just a matter of time. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, they might as well activate the second level of world-extinguishing godlight. Lin Fei was initially defending against the world-extinguishing godlight and trying to find a way out. But to his disappointment, there was no way out at all. The entire place was trapped. Even if he were to burst forth with all his strength, he still couldn't break through the restrictions of this place. Not good. They seem to have activated a new method. The number of godlights is increasing. If this carries on, the situation isn't looking good. Initially, there were already more world-extinguishing godlights. But now, the number of godlights was increasing. It was like a meteor shower, densely packed together. Anyone who saw this would definitely feel their scalp go numb. It was the same for Lin Fei. He finally knew that he was in deep trouble. In order to kill him, the other party had really put in a lot of effort. Calm down. I must calm down. Lin Fei was constantly maintaining his physical body to its peak condition. At the same time, he was looking for a way out. He felt that there must be another way out given the current situation. After calming down, Lin Fei finally found the key to leaving this place. He didn't have much confidence, but at least he could suppress the danger to his life. That was the origin of the Divine Light Capital. These divine lights were all emitted from a treasure on the stone platform, and they were densely packed and innumerable. Although Lin Fei didn't know what this divine light was, he knew that if he didn't want to die here, he had to get rid of this divine light. How to solve it? The best way was to completely refine this divine light. Lin Fei felt that he had to give it a try. If he succeeded, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Lin Fei instantly pounced towards the world-destroying godlight. The closer they got to the divine light of annihilation, there were more and more streams of light, and they were constantly attacking him. The energy in Lin Fei's body was also being consumed very quickly. It was almost no different from drinking water. At this time, he couldn't care less about his heartache. He could only leave this place after dealing with this divine light. This divine light could even be a great help to him. The sky demons who were secretly observing also took in a breath of cold air. This guy was really capable. However, when they saw Lin Fei pouncing towards the world-destroying godlight, they were a little surprised. They didn't know what this guy was going to do. The closer the world-destroying godlight was, the stronger it was. No one had ever been able to get close to the world-destroying godlight. But now, Lin Fei didn't know what was good for him and wanted to get close to the world-destroying godlight. Did he really think that he could withstand it? When he was about 3 to 5 feet away, Lin Fei felt a great pressure. Even his physical body was being penetrated. Next, half of his body was densely packed with holes. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was strong at this time. Otherwise, he would have been finished in such a short time. Get over here. Lin Fei stretched out his palm. As he stretched out his hand, the divine light gathered together and instantly riddled Lin Fei's palm with thousands of holes. He shifted his consciousness and stretched his arm back. Then the branches of the divine tree of life showed up and shrouded the world-destroying godlight. He didn't believe the divine light could threaten the divine tree of life. As expected, everything was as Lin Fei had imagined. The divine light didn't have a big impact on the divine tree of life. It was not like his palm was pierced and riddled with holes as soon as he stretched it out. Countless branches of the divine tree of life shrouded the world-destroying godlight. Layer after layer. Finally, the world-destroying godlight was pulled over. In the blink of an eye, the world-destroying godlight was taken away. Lin Fei had a bad feeling as soon as the world-destroying godlight was taken away. The world-destroying godlight seemed to be more powerful. Beams of divine light burst out of his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was pierced through. Then the wounds on his body were getting more and more serious. With a crash, his entire body turned into pieces. Lin Fei is really bold. He really thought he could take the world-destroying godlight after taking it away. What a stupid guy. Great. We finally solved a problem. The celestial demon in charge finally felt relieved. Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable indeed. He had persisted for such a long time and even managed to take away the world-destroying godlight. Especially his last resort, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. No matter what, this mission could be considered completed. He seemed to have told his superiors. The pieces were flying all over the sky. The divine light also showed up. One after another, they covered the entire small area. Anyone who went in at this moment would be killed by the world-destroying godlight. The celestial demons didn't pay any more attention to the world-destroying godlight. They left right away. Anyway, the world-destroying godlight was still useful here. They could trick more people next time. This was a trap that they had left on purpose. Gao Fan, who had been sitting on the peak and drinking tea, finally received a piece of good news. That annoying Lin Fei was finally solved. Finally, I heard a piece of good news. This Lin Fei is too much. He could have just surrendered to me. How could he come up with other ideas? I can only say that he deserved it. He destroyed the celestial demon clan. There are so many celestial demon kings. Killing one of them is already letting him off easy. In order to eliminate Lin Fei, Gao Fan had spent quite a bit of effort. He even used a treasure like the world-destroying godlight. Unfortunately, once the world-destroying godlight was used, it was basically impossible to take it back. No one dared to take it back. We can arrange for people to attack Tianyuan City. Let's tear open one of the gates of the sky reaching church first and catch them off guard. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4631. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Host's life is in danger. Searching for life energy. Search successful. Plundering in progress. At this moment, the apocalyptic light had stopped as well. A series of dangerous auras were still lingering in the air. The corpses on the ground had long been shredded into pieces. No one could leave behind a complete corpse under the attack of the apocalyptic light. If the experts of the heavenly demon race had not left. At this moment, amidst this dangerous aura, a ball of light appeared. The fragments that were originally scattered emerged one by one and finally gathered together. These gathered fragments eventually formed a figure. This figure slowly opened his eyes. I didn't expect to be revived. After opening his eyes, Lin Fei said this. He had thought that he was dead for sure. When he retracted the apocalyptic light, he had indeed planned to fight to the death. He tried to refine it, but the apocalyptic light was even more terrifying than he had imagined. After it entered his body, even his heavenly king physical body could not withstand it. It tore him apart from the inside out. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would actually come back to life under such circumstances? At the same time, the most unexpected thing was that the long-lost system had appeared once again. It turned out that because of the God Tree of Life, one of the most powerful functions of the system had been activated. That was, when the host's life was truly in danger, the protective measures would be activated. It was because of this protective measure that Lin Fei could come back to life. At the same time, 99% of the life energy of the God Tree of Life had been plundered. This allowed Lin Fei to come back to life. At this moment, Lin Fei opened his hand. A small seed appeared on his palm. This was the so-called God Tree of Life. The God Tree of Life, which was originally like a towering tree, turned into a seed after all its life energy was plundered. I didn't expect that one day, I would gain something out of a disaster. Because of the God Tree of Life and the apocalyptic light, I've reactivated the system. Lin Fei sighed. Back when he came over from the alternate world, the system had fallen into a long dormant state due to the powerful strangulation ability of the alternate world. As for when he would recover, Lin Fei himself was not very clear. Who would have thought that the appearance of the divine tree of life would finally restore the system? To be honest, this was definitely an unexpected surprise for Lin Fei. He never thought that the system would appear at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being reborn. Hearing this cold voice, Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hello, system. Without the system, there wouldn't be the current Lin Fei, so Lin Fei had never forgotten about the system. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't activate the system, Lin Fei would have thought of a way long ago. By a freak combination of factors, the Heavenly Demon clan had actually done him a great favor. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh 3 times. Ha 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 ha. I wonder if the experts of the Heavenly Demon clan will cry themselves to sleep in the toilet after hearing this news. In any case, they won't be happy. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart after laughing. Right now, there was still something he had to do, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the divine light. Lin Fei was very clear about the might of the divine light. Even his Heavenly King physical body couldn't withstand it. In the end, it even caused the divine tree of life to lose 99% of its life force. With only this one life seed left, it would be strange if Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about the divine light. World Annihilation Divine Light, an Emperor Lord level treasure. Able to cause large-scale damage within a certain range. It is a group attack treasure. Refining the World Annihilation Divine Light requires 50 million honor points. Since the host has been reborn for the first time, you may obtain a free chance to refine it. Suddenly, a notification came from the system, which surprised Lin Fei a little. This seemed a little different from the previous system. A second later, a large amount of information entered Lin Fei's mind. The corners of his lips curled up, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He didn't expect the system to be able to update itself. No wonder it was a little different from before. The updated system was called the Honor System. As the name suggested, the Honor System was rather simple. Lin Fei just needed to constantly make his presence known and let everyone know that he existed. When the time came, he would be able to obtain a certain amount of honor points, which were very useful. For example, he could refine this World Annihilation Divine Light. Other than that, these honor points could also be used to improve his strength. This meant that Lin Fei's cultivation wouldn't be so hard from now on. Actually, the honor system had another name, which was the leisurely leveling system. Lin Fei liked this leisurely leveling system even more. It indeed had a hint of Buddha-like nature and was a little different from before. Lin Fei, Heavenly King Realm. Leveling up, 100 million honor points. Honor points, none. This was the current state of the leisurely leveling system. It looked quite decent, but unfortunately, there were no honor points. Lin Fei didn't even think about it as he used the free refining opportunity. He would refine this World Annihilation Divine Light first. Lin Fei already had a deep impression of this World Annihilation Divine Light. It was no wonder it could kill him. It was actually an Emperor Lord level treasure. Its might was indeed domineering. Seriously, whoever encountered it would be unlucky. Who asked this World Annihilation Divine Light to be so powerful not only against treasures, but also against one's physical body? Its most powerful aspect was its penetrative ability and destructive power. It was a true area of effect treasure. For the Heavenly Demon race to be willing to leave such an Emperor Lord level treasure here, they were indeed quite bold. Lin Fei could also tell that an Emperor Lord level treasure like this was not something that just anyone could use, especially a treasure like this. Once it was used, it would be difficult to take it back. Right now, Lin Fei had to refine the world annihilation divine light first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. Who knew if the world annihilation divine light would show its might again later? Lin Fei didn't want to do it a second time. After all, it was all thanks to the Tree of Life that he was able to survive this time. Just thinking about it made him sigh. In the blink of an eye, the Tree of Life had become a life seed. Under Lin Fei's gaze, a Jingguang flew out and landed on the world annihilation divine light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei formed a connection with the world annihilation divine light. He raised his hand. The world annihilation divine light flew over. It was a divine light that was the size of a fist. It was extremely incredible, and it exuded a terrifying and threatening aura. Now, it had landed in Lin Fei's hands just like that. The Emperor Lord level treasure, the world annihilation divine light. I got it just like that. Chapter 46-32. Tianyuan City. The night was dark and windy. Everyone was immersed in excitement. This was the second time they had blocked the attack of the Heavenly Demon Clan. That personal disciple, Lin Fei, had personally killed more than a dozen Heavenly Demon Kings. His strength was unfathomable, and he had become their idol. It also let them know that the Heavenly Demon was actually not that difficult to deal with. As long as everyone was united, it would be easy. Even Jun Shan was relieved at this time. Although he did not know why Lin Fei went out, with the elders coming down from above, there should be no worries. Just now when he just laid down, there was suddenly a loud sound coming from outside. He immediately rushed out. As soon as he did, he saw several Sky Fiend experts surrounding him. He was caught off guard. When he saw these heavenly demons and the traces of heavenly demons everywhere, he realized that the heavenly demons had come again for a night attack. And they succeeded. This was something he did not even dare to think about. He had clearly opened the formation. Even if the heavenly demons outside wanted to break in, it would take some time. He could also calmly organize a counterattack, but the current situation was really beyond his expectations. The heavenly demons came in just like that. It seemed that they came prepared, and the experts of Tianyuan City were caught off guard. Who could have imagined that they would come back at this time, and with such menacing momentum? Your Tianyuan City can't escape this time. Without Lin Fei to help you, let's see how long you can persist. I forgot to tell you, this time, in order to break into Tianyuan City, we have dispatched a total of 130,000 heavenly demons. The loud voice directly spread in the sky above Tianyuan City. It also fell into the hearts of all the experts of the human clan. Originally, these human clan experts were caught off guard, and there were heavy casualties. Now that they heard this voice, they were even more flustered. 130,000 heavenly demons. If it was before, they would not be so worried. After all, there was the personal disciple, Lin Fei, here to hold the fort. Even if it was a heavenly demon king, what could he do? He was still eliminated by Lin Fei. But now, Lin Fei was no longer here. It was said that he had accepted some kind of mission and gone out. The elder in charge of this place was sent down from above, and his strength could be considered quite strong. However, they didn't really believe it. Only with Lin Fei here did they believe that they could stop the attack of the heavenly demon race. When Jun Shan heard this voice, he knew that it was going to be bad. These words would affect the morale of the human race, but he couldn't refute them. Lin Fei was really not in Tianyuan City at this time, but Jun Shan still shouted immediately. Everyone, don't believe the words of the sky demons. They are saying this on purpose to affect our morale. Let's join hands and kill them all. If Lin Fei finds out, he will definitely rush back and capture all of them just like last time. Jun Shan's words were quite useful. At the very least, it brought back a lot of morale. Last time, Lin Fei came back at a critical moment. This time, they also believed that Lin Fei would definitely return at the crucial moment. Wasn't it just 130,000 sky demons? Who was afraid of who? Therefore, the originally somewhat collapsed mentality was found again. Everyone dealt with these sky demons in groups of 3 to 5. The human race experts had also learned to be smart. They would never fight with the sky demons in close range. Instead, they chose guerrilla tactics. This was also a summary of their experience. If 130,000 sky demons were scattered, their power would indeed be divided. For a time, the entire Tianyuan city was filled with killing each other. As soon as a sky demon rushed into the courtyard, it was besieged by 7 or 8 experts. There were all kinds of means, without exception. In the distant void, there were a few heavenly demon kings standing, but they didn't make a move. Now that Lin Fei was no longer in Tianyuan city, it was only a matter of time before they took down Tianyuan city. Therefore, they naturally didn't need to make a move because there were basically no experts in the entire Tianyuan city. This time, we should have nothing to worry about. That Lin Fei has long been destroyed by the world-extinguishing god light. It's a pity that such an emperor-level treasure was wasted. What's there to pity? Killing Lin Fei is a great merit. That guy is also very strong. We used the world-extinguishing god light to kill him. Yeah, you should know that there are only a dozen world-extinguishing god light in total. Just one was wasted there. These heavenly demon kings were the existence that participated in it. Naturally, they knew the importance of the world-extinguishing god light. It was really rare to see them use the world-extinguishing god light for a human race expert. Now it seemed that it was quite worth it. Without Lin Fei, this Tianyuan city could be breached by them. At that time, they could catch all the forces in the spiritual realm by surprise and seriously affect their mentality. Now, who didn't regard Tianyuan city as a powerful city? Even such a powerful city like Tianyuan city had been breached, let alone other cities. Therefore, the subsequent impact of breaching Tianyuan city would be very great. They stood in the void, in addition to staring at Tianyuan city, in case the experts of the heavenly reaching church came to support them. Fortunately, they had already isolated this area with a formation. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. There was no other way. After all, the population of millions of people in Tianyuan city was very attractive. Although millions of people were not a lot, for their heavenly demon clan, they hadn't plundered so many people for a long time. With these millions of people, they could definitely cultivate a lot of experts. This time, they could only succeed. They couldn't fail. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The time that the people of Tianyuan city persisted was far beyond the expectation of the heavenly demon kings, which made them frown. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. When did the resistance of Tianyuan city become so fierce? Their 130,000 heavenly demons actually lost more than 60,000 heavenly demons in a short period of time, which was another huge number. For a moment, they didn't dare to accept it. When did their heavenly demons become so weak that they couldn't even beat the human race, and instead lost more than 60,000 heavenly demons? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. More than 60,000 heavenly demons, who had always been fierce, were killed like this. The remaining 60,000 heavenly demon kings still had their fighting strength, but it seemed that it would be somewhat difficult to take down Tianyuan city. After several heavenly demon kings looked at each other, they felt that they still had to do it themselves. If they had known this earlier, they would have started from the beginning. They wouldn't have waited until now and lost more than 60,000 heavenly demons in vain. Several figures rushed to Tianyuan city. Who asked you to make trouble here? A cold voice sounded. In an instant, the voice reverberated over the entire Tianyuan city. Several rays of light flashed in an instant. Many human race experts raised their heads and saw heavenly demon kings falling from the sky. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 46:33. When these heavenly demon kings heard this voice, they felt that something was wrong. Why did this voice sound a little familiar? Then, they saw rays of light coming over. After seeing these rays of light, a single word popped up in their minds in an instant. Wasn't this the annihilation god light? Why did it appear here? In the blink of an eye, they completely lost consciousness. They saw these divine lights pass through their bodies. One by one, they fell from the sky. Until their death, they didn't understand why the annihilation god light would appear here. It was completely impossible. Those experts were being suppressed by the heavenly demons. The humans who didn't have the advantage also saw the young figure in the sky. If it wasn't Lin Fei who they admired the most, who else could it be? Lin Fei is back. That's great, we won. These damn heavenly demons only know how to sneak attack our Tianyuan city when our personal disciple isn't here. They deserve to be unlucky again. Everyone, don't be idle. Let's go back and teach these heavenly demons a lesson. Our Tianyuan city isn't so easy to sneak attack. Lin Fei's return instantly gave these people unlimited motivation. The original disadvantage directly became an advantage, suppressing these heavenly demons and constantly attacking. These heavenly demons originally heard that Lin Fei wasn't here, so naturally, they weren't afraid. But now, as soon as he came back, he killed all the heavenly demon kings with just one move. How could these heavenly demons stay? In the blink of an eye, their mentality collapsed. How could they fight? Hurry up and escape. How could Lin Fei let these heavenly demons leave? Streaks of light shot out and chased them back. Any heavenly demon who wanted to escape was shot to death without exception. Surrender. Surrender quickly. Only by surrendering will you have a way out. Otherwise, only death awaits you. A loud voice reverberated in the sky above Tianyuan City. It also caused a certain someone in the distance to look at him in an unfriendly manner. Damn it, why did he come back at this time? This shouldn't be, he was obviously ambushed there. Could it be that these people are playing a big joke on me again? At this moment, Gao Fan could no longer sit still. He stood up. Everything around him collapsed, and the surroundings became empty. His eyebrows furrowed, and he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Under the world annihilation divine light, an Imperial Lord-class treasure, Lin Fei was actually able to return. What the hell was this? That was the world annihilating divine light. Even he, Gao Fan, could not guarantee that he could retrieve the world annihilating divine light. The facts told Gao Fan that the situation was like this. That Lin Fei came back and easily destroyed their group of heavenly demon kings. As a result, the number of heavenly demon kings on hand could be counted on one's fingers. In addition to the heavenly demon army, they suffered heavy losses this time. It's over, it's really over. In Gao Fan's opinion, Tianyuan City could be broken through no matter what. In the end, it would end up like this. Their heavenly demons had suffered heavy losses here. So many heavenly demon kings had died, not to mention the captured heavenly demons. Gao Fan turned around and left. He knew that if he didn't leave, Lin Fei might come looking for him. If he left again, it would be a little troublesome. Now, he had to return to the heaven-reaching church to carry out the next step. This Tianyuan city could no longer be attacked. Even if he wanted to attack, those heavenly demons would not agree. This was clearly a pit of fire. Once he came, he couldn't leave. Fortunately, these heavenly demons would eventually be sent to the heaven-reaching church, which could be regarded as an opportunity. With Lin Fei's return, the effect was naturally self-explanatory. The heavenly demon kings were directly annihilated. Even these heavenly demons lost their fighting spirit and were directly captured. For a time, it was a complete victory. Of course, for Lin Fei, the harvest of this trip was also great, because he had gained honor points. The number of honor points skyrocketed. In a short time, he had gained millions of honor points. 1,000,000 honor points was not a lot, but it was just the beginning. This also made Lin Fei more convinced that this leisurely upgrade of the system was indeed a lot easier. As long as he could get honor points, cultivation was really no different from drinking water. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the heavenly demon kings around this time. They should have all escaped, so Lin Fei was too lazy to deal with them. In his study room, the honor points continued to be gained. Lin Fei had also figured it out. A single person could indeed gain a lot of honor and glory. As for how much, he wasn't sure. This also made Lin Fei more aware that he wanted to get more honor points. He was afraid that he had to go out and show his existence. Fortunately, at this time, there were heavenly demons in the entire spiritual realm, so he could naturally get a lot of honor points. After half a day, Jun Shan came to report the situation. This time, the loss was quite big. Even the elder who came down was killed. Not to mention the other experts. As soon as this was mentioned, Jun Shan seemed a little annoyed. Who could imagine that the heavenly demons would actually launch a sneak attack again? Was there really something good waiting for them in their Tianyuan city? Why did they launch a sneak attack again and again? Every time, they were almost breached. After this time, they should not attack our Tianyuan city again. You have to find someone to investigate and find out where the nest of the heavenly demon clan is. I have to pay them a visit. Jun Shan was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lin Fei actually wanted to find trouble with the heavenly demons. He shook his head immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, it is not that easy to go to the lair of the heavenly demons. I heard that there are dangers lurking in every corner. If you go like this, I'm afraid that you will be in great danger. I think you should just forget about it. In any case, they have already suffered greatly. Jun Shan was really afraid that Lin Fei would get angry and run to the nest to take it. At that time, it would be a little difficult to come out when he was suppressed by these heavenly demons. The name of the shadow of the tree was not a joke. The heavenly demons were already ferocious. If anyone dared to look down on them, they would eventually pay a great price. Lin Fei smiled, you can rest assured about this. Even if the heavenly demons are powerful, how many powerful heavenly demons can they bring out now? Didn't you see that these heavenly demon kings are almost dead? If I don't pay them a visit now, I will feel that it's a bit of a pity. This was also what Lin Fei figured out. These heavenly demons could come to Tianyuan City, then why don't I pay them a visit? I can also farm some honor points. If there wasn't this leisurely leveling system, Lin Fei wouldn't have thought about it. But now it was different. I should take advantage of the opportunity to farm quickly. Chapter 46-34. Jun Shan's actions were quite fast. He immediately found some clues for Lin Fei. There were still traces of the sky demons. It didn't seem to be anything else. Lin Fei looked at the information in his hands and knew where the sky demons were hiding. In such a short period of time, he had already earned 2,000,000 honor points. It wasn't a lot, but it was a decent gain. 1,000,000,000 honor points was enough to level up. Lin Fei was quite happy. At the same time, Lin Fei realized that there were many uses for honor points. He could use honor points to refine treasures. He could even use honor points to exchange for items. It was just that the mall hadn't been opened yet. It was gray in color. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that it was because his honor points hadn't reached a certain level. Otherwise, he would have been able to open it. The mall did need to be opened. However, the number of honor points required wasn't small. It required 1 billion honor points. Of course, although the threshold seemed high, it wasn't difficult at all. If Lin Fei focused on farming honor points, he could probably earn 1 billion honor points in a month. As a result, Lin Fei became even more indifferent towards cultivation. Other than being able to buy items in the mall, Lin Fei was more interested in the honor points lottery. This lottery was worth 1 million honor points each time. Other than that, there were tens of millions of honor points and hundreds of millions of honor points. The items were different every time. It was very random. This made Lin Fei even more tempted. 2 million honor points wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep it on hand first. Right now, it was better to earn more honor points. When the young masters from other worlds came, it wouldn't be so easy to earn honor points. At least the sky demons wouldn't be afraid of him alone. Instead, they would be afraid of the other young masters. This would greatly reduce his honor points. After receiving the news, Lin Fei went out. However, before he left, he felt that he had to visit someone. I'll grind a few things on him first. That person was Big Senior Brother Gao Fan. It would be a pity if he didn't plunder him. Therefore, Lin Fei directly flew back to the heavens-reaching church. As soon as he returned to the heavens-reaching church, he was recognized by numerous disciples, who cheered for him constantly. Lin Fei is back. I heard that the heavenly demons have come to attack Tianyuan City again. In the end, they suffered a great loss and captured a large number of heavenly demons. That's a good thing. We have a heavenly demon to train with. Junior brother Lin Fei is really a good person. Now, everyone knew that it was junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei who brought back these heavenly devils in the heavens-reaching church. The heavenly demon clan had already suffered several setbacks in Tianyuan City. And this Lin Fei made them worship him even more. He worshipped him even more than his eldest senior brother Gao Fan. This time, not only the disciples worshipped Lin Fei, but even the elders' impression of Lin Fei had changed greatly. At least he defended Tianyuan City 3 times and captured hundreds of thousands of heavenly demons. This was definitely a great contribution. Along the way, these elders all greeted Lin Fei. Lin Fei also smiled and returned the greeting. At the same time, he looked at the increasing honor points. It was really right that he came back. This time, he made his presence known and earned another 500,000 honor points. It was really wonderful. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're really good. You killed so many experts of the heavenly demons just by coming and going. I'm far inferior to you. There were also quite a number of direct disciples who had come over. For example, this Feng Yi. She had been paying attention to Yi Xian's situation. She did not expect those heavenly demons to be killed by Lin Fei just like that. Even so many heavenly demon kings died. It was a little hard to believe. At the same time, she was glad that her relationship with Lin Fei was quite good. Her eyesight was right. I didn't do much. I'm just keeping watch for everyone. I can only say that those heavenly demons are stupid. They come to attack Tianyuan City every day and suffer heavy losses every time. I really don't know how they manage. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Feng Yi giggled. How can you say that about them? I guess they're going to hit their heads against the wall now. I didn't expect to lose so many in Tianyuan City. It seems that even my eldest senior brother's mood is not so good these days. I don't know if it's because of the cultivation. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. How was this a cultivation problem? It was simply a heavenly demon who felt sorry for the losses. These captured heavenly demons were easy to deal with. Those dead heavenly demon kings were the most distressing. It was not easy to cultivate a heavenly demon king. There were not many heavenly demon kings that came out of the space crack this time. Almost all of them were in Tianyuan City. Ah, it can't be. Eldest senior brother is in a bad mood. Then I have to go and see him. At least I can have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Cultivation can't always be smooth sailing. Don't you think so? After chatting for a while, Lin Fei went to the mountain peak where eldest senior brother Gao Fan was. When Feng Yi saw this, she was stunned. It seemed like Lin Fei was a little different today. Why was he so enthusiastic? It was a far cry from his usual self. Since when did junior brother Lin Fei's mood become so good? Didn't he always dislike eldest senior brother Gao Fan? It's really strange. Even if Feng Yi had a brain, she still couldn't figure it out. How could eldest senior brother be in a bad mood? How could junior brother Lin Fei be in a good mood? Lin Fei went all the way to eldest senior brother Gao Fan's mountain peak. With a roar, the door opened and he directly went up to the mountain peak. Now, Lin Fei was a famous person in the entire heaven-reaching church. 3 batches of heavenly demons had fallen in his hands. It was very normal for him to come and see eldest senior brother Gao Fan. Eldest senior brother, I heard that you were in a bad mood. I specially came to see you and have a chat with you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan was indeed in a bad mood. He didn't expect that so many heavenly demons that came out of the space crack would suffer a heavy loss in the blink of an eye. He was a little embarrassed. He had just been scolded. Then he heard Lin Fei's voice. He was a little puzzled. Why did this guy come to his mountain peak? Shouldn't he be in Tianyuan City at this time? However, he still came out to see Lin Fei. Otherwise, if word got out, everyone would think that something had happened to his first senior brother. Junior brother Lin Fei, why are you back? Gao Fan came out with a faint smile. But he really wasn't happy at all. Who asked Lin Fei to give him a harsh lesson and a deep memory? Chapter 46-35. He was serious. At this time, Gao Fan was quite unhappy to see Lin Fei coming over. He was even more unhappy. He had planned it so well, but how could this guy come back alive? That was the world-destroying divine light. Until now, he had not figured it out. He went there to have a look in private, but when he went there, he was a little dumbfounded. This treasure, the world-destroying divine light, had disappeared. How could this be possible? Once this kind of world-destroying divine light was used, it could not be taken back at all. Every time it was used, there would be one less. But now, this world-destroying divine light had disappeared. How could he not be shocked? For a time, Lin Fei was full of all kinds of mysteries. He finally knew why everyone could not see through Lin Fei. The young man definitely had a powerful background, and it was definitely not an insignificant one. He was definitely not a native of the spiritual realm. Gao Fan really wanted to slap himself. Why did he only know now? I heard that you were in a bad mood, right? Come and see you. When Gao Fan heard this, he felt like his wound was torn open again and a lot of salt was sprinkled on it. That feeling was really quite unpleasant. This was hitting him when he was down. Was it good to sprinkle salt on the wound? For a moment, Gao Fan felt that Lin Fei came here on purpose to provoke him. It was he who asked him to go there to check the space crack, but he encountered the world-destroying divine light. It would be strange if he did not suspect it. Gao Fan did not change his smile. Actually, it's nothing serious. I just encountered a little bottleneck in my cultivation recently. As you know, it's a little difficult to make a breakthrough in my realm. However, I believe this little bottleneck is nothing. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, you're really awesome. You've stopped the attack of the heavenly demons once again. I believe they won't dare to attack you again. You're a celebrity in our heavens-reaching church. It wasn't easy for Gao Fan to be able to say something like that. He had no choice. He hated Lin Fei too much, but he dared not reveal a trace of it, for fear that Lin Fei would notice it and be on guard. It was not easy for Gao Fan. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. After all, everyone will reach a bottleneck. But I think if you really reach a bottleneck, you shouldn't stay in the same place. The best way is to go out for a walk, just like me. Whenever I have any bottlenecks or troubles, I like to go out for a walk and solve them in an instant. Cultivation has to be done step by step. Don't be anxious. Lin Fei said earnestly. Gain 10 points of hatred. Gain 10 points of hatred. Gain 10 points of hatred. Although it was cold, Lin Fei could hear a voice in his heart. This made him a little surprised. It was normal to be able to farm honor points, but now he was actually generating aggro. This surprised Lin Fei. Could it be that there was a problem with the casual leveling system? This eldest senior brother Gao Fan's hatred for him was not small either. It was actually a 10-point increase. In the blink of an eye, he had actually farmed 100 points of hatred. Ding, the host has gained aggro. The refining of special bloodlines can be activated. The more aggro, the more special bloodlines can be chosen. In addition, the use of time acceleration can be carried out. With that said, Lin Fei instantly didn't understand what it meant. He also saw the other interface. This interface was completely gray, but there were a lot of things on it, such as these bloodlines. There were also some great paths. For example, Emperor rank Grand Daos and Divine rank Grand Daos. In addition, there were also some bloodlines. For example, the treasure body. Lin Fei was dumbfounded, and his eyes were a little dazzled. That was way too awesome. He didn't expect that when he came to see his eldest senior brother Gao Fan, he could actually get a new function. This casual leveling system was really awesome. Lin Fei really loved this leveling system. It was much better than before, and it was even more casual and relaxed. He had to provoke these enemies, but it was also quite good to gain this amount of hatred. Eldest senior brother, I actually have something else to talk to you about. Has the Heavenly Demon clan always been attacking Tianyuan City? I feel that as a personal disciple guarding here, I have to find some trouble for them no matter what, so I decided to visit their lair and give them a big gift to let them know that the experts of our human race are not so easy to bully. What do you think? Gao Fan was originally unhappy in his heart. He had lost so many heavenly demon kings and heavenly demons, but Lin Fan came over and sprinkled salt on the wound. Now he wanted to go to the lair of the heavenly demon clan. He didn't take the heavenly demons seriously at all. Your idea is quite good, but there are many experts in the heavenly demon clan. I'm afraid I'll be in danger if I go there rashly. Why don't I accompany you for a while? Gao Fan certainly didn't want Lin Fei to go to their heavenly demon clan at this time. There were almost no experts over there. It was not easy for so many people to come out of the endless abyss. If they were all killed by Lin Fei in one fell swoop, then they would really have no place to cry. He had to persuade Lin Fei first before anything else. Lin Fei said seriously. I feel that this is the best time to go to the Heavenly Demon Clan, because they are all panicking, and they don't have any experts. I plan to catch them off guard, and if I can injure them greatly, that would be the best. The more he said so, the more Gao Fan didn't want Lin Fei to go. I think you should put this matter aside for now. I see that your realm has reached a certain level, and there are some things here. You can take it back and have a look first. When I pass the bottleneck, I will definitely accompany you there. With the two of us joining hands, we won't be afraid of these heavenly demons. Gao Fan had an extra box in his hands. This box was filled with crystals again, but this time, there were 3 cubic meters of crystals. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely be tempted. When Lin Fei took out the box, He knew what it was and knew that he had come to the right place. This senior brother Gao Fan really had a connection with the Heavenly Demon clan. He actually used crystals to delay his time. He was really willing to spend the capital. Lin Fei opened the box, and his eyes lit up. Senior brother, you're too polite. I haven't even finished cultivating the ones you gave me last time. Gao Fan laughed. It's fine to leave this thing there. It can also be used to buy things. There's no need to refine it. I just feel that it's a little dangerous for you to go to the Heavenly Demon clan's lair like this. Why don't we go together when the time comes? At least we can look after each other. Lin Fei thought about it. All right, I'll listen to senior brother. I'll go back first. You should also go out and relax. This bottleneck thing will pass in no time. Chapter 46-36. After seeing Lin Fei leave, the eldest senior brother Gao Fan heaved a sigh of relief. At the thought of it, he was still a little annoyed. He had actually taken 3 blocks of yuan crystals from here. He even suspected that Lin Fei had come this time on purpose, or had he seen some clues. Later on, after thinking about it, he concluded that Lin Fei should not have seen any clues. It was purely because he had nothing to do. Lin Fei wanted to go to the temporary lair of the Heavenly Demon clan. This matter had to be taken seriously. If he really let Lin Fei go, he might stir up a lot of trouble. At this time, he must not let Lin Fei go to the lair of the Heavenly Demon clan. Who knew what would happen? If he really caused a great damage to his vitality, he would really be completely dumbfounded. This matter had to be guarded against in advance. The eldest senior brother Gao Fan decided to go in person. He could not let Lin Fei get ahead of him. With the arrangements, everything would be easy. As long as Lin Fei dared to go, he could use the arrangements to make Lin Fei behave. If he could dig out this secret from Lin Fei, it would be the best. The eldest senior brother Gao Fan had always felt that there should be a powerful figure behind Lin Fei, who was leading all of this. However, he did not have any clues, as if there was always a mystery behind Lin Fei. Speaking of which, this was not a good thing, but rather a rather bad thing. After packing up, the eldest senior brother Gao Fan quietly left the sky-reaching church. To the outside world, he was going out for a walk to relax. Fortunately, it was helpful for breaking through the realm. Everyone was used to it. After reaching the bottleneck, basically most people hoped to go out for a walk. They did not want to keep their heads down and say nothing. Instead, it would become more difficult for them to break through. I knew this guy would definitely come out. His means are quite good. He came quietly. He should be going to the lair of the Heavenly Demon clan. In the void outside, Lin Fei had been keeping an eye on the sky-reaching church. When the eldest senior brother Gao Fan came out, he knew immediately. Now that he had hidden in this void, he could be considered to have achieved something. However, this time, Lin Fei did not plan to follow him. He was waiting outside for his eldest senior brother Gao Fan to give him a small surprise. Gao Fan, the eldest martial brother, was very cautious all the way to the edge of the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei had been following Gao Fan in the distance. After Gao Fan left the territory of Heaven's reaching church, Lin Fei had launched a world-destroying immortal light stealthily. In that kind of place, using the world-extinguishing divine light to deal with him, how could he not let him have a taste of it? As soon as the eldest senior brother Gao Fan came out, he looked around and prepared to use his treasure to escape. This was a peak-grade Heaven Monarch artifact, and it excelled in speed. With the help of this artifact, Gao Fan was able to move rapidly. Most importantly, this treasure was rather well hidden, and no one would be able to detect it. Just as he took out the treasure, a ray of light appeared. When this ray of light appeared, he instantly felt a sense of familiarity. His pupils shrank, as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly put up a defense, but it was still too late. The power of the world-extinguishing divine light was too strong. It pierced through Gao Fan in a single move. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It took him a lot of effort to bear it, but he was not feeling well. I've been plotted against. Damn it, who plotted against me? It's even the world-extinguishing divine light. Could it be Lin Fei? Impossible. He shouldn't be so daring. Not everyone can refine the world-extinguishing divine light. Gao Fan immediately thought of Lin Fei, but he shook his head in the end. At this time, Lin Fei should have already gone back and would not plot against him. Moreover, whether this world-extinguishing divine light was taken away by Lin Fei was still a mystery. Gao Fan, who was about to go out, came back. He could not leave at this time. Gao Fan was quite aggrieved. He was actually plotted against by someone using the world-extinguishing divine light. It was really ridiculous. He used the world-extinguishing divine light to deal with others, but he was plotted against by someone else using the world-extinguishing divine light. Gao Fan returned to the heavens-reaching church immediately. At this time, in his opinion, the heavens-reaching church was the safest place. When those junior brothers and elders saw Gao Fan coming back, they were surprised. Especially at this moment, Gao Fan looked extremely battered and exhausted. Gao Fan could only say that he was attacked by a heavenly demon, which made the whole heavens-reaching church alert. They did not expect that a heavenly demon would appear in the periphery, which could make Gao Fan, the eldest senior brother, look so embarrassed. It was definitely not an ordinary heavenly demon king. It was very likely to be a great master. This was the only explanation to cover up the fact that he had been plotted against. It was a little embarrassing. Fortunately, he finally returned to the heavens-reaching church. What he needed to do now was to dig out this person. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the void, also left at once. He originally thought that this eldest senior brother Gao Fan should be quite bold. He did not expect that he was a little timid. After being plotted against by the world-extinguishing divine light, he fled back. When taking action, Lin Fei did not intend to kill Gao Fan with the world-extinguishing divine light. He was not so easy to kill. It was very likely that he was the 9th prince of the heavenly demon clan. He had quite a lot of money on him, and it was quite pleasant to make him unhappy. At least now, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Lin Fei did not return to Tianyuan City to assume command. At this time, there were no more heavenly demons attacking Tianyuan City. Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Even if there was a 9th prince of the heavenly demon clan, the heavenly demons below would not be happy. This was a trap. If he went to this trap, he would not come back. Therefore, at this time, Lin Fei could leave with peace of mind. He already knew the lair of the heavenly demon clan. This time, he would go to their lair and meet these experts of the heavenly demon clan. After killing so many heavenly demon kings and heavenly demons, there should be very few experts of the heavenly demon clan who escaped. Even if there were, they would not be a match for him. At this time, if he did not go to get some benefits, it would be too much of a pity. Lin Fei also knew that he could farm hatred, and there was no doubt that the heavenly demon clan was the most suitable place. Anyway, only a part of them came out. Lin Fei was also extremely bold. There was nothing to be afraid of. If the entire heavenly demon clan came out, then Lin Fei would not have the courage to go. He could casually grab a bunch of heavenly monarch experts. Emperor experts, if they did not have some strength, they really would not dare to go. Now, Lin Fei really had the courage. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4637. Where was the lair of the heavenly demon? Lin Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. He was in the most remote place in the spiritual realm, known as the Death Zone. Actually, this Death Zone wasn't very dangerous, but in the eyes of these experts in the spiritual realm, this place wasn't worth going to. In the early days, this place was considered a battlefield. After many experts died here, this place slowly became a land of death. From time to time, some divine abilities would be triggered. Coupled with some negative effects from the special treasures left behind after the death of some experts, this place became a death zone. There were some powerful Heavenly King experts who barged in and ended up as corpses inside. After a long time, no one dared to barge in here anymore. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Clan's spatial rift appeared here, the Death Zone became a veritable name. It also became the lair of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The people of the Heavenly Demon Clan didn't hide and swaggered around. They wanted everyone to know that they were in this Death Zone. As soon as he got close to this Death Zone, when he was still hundreds of miles away, Lin Fei saw wandering heavenly demons. These heavenly demons were in groups of 3 to 5 and seemed to be patrolling. They were densely packed in all directions. It really wasn't easy to enter the lair of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Lin Fei didn't plan on alerting the enemy this time. He was prepared to go in slowly. Only in this way could he catch the Heavenly Demon Clan off guard. Of course, the most important thing for Lin Fei to come over this time was to farm a batch of hatred. He had seen that the more hatred, the more things he could exchange for. Especially some treasures. Of course, there were also the 3,000 great Daos that interested Lin Fei the most. As expected of a leisurely leveling system. It was really amazing. Even the 3,000 great Daos could be exchanged. Of course, this was also a huge number. Lin Fei was also wondering what it would be like if he were to exchange for the 3,000 great Dao and have them augmented his body. Just thinking about it made him excited. There was probably no one in the entire world who had truly cultivated the 3,000 great Daos. What would it be like after the 3,000 great Daos merged into one? If he didn't know that hatred could be exchanged for the 3,000 great Daos, Lin Fei really wouldn't be interested. He would have just killed his way in. There was no need to go through so much trouble. These sky fiends had low realms and poor observational skills. They could not detect Lin Fei's presence at all. The deeper they went in, the number of heavenly demons kept increasing. All this while, Lin Fei had been curious about how many heavenly demons had come out. It was indeed quite frightening. No wonder they could split into so many groups and attack those cities non-stop. Once he was targeted by these heavenly demons, he really could not block them at all. In the end, they could only be conquered by the extraterrestrial demons and plundered of their population. After entering the death zone, the air was filled with traces of poison. These toxins were quite domineering. It seemed to have no effect on these heavenly demons at all. This heavenly demon race was very favored. Even these toxins had no effect on him. There are probably millions of heavenly demons here. I thought they had lost a lot of heavenly demons. Along the way, Lin Fei also saw the number of sky demons. It was incomparably huge, reaching millions. Millions of sky fiends were incomparable to billions of people. But these millions of heavenly demons could at least deal with a huge number of human experts. A sky fiend could easily deal with 2 or 3 human race experts. But human experts could not. This was the biggest advantage of the heavenly demons. In addition, their physical bodies were also powerful and invincible. Ordinary injuries would not make them stop. In other words, these heavenly demons were not afraid of death until the moment of death. One could imagine how much pressure the heavenly demon race brought to the human experts. But the human side could not. When the injuries reached a certain extent, they would naturally be defeated. This was the same as a battle between 2 armies. The only thing that made Lin Fei feel fortunate was that he did not feel too much of the Heavenly Demon King's aura here. Thinking about it, he understood. He estimated that they were all trapped in Tianyuan City. Just relying on these heavenly demons to want to attack Tianyuan City, it was too much. If they wanted to attack an ordinary city, with this huge number of heavenly demons, they still had enough strength. All the way to the depths of the death zone, Lin Fei even saw an entire stretch of white bones. These white bones were piled up like a mountain, looking quite spectacular, but also revealing an aura of death. No wonder no one was willing to come to this land of death. Instead, the heavenly demon race treated this place as their lair. As he ventured deeper, Lin Fei sensed a different aura. It was a black crack. When he saw the black crack, Lin Fei knew what was going on. This should be the space crack. It was wider and bigger than he imagined. At the end of this space crack, one could see a faintly discernible figure, very blurry. But Lin Fei could judge in an instant, this should be the other heavenly demon of the endless abyss. Lin Fei also had to admit that those heavenly demons of the endless abyss were still quite powerful, being able to make such a space crack. He even sent these celestial demon clans experts over. As for whether they could continue to send, it was not known. It was definitely not a good thing to leave such a space crack here. However, these experts of the spiritual world seemed to have avoided this matter. Lin Fei shook his head slightly in his heart, subconsciously telling him that with the existence of such a space crack, it might not be long before the experts of the heavenly demon race would continue to be sent over. This was not a good thing for the spiritual world. Who knew when the entire spiritual world would be occupied by the heavenly demon race? In the vicinity of this space, he saw a passage. It led to the underground. Those heavenly demon race experts should be deep underground. This time, Lin Fei came to farm hatred, so he naturally had to find some powerful heavenly demon race experts. He couldn't find those with average strength. That way, he wouldn't be able to farm any hatred at all. Only those at a higher level would be able to farm enough hatred. Just the cheapest 3,000 Great Dao alone had 10,000 hatred points. At the beginning, when Lin Fei saw that 10,000 hatred points could be exchanged for a 3,000 Great Dao, he was actually a little puzzled. When did the 3,000 Great Dao become so cheap? After getting 100 from Big Senior Brother Gao Fan, he understood that it was not so easy to farm hatred points. 10,000 hatred points was really a lot. He still had to work harder and slowly farm this hatred point. Now that the opportunity had come, it had become a lot easier. Chapter 46-38. A small flying ship finally entered the spiritual realm. Then, the flying ship was put away and a few figures rushed down. They were all young people, but they all had a trace of arrogance. Is this the spiritual realm? I didn't expect it to be such a remote place. Those heavenly demons really know how to find a place. If they came to our small world, we would have wiped them out. I'm afraid before you make a move, these heavenly demons would have been wiped out. But we are not too late. We can catch a group of heavenly demons and bring them back. I heard that many people are collecting these heavenly demons. If we want to catch these heavenly demons, of course we have to catch the strong ones. I have already received news that these heavenly demons are hiding in a place called the Death Zone in the spiritual realm. Let's go there now. These young masters were extremely powerful and were much stronger than the experts in the spiritual realm. All of them had the strength of a peak heavenly king, and there was a faintly discernible dangerous aura on them. Obviously, they had brought some treasures that could increase their strength. In other words, they could have the combat power of a heavenly monarch. If word of this got out, it would be shocking. These young masters were heading straight for the death zone. They were moving so fast that not many people noticed them. 2 hours. They came to the death zone, and those heavenly demons discovered them and started to attack. The means of the heavenly demons were far from enough to deal with these young masters. These young masters casually threw out a scroll, and instantly, 10,000 miles turned into frost. Then, another scroll came out, and 10,000 miles turned into a land of fire. Another scroll came out and turned into an endless storm. In an instant, these heavenly demons were crushed into pieces. One by one, they shook their heads. And here I was wondering how strong these heavenly demons would be. It turns out that they're just a so-so. Too weak. We have to find the Heavenly Demon King. Only the Heavenly Demon King can sell them at a high price. I hope the number here is not too small. It will be a joke if there is not enough for everyone. I heard that a Heavenly Demon King came this time. He can burst out the combat power of a Heavenly Monarch. I wonder how strong the combat power of a Heavenly Monarch is. What kind of news is this? I heard that a Heavenly Demon Ninth Prince came to the other side of the space crack. This is the valuable thing. Hearing this, the eyes of the other young masters lit up. Heavenly Demon Ninth Crown Prince. Just the name alone was enough to tell that he was a valuable character. It was much more valuable than the Heavenly Demon King. If he brought it back, he could really sell it for a good price. Lin Fei was already slowly descending the passageway. The lower they went, the greater the pressure from the spatial crack, the more Lin Fei could feel the invisible existence of the other side. No wonder he was an existence feared by the entire vast thousand worlds. It was the same for Lin Fei. After witnessing the might of these heavenly demons, he no longer dared to underestimate them. Fortunately, he had already obtained the leisurely leveling system, so he did not have to worry too much about improving his strength. It was just a matter of moving his hands. Someone seems to be coming. Could it be those experts from the spiritual realm? It shouldn't be possible. They don't have the leisure to do so. They are all cowards. As he moved downwards, Lin Fei sensed movement outside. It was vigorous and vigorous. He immediately rejected the idea of the natives making a move. They would not make a move at this time. Especially in this death zone, the temporary lair of the Heavenly Demon Clan. It was so obvious that it should be an expert from the outside. In other words, it was some young masters. For a moment, Lin Fei regretted coming at this time. It could be considered as alerting the enemy. Below the passageway, there were already many figures rushing up to the top. Without a doubt, they should be the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Sure enough, after a while, there were Heavenly Demon Kings rushing up together. Each of them was not weak. In Lin Fei's view, the strength of these Heavenly Demon Kings was still somewhat weak. The Heavenly Demon Kings that rushed out instantly met Lin Fei. Lin Fei's concealment method was not very good. When they met, those Heavenly Demon Kings were stunned. Obviously, they recognized Lin Fei. He had killed many of their Heavenly Demon Kings. In their Heavenly Demon Clan, he was also a well-known figure. All of them were furious. You are Lin Fei. How dare you come to the lair of our Heavenly Demon Clan? This time, you are dead. Everyone, let's go together. We can't let this kid go easily. He actually dared to kill so many of our Heavenly Demon King brothers. Kill him and eat his flesh. You take a bite and I take a bite. Only in this way can we be happy. The hatred these Heavenly Demon Kings had for Lin Fei was quite great. In just one face-to-face time, he had imperceptibly contributed a lot of hatred. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Heavenly Demon Kings contributed hundreds of hatred. Lin Fei knew that he had made the right decision to come here. These Heavenly Demon Kings hated him quite a lot. Isn't it because you guys are too useless? If you guys were useful, Tianyuan City would have been captured by you long ago. So I can only come here in person to let you guys vent your anger, so that you won't have a belly full of anger, which is not good for your health. Lin Fei said seriously. As soon as these words came out, it was like sprinkling a handful of salt on the wound. It made these Heavenly Demon Kings very angry, and contributed hundreds of hatred. Lin Fei was the best at farming this hatred. It was just more stimulation. There was really nothing to be afraid of. More than a dozen heavenly demon kings attacked. The scene was really huge. They were all experts in close combat. As the blade light moved, a trace came over. If it was a human expert, he would definitely not be able to bear it and would be killed in seconds. Lin Fei's powerful body also felt a trace of dangerous aura. As expected of more than a dozen heavenly demon kings attacking at the same time, this scene was indeed quite a deterrent. It was worthy of being a headache even for human experts. With a clatter, a large amount of Emperor-level thunderbolts descended directly. These Emperor-level thunderbolts struck down like a stream of light. It was a full-range attack. The tree of life turned into a life seed. Lin Fei didn't have time to deal with it for the time being. For Lin Fei, his strength was indeed affected. The impact of this strength wasn't big. After the Emperor-level thunderbolts were released, the annihilation god light hidden in them followed closely. When the thunderbolts hit these heavenly demon kings, it really made them feel the pressure, and their movements were a lot slower. These thunderbolts formed an invisible resistance, but they didn't really take it seriously. Book House website. Chapter 4639. But it was this mentality that caused them to suffer for a while. The sudden appearance of the annihilating god light caught them off guard. One by one, their bodies were pierced by the annihilating god light. Even Lin Fei had a hard time resisting it, let alone these heavenly demon kings. Damn it, this is the annihilating god light. How did this kid master the annihilating god light? Bastard, too bastard, actually using the annihilating god light to deal with us, shameless. I can't block it, my body can't block it anymore. After being taught a lesson by the annihilating god light, the heavenly demon kings, who were originally aggressive, had a huge change in expression. They all knew that this annihilating god light couldn't withstand it at all. Such a simple annihilating divine light was enough to make them feel the threat of death. It's not that I want to criticize you guys, but you can't even withstand such an annihilating god light, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a heavenly demon king, and even want to seek revenge from me. You guys are really thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The annihilating god light continued to wander, and after a few rounds, these heavenly demon kings began to fall one by one. They were directly killed. It didn't take long before these heavenly demon kings fell one by one. The annihilating god light returned to Lin Fei's hand again. The energy consumption was quite a lot, but it was still within an acceptable range. It looked very safe, but in fact, this annihilating god light was still quite dangerous. Just look at these heavenly demon kings. Lin Fei didn't plan to let these heavenly demon kings stay at all. If he didn't seriously injure the heavenly demon clan, how could he make them obedient? Just after he destroyed these heavenly demon kings, there was movement behind him. He knew that it should be the people outside rushing in. This also proved one thing: these people were definitely the young masters outside. The number of ordinary heavenly demons was the most, but not everyone could stop them. They must be powerful guys with some foundation. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to meet these young masters, after all, he was the host here. After a while, those figures rushed down one by one. As soon as they came down, they saw a young man waiting for them. All of them were astonished, especially when the other party was holding a ball of divine light in his hand. This ball of divine light instantly made them feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. All of them stopped in their tracks. Who are you to the Celestial Demon Clan? Were you waiting for us? If you're waiting for us, then I advise you not to make an enemy out of us, because you're not our match at all. A young figure took the initiative to speak. He could not see through the young man in the distance, nor could he see through the ball of light in his hand. However, the arrogance of a foreign young master could not make them bow down to him. With so many of them barging in, how could they be afraid of a young man? Lin Fei looked over. These young men were indeed young masters from outside, all of them were actually wearing Heavenly King armor, and all of their strengths were actually at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, only a step away from the Heavenly Monarch realm. They really had a solid foundation. One look and one could tell that they were very daring, to actually come directly to the lair of the Celestial Demon Clan. These young experts of the spiritual realm were far inferior compared to them. "I'm not from the Celestial Demon Clan, I'm just a native, and I've been waiting for you here." Lin Fei revealed his white teeth and laughed at them. When these young masters saw Lin Fei's expression, they became curious. For a moment, they didn't understand what he meant. A native was actually waiting for them here, that was rather interesting. "So you're a native of the spiritual realm, then what are you still standing for? Hurry up and scram to the side, don't waste our time to catch the Celestial Demon King." When they heard that it was a native, these young masters all laughed. They really did not take the natives of the spiritual realm seriously. They did not have the strength. They did not have the foundation. They were not even a match for them in a one-on-one. One of the young men waved his hand, and a few cold lights flew over. These cold lights grew bigger and bigger, and actually turned into a few mountains, directly pressing down. They didn't show any mercy and were too arrogant and despotic. Lin Fei knew that it was right for him to stand here. These fellows really weren't any good people, and they didn't know how to control their attacks. They were just trying to kill him, and it was no different from destroying the Celestial Demon King. Lin Fei used his hand as a blade and gently slashed across. These mountains were directly split into two halves. They flew past from the side and crashed into the crack in space. "You guys are really hot-tempered. In any case, I am also a native of this place, yet you attacked me without saying a word. Originally, I was planning to be polite to you guys, but now it seems that there is no need for that. I can teach you guys a lesson." The saber that Lin Fei had just used contained an infinite amount of flavor. This caused the experts to be a little surprised. Especially when his words were quite forceful, like he wanted to teach them a deep lesson. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're just a small native, and you dare to teach us a deep lesson? Then attack, let's see what kind of lesson it is. There's really nothing to be afraid of from the Brother Alliance. What kind of storms haven't we seen before? We've killed at least dozens of natives like you. Come, let's see what you're capable of." A native dares to say such words. Lin Fei gently shook his head. As expected of a young master from outside, he wasn't afraid at all. Having a backer and background was indeed different. He flicked the world-destroying god light in his hand, and instantly countless world-destroying god lights flew out. In the blink of an eye, they were pierced. Even if they took out their treasures, it was useless. They were instantly pierced. After being pierced, wounds were left on their bodies. The world-destroying god light started to expand. Instantly, they panicked. "Bastard, this is the world-destroying god light, run." Those knowledgeable fellows recognized it right away. This was the so-called world-destroying god light. It was a very rare kind of divine light that was very destructive. It was no wonder that it could penetrate their defenses and seriously injure them in a single exchange. All of them looked at the native, and their expressions instantly changed. In a few breaths, those young masters who came down escaped one by one. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. Letting these young masters go was nothing more than using them to farm hatred. He could also hear that these young masters should be from the Brother Alliance, and there should be many experts in it. Once his name spread, he would be able to increase hatred. He had to do it step by step. Chapter 46-40. Now, Lin Fei still had something important to do. That was to go to the innermost part and see what kind of experts there were. These Sky Demon Kings and foreign young masters really didn't interest Lin Fei at all. Those young masters who escaped were all heavily injured. They all consumed pills and saw that there was no one chasing them. They immediately released the flying boat and ran out of the spiritual world. This was the so-called outer space. It seemed like this was the only way they could heave a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at each other and felt like it was a nightmare. Then, they were filled with rage. They came all the way here and were actually taught a lesson by a native. The other party had only used a single god light of annihilation to utterly defeat them. How were they supposed to put their faces in this situation? I think that kid must be related to the sky demon race. Why don't we go back and call more brothers to take him down? The natives aren't good people, but the world-destroying godlight in his hands is quite valuable. I heard that such a world-destroying godlight can be sold for dozens of crystals. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back and call for help. In any case, the spirit realm will soon become a battlefield. Even the natives of the spirit realm will need to find a backer. We can use this as an example and establish the dignity of our Brotherhood alliance. Although these young masters were very angry, it was absolutely impossible for them to make a move at this time. Didn't they see that ball of world-destroying godlight? Just like that, he was being controlled by someone else. That was worth tens of cubes of origin crystal. Just thinking about it was tempting. So, without saying a word, everyone decided to go back and call the experts of the Brother Alliance over. When the time came, they would destroy the prestige of the natives. They had to get dozens of crystals and couldn't give them to others. When they reached the bottom, they gained quite a bit of hatred. He had gained a lot of hatred again, but it wasn't a lot, only about 170 or 170. This was within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, it was just the beginning. If they weren't in a hurry to come down, Lin Fei would really rob them clean. Only then would they be even more furious. Cutting off one's cultivation resources was no different from cutting off one's wealth and killing one's parents. The hatred would only rise. It was a pity. Right now, the key was to use the celestial demons to farm hatred. When he reached the bottom, Lin Fei discovered that there was actually a huge palace built at the bottom. This palace was filled with demonic energy. It was quite extraordinary. After Lin Fei came down, a group of figures rushed out. There were countless of them in the front and back rows. They were all experts of the Heavenly Devil clan. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the Emperor-level Great Tao of Lightning descended. Wherever the lightning passed, the celestial demons were thrown off their feet. It was a miserable sight. No matter how rough the bodies of these heavenly demons were, there was no way they could endure the might of an Emperor-level Grand Tao of Lightning. Not a single heavenly demon could withstand it. Lin Fei walked into the palace with ease. A faint voice echoed in the air. I, Lin Fei, have come to pay a visit. Is there no one coming out to greet me? Or do you want me to wipe out your entire celestial demon clan? If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you all to come out. The lightning continued to fall. The celestial demons that rushed out were all knocked to the ground by the lightning. They couldn't get up at all. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei walked into the palace. The voice echoed in his ears. There was nothing but anger. At this time, the hatred came out. It could be said that it was rising at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Lin Fei knew that his choice was right. Using these celestial demons to farm hatred was indeed the best choice. There was strength in numbers, and the hatred contributed was also more. In a short time, it broke through 1,000, and then it broke through 10,000. Lin Fei, how dare you? You actually dare to barge into our heavenly demon clan's palace alone. You are truly too impudent. A mass of demonic energy directly fell from above Lin Fei, and then turned into a huge palm. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the annihilation divine light flew up, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the huge palm. The annihilation divine light fell back into Lin Fei's hand. I, Lin Fei, naturally have some confidence in coming to your celestial demon clan's palace. I don't know how the small attack just now felt. If I go all out, I'm afraid that these celestial demons here won't be able to survive. The annihilation divine light in Lin Fei's hand became more and more refined. There was a muffled groan from the other side, followed by a surprised voice. You actually have the annihilation divine light in your hand. Who are you? A black silhouette appeared. Peak Celestial Demon King Realm. But there was a very dangerous aura inside. Lin Fei knew that this Celestial Demon King should be able to burst out the strength of a Lord of Heaven. Lin Fei played with the annihilation divine light in his hand and smiled faintly. It turns out that you also know this annihilation divine light. That's great. You also know its power. If I go all out, how many celestial demons do you think can survive here? Roman looked at the annihilation divine light, and his heart was a little excited. He had received the news before that he would use the annihilation divine light to deal with Lin Fei. As a result, the annihilation divine light disappeared without a trace. He was still wondering who could take away this annihilation divine light, and now he finally knew. It was Lin Fei who took it away himself. It seemed that he had refined the annihilation divine light. If he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be a little hard to believe. Since when could the annihilation divine light be so easily changed? But it could still burst out with power. Roman also knew that if Lin Fei really used the annihilation divine light with all his strength, more than half of the experts of the Celestial Demon Clan would really die. At that time, their vitality would really be greatly damaged. If the experts of the spiritual realm gathered together again, they would really be destroyed. It was not easy to open up a space crack, but it would be completely guarded by others. At that time, it would be a huge blow to the Celestial Demon Clan of the Endless Abyss. He would also become a sinner of the Celestial Demon Clan. Then what do you want to do? Just say it. Roman let out the words. He had to see what this kid wanted to do. He did not expect this guy Lin Fei to be so difficult to deal with, and his strength was so unfathomable. They had suffered too much in the hands of Lin Fei. Now that this kid broke into the lair of the Celestial Demon Clan, and even used the annihilation divine light, this really made Roman feel very bad. Why did such a guy appear in the spiritual realm? Chapter 46-41. What? The Heavenly Fiend clan's main camp was attacked. Could it be those natives of the spiritual realm? That shouldn't be the case. They wouldn't dare to attack even if they were given 100 guts. Gao Fan also received the news at the first moment. He was a little stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Fei that fellow ran to the main camp? Logically speaking, this Lin Fei absolutely wouldn't dare to go. He didn't think that Lin Fei had the guts. He just came to say those words to him. It might just be to get some benefits. If he really let him go, he would definitely have other thoughts. At the beginning, it was some foreign young masters. They seemed to be people from the Brotherhood Alliance. But they were all chased away. He still knew about the people from the Brotherhood Alliance. It was a group active in the boundless world. There were quite a number of experts inside. They also had a great background. They also obtained the recognition of many people. It was considered a force that couldn't be offended. The young masters all took pride in joining the Brotherhood Alliance. After Gao Fan heard about the Brotherhood Alliance, he was indeed a little worried. But he didn't expect that the people from the Brotherhood Alliance would be chased away just like that. Clearly, there should be other people coming. Quickly transfer the situation over there to me. I want to know the first-hand news. Such a big thing happened in the Heavenly Fiend clan's main camp. Gao Fan had to personally get involved. Very soon. The image was connected. He saw a scene that was a little hard for him to accept. He saw bolts of lightning falling continuously in the entire palace. Those heavenly fiend experts were all lying on the ground. They couldn't get up at all. In the middle of the scene stood a young man. When he saw this young man, his pupils constricted. He slammed his palm on the table at the side. With a crash, the table broke into pieces. Following that, it was corroded into nothingness. Bastard! It's really that brat Lin Fei. How dare he? He clearly said that he would wait for me to go together. I haven't even set up the means yet. When he saw Lin Fei's figure, Gao Fan was furious. His voice was filled with endless killing intent. He knew that Lin Fei would not go to the headquarters, but he never thought that this guy would really dare to go. It was so strong that even the experts of the Brotherhood Alliance had been driven away, and even the experts of the Celestial Demon Clan had been beaten to the ground by the might of the Emperor rank lightning. Now, only Roman could face Lin Fei. Roman's behavior seemed to be a little strange. When Gao Fan took a closer look, his entire mind rippled. He actually saw something that he couldn't be more familiar with. That thing was none other than the world annihilation divine light whose existence he could not fathom. His pupils shrank once again. Bastard Lin Fei, so it was you who plotted against me. You shameless bastard, you used the world-destroying divine light. These words were said through gritted teeth as he stared fiercely at Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei instantly felt that the aggro value was a little different. Just now, the aggro value directly jumped to dozens. And it was a one-time thing, which was relatively rare. Lin Fei pondered for a while and understood that perhaps this was the aggro value that Gao Fan had given him. Only he could be so angry. In fact, this was the case. You, Celestial Demon King, are quite straightforward, but I personally don't have too many thoughts. I just came to your Celestial Demon Clan to take a look and meet the experts of your Celestial Demon Clan. Also, let me tell you one more thing, this spiritual world is still the spiritual world, it's not up to you to decide. Roman was waiting for Lin Fei to speak. He wanted to stall this guy first. He never thought that the other party would actually say such a thing. He just came to the headquarters of the Celestial Demon Clan to take a look. What was this? Wasn't he looking down on the Celestial Demon Clan? Voila! 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 The aggro value continued to rise. Not only Roman, the Celestial Demon King, was very angry, but even the other Celestial Demons were the same. Their Celestial Demon Clan had a fierce reputation. Since when were they looked down upon by a native like this? Many Celestial Demons struggled to stand up, but they couldn't get up. Lightning struck down directly. Many Celestial Demons were killed on the spot. Then, the Annihilation God light in his hand flowed like a stream of light. It took away the lives of many Celestial Demon Clan experts. I know that you are very angry, but there's no other way. Who asked me to be stronger than you, so you can only accept your fate? What do you think, Celestial Demon King? Seriously. At this time, Lin Fei was still quite brave. If any experts appeared in the headquarters of the Celestial Demon Clan, it would be troublesome. Swish 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 swish. The aggro value kept rising. He was also constantly telling Lin Fei that it was truly a case of finding riches amidst danger. The longer he taunted, the more aggro value he collected. At this time, Lin Fei was wandering between excitement and danger. What was seeking riches in danger? This was the true meaning of seeking riches in danger. Roman felt that this Lin Fei deliberately came here to taunt them. He was easy to bully. Their Celestial Demon Clan didn't have any experts now. In fact, the Celestial Demon Clan really didn't have any experts at this time. If there were, it wouldn't be like this now. It also made Roman completely remember this Lin Fei. It was really too abominable. He was too much of a bully. He even slapped their faces. Clatter. The annihilation godlight attacked again in an instant. This made Roman's face change greatly. He released all kinds of methods, but he was still suppressed by the annihilation godlight. The power of the annihilation godlight wasn't something that Roman dared to look down on. He focused all his attention on it and didn't dare to take it lightly. On the contrary, Lin Fei's voice kept appearing in his ears. I know you're in a bad mood at this time, but my annihilation godlight isn't just for show. Aren't you very angry? Just fight with the annihilation godlight. Can't you break out the combat power of the Lord of Heaven realm? Then break out. I haven't seen it before. Roman almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It came out. He could indeed break out the strength of the Lord of Heaven realm. But was it useful at this time? It seemed to be useless and a waste of its use. But this annihilation godlight was really quite annoying. Gao Fan, who had been paying attention to the development of the situation, found that the room behind him had become empty. He was furious. If it weren't for the formation, it would have been noticed by the people of the sky-reaching school. Bastard Lin Fei, he definitely did it on purpose. He came to humiliate the Celestial Demon Clan. How could there be such a damned guy? Chapter 46-42. The appearance of the world-destroying divine light made them realize what despair was. His strength was constantly erupting, and his close-range means were also erupting to the limit, but he still couldn't stop the power of the world-destroying divine light. He kept retreating and retreating. Even the other heavenly demon powerhouses could feel the immense pressure. How could Lin Fei rely on a world-destroying divine light to suppress the experts of their heavenly demon clan? It had to be said. This world-destroying divine light was quite powerful, and the power that erupted was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The heavenly demon king, who could erupt with the combat power of a Lord of Heaven level, found it difficult to move under this divine light. This also made Lin Fei gain more and more hatred. It easily broke through 10,000, and he could also exchange for one of the 3,000 great ways. This was not enough. Lin Fei had to continue to farm. The more hatred, the better. This trip was not in vain, and he could let the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan remember him forever. Now that even the so-called Brotherhood Alliance had come, Lin Fei also knew that the young masters of the foreign world were probably eyeing this spiritual world, and it was estimated that they would constantly appear in this territory of the spiritual world. At that time, his personal influence would be seriously affected, and the hatred that could be farmed would be less and less. In terms of honor value, Lin Fei was not very worried, but the hatred value was also a good thing, which could be exchanged for all kinds of treasures and the 3,000 great ways. Lin Fei still wanted to cultivate all the 3,000 great ways one day, and then integrate them. He believed that at that time, he should be able to obtain quite powerful means. It was estimated that no one in the entire boundless world had cultivated the 3,000 great ways. This kind of unique cultivation, no matter who it was, would feel great motivation. The same was true for Lin Fei, so at this time, the more hatred value that could be farmed, the better. Roman's resistance was also getting weaker and weaker, and he also broke out several big killing moves during this period. But he still could not withstand the power of the world-destroying divine light. Just when Roman felt helpless, Lin Fei made a move. A saber technique was immediately executed. Arcs of light resembled threads. They kept appearing around Roman. Every single one of them was extremely sharp and could easily leave wounds on the body of a heavenly demon expert. Even Roman had never seen such terrifying swordsmanship. It was simply unbearable. His heavenly demon body couldn't take it anymore. Coupled with the god light of annihilation, all of Roman's advantages were gone. He was at an absolute disadvantage. He had no doubt that he would be killed by Lin Fei if this continued. He found it hard to believe just thinking about it. To the other Sky Fiends, this was the most unacceptable scene they had ever seen. The strongest expert they had sent out this time, Roman, was actually no match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's saber art was also very terrifying. It actually contained another kind of power, which was the most important thing. More and more wounds appeared on Roman's body. Coupled with the influence of the god light of annihilation, with a bang, Roman directly fell onto the main hall of the palace. He couldn't get up for most of the day. His body was densely covered in wounds. Only the heavenly demon race could withstand it. The tip of the saber was only a millimeter away from his forehead. Lin Fei's faint voice came, "Looks like your strength isn't as strong as I imagined." Lin Fei stepped on Roman's body. With a loud rumbling sound, cracks appeared on the ground of the palace. Some of the nearby heavenly demon experts were directly unlucky. They were instantly killed by the power that erupted from the cracks. Gao Fan, who had been watching, had his eyes turned scarlet. The veins on his hands also popped one after another. He wished he could kill his way to the palace at this moment and fight to the death with Lin Fei. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't go at this moment. He could only watch like this. At this moment, Lin Fei suddenly raised his head and looked in this direction. His heart skipped a beat. Could Lin Fei have seen it? "I know that the experts of the heavenly demon race have come down this time, and there are other experts of the human race hidden among them. I think you should be watching." Lin Fei's observation skills were still very strong. He naturally knew that someone was watching this place. Without a doubt, this person should be the eldest senior brother Gao Fan. He could even confirm that the eldest senior brother was the 9th prince of the heavenly demon race. This was the only way to explain why he was so rich. Only the 9th prince of the heavenly demon race could casually take out sage ruler treasures as if they were trash. "I don't care how you came to the spiritual realm, but I don't want you to continue staying in the spiritual realm. I'll give you half a month to leave the spiritual realm. Otherwise, the next time I come, I'll completely destroy the entire nest of the heavenly demon race. Trust me, I can do that." The destructive divine light appeared in Lin Fei's hand again. He also snatched Roman's ring from his body. Even the other more powerful heavenly demon experts were unlucky. All of their rings were taken away by Lin Fei. They could only watch helplessly, unable to stop him at all. Just like that, Lin Fei turned around and left the nest of the heavenly demon race. Of course, the hatred gained was also a lot. Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. He actually broke through the 100,000 hatred points. Indeed, the more heavenly demons there were, the faster the hatred points increased. This was actually the same as the honor points. There was a crack. The treasure that could be linked and watched directly shattered under Gao Fan's anger. Gao Fan knew that this Lin Fei would become his great enemy. Such a person must not be left in the spiritual realm. He decided to refine the heavenly demon divine blood no matter what. He estimated that his strength would break through to the level of an imperial lord. Only in this way could he completely destroy Lin Fei. Only in this way could the heavenly demon race gain a firm foothold here. He never thought that an expert of the human race could easily break into the base camp of the heavenly demon race. Even if this base camp was temporary, it was a great slap in the face. "Lin Fei, I'll let you live for a while more. After I refine the heavenly demon divine blood, I'll definitely let you know how foolish it is to be presumptuous in front of the heavenly demon race. No one can save you." Gao Fan took a deep breath and regained his composure. His eyes became even colder. Fortunately, no one came in at this time. Otherwise, they would definitely find this eldest senior brother. Gao Fan's complexion was really very ugly at this moment. Bookseller's website. Chapter 46-43. Lin Fei left the death zone, feeling very happy. He knew that his eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, was definitely watching his every move in the dark. He was probably infuriated. Lin Fei was wondering if he should meet his big senior brother Gao Fan at this time. He might be able to farm quite a bit of hatred from him. But he gave up after thinking about it. If he went at this time, it would be no different from a slap in the face. It was better to let Gao Fan digest it first. At this moment, eldest senior brother probably wanted to kill him. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that Gao Fan was definitely going to search for the heavenly demon god's blood. Only by refining the heavenly demon god's blood would his strength skyrocket, reaching the monarch level. Only then would he be able to stand firm. Lin Fei was not a very smart person, but he also knew that there must be something that Gao Fan valued in the spiritual realm. That should be the heavenly demon god blood. He did not know why he did not go to get it. Maybe the heavenly demon god blood was not so easy to get. If it was before, he would have been very interested in the heavenly demon god blood. But now his interest in the heavenly demon god blood was only a so-so. It was dispensable. If he had the time, he might as well get some glory and hatred. For example, now, his hatred value has exceeded 120,000, and the hatred value is still rising. This feeling of gaining hatred was really cool. Lin Fei went all the way back to Tianyuan City. He did not want to go back to the sky-reaching school. It was not interesting. He might as well stay in this Tianyuan City. After all, the whole Tianyuan City could still contribute a lot of glory to him. Back in the study of Tianyuan City, Lin Fei made himself a pot of tea and drank it slowly. He believed that during this period, the heavenly demon clan should be very careful. Although he did not fight much, he still caused great losses to the heavenly demon clan. He did not know how many strong heavenly demon warriors died, not to mention those heavenly demon kings. Now there were only a few strong warriors in the base camp of the heavenly demon clan. After a pot of tea, Lin Fei called Jun Shan over. Jun Shan came over immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, you need me for something. Compared to calling him City Lord, Jun Shan still preferred to call Lin Fei junior brother. This way, it was more intimate. Help me spread the news that the heavenly demon clan no longer has any experts. The so-called heavenly demon kings have almost been wiped out. Those who want to go to the heavenly demon clan to take advantage of the situation can do so. This was the thought that came to Lin Fei after drinking a pot of tea. In any case, the heavenly demons weren't having a good time, so he might as well add fuel to the fire and let everyone in the spiritual realm know that the heavenly demons weren't having a good time. He believed that the forces of the spirit realm would be interested. Don't be fooled by their solemn and battle-ready appearance. If they knew that the heavenly demon clan wasn't having a good time, they would have definitely gone to test the waters. Jun Shan was a little surprised when he heard this. He was able to find out the result with just one test. Junior brother Lin Fei, did something happen to the celestial demon clan? Jun Shan had a lot of doubts. Lin Fei smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. I just went to the heavenly demon clan and paid a visit. It turns out that they don't have any experts there. Anyway, everyone is idle, so I might as well go to the heavenly demon clan and have a chat. Jun Shan had previously sent over the information of the temporary base camp of the heavenly demon clan. But he never expected that junior brother Lin Fei would go to the heavenly demon clan so quickly and come back so soon. There wasn't even any movement over there. He really admired Yi Shiwen from the bottom of his heart. No problem, no problem. I will release the news now. I believe that the forces of the entire spiritual realm should be very interested. Who asked the heavenly demon clan to be so aggressive? This time, they deserve to be unlucky. Jun Shan was still quite excited. He immediately spread the news. At first, the forces of the spiritual realm weren't too interested in this news. How could the heavenly demon clan be so easy to deal with? But with some people's curiosity, they really went to the vicinity of the heavenly demon clan to check. With one look, they found out the reason. It turned out that the Heavenly Demon clan seemed to have been broken through by someone and suffered a lot of injuries. Even the Heavenly Demon King couldn't chase after them. This made them a little dumbfounded. They also realized that the Heavenly Demon clan really didn't have any ability at this time. The news spread like wildfire in an instant, spreading like wildfire. If only one person said it, everyone might not believe it. But with everyone saying it, the Heavenly Demon clan became less afraid. Therefore, many immortal sects also went to the Heavenly Demon clan. This made Luo Meng feel a lot of pressure. Originally, after he fought with Lin Fei, the injuries on his body hadn't recovered. Even if his strength could erupt continuously, it still needed to be ignited. It couldn't be used for a long time. In this way, when the experts of the human clan came over, the Heavenly Demon clan wouldn't be able to produce any powerful experts. Then the unlucky ones would be those ordinary heavenly demons. As for Luo Meng, a top-notch expert, the pressure was even greater. Anyone who fought with him also found out that his strength wasn't as strong as they imagined. The original paper tiger was exposed in an instant. As a result, the Heavenly Demon clan started to suffer. They were constantly killed by the human clan experts of the spiritual world. Of course, there were also captives. This immortal sect snatched a batch of heavenly demons. That force snatched a batch of heavenly demons. Millions of heavenly demons were constantly disintegrated. Looking at the decreasing number of heavenly demons, Luo Meng, a top-notch expert, wanted to cry but had no tears. When had the Heavenly Demon clan been so miserable? All of this was caused by Lin Fei. Without a doubt, this news was also released by Lin Fei. Otherwise, even if the other immortal sects gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to come at this time. Lin Fei, who hadn't gone out all this time, was quite happy. Even if he didn't go out, he could still gain hatred. This kind of life was really leisurely. He believed that at this time, the Heavenly Demon clan hated him to death. This also made Lin Fei more aware that he still had to improve his strength. The Heavenly Demon clan was finished. At that time, when a new Heavenly Demon came, he would be the #1 enemy. Not to mention anything else, just that person from the sky-reaching sect would definitely hate him to the bone. The hatred value had already exceeded 200,000. Compared to the honor value, it was indeed a lot less. Now the honor value had reached more than 30 million, and the increase wasn't that fast. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 46-44. Senior brother Gao Fan was in a bad mood recently. He was well known in the sky-reaching church. Whether it was the personal disciples or senior brothers, they all felt that it was Gao Fan's bottleneck that was hard to break through. That was why she had been in a bad mood recently, so no one bothered her. Only Feng Yi was very curious. This senior brother Gao Fan had really become a little different recently. Could it be related to Lin Fei's visit last time? She didn't think that Lin Fei could say anything good when he visited Gao Fan. Perhaps he did it on purpose. She didn't expect the impact to be so big that Gao Fan still hadn't recovered. Of course, she was even more curious about this bottleneck. She even hoped that Gao Fan didn't break through. Gao Fan tried his best to calm himself down, but the losses of the Heavenly Demon clan were getting bigger and bigger. They couldn't organize to resist anymore. Even a top-notch expert like Roman was under a lot of pressure. Those forces from the spiritual realm saw an opportunity and started to take action. They started to bite the flesh of the Heavenly Demon clan. Millions of heavenly demons were constantly captured. One batch after another. The menacing heavenly demons had now become free labor. Even the sky-reaching church already had 200,000 to 300,000 captives. And they had captured a lot more recently. Seeing this, Gao Fan's murderous intent grew. It was another dark and windy night. Gao Fan left the sky-reaching church. He had to get the heavenly demon god blood. Only then could his strength break through. Otherwise, he really couldn't sit still this time. Who asked the heavenly demon clan to suffer more and more losses? Everyone felt that the heavenly demon clan was easy to bully. Everyone felt that they could bite off a piece of flesh from the heavenly demon clan. In fact, the current situation of the heavenly demon clan was really like this. It was the worst situation, an unprecedented situation. Gao Fan didn't even dare to report it. He was really terrible as the 9th prince of the heavenly demon clan. How could he encounter such a thing? And the culprit of all this was Lin Fei. Without a doubt, only Lin Fei dared to release this news. Without him, even if those forces were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to explore the base camp of the heavenly demon clan. He could also see the problem with the celestial demon clan, which led to today's troubles. Gao Fan was going to search for the heavenly demon god blood. Lin Fei was not idle at this time. He called Jun Shan over. Jun Shan had been in a good mood recently because the celestial fiend clan had been hit harder and harder. He heard that many immortal sect forces had divided up batches of celestial fiend captives and brought them back. Jun Shan also worshipped Lin Fei more and more. With just a few words, he made the heavenly fiend clan suffer a huge blow. It wouldn't be long before the sky demons completely disappeared from the spiritual realm. This time, Jun Shan didn't even dare to think about it. This was really very different from what was recorded in the ancient books. It gave people a feeling of disbelief. It turned out that the celestial demon clan, which had always been ferocious, would also have a day when they were beaten to the point of fleeing. And all of this was brought about by junior brother Lin Fei. With just a few words, he had dealt a huge blow to the heavenly demon clan. Once he heard junior brother Lin Fei's call, Jun Shan came over. Release another piece of news for me. Just say that the heavenly fiend clan actually came to this spiritual realm with a purpose. That is for the heavenly demon god blood. Now that the heavenly fiend clan has suffered a huge blow, I believe they will definitely search for the heavenly demon god blood. The greatest effect of the heavenly demon god blood is to allow their strength to soar to the heavens in a single step and step into the emperor realm. There was no need for Lin Fei to explain in detail. Jun Shan already understood what was going on. He must not let the heavenly fiend clan succeed. Heavenly monarch realm heavenly demon experts were already hard to deal with. Their bodies were strong, and their close combat strength was even stronger. If they were allowed to break through to the Imperial Lord level, they would definitely be able to survive. If they were to break through to the Emperor realm, they would be able to sweep away all the forces in the spiritual realm. Therefore, he knew the importance of this matter. Lin Fei even pointed out the approximate location of the heavenly demon god blood. He believed that those immortal sect forces should be rather interested. Previously, they had fought each other over the fake heavenly god pill, let alone the heavenly demon god's blood. Lin Fei would not let his big senior brother Gao Fan obtain the heavenly demon god blood just like that. No matter what, he had to create some trouble for him first. This way, he would be able to farm hatred again. The harvest brought about by these few words was a little unexpected. Jun Shan went out again and released the news. Compared to before, everyone didn't doubt this news at all, especially those immortal sects. All of them were shocked and sent their experts to investigate. After this investigation, they really found some clues. It seemed like there really was the existence of the heavenly demon god blood. There were traces of someone breaking the seal nearby. All of a sudden, the immortal sect forces could not sit still and sent out their top experts. Originally, Gao Fan was prepared to slowly break the seal and obtain the heavenly demon god blood. However, he never expected that just as he started to break the seal, the immortal sect forces started to come. The immortal sect forces began to come. The ones who came were all great experts at the peak of the heavenly king realm. Coupled with some treasures that increased their power, it really made him feel very uncomfortable. The only thing he was glad about was that his identity was not exposed and he was mixed in with their group. The more it was like this, the more his hatred for Lin Fei grew. He dared to guarantee that this matter was caused by Lin Fei in order to prevent him from obtaining the heavenly demon god blood. Now that the heavenly demon god blood was made public, all the forces, big and small, came. As for whether these people had other thoughts, that was of course. Gao Fan could still see that the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step was right in front of him. No matter who it was, they all hoped to obtain the heavenly demon god blood. This also made Gao Fan's chances of obtaining the heavenly demon god blood slimmer and slimmer. But even so, Gao Fan could not leave this place. He could only mix in with the crowd. Fortunately, the seal here was very strong. If not for this, the heavenly demon god blood would have long been taken away. He felt that it was better for him to mix in and wait. When the time came, he would find a chance to snatch the heavenly demon god blood. If he was unprepared, the chances of obtaining the heavenly demon god blood were still quite high. This was also Gao Fan's only advantage. He could not help but curse Lin Fei a few more times in his heart. It's all this bastard's fault. When the heavenly demon race completely comes to the spiritual world, the first thing they will do is take care of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's hatred points had already exceeded 300,000. He felt that it was time to exchange for some treasures. It allowed his body to become even stronger. In terms of cultivation realm, he could suppress it first. It didn't matter if he didn't improve it. After all, he was still lacking tens of millions of honor points. When the time came, he would just have to farm a batch. This physical body had to be strong. Only a strong physical body could withstand all attacks. Chapter 46-45. 300,000 hatred points wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. It could be considered to have been accumulated for a period of time, which also proved that hatred points were harder to farm than honor points. He had the heavenly demon as a prop to farm 300,000 hatred points. Every hatred point was quite expensive, and compared to honor points, the difference was really too big. Lin Fei started to look around. Just what kind of treasures should he exchange for in order to strengthen his physical body? His current body was at the Heavenly King level, but there was still a certain gap from the Heavenly Lord level body. His current body was at the Heavenly King level, but there was still a certain gap from the Heavenly Lord level body. There were quite a lot of treasured bodies here. There were all kinds of treasured bodies, dazzling people. If any of them were to be brought outside, it would make those experts go crazy and shocked. In the end, they would fight with each other. The treasure body that Lin Fei chose this time was also targeted. That was the defensive treasure body that was famous for its defense. Only by having more and more defensive treasure bodies on his body, would his chances of survival be greater and greater. A strong physical body was originally a life-saving skill. Most of the treasure bodies could be exchanged for a few thousand hatred points, and some of them broke through 10,000. For a moment, Lin Fei really couldn't choose these treasure bodies. He decided to take a look at these 3,000 great Daos and see what was more powerful in these 3,000 great Daos. Compared to the previous treasure bodies, these 3,000 great Daos were much more expensive to exchange, starting at more than 10,000 hatred points. The great Daos with 30,000 to 50,000 hatred points were all over the place. Looking at the 300,000 hatred points that he had accumulated, and then compared it to these 3,000 great Daos, Lin Fei felt that he was still a poor man. The very poor kind, and he didn't know when he would become a rich man. In the end, Lin Fei retracted his gaze. He decided to work on this treasure body. He immediately exchanged for a black tortoise treasure body for himself, which was a defensive treasure body. The biggest advantage of this treasure body was its invincible defense. In total, it cost Lin Fei 5,000 hatred points. 5,000 hatred points wasn't expensive, so he directly exchanged for it. After exchanging for it, he directly reached his goal. After mastering the black tortoise treasure body, he could clearly feel that his physical body had indeed become much stronger. No, it should be said that his defense had increased a lot. Compared to before, there was indeed a significant improvement. This was not enough. Lin Fei continued his search and exchanged for another earth treasure body. This earth treasure body was also a defensive treasure body. The price was not as expensive as the black tortoise treasure body, but it also required 4,000 hatred points, so he simply exchanged for it. It was done in one go. Lin Fei's defense had improved again. Following that, Lin Fei did not stop exchanging treasured bodies. One after another, all of them were treasured bodies that specialized in defense. If someone was here at this time, they would definitely be shocked. When did treasured bodies become so cheap? In one breath, Lin Fei had completely exchanged 300,000 hatred points, and there were only tens of thousands of hatred points left that were useless. It's great, it's great. I actually exchanged for 13 defensive treasured bodies, and these treasured bodies didn't reject each other at all. They were perfectly combined. This was also one of the things that made Lin Fei feel the most happy. All along, not everyone could learn these treasured bodies, but each of these treasured bodies could be perfectly combined, forming a stronger and stronger defense, which was something he never expected. My current physical defense should be at the level of a Lord of Heaven, or even one of the weaker ones. Lin Fei took out the Annihilation Divine Light. The Annihilation Divine Light was still quite useful, but compared to before, this Annihilation Divine Light was much smaller, and its power was also affected. This Annihilation Divine Light was a one-time consumable, and the more times it was used, the faster it would be consumed. After using it a few more times, the Annihilation Divine Light completely disappeared. It also made Lin Fei lose a powerful treasure in his hands. The Annihilation Divine Light continued to hit Lin Fei's body. Compared to before, it was indeed much more durable, but it would still be penetrated by the Annihilation Divine Light, but when it was penetrated, the combination of the treasured bodies still formed a certain degree of resistance, which Lin Fei could still feel very clearly. Lin Fei was already quite satisfied to be able to reach such a level. At the very least, his physical body had reached the level of the late-stage Lord of Heaven level. If he really encountered a Lord of Heaven level expert, there was nothing to worry about. If he stood there without moving, the other party wouldn't be able to break through his physical defense. Even if it was an Emperor King expert, he could still hold on for a while, and his body wouldn't be destroyed so easily, so he had a chance to save his life. Looking at the remaining 20 to 30,000 hatred points, Lin Fei felt that he had to go and farm this hatred point. Should he find the people of the Heavenly Demon clan to farm it? Or should he find the Immortal sect to farm it? This was something worth considering. In the end, Lin Fei pondered for a while and went to find the Immortal sect to farm this hatred point. He should go and see the Heavenly Demon God's blood, the so-called ascension to heaven in a single step. Previously, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the Heavenly Demon God's blood. Who knew if this thing would affect the experts of the human race? But now that he had this honor point, Lin Fei came up with an idea. The effect of his honor point was invincible. Since he could refine the Annihilation Divine Light, it meant that he could refine the Heavenly Demon God's blood, and it could also make the Heavenly Demon God's blood safe. Then why not refine the Heavenly Demon God's blood and reach heaven in a single step? Anyway, there were no hidden dangers. Hence, Lin Fei went to the place where the Heavenly Demon God's blood was. As soon as he arrived, he found that it was quite lively. The 10 major immortal sects were all here, and there were also forces of all sizes here. It seemed that it would be difficult to break the seal. Here, Lin Fei even saw his big senior brother, Gao Fan. He was mixed in the crowd and looked like he was in a good mood. But when Gao Fan saw Lin Fei, his mood instantly turned sour. Why is this rascal here? Is he interested in the heavenly demon god's blood? Previously, Gao Fan thought that he had been schemed against by someone, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Fei. And he used the annihilation divine light. If not for his strong strength, he would have been killed by the annihilation divine light. Lin Fei was definitely up to no good by coming here at this time. Before Gao Fan could greet him, Lin Fei came to his side. Big senior brother, you're here too. I heard that there's the heavenly demon god's blood below. Is that true? I heard that this thing can help you reach heaven in a single step and become an emperor. Chapter 46-46. Gao Fan, who had always been here, really didn't have much of a chance to make a move. Who asked the seal to have layer after layer? It really wasn't an easy task to reach the inside. Now that Lin Fei was here, Gao Fan felt that it wasn't a good thing. Why wasn't this fella staying in Tianyuan City? Why did he come here? Could it be that he knew that he was interested in the heavenly demon god's blood? This wasn't a small matter. He had to stop Lin Fei's thoughts first. You actually believe such words? The heavenly demon god's blood is unique to the heavenly demon race. Who in our human race would dare to casually refine it? If we're not careful and it explodes, who can we blame? I'm just here to watch the show. I can't let the celestial demon clan snatch away something like this. If Lin Fei didn't know Gao Fan's background, he might really believe it. After all, the heavenly demon god's blood sounded like something superior. If the human race wanted to refine it, it might not be an easy task. So that's the case. I thought that the effects of the heavenly demon god's blood were quite good. I was even prepared to snatch it. What if I become a monarch in one step? That would really be a blessing from my ancestors. Lin Fei said seriously. These words didn't sound good in Gao Fan's ears. He knew that this fellow wouldn't come without a fight. So it was because of the heavenly demon god's blood. But after hearing what you said, I don't have any thoughts about the heavenly demon god's blood anymore. Lin Fei added. Gao Fan's heart was in turmoil. He really couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was thinking. However, he said, I've never seen the heavenly demon god's blood before. I can come and broaden my horizons. But the seal here is quite strong. Layer after layer, I don't know when I can break through it. There were already quite a number of people here. They were all attacking this seal. There were layers upon layers of seals, and no one knew how they had been set up in the beginning. Anyone would feel that they were difficult to deal with. It's all right. Anyway, I'm quite free recently. Those heavenly demon race really wouldn't dare to come out. At the mention of this matter, Gao Fan's heart was filled with anger. Thinking about how Lin Fei had gone to the heavenly demon clan's lair and humiliated them. He had killed quite a few experts. The celestial demon clan could be considered to have suffered a great blow to their vitality, and the experts they could pull out were few and far between. That gives us plenty of time. Lin Fei looked at Gao Fan's serious expression. Gao Fan looked angry but didn't dare to be angry. He found it quite interesting. They clearly knew that he had gone to the heavenly demon clan and dealt them a heavy blow, yet they still acted as though nothing had happened. Thinking about it, he felt that it was quite pitiful. Lin Fei wasn't interested in exposing Gao Fan's identity. If he likes to pretend, then let him pretend to the end. At the same time, he could also farm aggro. Just like now. As soon as he came over, he had already gained 200 to 300 aggro points. Obviously, this guy hated him a lot. It was almost no different from the continuous river. As long as Gao Fan didn't expose himself, Lin Fei wouldn't expose him and let him stay in the sky-reaching church. The attack was still going on. After spending 4 to 5 days, the layers of seals were finally broken. A huge underground palace appeared. When this huge underground palace appeared, everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect the heavenly demon god blood to be in such a place. They didn't even know that there was such a huge palace in the depths of the underground. The palace was black all over, exuding an endless aura of danger. Lin Fei also felt a dangerous aura at the first moment. It was as though it was above everyone, overlooking the world. There was no doubt that this should be the heavenly demon god blood. It had quite a background. At the same time, he also noticed that Gao Fan's expression had changed a lot. Although he tried his best to suppress it, he could still see a flash of ecstasy. Should I let Gao Fan get the heavenly demon god blood? This idea came to Lin Fei. He came here to see the heavenly demon god blood. Whether he wanted it or not depended on his mood. This thing really didn't have much of an effect on him. However, it was different for his big senior brother Gao Fan. He wanted this heavenly demon god blood and the opportunity to become an emperor in one step. Whether he could become an emperor or not, Lin Fei had to put a question mark on it first. In any case, the heavenly demon god blood was quite powerful. Everyone rushed towards the palace, but the group of human experts at the front was not so lucky. As soon as they approached the palace, they saw streams of light shooting out from the palace. These human experts were instantly caught off guard and were cut in two, falling to the ground. In a split second, the surroundings were filled with a strong smell of blood. The human experts at the back stopped. They all retreated. For a moment, they didn't dare to go forward. Some human experts also released their treasures to test the waters. However, as soon as they got close, they came back with holes all over them. Their hearts were bleeding. They had suffered heavy losses. The human experts at the back stopped and retreated one by one. Why is there so much danger here? We really miscalculated. It seems like this heavenly demon god blood isn't that easy to obtain. I wonder what method it is to be so difficult to defend against. Even the treasures have been reduced to such a state. Everyone was even more careful. Since the heavenly demon god blood could allow one to ascend to the heavens in one step, it definitely wasn't simple. They didn't dare to underestimate it. The more they thought about it, the more they thought about it. With such heavy protection, if it weren't for their strength in numbers, they wouldn't have been able to break through the outer layer of the seal, let alone come here. Big senior brother, you are very knowledgeable. There seems to be a method set up outside this palace. I wonder what it is, but I can't tell. Lin Fei smiled and asked. Actually, when he came down, Lin Fei noticed that the surroundings of the palace were different. His leisurely leveling system also gave him a notification. Divine Light of Destruction turns into a saber technique and is hidden within. It is very domineering and very sharp. Specializes in breaking flesh. This was the notification from the leisurely leveling system. Lin Fei didn't remind him as it wasn't worth it. If I'm not wrong, this should be a special kind of divine light. You should know that there are many powerful divine lights in the Great Thousand World. If you refine them, you can unleash incredible power. This is one of them. Unexpectedly, Gao Fan really said it. It was almost the same as the notification from Lin Fei's system. This is the divine light of destruction. No wonder it is so domineering. Lin Fei nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. Chapter 46-47. Gao Fan naturally knew what the faintly discernible stream of light in the palace was. That was the divine light of annihilation. Its status was in no way inferior to the divine light of annihilation. It was just that the divine light of annihilation was more ferocious. It specialized in breaking through all kinds of physical bodies. Even if one was wearing armor or even a body, they would not be able to withstand it. This was something that the Heavenly Demon clan had specially left behind. Only he could keep this divine light of annihilation. Right now, he was not in the mood to do so. He would first let some of these human experts die here. When the time came, he would slowly use other methods to keep this divine light of annihilation. Then, he would have another powerful treasure in his hands. Previously, he had released this divine light of annihilation. In the end, it was taken away by Lin Fei and refined into a powerful treasure in his hands. There was no need to mention how depressed he was. Fortunately, the more he used this divine light of annihilation, the weaker its power would be. There was no need to worry about it. Looks like it will not be easy for everyone to enter this palace. Indeed, good things are not that easy to obtain. Lin Fei laughed. Gao Fan laughed as well. The human experts present all frowned. They had tried from several directions but to no avail. In any case, that stream of light was everywhere. As long as they were within a certain distance of the palace, it would immediately be activated. Even if they relied on treasures, it would be difficult for them to rush into the palace. Therefore, they could only stop and study how to break this method. While they were studying this palace, Lin Fei was also studying this palace. This palace was indeed very different. This was because this palace was actually a treasure. If not for the system's notification, Lin Fei would have really ignored it. This palace was actually an Imperial Lord-level treasure. Using an Imperial Lord-level treasure to store the heavenly demon god's blood was truly an extravagant act. Lin Fei even felt that even Gao Fan might not know that this palace was an Imperial Lord-level treasure. He probably thought that this was an ordinary palace. For an expert to leave such a palace here, Lin Fei had an idea of what was going on. He could not take the heavenly demon god's blood, but he had to keep this palace. In the future, he could let it out when he went out, and he wouldn't need to eat and sleep in the open. It was definitely a good thing. In fact, Lin Fei even felt that this palace should have been refined from a grotto heaven small world, which contained even more mysteries. Gao Fan secretly observed for a while and discovered that Lin Fei's gaze had been fixed on the palace. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that he saw through something again? He was the main person in charge of the spiritual realm this time. There was no one who understood this palace and the heavenly demon god blood better than Gao Fan. The heavenly demon god blood was a good thing, and of course, this palace was also a good thing. It was an Emperor Lord treasure. Moreover, this was no ordinary Imperial Lord treasure. Instead, it was a supreme-grade Imperial Lord treasure. If it wasn't for the layers of seals on the outside and the huge commotion caused, Gao Fan would have arrived a long time ago. According to Gao Fan's plan, he would slowly occupy these cities and turn these places into his territory. When that time came, he would be able to break this seal justifiably. However, he didn't expect that because of Lin Fei's appearance, there would be a change in the plan. Now, there were even rumors that spread. The heavenly demon race wanted to obtain the heavenly demon god's blood. When Gao Fan found out about this, he wanted to curse and kill. Now, he suspected that this news was released by that bastard, Lin Fei. It attracted the experts of the spiritual realm to station here. From the looks of it, he couldn't wait to obtain the heavenly demon god's blood. He shouldn't be able to see through the profoundness of this palace. It's the same for those experts. This is a good thing left behind by Senior. Gao Fan muttered in his heart. What could a country bumpkin like Lin Fei see through? After studying for 5 days, everyone was still helpless against this palace. During this period, they had used all kinds of methods, but they couldn't get close to this palace at all. Once they got close to this palace, the divine light would turn into flowing lights and attack continuously. It was incomparably sharp, and no matter what treasure it was, it could easily leave cracks on it. If they couldn't retract it in time, it would become a piece of trash. As for themselves, they didn't dare to go forward. They used puppets to experiment. In the blink of an eye, he was cut into 2 pieces. No matter how strong their bodies were, they still couldn't withstand it. It was the same even if they wore treasured armor on the outside. For a moment, everyone had a headache. In the end, they came to this conclusion, which was that there should be a period of time when the means outside the palace was the strongest. There was also a period of time when it was the weakest. If they wanted to enter this palace, they would probably have to find the period of time when it was the weakest. Only then would they be able to barge in. Everyone agreed with this conclusion. A place that could store the heavenly demon god's blood naturally wouldn't be as simple as they thought. With such a palace guarding it, it was rather normal for there to be this mysterious divine light. Lin Fei sat in a corner. He didn't make a move from the beginning to the end, and was very leisurely. If others asked, Lin Fei would say that he was just here to watch the show. He had no interest in the heavenly demon god's blood at all. Naturally, it suited some people's minds. Now, who didn't know Lin Fei's reputation? He was well known in the spiritual realm. He could resist the attacks of the heavenly demon clan several times, and was considered an outstanding talent. His strength was unfathomable, and he could kill the heavenly demon king alone. With such strength, even the great experts in the immortal sects were not willing to fight with Lin Fei. Now that they heard this, they were naturally happy to see this scene. They really hoped that Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. If he did, they would have to guard against Lin Fei, and the same was true for Gao Fan from the Sky Reaching School. Similarly, he didn't make a move, which made them heave a sigh of relief. Young people still knew how to behave, unlike some proud sons of heaven who acted as if they were the most powerful in the world. There was a loud rumbling sound. A few figures rushed in from the outside, and their faces were filled with fear. The immortal sects who had been studying turned back one by one. They also recognized that these were the people who were guarding outside. Not good, a foreign child is here. It seems that he is here for the heavenly demon god's blood. We can't stop him at all. As soon as they rushed in, they shouted loudly. Everyone's face changed. The heavenly demon god's blood was very important, and they couldn't let the heavenly demon clan get it no matter what. And now, a foreign child came. This was too much of a coincidence. Bookseller's website. Chapter 46-48. Everyone's expression changed slightly at this moment. Obviously, this was not good news at all. No one would have thought that an outsider would actually barge in. It seemed that the people guarding outside could not stop them at all. If it were the heavenly demon clan, it might be normal. Now that other people had come, they were not the only ones who knew about the heavenly demon god blood. Not to mention outsiders. Lin Fei, who had been sitting in the corner, also raised his eyebrows. He was a little puzzled. How could outsiders know about the heavenly demon god blood? He could not tell the other playboys that he had made a mistake, could he? Yi Xian really wanted to slap himself. As for Gao Fan next to him, the look in his eyes became even more unfriendly. It was already a problem to get the heavenly demon god blood. Now that another group of people had come, it would be even more troublesome. It would be strange if he could feel happy. A chance to reach the emperor level in one step. Now that more people had come, it would be even more difficult to get it. The heavenly demon clan did not have any masters at the moment. Apart from the huge number of heavenly demons, there was nothing else. If these heavenly demons encountered a powerful opponent, the effect they could display would be negligible. There are so many people here. It's quite lively. I hope you don't mind if we join in. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed in. These figures were all quite young. The one in the lead looked to be in his 30s. If you think that he's in his 30s, then you're really wrong. He's not even in his 30s, he's more like a zero at the end. When these people rushed in, the forces of the human race secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could feel a great deal of pressure from these people. All of them were masters at the peak of the heavenly king level. Especially the three people in the lead. They all had the combat power of the Heavenly Lord level. They were not ordinary Heavenly Lord level masters. This made the human race experts feel even more pressured. If they were at the peak of the Heavenly King level, it would not be a big deal. They could deal with them if they wanted to. But if they were at the Heavenly Lord level, then it was different. They had enough strength to crush them. Although that was what the three of them said, their gazes were quite domineering. There was an invisible pressure that came crashing down on them. The pressure caused the breathing of the human race experts to quicken. Clearly, this was done on purpose. Who are you people? This is the territory of our spirit realm's human clan. When did it become your turn? A peak Heavenly King snorted coldly. The competition for the Heavenly Demon God blood was already quite intense. Now that some young masters from the outside had appeared, they were naturally displeased. So he said coldly. One of the three leaders suddenly flicked his finger and a beam of light turned into a sword light. This sword light actually displayed a sword technique. This sword technique was extremely terrifying. He had defeated this human race expert with just one move. In particular, the sword wounds on his body were almost all at vital spots. You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd be dead. That person said indifferently, his eyes filled with disdain. The experts of the human race also felt the strength of these three people. As expected of a Heavenly Lord level expert. Their strongest peak Heavenly King in the spirit realm was really not a match for them. Even if there were some moves with amplification, it would be useless against a true Heavenly Lord. Lin Fei could also tell that the other party had indeed shown mercy. Otherwise, that sword technique alone would have been enough to kill off the human race's experts. Not like this. Everyone's expression changed and they didn't say anything. In any case, from their point of view, it would not be easy to get the Heavenly Demon God blood. These three Heavenly Lord experts had given them a lot of pressure. When he attacked, he even showed mercy. This was obviously a great signal to them. It was best not to get involved in this matter, otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. No one was willing to die here, and no one was willing to offend three Heavenly Lord level experts. It seems that it will not be easy for us to get the Heavenly Demon God blood this time. These people are not so easy to negotiate with. Lin Fei said indifferently. Of course. He said this for Gao Fan to hear. As for whether Gao Fan could listen to it, that was another matter. Gao Fan was even more unhappy at this time. The arrival of these three Heavenly Lord experts had indeed given him a lot of pressure. He had already calculated that the only one here who wanted to stop him from getting the Heavenly Demon God blood was this Lin Fei. But now that there were three Heavenly Lord experts, it seemed a little different. They had to fight. At that time, who would win and who would lose was still a question mark. It was really not pleasant. It is indeed not easy to get it. These three Heavenly Lord experts are quite strong. Gao Fan also said seriously. He could naturally see the strength of these three people. Not to mention anything else, just the peak Heavenly King experts behind them were not any weaker than the human race experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were crushed. It could only be said that the strength of the spirit realm was too weak, so weak that they did not even take it seriously. Then you'll just have to watch as these people make their move. Gao Fan turned his head and asked. These words were directed at Lin Fei. He naturally knew Lin Fei's strength. He dared to break into the base camp of the Heavenly Demon race single-handedly, played around with them, and killed so many Heavenly Demon Kings. Even Roman could not do anything to Lin Fei. He wanted to hear what Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei felt that Gao Fan was quite smart to know to ask him. Didn't he mean to ask him to do it? As long as he did it, it should be no problem to restrain these three Heavenly Lords. By then, he would be able to get the Heavenly Demon God blood. It was a good idea, but Lin Fei would not be so silly. I am just an ordinary person. How can I be a match for them? I came here purely to watch the show. Lin Fei said very seriously. How could Gao Fan believe Lin Fei's words? If this kid came to watch the show, he would cut off his head. Wasn't it to prevent him from getting the heavenly demon god blood and pretending to be serious? Just as Lin Fei and Gao Fan were talking, the three heavenly lord experts spoke again. We are from the Rakshasa sect. Are you satisfied now? When the three words Rakshasa came out, the eyes of many experts on the human race's side changed. They more or less knew the distribution of some forces in the Tianhe region, although it was very far away from them. Chapter 46-49. Damn it, it's actually people from Killing Luo sect. Why would they come here? Gao Fan was clearer about it. Especially some of the top experts in the Tianhe region, top forces. This Killing Luo sect was an existence that wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't even think that they would come to such a secluded place. He even bumped into them. Gao Fan felt that he didn't burn any incense on this trip. To think that such a thing would happen. It would be even more difficult for him to get the god-demon god blood. Does this Killing Luo sect have a huge background? I can see that everyone's eyes have changed, even you. You are more knowledgeable, why don't you tell me about it? Lin Fei didn't know much about Killing Luo sect, but he knew that it was a rather strong sect. No matter how much he knew, he definitely wouldn't be as clear as Gao Fan. The god-demon race came to conquer the world, so they naturally had a detailed understanding of the various forces. Lin Fei might as well ask Gao Fan to gain some experience. You guys are actually from Killing Luo sect. The experts from the human race took a deep breath. They also knew that since these people from Killing Luo sect were here, they could stand aside. They really couldn't imagine it. The three of them said indifferently. Our Killing Luo sect's trip here is quite simple. We're here for the heavenly demon god blood. If you guys are obedient, we'll pretend that nothing happened. As for what's inside, we don't want anything other than the heavenly demon god blood. You guys should be satisfied, right? It was not easy for someone from the Killing Rakshasa sect to say such words. It could be considered as giving face to the human clan experts. If any god-demon expert really comes, we will do it ourselves. We don't need you guys to do anything. I think that no one has any objections to such conditions. The person on the other side continued to speak. Of course, the human race experts didn't have anything to say. They had already announced their name, and it was Killing Luo sect. Offending Killing Luo sect wasn't a small matter, but a huge matter. Their strength wasn't a match for Killing Luo sect at all, so they all nodded their heads. We have no objections. No objections. How could it be possible for them to make a move again? If they couldn't even keep their lives, they wouldn't be merciful a second time. Therefore, at this time, the human experts were quite smart. It was better to behave. Gao Fan's mood worsened. If there were still some sky demon experts in the past, he could have made things difficult for these people from Killing Rakshasa. But now, the heavenly demon clan really didn't have any experts. What was the use of 2 or 3 kittens? The fact that he didn't go to the heavenly demon clan was already quite impressive. The origin of this Killing Luo sect is really great. They are one of the top 50 forces in the Great Thousand World. This Killing Luo sect is said to have been created by a person called the Fire Cloud Heretic God. This Fire Cloud Heretic God is really strong, he is a true heavenly god expert. Gao Fan said coldly. His explanation was quite detailed. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this. Such a powerful force had actually come to the spiritual realm and had their eyes on the heavenly demon god blood. Lin Fei knew that this news was definitely not spread by him. It was possible that the other party had already received a lot of news. Or rather, they had bought the news from some intelligence department. Lin Fei went out for a trip and also had some understanding of these. As long as you had essence crystals, being able to buy some intelligence information was a simple matter. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Then it seems that this time, the Heavenly Demon clan has no chance. Even the Killing Luo sect has come. Gao Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if the Killing Luo sect had come, so what? The Heavenly Demon God blood wasn't that easy to get. That might not be the case. Who knows if there is a trap below? Anyway, we just have to watch from the back. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was right. The Heavenly Demon God blood was below, but this palace had the divine light of destruction. It wouldn't be easy to get it. Lin Fei really didn't think about this at the start. Now that Gao Fan said this, it was obvious that there might really be a trap below. These experts from the Killing Luo sect weren't arrogant. When the time came, they could be used as cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these people from the Killing Luo sect. He couldn't wait for these experts from the Killing Luo sect to suffer here. It would be best if he could farm some aggro on them. He had already done it on Luo Meng, but this Luo Meng didn't seem to be able to farm any hatred. He might as well try it on some real heaven monarchs. After revealing the name of the Killing Luo sect, the 3 heaven monarch experts were ready to make a move. They had also seen the methods of the palace. It might be a bit of a headache for them to crack it with just these peak stage heaven monarchs. If they were to make a move, it would be a bit different. After all, they were heaven monarch experts. Just as they were about to make a move, the look in their eyes changed as they looked outside. A few more figures came in. As soon as these figures entered, their expressions changed slightly. Experts from the Killing Luo sect, you guys are quite fast. I thought you guys had already gone down. These people laughed loudly as soon as they arrived. This laughter was deafening, and it shocked these heaven monarch experts quite a bit. All of their blood was boiling. There were only a few people present who could hold on, and Lin Fei and Gao Fan were one of them. It could be said that most of the experts on the human side couldn't take it anymore. Previously, the experts from the Killing Luo sect still had some quality. However, these few figures were different. They appeared to be extremely arrogant. Their unbridled laughter was something that these human experts couldn't bear. There were those who were bleeding and those who were paralyzed on the ground. So it's the people from your black sect. You guys are quite capable. You kept following behind us. I thought you guys didn't dare to come in. The eyes of the 3 heaven monarchs were filled with disgust, but there was still a trace of fear. It was obvious that this black sect had quite a background. Lin Fei had never heard of this black sect. He knew that Gao Fan, who was beside him, would definitely have heard of it. When he looked back at Gao Fan, he found that Gao Fan's eyes were even worse, as if he was a life and death enemy. Lin Fei didn't expect that because of the heaven demon divine blood, not only the Killing Luo sect came, but also the black sect. This black sect seemed to be quite powerful. There weren't many people, only 5 of them, but all 5 of them were heaven monarch experts. When did heaven monarch experts come like cabbages? Usually, it was hard to see one, but now there were 8 of them. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4650. Gao Fan must be in a bad mood. Originally, he thought that he was in a bad mood because of Lin Fei's matter. However, because of the Temple Luo sect and the Black Gate, his mood became even worse. Fortunately, no one cared about it at this time, and naturally, no one would notice Gao Fan's change. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei was the only one who saw it, and he was secretly laughing in his heart. Is this black sect also a top force? It seems that they are not inferior to the Killing Luo sect. Lin Fei asked. This black sect is not a good force. They do all kinds of evil. I heard that there is an assassin organization behind them. which is quite famous in the vast thousand world. Offending the black sect is equivalent to offending the assassin organization, unless you want to live in the assassin's hands every day. Therefore, no one is willing to offend the black sect, let alone the assassin organization. Alright. This background seemed to be a bit big. Lin Fei was also a bit surprised. For the heavenly demon god's blood, a top force really came out. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not too interested in the heavenly demon god's blood, but he was quite interested in the 8 heaven monarchs. He didn't know how much hatred he could get from these 8 heaven monarchs. Lin Fei thought about it and was quite looking forward to it. At this time, Lin Fei did not make a move, and let them break the palace first. If there was such free labor available, why not use it? Wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Fei still knew how to use it. He was even more glad that he had improved his strength. It did not improve by much, but the treasure body that he exchanged had greatly improved his defense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with these Heaven Monarch realm experts that they encountered now. The Black Sect is the Black Sect, but if you want to make the heavenly demon god's blood, it depends on whether you have the strength. We will not give up so easily. The 3 Heaven Monarchs of the Killing Luo sect felt the pressure, but they did not give up. If they wanted the heavenly demon god's blood, they had to rely on real skills. The 5 experts of the Black Sect all smiled faintly. That's definitely the case, but I see that there are quite a lot of eyesores here. Let's chase them out first. Otherwise, it would be bad if rumors were to spread. As soon as the 5 Lords of Heaven finished their words, they immediately took action. One attack after another came down. These Heaven Monarch experts didn't take them seriously at all. Lin Fei didn't expect these Heaven Monarch experts to be so resourceful. He made his move on the spot. As soon as they made their move, their attacks became thunderous and brutal. A Heaven Monarch expert's methods were not like those of a peak-stage Heavenly King. Just a casual move from him was not something they could withstand. All the human experts were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect these Heaven Monarch experts to make a move just like that. They all fled outside. If he wanted to escape, he would have to face these 5 Heaven Monarch realm martial experts. Without exception, most of the peak Heavenly King experts were killed. Lin Fei also had a trick up his sleeve. It was a very simple trick. It contained the power of a Heavenly Lord. The power of the Great Tao of Thunder flew out, and the lightning transformed into a region. These thunderbolts were no longer as simple as the previous ones. The opponent's Heaven Monarch technique passed through the thunderbolts, and large swathes of thunderbolts collapsed. But this was, after all, the power of the Great Tao of Thunder, and it was still quite powerful. The remaining part of the power landed on Lin Fei's body, but it was like a tickle. There was no difference at all. The 5 Heaven Monarch experts also noticed the power of the Great Tao of Thunder and were a little surprised. They could actually see the Great Tao of Thunder in such a small place. You people from the Black Sect are quite presumptuous. Do you really think that you can kill anyone? I'll just stand here and let you kill me. If you can kill me, then you have the ability. Otherwise, don't think that you're something. Gao Fan, who was not far away, was also enveloped in this lightning region, and the damage he suffered was much less. When he heard Lin Fei's words, he was gloating in his heart. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be killed so that he could vent his anger. If it wasn't for Lin Fei deliberately spreading the news of the heavenly demon divine blood, why would the experts of the human clan come here? Why would the people from the killing demon sect come here? Why would the people from the black sect come here? Anyway, this matter was more or less related to Lin Fei. Lin Fei had to pay a price no matter what. There was no other way. Gao Fan was prejudiced, and it was all caused by Lin Fei, that eyesore. Otherwise, if he secretly seized the territory, why couldn't he get the heavenly demon divine blood? As for now, he could only stare. Even though he could also burst out the strength of a heaven monarch, there were 8 heaven monarch experts here. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for him to fight against these 8 heaven monarch experts. To put it bluntly, his strength was too weak. Otherwise, why would he target the heavenly demon divine blood so that his strength could reach the level of an emperor in one step? If he said too much, it would all be tears. The 5 heaven monarch experts from the Black Sect were a little surprised. A small native from the spiritual realm actually dared to say such words to them. Then, a gust of wind flew over, and this wind turned into a huge tornado, directly enveloping the entire Thunder region. The power of this tornado was quite strong, and it directly pulled the void apart. Lin Fei's the Arch-Great Way of Thunder power instantly began to shake. The frequency of the shaking was quite high, as if it would be pulled apart at any time. Then, layers of power constantly seeped in, and it began to rush down like a torrential river. Lin Fei just stood still and smiled faintly. It's not that I look down on you, but you should at least be more serious with such means. Do you really think you can do anything to me? Lin Fei had spent a lot of capital on his body, and his physical body had reached the level of a heaven monarch. Not just anyone would be able to shake him. At the very least, only the Arch would be able to make Lin Fei feel pain. Otherwise, just these heaven monarch experts wouldn't be enough. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but it really couldn't. Lin Fei's the Arch-Great Way of Thunder power was not a joke. What he was best at was destruction. No matter how strong this huge tornado was, a part of its power would be broken, and the remaining power would not be much when it landed on Yi Futian's body. Even half of it wouldn't be able to shake Lin Fei's physical body. The 3 heaven monarch experts from the Killing Demon sect didn't make a move and just watched from the side. The more they watched, the more strange they felt. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4651. That kid is quite capable. He does have some strength. No wonder he dared to say such words to the people of the Black Sect. I think the people of the Black Sect are going to vomit blood. That kid actually cultivated the power of the Arch-Stage Great Tao of Thunder. He is a talent. But his temper is a bit stubborn. He knows that the Black Sect has 5 Heaven Monarch Realm experts, but he still dares to say such words. No matter what, it is best to make the Black Sect suffer some losses. It is a pity that he is such a young man. His future is boundless. The 3 people from the Killing Demon sect naturally knew what would happen if they offended the Black Sect. Even they did not dare to offend the Black Sect too much. After all, there was an assassin organization behind them. This assassin organization wasn't the biggest, but it was quite capable. They had assassinated many experts. One could imagine that even the Emperor King experts would be wary of this assassin organization. One could only imagine how strong he was. So, this young man offended the Black Sect and naturally did not have a good ending. After Lin Fei threw out a few words, he could clearly feel that his hatred value began to rise again. Compared to killing the Heavenly Demon clan, the hatred value seemed to have increased a lot. It was increasing by dozens, and it did not stop at all. To increase the hatred value, I really have to find a Heaven Monarch Realm expert. After all, a Heaven Monarch Realm expert is proud and arrogant. Naturally, the hatred value will increase a lot. I really made the right choice. The originally increasing hatred value suddenly increased from dozens to hundreds, and it continued to rise. It was really a little hard for Lin Fei to imagine. Of course, this was also reasonable. The higher the level of the target to mock, the higher the hatred value. Lin Fei could completely imagine that if he went to provoke the Emperor King, the hatred value would increase. However, it was unknown whether he could survive or not. It was purely called seeking death. Unless one day, his physical body could reach the level of the Emperor King. At that time, he could go and kill them. For now, it was better for him to kill these Heaven Monarch Realm experts. The 5 heavenly lords from the Black Sect all felt a little strange. Especially the Heaven Monarch expert who made the move. His brows also raised. The power of his tornado was rather strong. Even a peak stage Heavenly King expert would hate it on the spot. But now, this brat was standing steadily, as if nothing had happened to him. This made his expression rather ugly. It turns out that you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to say such words. However, because of your words, I will turn you into ashes today. I will let you know how terrifying it is to face the anger of a Heaven Monarch expert. The Black Gate Heaven Monarch expert who spoke was called Heaven Monarch Yuanshan. He spoke softly, full of killing intent, and directly rushed into the lightning area. Lin Fei's thunderbolt instantly attacked. However, there was a faint glow on the opponent's body. After these rays of light rushed out, they collided with the Emperor-rank Great Tao of Lightning, and they seemed to be evenly matched. To Heavenly Lord Yuanshan, this was nothing at all. Just like that, he was getting closer and closer. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to say such ruthless words in front of me. No one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. Because they are all dead. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan stretched out a hand. This hand was by Ryu, and it was shining with a special power. Everywhere it passed, the Great Tao of Lightning collapsed. At this time, Lin Fei also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There was another ray of light in his hand, and he flicked it over. Then you can try this method of mine first. Let's see how it feels. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's hand was getting bigger, as if it was going to wrap around Lin Fei. However, just as he was about to get close to Lin Fei's ball of light instantly exploded. This was the world-destroying divine light. In an instant, it pierced through his palm, leaving behind a series of holes. It could be said that his entire palm was riddled with holes. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan let out a muffled groan as he retracted his palm. His jade-white palm was now riddled with cracks and drops of blood dripped down. The world-destroying divine light wasn't retracted so easily. It continued to turn into a stream of light, attacking one after another. This divine light is so powerful. I know what kind of divine light this is. This is the world-destroying divine light. Be careful, Yuanshan. This is the world-destroying divine light. You must be careful. The remaining 4 Heavenly Lord experts from Black Sect recognized the origin of this divine light immediately, and they all gasped. The world-destroying divine light was extremely difficult to deal with, and it was very powerful. A single world-destroying divine light like this could only be bought with dozens of crystals. The problem was that even if you wanted to buy it, you might not be able to buy it. This was a rare commodity. They had never thought that in this small world, a native would actually have such a ball of world-destroying divine light in his hands. The first thing they thought of was that this kid had a lord behind him. Even if he could afford this world-destroying divine light, he might not even know where to buy it. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan couldn't break through the world-destroying divine light at all, and he could only fly back. Lin Fei also retracted the world-destroying divine light, and it landed on his hand, playing with it leisurely. I don't know how powerful my world-destroying divine light is. If you haven't experienced it enough, you can come and give it a try. I don't mind anyway. Lin Fei's words were light, but to the 5 Heavenly Lord experts from Black Sect, it wasn't anything good. This was completely an act of provocation, but when they saw the world-destroying divine light in the opponent's hand, their minds started to change. The hatred on Lin Fei's side was rising rapidly. In a short period of time, the 5 Heavenly Lords had accumulated more than 10,000 hatred points. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. This was way too good at farming. It felt like he was a peanut that was constantly being fried until oil came out of it. Kid, you do have some capability. You are a little different from them. It won't be easy to offend our Black Sect. The 5 heaven monarchs instantly made their move. Even the 3 heaven monarchs from the killing Rakshasa sect felt the immense pressure from the thunderous power. This young kid was probably finished. A heavenly lord expert's move was enough to make people feel a huge pressure. Let alone these 5 heavenly lord experts. This kid was definitely courting death. He dared to be so unscrupulous with a world-destroying divine light. He really didn't know how his brain worked. Gao Fan felt that there was definitely something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. Chapter 46-52. Lin Fei went up against the 5 heaven monarch experts from the Black Gate by himself. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unwise choice. The human race didn't even realize that this Lin Fei was so terrifyingly powerful. He went against the 5 experts of Black Gate alone, and it seemed like he had to fight it out. When the Arch Thunder Great Tao was activated, it really looked like it was going to be a fight. After the 5 heaven monarch experts rushed in, the Great Tao around them struck the Great Tao of Thunder and instantly tore a hole. Even if it was the Arch Thunder Great Tao, with their treasures and their own strength, they could still resist it to a certain extent. The 5 heaven monarchs attacked in 5 directions, and it seemed like they were very good at group battles. Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan was the strongest among them, and he was like a sharp knife. He was the first to get close to Lin Fei. He had to let this native see that this wasn't the place for him to talk, but the Black Gate. Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan's methods were also very simple. He reached out a hand, which was completely golden, and there were runes flashing in the palm. It was very mystical. Everywhere it went, the Arch Thunder Great Tao's power collapsed. It was obvious that Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan's methods were very strong. Even if he just reached out a hand, Lin Fei could feel how strong he was. Such an expert was simply a top-notch combat power in a place like the spiritual realm. Outsiders couldn't withstand it at all, not to mention that there were 4 heaven monarchs helping them. Anyone who encountered such a situation wouldn't have a good ending. Gao Fan was the happiest one. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei and the Black Gate to fight for 300 rounds. It would be best if both sides were injured, and then he would be able to reap the benefits. Don't disappoint me. Now that things have become so big, you are an overlord and a genius. You have to contribute to me no matter what. The development of this scene was quite in line with Gao Fan's expectations. These things were all caused by Lin Fei himself. If he didn't spread the news of the Heaven Demon Divine Blood, how would the outside forces know? How would they come here? Why did he have to work so hard? The moment the golden palm enveloped him, Lin Fei felt as though his entire body was about to fly into the palm. He immediately realized that there was something strange about his opponent's palm. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out. In an instant, a saber light slashed out like a stream of water and crashed into the other party's palm. In an instant, he blocked the opponent's attack, and at the same time, he stabilized himself. Although Lin Fei's saber technique looked very simple and ordinary, it was actually very unusual. That was because this was the latest saber technique that Lin Fei had cultivated. It was called Limitless. After Lin Fei cultivated countless treasure body techniques to increase his physical defense, he also cultivated an offensive technique, which was a blade technique. This was a brand new saber technique formed by the fusion of 2 special powers. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this infinite saber technique. This was because the greatest advantage of this saber technique was that it was untraceable. Of course, another thing that Lin Fei liked was that it could explode with super strong might. The stronger Lin Fei was, the stronger the infinite saber technique would be. At the same time, the world-destroying god light on his other palm flew out, turning into countless beams of light that attacked the 4 Black Gate experts. It blocked their attacks one by one. Although the world annihilation divine light wasn't that big, the power it unleashed was still very real. Instantly, the 4 Black Gate experts felt the pressure and didn't dare to take it head-on. The countless runes on Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan's palm shone brightly. He could feel that this blade technique wasn't normal and finally understood why Lin Fan dared to say such a thing. Just this strength alone is far from enough. You can't block it at all. The runes on Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's palm shone brighter and brighter. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed out, I think this strength is enough because you aren't coming at me at all. Hua hua hua. Many blade lights slashed over. They were extremely pure and direct. Some came from the front, some came from the side, some came from below, and some came from above. It could be said that they covered all directions. In an instant, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan felt a troublesome aura. Lin Fei's physical body was extremely strong. Therefore, the strength that he exploded out was even stronger. Moreover, he was using the infinite saber technique. For a moment, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan couldn't get close to Lin Fei. The moment Lin Fei's blade light appeared, he would feel a different kind of dangerous aura. Most importantly, he couldn't catch any traces of this blade technique. This was the most troublesome person to deal with. The fight between Lin Fei and them was very short and very fast. Everyone only saw Lin Fei use the World Annihilation Divine Light in his hand, followed by a blade technique. In an instant, he had suppressed the 5 experts from Black Sect. The 3 experts from Killing Rakshasa Sect felt their hearts sink. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the spiritual realm? He was able to block the attacks of 5 Black Gate experts alone. Moreover, one of them was Heavenly Lord Yuanshan. If this news were to spread out, no one would believe it. They actually met a powerful aboriginal in a small world like the spiritual realm. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan attacked for more than 10 times consecutively. To think that he was unable to break through. His face darkened as well. He then spat out a pearl from his mouth. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful aboriginal in a small world. You forced me to use this air-frozen bead. You are amazing. The moment the air-frozen bead appeared, it landed on top of Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's head. The infinite saber technique that Lin Fei attacked was actually stopped by the air-frozen bead. It was extremely mysterious and magical. Lin Fei's pupils constricted. He knew what this treasure was. This should be a treasure at the Sovereign Emperor level for it to be able to block all the attacks. Then, the opponent's palm pierced through. It was very fast, so fast that Lin Fei couldn't keep up. Lin Fei's fleshly body defense was also very strong. He was able to take the palm strike head-on and his entire body was sent flying. Behind him, the void shattered with a clatter. Lin Fei, on the other hand, stopped completely unscathed. You are indeed an expert from a foreign world. Even your Emperor Master-level treasure is so powerful. However, you are still too weak. You can't even kill a aboriginal like me. How embarrassing. You should go back. Chapter 46-53. Even though Lin Fei seemed to be able to block it easily, only he knew that the opponent's palm strike was extremely terrifying and powerful. Especially when the opponent's palm formed a vortex, which instantly turned into a spiral attack. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, one's entire body would be torn to shreds by the attack of this spiral. Fortunately, Lin Fei's body was already very strong. The body of a heavenly monarch was naturally not something that the opponent's attack could break. Moreover, the opponent wasn't an Emperor realm expert. When Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan saw that the opponent was unscathed, he frowned. This situation was a little unexpected. This lad seemed to be fine after taking a palm strike from him. The air-frozen pearl flew over again. He didn't believe that this lad could still block it. In that case, he would send another palm strike. If the first palm strike didn't work, then the second and third palm strikes. Let's see how long you can last. Anyway, your techniques can't be used in my eyes at all. Everything was really as Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan said. Under the envelopment of the air-frozen pearl, Lin Fei couldn't use any of his techniques. On the contrary, Lin Fei's entire body seemed to have become a sandbag. One palm strike after another. Lin Fei didn't know how many palm strikes he had taken, but they were all very powerful. This heavenly monarch Yuan Shan really wanted to kill him with one palm strike. However, he couldn't withstand the strength of Lin Fei's physical body. As palm strike after palm strike, he had a better understanding of his own physical body. He also knew that this heavenly monarch Yuan Shan wasn't a match for him. Just as heavenly monarch Yuan Shan sent another palm strike over, Lin Fei disappeared with a swoosh. Then, a saber slashed across gently. That heavenly monarch Yuan Shan immediately retreated. He didn't attack anymore. Lin Fei also stopped and patted his body. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you want to continue fighting, then I'll fulfill your wish. Anyway, I'm not good at other things, but my physical body is pretty strong. Anyway, you can't beat me to death. Just a moment ago, Lin Fei had been attacked dozens of times, yet he was completely unscathed. On Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan's side, one could see a wound on his clothes as he retreated. No, it should be more accurate to say that it was a crack that went straight to his body. Such a simple slash was enough to let Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan know that this kid was indeed difficult to deal with. He was young, but his physical body was ridiculously tough. Jiang Yi didn't even doubt that his physical body had reached the Heaven Monarch realm. Such an enemy was too difficult to deal with. At the very least, the 5 Heaven Monarchs wouldn't be able to hold him down. Moreover, he had the world-extinguishing divine light. A single divine light was able to stop 4 Heaven Monarch realm experts, and Jiang Yi was truly unable to deal with them by himself. What a freak! Jiang Yi's expression turned even worse. He didn't expect the Black Sect to encounter such a thing. Killing Rakshasa Sect's side was also dumbfounded. A native actually withstood Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan's attack. Even if they encountered Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan's attack, they might not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why they were so afraid. But now, a native actually withstood it. They realized that it wouldn't be easy to get the heavenly demon god blood today. Jiang Yi's physical body was simply too strong. Even the experts of the heavenly demon race might not be able to cultivate such a terrifying physical body. He was truly a super freak. Lin Fei was also very happy at this moment because the amount of hatred that Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan and the other 4 Heaven Monarchs contributed was really beyond his imagination. This output was a bit high. In just such a short period of time, Lin Fei gained 20,000 hatred points from them. There was a moment when Lin Fei suspected that the system had calculated wrongly. Since when did Heaven Monarch experts contribute so much? But after thinking about it, he came back to his senses. It should be that the higher one's cultivation realm was, the higher the hatred points. Especially since he had formed a huge difference with them. A native and a high and mighty Black Sect expert, the amount of hatred points would be quite crazy. Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan naturally didn't plan to make a move anymore. There was no point in making a move anymore. Instead, it would benefit others and waste their strength for nothing. But if he let this kid go just like that, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. He was really in a dilemma. At this moment, he still had to give himself a way out. You are quite strong, but your physical body is so strong. Be careful not to be captured and turned into a puppet warrior. After all, people like you are still very popular. Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan snorted coldly and threatened the other party. They were Black Sect experts and naturally knew that there were many people in the vast thousand world who had different hobbies. For example, some people liked to refine puppet warriors. Therefore, people with a strong physical body like Lin Fei had always been quite popular. Lin Fei also snorted and said unhurriedly, "Let's see if they have the ability and if they can withstand this strike from my hand." After a simple exchange, Lin Fei also realized one thing. His physical body was indeed quite strong, but this method was still lacking. When the time comes, he would have to exchange for some great Tao. Killing Luo sect experts also started to speak. I think we'd better break this trick first. Otherwise, we'll end up becoming someone else's tool after all our efforts are in vain. Although they didn't know who else would come next, they obviously didn't want to waste any more time here. Killing Luo sect's words still hit the bottom of Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's heart. With such a native here, he really didn't want to continue fighting. He wanted to break the palace first and retrieve the heavenly demon god blood from inside. Only then would his efforts not be in vain. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan snorted. Then let's break it together. However, the three of us have to discuss this first. We'll break the divine light together. When the time comes, whoever comes in will be our enemy. Let's chase them out first. What about killing Luo sect and you? Heavenly Lord Yuanshan didn't want to waste time here. Killing Luo sect also didn't want to waste time here. They could only endure the anger in their hearts and break the divine light first. Killing Luo sect naturally didn't have any objections. It was the same for Lin Fei's side. It was a pity that he couldn't continue to farm hatred. Of course, he knew that as long as he stayed here, the hatred would only increase. Sure, I have no objections. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Killing Luo sect nodded. We have no objections. Since both sides have no objections, let's do it. Chapter 46-54. Everyone was surprised to see such an ending. Of course, the humans were still happy. Many of them were chased out. There weren't many people left behind. There were only a few left. Among them, Gao Fan was probably the most displeased. Gao Fan came to Lin Fei's side immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, these people aren't easy to deal with. Especially this heavenly Lord Yuanshan, he even brought an emperor's treasure. Aren't we asking a tiger for its skin by cooperating with them? Gao Fan's own strength was actually very strong, but at this time, he also knew that with his own strength, he really couldn't beat these people here. Especially the 5 experts from Black Sect, especially this heavenly Lord Yuanshan. A single air-frozen pearl was enough to stop them. It consumed a lot of energy, but this treasure also gave everyone quite a bit of pressure. There were very few people like Lin Fei who could still fight back. They couldn't even tell that the saber move was different. In Gao Fan's opinion, he still had to rely on junior brother Lin Fei to get the heavenly demon god blood. As long as they could pin down the experts of Black Gate and killing Luo sect, Gao Fan would be able to catch them off guard and snatch the heavenly demon god blood for himself. By then, he would be able to refine it. How could Lin Fei not know what Gao Fan was thinking? Gao Fan hoped that he could restrain these people so that he could get the heavenly demon god blood. Who asked us to be in a small world? We don't have any experts. However, I am considered an expert. When the time comes to snatch the heavenly demon god blood, I will restrain them. I will leave the opportunity to you, senior brother. I believe that when your strength explodes, you will definitely catch them off guard and let them know that there are still experts in our spiritual realm. These words really struck a chord in Gao Fan's heart. For a moment, he even suspected that it wasn't Lin Fei who released the news. Since when did Lin Fei become so easy to talk to? Or did Lin Fei really not know anything? Even Gao Fan himself was a little confused. No matter what, this was what Gao Fan wanted to hear the most. Following that, the 3 parties did not hesitate any longer. He began to break the divine light of destruction again. This time, the efficiency was much faster. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power of the divine light of annihilation was also weakened layer by layer. Gao Fan was getting happier and happier in his heart. He could already feel the aura of the heavenly demon god blood. To him, it was like a peerless tonic. It was the same for killing Luo's sect and Black Gate, they could also feel it. The existence of the heavenly demon god's blood here gave off a trace of dangerous aura. Lin Fei was the calmest of them all. No matter how good the heavenly demon god's blood was, it couldn't be better than his leisurely leveling system. In such a short period of time, he had gained another 1,000 or 2,000 hatred points, which should have been contributed by the Black Gate. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. If he managed to get his hands on the heavenly demon god blood, the hatred of these people would only grow. It was a pity that there were too few people coming in this time, which disappointed Lin Fei a little. He could not wait for more heaven lords to come. It didn't matter even if they were more powerful, they couldn't do anything to him anyway. The body of a heaven lord was still quite popular. Lin Fei's own methods were a little bad, but this was a small matter. After a loud rumbling sound, the last layer of power was finally broken, and a wave of heavenly demon chi directly rushed out. Wherever the heavenly demon chi passed, the void was directly corroded. Everyone sent out their treasures to resist the attack of the heavenly demon chi. Only Lin Fei didn't do anything, and just let the heavenly demon chi rush over his body. As soon as the heavenly demon chi approached Lin Fei, it was sent flying by Lin Fei's body. It kept collapsing, and a small vacuum zone was vaguely formed around his body. At this moment, a figure instantly rushed in. It was not an expert from killing Luo's sect, nor was it an expert from Black Gate. It was Gao Fan who had been at the side. This guy was like a fish in water in the face of the heavenly demon chi, and he instantly went in. He was very fast. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Senior brother Gao Fan was not such a kind-hearted person, and this guy was most likely the 9th prince of the heavenly demon clan. To them, this little bit of heavenly demon chi was nothing at all, but to the human race, this pressure was a little too much. If they were not careful, they would be corroded by the heavenly demon chi, and they might even be taken away by the heavenly demon chi, and finally become a walking corpse. The experts from killing Rakshasa sect and Black sect reacted at the first moment and attacked. Lin Fei was also attacked. They never thought that a small indigenous world would be so bold, and actually rushed in while they were not paying attention. The treasures on him seemed to be a little unusual, and he could even withstand the heavenly demon chi. This made them even more unhappy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the Arch Thunder Dao fell in front of him, and then fell on them. At the same time, the infinite saber technique directly enveloped them. One saber after another, countless saber strikes. Like a meteor shower, in terms of close combat, Lin Fei was not inferior to anyone, and he also targeted the heavenly lords from Black Gate. In Lin Fei's eyes, the heavenly lords from Black Gate were more difficult to deal with, and of course, only Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan was the most difficult. The other 4 were quite easy to deal with, and once Lin Fei's saber light enveloped them, they felt the pressure. This saber technique was indeed very fierce, and very unusual. Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan released the air-frozen pearl. I will hold this guy back, you guys go in first, don't let that guy snatch the heavenly demon blood, let alone let him refine it. No one was willing to let others go in before they finally broke the divine light, so they had to stop that guy first. The other 4 Heaven Monarch realm experts rushed in immediately. They also escaped from the shroud of Lin Fei's saber light, because once the air-frozen pearl was out, Lin Fei's method seemed a little insignificant. The people from Killing Devil's sect didn't stay idle either, and they also rushed in immediately. Lin Fei was very calm from beginning to end, but he knew that Gao Fan still had some tricks up his sleeves, and whoever underestimated him would definitely suffer a big loss. Initially, Lin Fei wanted to try refining the heavenly demon god blood. But now, he felt that there was no need for that. Wouldn't it be better to create more hatred outside? This time, the amount of hatred contributed was much more than before, and they were obviously a little annoyed. They clearly had their eyes on it, but it was still stolen by an inconspicuous guy. This time, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan just wanted to restrain Lin Fei, and he didn't use any more fierce methods, as it was meaningless. The opponent's Heavenly Lord physical body was really too difficult to deal with, and he couldn't break the defense at all. As long as the defense couldn't be broken, everything else was useless. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4655. If I were you, I would definitely leave the spiritual world because it has no future. Why not join our black sect? Heavenly Lord Yuanshan tried to recruit Lin Fan once more. The more he fought, the more he knew how strong Lin Fan was. A person like Lin Fan was most suitable to be a tool. It would be very beneficial to restrain the enemy. Although he was able to restrain Lin Fei, he couldn't do anything to him at all. Lin Fan's physical body was very strong. Unless someone stronger attacked, he could only trap Lin Fan. Therefore, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan also wanted to try and see if he could recruit this kid. If he could recruit him back, it would be considered as a meritorious deed. Such a person was definitely worth paying attention to. If he could improve his techniques, his combat strength would be even stronger. He would be invincible in close combat. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan still had this bit of foresight. Lin Fei laughed. I'm sorry, but I'm really not interested in joining a sect. I feel that my current situation is quite good. Although the spirit realm is a small world of natives, and I can also be considered a small native, I'm living a relaxed life. There's no scheming or scheming. What do you think? This was the first time Heavenly Lord Yuanshan heard such a thing, and he couldn't imagine it. He even understood why Lin Fan's physical body was able to improve. Perhaps it was because of this. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan could only say that it was a pity that he couldn't recruit such a good tool. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan's thoughts towards this tool that he couldn't recruit was very simple. When the time came, he would definitely destroy this guy. If one day, this guy ran to the boundless world and learned some tricks, it would be a big problem for them. A fellow with a Heaven Lord level physical body was too hard to deal with unless an Emperor King expert attacked. Now, Emperor Kings didn't have much free time, so why would they attack? At the same realm, no one would be able to suppress this fella. He was just too hard to deal with. Just like that. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan restrained Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't have any intention of rushing inside. He left the rest to Gao Fan. He believed that with Gao Fan's ability, he should be able to get the Heavenly Demon God blood. When the time came, he should be able to obtain even more honor points by grinding this Gao Fan again. Lin Fei felt that he was really too smart to be able to think of such a method. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan really hoped that Lin Fei wouldn't rush in. It was better to restrain Lin Fei on the outside than on the inside. To be able to set up so many traps on the outside, one could imagine what the situation inside was like. There was no room for negotiation. In the blink of an eye, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out in a sorry state. Not good, that guy actually snatched away the Heavenly Demon God blood and refined a part of the Heavenly Demon God blood's power. We are no longer his match. The ones who spoke were the experts of the Black Sect. Their faces were pale. It was the same for killing Rakshasa. At this moment, Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan stopped. He really couldn't believe that an aboriginal could cause him to be in such a sorry state. Now, another aboriginal had popped out and refined the Heavenly Demon God blood. How was that possible? Are you guys sure you didn't see wrongly? The Heavenly Demon God blood wasn't any ordinary God blood. It wasn't something that anyone could refine. If one tried to refine it without preparation, one's body would explode. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan understood the situation. To be honest, it was quite a blow to him. Right after he said those words, a figure dashed out from the crowd. His arrogant laughter echoed through the air. This person was none other than Gao Fan. The Gao Fan at this moment was a little different. His eyes were bloodshot and emitted a chilling aura. Even Lin Fei could feel that Gao Fan was a little different. The aura on the other party was much stronger than before. However, Lin Fei could feel a foreign aura. Immediately, he understood that the Gao Fan at this moment shouldn't be the Gao Fan from before. Indeed, the heavenly demon god blood wasn't that easy to refine. All he had to do was to have some thoughts and Gao Fan seemed to be in trouble. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Those people from the heavenly demon race really knew how to play some tricks. Not only did they leave behind the heavenly demon god blood, they even left behind some tricks. In the end, Gao Fan was in trouble. If he didn't guess wrongly, the Gao Fan at this moment shouldn't be the real Gao Fan anymore. He must have been possessed by someone else. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. To think that I would have prepared so much blood food the moment I came out. And it's even a heavenly monarch. I'll start with you then. Gao Fan's voice turned hoarse as he stared at Lin Fei. After a phantom, he appeared behind Lin Fei and grabbed out with both his palms, as though he was going to devour Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned around and slashed his saber at Gao Fan's body, instantly sending Gao Fan flying. Following that, tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth, catching Gao Fan off guard. You want to eat me? Aren't you thinking too much? I've long been on guard against this move of yours. Do you really think that I'm so easy to deal with? Seems like you've lived for too long. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan could also feel the terror of this slash. He had a new impression of this guy. He was indeed a cunning guy. To think that he had been on guard against such a move. If this had landed on any of the heavenly monarchs, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it so easily. It was inevitable that they would be injured. On the other side, after Gao Fan went out, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. There were even more cracks on his body, covering his entire body, and blood was flowing out. After all, although Gao Fan's body was strong, it wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. Moreover, Lin Fei's slash was unintentional. Naturally, Gao Fan wouldn't have been able to withstand it. I'm actually injured. Despicable brat, how dare you scheme against me? Gao Fan lowered his head and looked at the fresh blood flowing out of his body. His expression changed and was filled with endless hatred. And Lin Fei also gained hatred at this moment. It went over 1,000. He was even more shocked. This guy who possessed him really had a strong background. This also made Lin Fei realize that something was wrong. This fellow might even be an imperial emperor. He couldn't burst out the strength of an emperor now, but once he refined the heaven demon god's blood, wouldn't he become a real emperor? Chapter 46-56. The strength of Gao Fan, who came out again, soared. At the same time, the hatred value that he had gained was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. He was also overjoyed in his heart. He finally found a guy who could easily gain hatred. You see, I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. If you come to deal with me again, it won't be that simple. The look in Gao Fan's eyes also changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, he had his eyes on the other experts. Whether it was the experts of the Black Sect or the Killing Devil Sect, they all cursed when they saw this situation. Originally, they had all suffered a big loss. They didn't get the heavenly demon god blood, but such an expert appeared. Now that Lin Fei said this, it seemed that he had his eyes on them again. Before they could say anything, Gao Fan directly rushed towards them. A demonic aura shrouded them, and in an instant, the surrounding area couldn't be seen clearly. It was the same for Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even think of leaving, and just stood there quietly. After the next breath, a figure instantly attacked. It turned out to be Gao Fan again. Both of his hands turned into sharp claws. This claw, splitting mountains and rocks, was very ferocious. You're quite despicable, using your divine ability to launch a sneak attack, but you're destined to fail. Lin Fei laughed out loud and dodged the attack in an instant. Turning around, he slapped over one palm at a time. Who's afraid of close combat? You've gained 500 hatred points. You've gained 500 hatred points. You've gained 500 hatred points. In the blink of an eye, he contributed another 1,500 hatred points to Lin Fei. After Gao Fan seemed to be unable to defeat him, he instantly escaped into the darkness. Then he went to deal with some other Lord of Heaven experts. From time to time, a muffled groan could be heard. Lin Fei knew that those Lord of Heaven experts were unlucky. Lin Fei didn't even think of helping them. At this time, Gao Fan, who was possessed, wasn't so easy to deal with. Lin Fei also relied on his own strong defense, coupled with close combat methods. He could really play with the opponent. He couldn't wait for Gao Fan to kill all these Heaven Monarch experts. The more he killed, the more unlucky Gao Fan would be. Both the Killing Luo sect and the Black sect behind them will come. The surrounding movements were getting quieter and quieter. Lin Fei also knew that many Heaven Monarch experts had died. Even at this moment, Lin Fei's divine sense was very strong, but it could not penetrate the darkness organized by the devil Qi. He also knew that this divine ability was not simple. It might even be one of the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Fei decided to wait and see. In reality, it was as Lin Fei had guessed. After being possessed, Gao Fan's combat prowess skyrocketed, reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. However, he had not truly refined and absorbed it, so the combat prowess he erupted with was barely at the level of a sovereign emperor. It took a lot of time to eliminate these Heaven Monarch experts. Finally, Gao Fan's figure appeared once again and he launched another attack. This method of yours is rather fast. You can eliminate all these Heaven Monarch experts in a short time. But if you want to eliminate me, I think you are thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled while resisting the opponent's attack. His hands were very powerful, especially his claws, which were very sharp. They were no different from divine weapons. The only problem was that the opponent's physical body had not really caught up to Lin Fei's level. Therefore, the power of this move could not reach the limit, which meant that there was a so-called ceiling. Because of this, Lin Fei was still able to resist with ease. Of course, Gao Fan also had his own tricks up his sleeve. When he attacked, streams of demonic energy turned into threads, trying to seep in. As soon as the threads got close to Lin Fei, they were bounced off. You see, I have already told you, and you must have done it in vain. You still don't believe me. Don't be fooled by my looks and strength, I am not someone you can deal with. Lin Fei was even more glad that he had raised his defense. Sure enough, the stronger his defense was, the stronger his ability to protect his life. At the very least, even Gao Fan, who was an Emperor Lord, could not do anything to him for a while. No matter how strong the power was, or how strong the penetration was, Lin Fei could still withstand it. After a long time, he felt that Gao Fan was the one who was at a disadvantage. It was obvious that Gao Fan had not completely refined the heavenly demon divine blood. Of course, the longer it dragged on, it was also good for Lin Fei. For example, the hatred value began to rise. It was more exciting than killing Heaven Monarchs. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei had gained 10,000 hatred value. This was really a good deal. If I were you, I would stop and have a good rest. There are so many people in this boundless world. Why do you insist on me alone? I don't think it makes sense at all. What do you think? In fact, Lin Fei also understood in his heart why Gao Fan had been staring at him. It should be because the remnant thoughts left behind after being taken away were too deep. Lin Fei also admired the methods of the Heavenly Demon Clan. They actually left such a move behind. He wondered if the ninth prince of the Heavenly Demon clan would regret it later. He had been killed by his own people. You ruined the good things of our Heavenly Demon clan. This old man will naturally destroy you. I don't believe that you can hold on for so long. Gao Fan's voice was full of deep coldness, like the voice in a world of ice and snow, so cold that it made people shiver. Gao Fan's speed increased again, and a cold light flashed in front of Lin Fei. Don't look at these cold lights. Such a cold light could easily kill a heavenly king and injure a heaven monarch expert. As for Lin Fei, it could only cut open Lin Fei's clothes and even leave a white mark on Lin Fei's body. It was impossible to take another step forward. Since you don't want to listen to me, you can continue. I think the longer you drag it out, the harder it will be for you to refine the heavenly demon god blood. Anyway, I have thick skin and flesh, so don't be afraid. Lin Fei didn't fight back at all, because his strength to fight back was really not as good as Gao Fan, who had reached the Imperial Emperor level. This defense was different. It was really strong. Lin Fei thought that when the hatred accumulated more, he would pile more of this physical body. It would also become more powerful. In particular, the rings of misty light around his body were formed by several types of protective treasures to form a single body of defense. 1 joss stick's worth of time. 1 hour. 6 hours. Lin Fei did not know how long his opponent had been fighting for. In any case, his opponent had not stopped attacking at all. Instead, he continued to maintain a high state of eruption. For Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. He didn't expect that he could really harvest a lot of hatred. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's hatred directly exceeded 500,000. It set a new high. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4657. In fact, Lin Fei did not expect that he would gain so much hatred just by killing Gao Fan. It was faster than killing the Lord of Heaven before. The stronger and faster the opponent was, the higher the anger of the opponent, and the more hatred he would gain. With 500,000 hatred points, he could exchange for a lot of treasures, and his physical defense would become stronger. If possible, Lin Fei really did not mind killing another 500,000 or 1 million, but it depended on whether Gao Fan agreed or not. After attacking for 6 hours, Gao Fan suddenly retreated and actually stopped attacking. Considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, why don't you follow me? I promise you a bright future. Gao Fan, who had been attacking for a long time, realized that this guy called Lin Fei was indeed very capable. In particular, his physical defense was terrifyingly strong, layer after layer, and it was impossible to penetrate. After attacking for 6 hours, Gao Fan also realized the benefits of a strong physical body. However, he did not really refine the heavenly demon god's blood. How could it be so troublesome, and he would have taken down this kid long ago. He could even refine the other party into a puppet warrior with such a strong physical body. It was really very rare. Then forget it. There's no future for me to follow you. Don't you know that the heavenly demon is now no different from a street rat? Even you can't take me down. I advise you to go back and cultivate. Come back when you've cultivated your strength. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Gao Fan looked at him coldly, turned around, and went outside. If it was a normal time, it would be fine, but at this time, how could Lin Fei let the other party go? This was a tool that he had found with great difficulty. If it was gone, where could he find such a tool? Lin Fei could also be sure that Gao Fan was no longer the Gao Fan from before, and had definitely been replaced by someone else. Don't be in a hurry to leave, we've only been fighting for such a short time, we have to fight for at least 3 days and 3 nights, I can still take it. Lin Fei unleashed his movement technique and chased after Gao Fan. Following that, bolts of lightning came crashing down, completely restricting Gao Fan's speed. After all, these thunderbolts were quite powerful. Gao Fan turned around and glanced over coldly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. He had actually turned back. Lin Fei took the opportunity to block. He was really not afraid of the other party. This attack came crashing down, breaking through several layers of defense. Even his qi and blood began to churn. That's right. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't you want to kill me? To be honest, if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights, I probably won't be able to hold on. Don't you want to try? Just now, it really gave Lin Fei a lot of pressure, and of course, it also harvested a lot of hatred. In one breath, he had managed to farm 1,300 aggro points. Where else could he find such a good deal? Therefore, Lin Fei hoped that Gao Fan would stay here. To be a good tool. Gao Fan's eyes became even colder. Just now, he did use some means to catch the other party off guard, but he did not expect the other party's physical body to be beyond imagination. He knew that there was no point in continuing to stay here. The only thing he had to do now was to completely refine the heavenly demon god's blood so that he could truly unleash the strength of an emperor. It would not be like now, barely reaching the level of an emperor. Although he could also sweep away these heavenly monarch experts, the Lin Fei in front of him made him very angry. He was like a volcano that almost erupted. Whoosh! Gao Fan turned into a black stream of light and rushed out. This time, Lin Fei could not stop Gao Fan. In fact, he also knew in his heart that if this guy really wanted to leave, it would not be easy to stop him with his strength. Lin Fei was quite proud. At the very least, the treasure body that he had farmed had improved his defense, and he could even withstand the power of an ordinary emperor. The next time Gao Fan appears, it should be time to completely refine the heavenly demon god's blood. If he still can't do anything to me at that time, then the aggro points that I've farmed should be even higher. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. He also knew one thing, and that was that he had to properly farm this Gao Fan, and right now, he had to first use up these 500,000 hatred points. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave the palace. There was also a good thing left. That was the divine light of destruction. Previously, they did not break it, they only forcefully suppressed it. Now that Gao Fan had left, the others were either dead or injured, and there was almost no one here. How could Lin Fei miss the divine light of destruction? In front of the palace, the divine light of destruction was restored once again. Lin Fei now had honor points, which was a good thing. It could refine all treasures. Of course, it was nothing more than a matter of honor points. He felt that refining this divine light of destruction should not be too difficult. At least the power of the divine light of destruction had been consumed. Divine light of destruction, a unique type of divine light that possesses extraordinary power and destructive abilities. Refining the divine light of destruction required 10 million honor points. 10 million honor points was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. Because upgrading to the Lord of Heaven level only required 100 million honor points. Lin Fei could still accept it. After all, this divine judge of destruction was not inferior to the divine light of destruction at all. Now, he was lacking some offensive means. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly chose to refine it. After 10 million honor points were consumed, the divine light flew out and fell directly into Lin Fei's hands. On the left was a ball of divine light of destruction, and on the right was a ball of divine light of destruction. It is indeed a good thing. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. Lin Fei also found that when the two kinds of divine light gathered together, they actually had the effect of combining with each other, and the power was invisibly increased by several times. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. He also knew that for such a divine light, it was very powerful to master a single one. Now that he had mastered two, it was really rare. No wonder there was a burst of power from combining with each other. If he had this divine light of destruction previously, Gao Fan would not have left so quickly. He entered the palace, intending to see what else was inside. In the end, there was nothing but some dry corpses inside. There was really nothing except the heavenly demon divine blood. He turned around and left. He returned to Tianyuan City. He did not return to the sky-reaching school. He did not know if Gao Fan from the sky-reaching school had returned. The possibility was still very low. It was better to stay here in Tianyuan City at this time, where no one would control him. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4658. He didn't know where Gao Fan had escaped to. Lin Fei didn't plan to find him either. Anyway, let him refine the heavenly demon god's blood first. At that time, he would be a genuine emperor stage powerhouse. This time would probably take quite a long time. Lin Fei couldn't wait for him to cultivate for as long as possible. When he came back, he would be a tool again and he would be able to farm more hatred points. As soon as he returned to Tianyuan City, Lin Fei returned to his study. He still had important things to do. That was to completely use up the 500,000 hatred points on hand. This time, he was quite satisfied with the defense brought by these treasure bodies. He had only refined a few treasure bodies and his defense had already increased. If there were a dozen or 100 treasure bodies, wouldn't his physical defense be ridiculously strong? Lin Fei could feel that these treasures were like layers of defense. Only by breaking through these defenses would he be able to truly threaten his physical body. It could also be considered a form of invisible defense. This also made Lin Fei hope that he could refine more treasure bodies. With these 500,000 hatred points, Lin Fei had to raise his defense to the next level. When the defense reached its limit, even if he stood still, he would be able to make all the powerhouses stare at him. Sometimes, Lin Fei liked to say that when your physical body was strong, it would naturally be the best way to attack. If you didn't understand this sentence, you could change it to another sentence, that is, the strongest defense is offense. If you knocked down all your enemies, naturally no one would be able to threaten you. With 500,000 hatred points, Lin Fei didn't have much of a choice this time. Anyway, the treasure bodies had been exchanged one by one. No matter what attributes you had, he would exchange them all. One step at a time. The 500,000 hatred points were exchanged for almost 60 treasure bodies, all of which were cheap treasure bodies. In fact, if these cheap treasure bodies were placed outside, it would cause a huge uproar, and there would be many people snatching them. After refining all 60 treasure bodies in one step, Lin Fei instantly felt that his physical defense had increased by a lot. If it was 10 before, then it should have reached at least 70 or 80 now. Lin Fei took out the divine light of destruction and the divine light of annihilation, and placed them on himself. As he had imagined, the two divine lights that landed on his body couldn't even penetrate the layers of defense. Basically, they could only penetrate about 20 to 30 layers. This also made Lin Fei completely satisfied. I wonder if Gao Fan, that guy, will cry himself to sleep in the toilet when he finds out that he has given me so much hatred. It's a pity that this guy ran too fast and I can't find him. Otherwise, I would have been able to get more hatred. After tasting the sweetness of this hatred, Lin Fei hoped that he could transform into more treasured bodies and increase his defense to the next level. Unfortunately, at this time, Gao Fan had disappeared without a trace. Even the people from the Brotherhood sect and the Killing Rakshasa sect seemed to have disappeared. Lin Fei wondered if he should make a trip to the heavenly demon's lair. He remembered that there were still some experts there. If he pinched these experts again, he should be able to gain some hatred points. In the end, he decided to forget it. If he were to farm hatred points so frequently, the heavenly demon clan probably wouldn't be able to contribute. Lin Fei might as well stay idle and wait and see. He wanted to see who else would jump out, and then he would find them to farm hatred points. Time passed, and a month had passed. During this month, the entire spiritual realm was relatively calm. The heavenly demon clan was constantly besieged and lost countless heavenly demons, but Gao Fan was still nowhere to be seen. There were more young masters outside, and these young masters had quite a background. As soon as they came, they went to visit some immortal sects, and it seemed that they had reached a certain cooperation. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about these, they were all told by the Tianyuan City Lord. With Lin Fei presiding over Tianyuan City, it could be said that Tianyuan City was a very safe place in the entire spiritual realm. Therefore, during this month, many people from other cities ran to Tianyuan City, because they could avoid a lot of danger here, especially not being targeted by the Heavenly Demon Clan. Who didn't know that the Heavenly Demon Clan was almost no different from street rats? Some powerful people went to capture these heavenly demons. Now these heavenly demon captives were very valuable, and a heavenly demon captive could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. If they were short of money, they could capture captives. If they wanted to buy treasures, they could capture captives. If they wanted to cultivate, they could capture captives. Anyway, at this time, the heavenly demon was the best tool to make money. In fact, Lin Fei didn't think that the heavenly demon clan would be so miserable. It couldn't be helped, who asked him to kill so many heavenly demon kings, causing the heavenly demon clan to have very few experts who could fight. The only one who could barely stand was Luo Mang. He was also injured by Lin Fei, and his injury couldn't be healed in a short time. Lin Fei didn't attack again, but his honor value was still rising. He was still 20 million short of 100 million honor value. No matter who went to the heavenly demon lair to capture these heavenly demons, they were very grateful to Lin Fei. If it weren't for Lin Fei making a big fuss, how could it be so easy? As for how everyone knew about this news, it wasn't Lin Fei himself who released it. Among them, there were also people from the heavenly demon clan who released it themselves. After all, they would know what was going on after capturing a few heavenly demon captives. Therefore, everyone also knew about Lin Fei of the Heavenly Reaching Church. Thinking about how Lin Fei had continuously blocked the attacks of the heavenly demons in Tianyuan City, they naturally knew about Lin Fei's strength, which was really unfathomable. Some people even said that Lin Fei was already the #1 person among the younger generation in the spiritual realm. As for this kind of news, Lin Fei quite liked to listen to it. Even if it was just flattery, it was also good. In any case, it could still contribute to his honor value. Lin Fei really had to thank the person who released the news. As for whether or not it was to flatter him, it didn't matter at all. If the person really intended to flatter him and then kill him by flattering him, Lin Fei didn't mind letting him have a taste of his power. On this day, Lin Fei continued to drink tea leisurely in the courtyard. This was considered Lin Fei's favorite thing to do recently. This tea was naturally good tea. After a sip, it would be of great help to his whole body. Junior brother Lin Fei. A figure suddenly broke into Tianyuan City. It came to the courtyard where Lin Fei was. This was a rather messy figure. When Lin Fei saw this figure, he was also shocked. Senior Sister Feng, what's wrong with you? Chapter 46-59. At this moment, Feng Yi was in a very sorry and miserable state. It was obvious that she had met with some trouble. This caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble slightly. He knew Feng Yi's strength. For her to be in such a state at this moment, the person who attacked her must be very strong. It's here. Just as this thought crossed Lin Fei's mind, a few voices rang out in the distance. Following that, several figures rushed into Tianyuan City. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Clan didn't dare to attack, Tianyuan City's formation was not activated, let alone Tianyuan City Lord Mansion. This was also the reason why Feng Yi could come in so easily. Lin Fei helped Feng Yi stand up. At this moment, those figures also came in. They directly appeared in the sky above the courtyard, looking down from above. These three people's aura were very strong. They were actually at the peak of Heavenly King. No wonder Feng Yi couldn't beat them. Those who could reach the peak of Heavenly King were very strong. If they had some treasures, not everyone could beat them. Unless it was a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. Unfortunately, Feng Yi wasn't a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. Young Lady Feng, our young master has been looking for you for a long time. You didn't give us face and forced us to take action. If it's you, you should leave now. Otherwise, your friend will be in trouble. Even this Tianyuan city will be in trouble. These three people didn't even look at Lin Fei. They looked unscrupulous and even used Tianyuan city to threaten Feng Yi. Feng Yi also glared at them. You will regret it soon. This is Tianyuan city, not a place where you can be impudent. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't have to guess to know what was going on. It should be a foreign young master who had his eyes on Feng Yi. After all, Feng Yi's bloodline was a little different. Naturally, she was noticed. He didn't expect them to be so bold. They even dared to make a move against the sky-reaching sect. If it was in the past, they would have been beaten out of their souls by the sky-reaching sect. You are indeed going to regret it soon. After all, this is not a place you should come to. Do you know who I am? I think you don't know either. Feng Yi didn't expect that she would be targeted the moment she went out. They came to capture him in broad daylight. She didn't even dare to think about this in the past. It wasn't easy for her to escape and come all the way to Tianyuan City. After seeing Lin Fei, she felt a sense of security. Big senior brother Gao Fan had not appeared for a month. It was said that he had refined the heavenly demon god blood. Whether the news was true or not, no one knew. In any case, no one had seen eldest senior brother return. Feng Yi more or less knew some news, and she also felt that this senior brother Gao Fan seemed a little different. He could even refine the heavenly demon god blood. Subconsciously, Feng Yi liked to stand on Lin Fei's side. She was the senior sister, but Lin Fei had helped her a lot. Therefore, when she was being chased, she came to Tianyuan City immediately. Fortunately, Lin Fei was in the city lord's mansion. The three people laughed unconcernedly. I don't care who you are. Anyway, we are going to take this person away. However, because of what you said just now, I will give you a knife and let you experience what it means to say, disaster comes from the mouth. As soon as he said that, that person instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei and used his hand as a knife to slash Lin Fei's neck. The scene of blood flowing like a river did not appear. The opponent's knife slashed across Lin Fei's neck. Nothing happened, but Lin Fei clearly felt that he had slashed his opponent's neck. Then, Lin Fei gently raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. With such little strength, how dare you act presumptuously in front of me? I gave you a chance, but you still can't kill me. I am so disappointing. He exerted force in his hand and broke the man's neck with a crack. Then, he threw the man aside. Then, thunderbolts burst out from the man's body. It was the Emperor-level Thunderbolt Great Path. He could not be more dead. The remaining two people were instantly enraged. They had not caught this person, but one of them was killed. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill our young master's subordinate? Do you want to die? Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Didn't you know who I am when you came? This is Tianyuan City, and I am Lin Fei, a disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. That should be enough. Rumble. The sky full of thunderbolts fell directly. The power of Emperor-level Thunderbolt was very strong. As soon as it enveloped them, their expressions changed. Then, Lin Fei walked into the thunderbolt. He turned back and smiled at Feng Yi. See how I will help you vent your anger. The two of them were very strong. They had reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. However, as soon as they entered the area of Emperor-level Thunderbolt, they could feel the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei arrived beside them. He struck out with his palms from both sides, which landed directly on their bodies. I have comprehended something recently. It's time for you to see what the strongest power is. The two palms, one on the left and one on the right, instantly landed on the bodies of the two peak Heavenly King experts. With a loud bang, Feng Yi saw two balls of fireworks explode, extremely beautiful and colorful. Sigh, you are too weak. You can't even take a palm from me. I don't know where you get the courage to act presumptuously here. Lin Fei shook his head gently and returned to the ground. The Tianyuan city lord rushed over immediately. He smelled the blood and saw Feng Yi. He seemed to understand what was going on. Clean up this place. I will take senior sister to relax. It just so happens that I haven't been out for some time. Just like that, Lin Fei brought Feng Yi and left Tianyuan City. Until they were far away. The Tianyuan City lord shook his head. These fellows are really bold. Junior brother Lin Fei can even kill a heavenly demon king, let alone you puny heavenly kings. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Junior brother Lin Fei, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have suffered today. I didn't expect those foreign young masters to dare to act so brazenly. At the mention of this, Feng Yi was filled with anger. She also felt wronged. Fortunately, she had finally come to Lin Fei and solved the problem. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have dared to do this. There are still some experts in our spiritual realm. Could it be that the elders in our sect are all blind? When Lin Fei mentioned this, Feng Yi's expression changed greatly again. She let out a long sigh. Junior brother, looks like you really don't care about the situation of the sect.
Chapter 52:20. Hearing Fairy Hong Xia's calm voice, Xiaohua did not dare to disobey and hurriedly released his arms. As expected, Kai Zhuoxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Fairy Hong Xia said indifferently, "What I said is true. We really can't go back to the past." Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hong Xia, as though he was trying to see in her heart. However, after a long while, Xiaohua finally let out a sigh. Following his sigh, Kai Zhuoxia, Li Zongbao, and the rest appeared again. Spiritual Master Xiao. Fairy Hong Xia bowed and said, "Junior and the rest will take our leave." "I-O?" Xiaohua was about to raise his hand when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, your husband still has something to tell you." "Spiritual Master Xiao, please speak." Fairy Hong Xia frowned and asked in a low voice. "This matter is related to your Ice Phoenix bloodline and the bloodline of the Kai family." Xiaohua said as he looked at Kai Zhuoxia, Li Zongbao, and Hung Li, and explained, "Senior Li, can I trouble you to wait here for a few days?" "Okay." Kai Zhuoxia rushed to answer and blinked her eyes at Xiaohua. Fairy Hong Xia was a little hesitant, but she believed that Xiaohua would not have any other thoughts, so she nodded in the end. After Fairy Hong Xia nodded, she felt the light and shadow around her change. In an instant, she was at the peak of a snowy mountain with Xiaohua. Xiaohua took out the peacock plume of Divine Mother Peacock and the ancient bloodline from the Legacy Realm and handed them to Fairy Hong Xia. "Hong Xia, this is the peacock plume of Divine Mother Peacock. This is the ancient Phoenix bloodline, huh?" Fairy Hong Xia was so shocked that she was speechless. "You have just condensed the blood essence. I was thinking of giving it to you in the future. Since you want to leave, I can only give it to you now. I will help you refine these first." Xiaohua said, "It can be considered as giving you some confidence to be proud." Fairy Hong Xia looked at the unique opportunity in front of her and shook her head. "Spiritual Master Xiao, I don't want to receive more from you. Hee, this is your own opportunity, given to you by Divine Mother Peacock of the Demon Realm." Xiaohua laughed. "This has nothing to do with me." "Oh, I understand." Fairy Hong Xia nodded. "That's what you just said. You've been to the 10,000 demon realm, and Divine Mother Peacock is in the 10,000 demon realm. Yes, so you don't have to think too much about it. Xiao Hua explained, I only brought it to you because I was afraid that something might happen in the future, so I helped you refine it today. Fairy Hong Xia pondered for a moment and said seriously, Darling Xiao, you have to give me time. Don't overthink it. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Refine your bloodline first. Although Xiao Hua had a smile on his face, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. Now he lacked nothing but time. If he could, he would bitterly smile at Fairy Hong Xia and say, Wife, I really don't have time. 10 days later, Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia appeared in front of Li Zongbao and the rest again. However, Fairy Hong Xia was not held by Xiao Hua as Kai Zhuoxia had expected. However, Kai Zhuoxia could clearly see the joy in Fairy Hong Xia's eyes. What was more, the sadness in Fairy Hong Xia's eyes was not the same as 10 days ago. Xiao Hua, let's go. Fairy Hong Xia flew away from Xiao Hua, nodded at Kai Zhuoxia, and said to Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao naturally heard the difference in the way she addressed him, and his heart was slightly relieved. However, after a moment, Li Zongbao asked again, Oh, right, junior brother Xiao, there were too many things before, so I didn't ask about Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua also woke up and slapped his forehead, smiling bitterly. If senior brotherly didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror. As he activated it, Xiao Mao and Hitorigami flew out from it. Xiao Mao had just flown out and immediately released his spiritual sense. When he saw Li Zongbao beside him, he was stunned. Only Hitorigami roared and blocked Fairy Hong Xia. Obviously, Xiao Mao had already instructed him to do so. Junior brother Xiao. Xiao Hua held back his excitement and called out softly. Big brother? Xiao Mao turned around in shock. When he saw Xiao Hua's familiar face, shame appeared on his face. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, please punish me. Xiao Hua smiled and helped Xiao Mao up, saying, Who can be wrong in their life? As long as you stick to your principles and don't lose your heart, you can know your mistakes and change. And didn't you see? Fairy Hong Xia is also fine. You were just schemed against by Yu Tong and Yi Yao Tian. There's also Luo Xingtian and Qing Liuzi. Xiao Mao gritted his teeth and said, Their conspiracy is not shallow. They intend to take over the entire cultivation world. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Isn't that simple? After speaking, Xiao Hua turned to the Black Bear spirit and said, Black Bear, Master, I'm here. The Black Bear spirit hurriedly bowed and said, Take a group of disciples to Dan Tong City and capture Qing Liuzi and the others. Interrogate them about the conspiracy with Luo Xingtian. Yes, I'll go right away. The Black Bear spirit received the order and moved away. Big brother, Xiao Mao said anxiously, Luo Xingtian is a void refinement cultivator. We have to slowly. Luo Xingtian has already been killed by Big brother, Xiao Hua said with a smile. It's just that he was killed too hastily and didn't ask the whole story. Qing Liuzi connived with Chan Yi to attack us back then. He should have died long ago. Huh? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, feeling as if he had missed something. Fairy Hong Xia said, Junior brother Xiao, thank you so much for the matter of Sky Patrol City this time. I have to leave first. If you want to leave, we might as well go together. If you want to catch up with Xiao Hua, then stay for a few more days. Senior sister, Xiao Mao was even more dumbfounded. He said curiously, Big brother is back. If you don't stay by his side, where are you going? It's lonely to be by Taoist Master Zhao's side. Fairy Hong Xia smiled and said, I have to go somewhere else to bask in the sun first. Junior brother Xiao. Xiao Hua said, Don't be in a hurry to leave. I still have something to entrust you. Okay. Xiao Mao nodded and looked at Xiao Hua calmly bidding farewell to Fairy Hong Xia. He was extremely puzzled. He even sent a voice transmission to Li Zongbao, but Li Zongbao only smiled bitterly and shook his head without replying. Fellow Taoist Xiao, the one who was concerned about Fairy Hong Xia, was naturally her sister. Before leaving, Kai Zhuoxia sent a voice transmission to Xiao Mao. Fairy Hong Xia has been spoiled since she was young. You have to bear with her. Looking at her appearance, it won't be long before she changes her mind. You have to wait a little longer." Xiao Hua smiled slightly, but his smile was full of bitterness. Big brother. After everyone left, Xiao Mao released his divine sense to check the surroundings and asked curiously, "Where is this place? Who are those cultivators?" "This is naturally the Sky Patrol City." Xiao Hua explained, "It's just that after a big battle, the surrounding 10,000 li of Sky Patrol City was destroyed. Now, this place has become the location of our Fortune Gate." These are the Fortune Gate's disciples," Xiao Mao said in disbelief. "Big brother's not joking with me, right? When did the Fortune Gate's disciples become so strong?" "These are the Fortune Gate's disciples that Big Brother brought back from other places," Xiao Hua said. "You will know the specific situation in the future. Big Brother asked you to stay behind to ask about the Yi clan." Little brother remembers. Xiao Mao seemed to have woken up from a dream and cried out, "Big brother, it was you who saved little brother, right?" Then, "Yi Shixiang, Yu Tong, Yin Jichong, and the others? They are all dead." Xiao Hua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder and said, "They racked their brains, but in the end, they still made a wedding dress for you. Don't worry, you can't conceive a nascent soul. It's not that your aptitude is lacking, but it's because of your bloodline. You don't have to cultivate a nascent soul technique, or golden core anymore. The four spirits blood curse that Yu Tong laid down has already strengthened your bloodline. Your soul technique should be several times stronger than ordinary soul cultivators." "Oh, right, Big Brother has to congratulate you in advance." As he spoke, Xiao Hua looked at Hamba. He didn't know where to start because he knew that Xiao Mao had a Dao companion named Qin Jian. "Her name is Hua Hong." Xiao Mao's face was slightly red as he said in a low voice, "Qin Jian's name is Yi Jian. She was sent by the Yi clan to monitor little brother." "Haha, that's great." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. "Hua Hong, come over here." Hua Hong was naturally different from Xiao Mao. She had long sensed the demonic beast race's great saint aura on Xiao Hua's body. Hearing Xiao Hua's order, she obediently flew over and knelt on the ground. Xiao Hua raised his hand and sent a strand of meridians into Hua Hong's forehead. Hua Hong's body trembled for a long time before calming down. She opened her mouth and cried "Ao, Ao" as she kowtowed desperately. Xiao Hua handed the storage pouch to Hua Hong and said, "There are rejuvenation pills inside, and also things for ordinary demonic beast race and soul cultivators. Take the rejuvenation pills, and you'll be able to speak soon. This old man's little brother will be in your hands." And Hua Hong nodded desperately. "Get up." Xiao Hua helped Hua Hong up, then took out the Yi Lin mainland's Yi family patriarch's token from his space and handed it to Xiao Mao. "Big brother wanted to ask about the Yi family situation, but I suddenly remembered that you are the Yi family's bloodline. The Yi family's patriarch Yi Yaotian, actually Yi Shixiang, has been killed by Big Brother. This is the Yi family's patriarch's token on the Yi Lin mainland. All Yi family's disciples must obey his orders." Xiao Mao didn't dare to accept the token. He waved his hand and said, "Big brother, you don't know, but the Yi family's foundation is not only the Huan country's enlightenment manor. They have branches in all three countries. How can little brother convince them with my strength?" Xiao Hua stuffed the token into Xiao Mao's hand and said, "If Big Brother says you can, then you can. Now, Big Brother has the final say on the Dawn Rain mainland. If there is anything you can't handle, you can send a message to my Fortune Gate." As he spoke, Xiao Hua gave his token to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao understood that Xiao Hua wouldn't harm him. Moreover, this was definitely a great opportunity. However, he really didn't understand what was going on. He was confused. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Vote for a monthly vote. Vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, tip, and thank you for all forms of support. Thank you to 375665 for your tip. Happy Mid-Autumn Eve. Chapter 52:21. Xiao Hua saw the anxiety on Xiao Mao's face and said with a smile, "You don't have to rush to the Enlightenment Manor. Help Big Brother here. After you figure out the situation, let the Fortune Gate's disciples send you there. Okay. Xiao Mao nodded quickly. How can little brother help big brother? Xiao Hua, who had been standing close to Huang Xiaolong, said, We're going to build a Fortune Dao Palace here. Moreover, there will be a lot of news about the Xiantian Grand Array. Our Fortune Gate's gate chiefs are not familiar with the Donrain mainland, so you can help them sort out the news. After saying that, Xiao Hua called Li Xiang over and took Xiao Mao away. After that, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then turned around and gave a few orders. Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the others flew over and left with Kuei. The snow region to the north of Shi country was vast. Even with the flying boat, the Kunlun sect disciples couldn't fly far in 10 days. Not to mention, Xianjing's flying boat had Reverend He Ping and Fairy Fei Yin of the Black Heaven sect. At this time, the three of them were sitting at the bow of the flying boat. Although there was a jade table in front of them with some spiritual fruits and wine on it, the atmosphere was obviously cold and cheerless. Fairy Fei Yan's appearance was no longer the same as before. Her hair was white, and wrinkles had already climbed up her forehead and brows. Fairy Fei Yin frowned and looked at the absent-minded immortal He Ping. Then she turned to look at Xianjing, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. She gritted her teeth and said, Fellow cultivator Xianjing, the Kunlun sect, the Utopia faction, and the Xiantian sect are all famous sects in the Lian Kingdom. Although the Kunlun sect is not as powerful as the Xiantian sect and the Utopia faction, the Xiantian sect and the Utopia faction have never underestimated the Kunlun sect. Today, the Fortune Gate's Daoist Shao arrived and led the Fortune Gate's Iron Army to sweep across the Donrain mainland. We have already investigated and found out that your Kunlun sect was the first to send disciples to the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, you were the first to support Daoist Shao after he killed the Devil Clan. Especially, you were the first to tell Daoist Shao about the Kunlun sect's Kunlun secret land and asked him to go there. If there isn't anything strange about it, and there are secrets that we don't know about, we definitely won't believe it. Daoist He Ping didn't know how many times he released his spirit sense to check the airship. After hearing Fairy Fei Yan's words, Daoist He Ping finally withdrew his spirit sense. He looked at Xianjing and sighed. Xianjing, you must have received a message from Starfall Sky. Unfortunately, Xianjing closed his eyes and did not make a sound. Fairy Fei Yin raised her eyebrows and nodded. I don't know if fellow Daoist Xianjing received it or not, but I did. However, when I received the message, I had already thought of the two fellow Taoists and knew that the two of you would receive the same message. However, I also believe that you two fellow Taoists will choose to ignore this message just like I did. After all, the Ripple Nation is the Ripple Nation of our sects, not the Ripple Nation of the Immortal Alliance. If we act according to the arrangements of the Starfall Sky, we will definitely fall into his trap in the future. The sects of the Ripple Nation will definitely send their generals and sects. Daoist He Ping nodded. Fairy Fei Yin is right. I also received a message from Starfall Sky. Of course, the Utopia faction doesn't have Daoist Xianqing, the leader of the Immortal Allies. The Utopia faction doesn't dare to confront Starfall Sky. Therefore, when I received the message from Starfall Sky, like Fairy Fei Yin, I thought of the two fellow Taoists. When I wanted to go to Kunlun Mountain in person, I received the message that the two fellow Taoists were going to Sky Patrol City. Therefore, I immediately took my disciples to chase after the two fellow Taoists. Seeing that Fairy Fei Yin and Daoist He Ping had been lobbying like this every day for the past 10 days, Xianjing was a little helpless. He seemed to have understood and opened his eyes. Daoist He Ping, what do you have to talk about, I hear? Why do you release your spirit sense every day? Are you waiting for Hung Zhao to come back? Why do you leave Hung Zhao in Sky Patrol City? What kind of information do you want to get? We're all discerning people, so there's no need to talk nonsense. You're much stronger than I now. Li Zongbao, who was abandoned by your Utopia faction a long time ago, turns out to be Daoist Zhao's best friend. Didn't you see? Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia were together, and they were protected by the Black Bear spirit of the Fortune Gate. Who is the Black Bear spirit? It said that Daoist Zhao's most trusted spirit beast guarding the abode. Feng Shu of the Immortal Ascension sect and Chan Si Miao of the Xian Lu sect were killed by the Black Bear spirit. This shows how importantly Zongbao is in Taoist Zhao's heart. If you want to get something, you might as well go to Taoist Zhao. Alas, Taoist He Ping sighed and replied, "Speaking of Zongbao, I feel a little guilty. I watched him grow up and had high hopes for him. Now, many disciples of the Utopia faction who were not as good as him have reached the nascent soul stage. However, he has been stuck at the late stage of the gold core stage without any progress." Before Taoist He Ping finished, Xian Jing waved his hand impatiently and said, "That was before. Now Taoist Zhao is back. Li Zongbao is Taoist Zhao's good friend, and Taoist Zhao has countless skills." At this point, Xian Jing suddenly stopped, for he realized that he had spilled the beans. Taoist He Ping didn't care, but Fairy Fei Yin looked at Xian Jing meaningfully and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Xian Jing, how do you know that Taoist Zhao has countless skills? Do you still need to ask?" Xian Jing immediately replied, "Taoist Zhao taught for a whole night. Others have a shallow foundation and may not gain much. You and I have gained a lot, so it's not necessary to point it out, right? Moreover, Taoist Zhao also said that he is already the supreme master of the human clan and has reached the crossing calamity stage. If he doesn't have any skills, how can others have them?" At this point, Xian Jing added, "The reason why I invited him to the secret realm of my Kunlun Mountain is to use the benefits of the secret realm to exchange for his skills with Taoist Zhao." Seeing that Xian Jing was stubborn, Fairy Fei Yin was also helpless. She could only settle for the second best, and said, "Alas, yes. It's just a night of teaching, but it's really more than 100 years of meditation. I have already sensed the loosening of the bottleneck. After returning to the sect, I will go into seclusion and hand over the sect's affairs to Jiuyu. I need to quickly calm down and cultivate. If there are no accidents, I will definitely be able to break through within 10 years. Then, congratulations, fellow cultivator." Xian Jing cupped his hands and said, "I may be a little weaker than you, so I can't comprehend as much as you. I estimate that I can't go into seclusion for a few years. Is that so? Could it be that your Kunlun sect has something else to do that delayed your seclusion?" Fairy Fei Yin probed. She looked at Xian Jing, trying to see something. Taoist He Ping didn't have the mood to ask more. He released his divine sense again. But at this time, in the sky above the flying boat, a wave of space ripples gushed out like a fountain. After the light intertwined, Xiao Hua and the others flew out from a void. After Taoist He Ping, Xian Jing, and Fairy Fei Yin noticed they didn't dare to neglect. They hurriedly flew out of the flying boat and rushed into the sky. They said respectfully, "Greetings, Supremes." "Oh, you're also here." Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He looked at Taoist He Ping and Fairy Fei Yin, and then his gaze fell on Xian Jing. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xian Jing, I want to go to Kunlun Mountain to see the secret realm. I wonder if you can go ahead with me?" "Of course." Xian Jing got up and hurriedly replied, "Junior will listen to Taoist Zhao's orders." "Good, then we will go now." Xiao Hua waved his Taoist robe and covered Xian Jing. "Senior, we are also willing to go and give you advice on how to break the formation." Fairy Fei Yin shouted without hesitation. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Fei Yin and said with a smile, "Whether you can go or not is not up to me. It depends on fellow Taoist Xian Jing." Xian Jing thought for a moment and nodded. "In that case, you two fellow Taoists can come with us." Xiao Hua turned to Huang Tong and Feng Wu and said, "Then I will have to trouble you two fellow Taoists." "No problem." Feng Wu and Huang Tong nodded in agreement. They waved their claws and took Taoist He Ping and Fairy Fei Yin. They flapped their wings and followed Xiao Hua again. In the main hall of Kunlun Mountain, Fu Yuezi was still standing on the side of the jade table, looking down with excitement. Although there were not as many people in the main hall as before, the atmosphere was obviously much more lively. Taoist Xing Hui's face was full of joy, and he was talking to the cultivator next to him. If it was normal, Fu Yuezi would have stopped Taoist Xing Hui, who was obviously talking loudly. But at this time, he only looked at him with a smile and did not make sound. Of course, There were also people who did not understand what was going on. They stood behind Taoist Xing Hui and listened carefully. However, the more they listened, the more confused they were. There were 3 or 4 such cultivators. They listened for a moment and looked at each other. One of them said respectfully, "Ancestor Fuzi, what good thing has happened to my Kunlun sect?" Disciple and others were originally training outside. We just had some opportunities and received an order from the sect leader to ask all disciples to return to Kunlun Mountain quickly. Disciple and others did not dare to delay and hurried back. Now that we are standing in this main hall and listening for a long time, why can't Disciple understand? Since the sect leader has issued the sect leader's order, where did he go? You can't always be here talking in riddles, right? Fuyuezi looked at the cultivator and said with a smile, "Yao Su, it's not that I deliberately hide it, but because of the sect leader's secret order and the supreme elder's strict order, before this matter is settled, we must not leak it. Of course, let's not talk about this for now. The matter of Sky Patrol City. Could it be that you didn't hear about it?" The late-stage Golden Core cultivator named Yao Su looked at the few disciples with similar cultivation next to him. There was confusion in their eyes, so Yao Su smiled and said, "Okay, Ancestor knows. Disciple and others only have the Golden Core bottleneck in our eyes now. Every day, we are thinking hard about how to break through. As for the matter of sword cultivation, Disciple and others really don't know. Moreover, Disciple and others just hurried back last night and did not see any cultivators along the way. We don't know what happened. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Vote for a month. Vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Happy birthday to Alliance Leader, Little Jian. Chapter 52-22. Immortal Xing Hui also stopped talking and smiled. That's right. The cultivators of the 3 kingdoms have all gone to Sky Patrol City. Even our Kunlun sect only has less than 50% of our disciples left to guard the mountain. No wonder you can't meet other cultivators. Hiss! Yao Su and the rest gasped and said in surprise, "Uncle Master Xing Hui, could it be a sword battle?" Immortal Xing Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Yao Su, you're thinking too much. It's..." Before Reverend Xing Hui could finish speaking, a powerful divine sense swept over from outside the hall. Everyone's expression turned cold when they sensed it, and they respectfully turned to the entrance of the hall and saluted respectfully. Disciple respectfully welcomed Supreme Elder. As soon as everyone finished speaking, an old man who looked about 60 years old walked in from outside the hall. This old man had a simple face, and his forehead was slightly bulging. Under his pair of thick eyebrows, his bright eyes were like the stars in the sky. The old man's gaze swept across the main hall and walked up to the high platform of the main hall. Behind the old man, Gu Yunzi also walked in and stood respectfully beside Immortal Xing Hui. Immortal Xian Qing sat on the jade chair that Xian Jing usually sat on. Everyone saluted respectfully. Disciple greets Grand Supreme Elder. Don't be so polite. Immortal Xian Qing seemed to be a little impatient. He waved his hand and looked at Fuyuezi as he said, "Where's Xian Jing? Is there any news from Sky Patrol City? When will they be back?" Fuyuezi smiled bitterly in his heart, but did not dare to show it. He only replied respectfully, "Grand Supreme Elder, after our Kunlun sect team left Kunlun Mountain, there are messenger disciples sending messages from both sides of the team and Kunlun Mountain every day." Immortal Xian Qing was impatient and frowned. "I know this. I only want to know about Xian Jing and the rest." Fuyuezi did not dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, "There was news from 10 days ago saying that they were close to Sky Patrol City. I think the other news is still in the transmission array. Sai, the cultivation level of our Xiaoyu continent is too weak." Immortal Xian Qing sighed. "If it's like Yilin continent, the news from Sky Patrol City will be sent back to Kunlun sect." Yilin continent? Yao Su was stunned. He looked at Immortal Xian Qing in confusion. He didn't understand where this Yilin continent was. Fu Yuzi smiled apologetically and said, "Elder is right. You're the #1 person in our Dawn Rain continent, but you're only at the body integration realm right now. Moreover, Fuyu Immortal Union is only a small part of the 72 immortal unions of the Heaven Alliance. Moreover, Luo Xingtian is an unknown member of Fuyu Immortal Union. When he came to our Dawn Rain continent, he caused a huge wave. How can our Dawn Rain continent compare to the Yi-Lin continent? Inside the Lost Land, it is indeed a place forgotten by the Tao sect. Taoist Master Xianqing sighed. Suddenly, he realized something and hurriedly said, "Oh right, I'm no longer the strongest person on the Dawn Rain continent. From now on, don't mention it in advance. Otherwise, the Fortune Gate will laugh at you." Yes, yes. Fuyue Zi quickly nodded and replied. Yao Su was completely confused and asked curiously, "Grand Elder, you're already a conjoint body expert. Why aren't you the #1 person of Dawn Rain continent yet? What does this have to do with the motley crew of the Fortune Gate?" Taoist Master Xianqing glared at him and wanted to say something. However, he swallowed his words and waved his hand. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. If you have time, go ask Xing Hui and the others." Speaking of this, Taoist Master Xianqing turned his head and asked Fuyue, "Oh right, is the selection of disciples going smoothly?" At the mention of the selection of disciples, even Fuyue couldn't help but be happy. He lowered his voice and said, "The selection of disciples is several times better than what I thought." So far, Fuyue deliberately lowered his voice, but everyone in the hall still heard it clearly. Yao Su, who was in the dark, almost jumped up from the ground when he heard it. Because according to Fuyue, the number of disciples recruited this time was more than 10 times more than before. Moreover, the Kunlun sect had sent many disciples to the state of Shi and the state of Lian to look for children of suitable age. Yao Su wanted to open his mouth and ask, but when he saw Taoist Master Xianqing smile, he tactfully shut his mouth. Looking at Taoist Master Xing Hui, who was somewhat proud, Yao Su knew that Taoist Master Xing Hui must know the truth. Just as he was about to ask, Gu Yunzi in front of him said with a worried face, "Grand Elder, you went to the state of Shi to pick up the disciples. Did you consume a lot of your lifespan?" This disciple heard that the elder of the Imperial Thunder sect used the Thunder Escape to come to our Kunlun mountain. He died as soon as he returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Oh! Fuyue was stunned and stopped talking. As if he thought of something, he was surprised and hurriedly asked, "Grand Elder." The smile on Taoist Master Xianqing's face didn't disappear. He said, "This old man has lived long enough." Previously, this old man had been worried about the Kunlun sect and the Immortal Alliance. After all, Luo Xingtian was aggressive and wanted to control the Immortal Alliance. He wanted to extend his hand to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. He hid too deeply and planned too early. This old man found out that it was too late. Now, with Taoist Master Zhao's strength, he easily killed Luo Xingtian. Oh, it is said that there is also the Fortune Gate. In front of Taoist Master Xiao and the Fortune Gate, Luo Xingtian and his henchmen are really nothing. Therefore, this old man doesn't have to worry about the Immortal Alliance and the Dawn Rain continent anymore. My Kunlun sect has also received the favor of Taoist Master Xiao and has long been ahead of other sections. Now, my Kunlun sect strength may still be in the upper middle level of the Meng Kingdom, but in more than 100 years, our strength will definitely surpass the Xiantian sect and the Utopia faction and become the leader of the Meng Kingdom. With such a prospect, what is this old man worried about? Although Taoist Master Xianqing didn't mention his lifespan, Gu Yunzi heard it and sighed, "Alas, it's all my fault. I only wanted to confirm those cultivation jade slips with the Grand Elder and forgot about this matter." With that, Gu Yunzi raised his hand and took out a peach of immortality from his storage bag. He respectfully offered it and said, "Grand Elder, this is the spiritual fruit that Taoist Master Xiao gave to me. According to him, it can make up for my lifespan. I have just stepped into the nascent soul stage, and I still have a long lifespan. You can take it first." Taoist Master Xianqing's eyes lit up, but he looked at the peach of immortality and smiled. "How many of these do you have?" I didn't know at that time. I thought he was joking with me, so I have already taken 2. Gu Yunzi felt very embarrassed. He did think so that day, and the peach of immortality tasted good, so he only had one left. This old man is old, and it is difficult for me to improve my cultivation. Don't waste it. Taoist master Xianqing thought for a moment and said, leave this spiritual fruit to Xianjing. Fu Yuezi hurriedly persuaded, Grand Elder, you're the backbone of our Kunlun sect. Everyone naturally came to persuade him, but Taoist master Xianqing was unwilling to take it. At this time, several tyrannical auras ignored the defensive array of the Kunlun sect and the restriction of the main hall and fell on Taoist master Xianqing and others. If it was before, everyone would be shocked, but today, everyone was ecstatic. Taoist master Xianqing jumped up from the jade chair and shouted, Fu Yuezi, quickly ring the golden bell to welcome Taoist master Xiao to our Kunlun mountain. Unfortunately, before Fu Yuezi flew out of the main hall, everyone saw several lights and shadows flashing in the main hall, and several huge auras had been revealed. Wasn't it Taoist master Xiao Hua with a smile on his face? Taoist master Xianqing didn't dare to neglect. He tidied up his robe and bowed. Junior Xianqing greets Taoist master Xiao. Disciples of Kunlun sect greet Taoist master Xiao. Fu Yuezi, Gu Yunzi, and Taoist master Xing Hui hurriedly followed and bowed respectfully. Of course, although Feng Wu and others didn't make a sound, everyone was bowing to them. Xiao Hua looked around and raised his hand with a smile. Everyone, please rise. You don't have to be polite. Today, I came to ask Kunlun sect for help. Senior, you are too polite. Taoist master Xianqing looked at Xianjing beside Xiao Hua and said, you were personally invited by the head of Kunlun sect. Xiao Hua was about to introduce Feng Wu and others, but he saw the peach of immortality in Gu Yunzi's hand. Xiao Hua smiled slightly. He knew that Gu Yunzi deliberately didn't put it away, so he asked knowingly, Gu Yunzi, what are you doing with the peach of immortality? Gu Yunzi was grateful, and he knew that Xiao Hua wanted to help him. He hurriedly said respectfully, Taoist master, my Kunlun sect grand elder went to Shi country to welcome me, which caused his lifespan to elapse. I felt guilty and wanted to give the peach of immortality that senior gave me to grand elder, but he said that the peach of immortality was precious, and he wanted to leave it for the head of Xianjing. If Taoist master Xianqing modestly declined in front of Xianjing, it would inevitably make Xianjing think otherwise. But Taoist master Xianqing declined behind his back, which made Xianjing's heart burn. He didn't have time to ask Xiao Hua and others to sit down, but knelt down and said, Grand Elder, you are the foundation of Kunlun sect. As long as Kunlun sect has you, the disciples will feel at ease. If you don't take the peach of immortality, how can we dare to eat it? Get up quickly. Taoist master Xianqing didn't expect Gu Yunzi and Xianjing to be like this. He was also relieved, but he hurriedly raised his hand and helped Xianjing up. He said kindly, you are already the head of Kunlun sect, but you are still so willful. Don't let Taoist master Xiao and others laugh at you, Shua. The word willful reminded Xianjing of the teachings of Taoist master Xianqing when he was young. He couldn't help but cry. Gu Yunzi had some thoughts, but the feelings of the people of Kunlun sect were real. Xiao Hua smiled, waved his hand, and said, the Taoist sects in the world are one family. I am your elder, so how can I laugh at your family? Although I don't have many of these spiritual objects here, it is enough for you to eat. Come, everyone has a share. One for each. Xiao Hua said and waved his hand. A peach of immortality appeared in front of the eyes of the disciples of Kunlun sect, Fairy Fei Yin, Taoist Hepping, and others. Xiao Hua thought for a while and looked at Inkue. The last peach of immortality appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua smiled and said to Gu Yunzi, Taoist Gu Yunzi, don't think about it. You have eaten too. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward. Thank you for all kinds of support. Chapter 52-23. Xiao Hua's teasing made Gu Yunzi feel closer to Xiao Hua. He spoke as if he was talking to his senior martial brother. He exaggeratedly put the peach of immortality into his storage pouch and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to quickly put this away. I'll only use it when my lifespan is near." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't say anything more, but his eyes were looking at Inkue. Inkue took the peach of immortality with surprise in his eyes. After looking at it carefully, he looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully and sent a voice transmission. "Little friend Xiao, this peach of immortality also belongs to immortal Emperor Go Chun from the Immortal Palace, right?" Xiao Hua didn't hide it and replied, "Yes, it belongs to the Immortal Palace. When I left that day, the Immortal Emperor gave me some." "That's right," Inkue said. "There is also this thing in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. That year, I was lucky enough to taste it." With that, Inkue put away the peach and didn't eat it. "Senior, why don't you use it?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Inkue said with a smile, "I've become a sinner in this life, so I'll leave it for the future." Xianjing was confident that he could advance to the spirit-severing stage within 10 years, so he didn't eat the peach. Instead, he watched Immortal Xianqing use it and said respectfully to Xiao Hua, "Thank you, Immortal Xiao. I'll ring the golden bell and set up a banquet in the Kunlun Palace to welcome you to my Kunlun sect." Fuyuezi was secretly lucky. At this time, after hearing Xianjing's words, he hurriedly flew out of the hall. At this time, Xiao Hua's voice came, "Don't make any ceremony. I don't have much time. Today, I came to the Kunlun sect to ask Immortal Xianqing and other disciples if there is any information about the innate formation. Second, I want to ask the sect leader to make an exception and enter the Kunlun secret land to see if there is any information about the innate formation or the method to refine the Kunlun mirror." Both Immortal Xianqing and Xianjing knew about the Kunlun secret land and the Kunlun mirror, so they were not surprised. However, Immortal Xianqing and Gu Yunzi looked at Xiao Hua in confusion. They did not know what the innate formation was. Xianjing didn't need Xiao Hua to say more, and then he raised his hand and said, "These supremes of the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan are also here for the catastrophe of the 3 continents. Greetings, Supremes." Immortal Xianqing and the others came to a sudden realization and hurriedly bowed again. "You're welcome." Taoist Witch and the others raised their hands and gestured, "We have the heavy responsibility of saving the world. If you treat us respectfully, why don't you provide us with effective information?" Immortal Xianqing closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He looked at Xianjing awkwardly and asked, "Xianjing, have you seen the records about the innate formation?" Xianjing also shook his head and replied, "When I returned from the Sky Patrol City, I've already recalled on the flying boat. Whether it is in the ancient books of the Kunlun sect or in the secret realm, I have never seen such a record of you." Sigh. Taoist Master Xianqing also sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, Taoist Master Xiao, I have also never heard of any innate formation. As far as this junior knows, the east of Dawn Rain Continent is the center of Tao cultivators, which is also the Defeat Oak Immortal Alliance. The west is the Kwaihi Ocean and the islands in the ocean. There's nothing else." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua smiled. "Although this matter is urgent, who can think of the real information in such a hurry? Why don't you ask your disciples to take a look at your sect's ancient books?" "Yes." Xianjing nodded in agreement and hurriedly said to Fuyuezi, "I's sect master's order should still be on the way. Now, pass down the order again. Ask all the disciples of Linglin Palace to explore the ancient books in the sect with all their might from today onwards. Don't miss a single word." Fuyuezi raised his eyebrows and seemed to want to say something. However, when he looked at Fairy Fei Yin and Immortal He Ping, he swallowed his words. After bowing, he hurriedly left. Fairy Fei Yin and Immortal He Ping looked at each other with bitterness in their mouths. They knew that the Kunlun sect must be hiding something from them. Fairy Fei Yin hurriedly bowed and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, since this junior has returned to Meng country, I will now send a message to the disciples in the sect and ask them to immediately explore the ancient books in the sect When Immortal He Ping saw this, he also bowed and reported, seeing that the two leaders were about to issue the order in the Kunlun Palace. Xianjing looked at Gu Yunzi and whispered a few words to him. After getting a satisfactory answer, he smiled and took out 2 jade slips from his arms. Fairy Fian, fellow Taoist Teping, you and I are both from famous cultivation sects in Meng country, and you usually take care of my Kunlun sect. These 2 jade slips were originally given to my Kunlun sect by Zhenren Shao. Now, I will share them with you. Damn it! Fairy Fian cursed under her breath and took the jade slip. When she saw the contents, she was overjoyed. She then looked at Reverend He Ping, who was also overjoyed. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This is the price I have to pay to enter the Kunlun mystic realm. Fellow Taoists, don't be jealous." How could Fairy Fian and Taoist Master He Ping dare to complain about Xiao Hua? They hastily bowed and said, "Junior thanks Taoist Xiao, thanks Taoist Xianjing." "You don't have to thank I." Xianjing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, you don't have to issue the order here. Why don't you take advantage of my Kunlun sect's transmission array and rush back to the mountain gate now? First, you need to implement the selection of disciples, and second, you need to help Taoist Xiao confirm the information of the innate formation." Yes, we understand. Taoist He Ping and Fairy Fian knew that they were a step behind Xianjing, but after all, they were much earlier than Shi country and Lian country, so they were already eager to go back. Hearing Xianjing's words, they had already bowed happily and were about to leave. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his eyebrows and a happy expression appeared on his face. He raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. His figure flashed and instantly flew out of the Kunlun Palace. He still shouted, "I'm sorry, Taoist Xianqing. I've disturbed your Kunlun sect." "What's wrong?" Taoist Xianqing and others were greatly puzzled. They thought that Xiao Hua suddenly left, so they looked at the celestial beings and others who were still in the main hall. Unfortunately, when they looked around, there were no figures of these supreme beings. Strange. Xianjing's face revealed a strange expression. He looked at Taoist Xianqing and said, "Could it be that this disciple's words offended Taoist Xiao?" Before his voice fell, woo-woo, outside the main hall, a violent wind suddenly blew, and a kind of destructive aura smashed down like the sky collapsing. Not only was everyone's body blown away like duckweed, but even the restrictive spell in the Kunlun Palace, which had been baptized by countless attacks for thousands of years, was also destroyed at this moment. On the top of the hall, there was a rumbling sound. Obviously, the hall had collapsed. Damn it! Xianjing and Taoist Xianqing cursed secretly. They finally understood the meaning of Xiao Hua's words just now. Since the restrictive spell of the Kunlun Palace had been destroyed and the hall had collapsed, then what about the mountain guarding formation of Kunlun Mountain? What about the other halls of Kunlun Mountain? The faces of the people of the Kunlun sect changed greatly. They struggled, and in the midst of the suffocating aura, they forced their bodies to fly out of the collapsed Kunlun Palace. When they flew out of the main hall, they were shocked by the strange scene in front of them. Xiao Hua flew out of the Kunlun Palace with the Kunlun mirror in his hand. His figure flashed, and he had already passed through the sect guarding formation of Kunlun Mountain. When he appeared again, he was already tens of thousands of miles away in the sky. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand, and a beam of light rushed out. The Thunderbolt Immortal flew out. After the Thunderbolt Immortal flew out, there was a huge rumbling sound in the void. Then, 5 magnetic fields of more than 3,650 acres in size appeared. As soon as these 5 magnetic fields appeared, the space in the vicinity of 10,000 miles was immediately distorted. Whether it was the void or the sky, whether it was space or time, layers of space storms and waves of time fragments were crazily born at the edge of the space in an instant, rolling and tearing everything and slowly rotating. Along with this strange scene in space, 5 huge rainbows appeared in the sky and on the ground 10,000 miles away. These rainbows had 5 colors: red, black, green, white, and yellow, which are the primary colors of the 5 elements. At the end of these huge rainbows, there was a huge halo flashing. The shadows of the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the Chilan vaguely appeared, and a huge power shrouded an area of 10,000 miles, or even tens of thousands of miles. As for the end of the huge rainbows, it crossed the space and time barrier, turned into countless thin shadows, and fell on the 5 magnetic fields. Inkway naturally teleported out with Feng Wu and the others. Seeing such a crazy, strange scene, how could he not know what was going on? He cried out in surprise. A strange scene in the sky? The divine tool is formed. What kind of divine tool can this mortal world refine? Xiaohua looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal and smiled bitterly. In his opinion, the entire process of refining the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel had to be carried out in space. After all, in space, the heavenly Tao Jade Archive Xiaohua was almost omnipotent. Moreover, he had seen the strange scene caused by the refining of the 3 magnetic fields in the ruins. He knew that when the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel was successfully refined, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Xiaohua, who had always kept a low profile, was still willing to carry out all of this quietly in space. The Thunderbolt Immortal shrugged and said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist, it's not that I don't want to keep a low profile, but to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel in space, there will definitely be some flaws that we don't know about. Rather than that, it's better to refine it in the Dawn Rain continent where the laws are complete. Previously, fellow Taoist has already sealed the heaven cudgel in the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, and I have already refined most of it. Only the last step is left, so it shouldn't cause too much of an impact on the Dawn Rain continent." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, and his gaze fell on the 5 magnetic fields and the sparks produced by the 5 cracks. At this time, the situation in the sky was extremely similar to that day in the ruins. Clusters of sparks were produced from the cracks. These sparks were different from ordinary flames, as they were condensed from strands of extreme magnetic light. Every time they were produced, the void would begin to distort and then bring about strange fluctuations. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, give a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip, and thank you for all kinds of support. Chapter 52-24. That day in the ruins, these waves were attracted by the magnetic force and completely fell into the magnetic force. Today, the clusters of sparks were several times bigger than before. The waves were also several times bigger than before. Only a small part of the waves fell into the magnetic force. Most of them rushed into the surroundings and the void. These waves formed a storm that tore the void apart. The nearby sky and earth were affected. Although Xiaohua had already teleported, he couldn't fly too far due to the lack of time. Naturally, Kunlun Mountain was also affected. The waves were nothing. When the sparks flew out of the gaps, small phantoms of the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and Chilan appeared in the sky. They flew wantonly within the space of 10,000 miles. As they flew, the phantoms became more and more solid. After a while, the phantoms seemed to be tired and actually fell towards the center of the magnetic force. In the rainbow, countless halos flowed and rushed towards the center of the rainbow. The flow of the halos was like the entire world pouring into the center of the magnetic force. Countless profoundness, laws, and essence rushed into the space of 10,000 miles with the halos. High in the sky, huge ripples gradually appeared and went deep into the mysterious black hole. It was like the umbilical cord of the human race when they were pregnant. As for the earth, thousands of colors flowed in with the halos, and everything in the world quickly faded. Crack, crack. The laws of heaven and earth that Xiaohua was very familiar with descended at the same time. However, these laws were actually blocked by the space and time storm outside the space of 10,000 miles. They could only form a ring-shaped crown that rotated with the waves. Huh? Xiaohua frowned and looked at the ring-shaped thunderbolt rather puzzledly. The laws of heaven and earth were originally complete, so the ring-shaped ring should also be a complete circle. However, at this time, the ring had many gaps in many places, and even some folds, just like the spatial fault in the divine sense. Seeing that something was wrong, Xiaohua paid attention to other places again. Sure enough, he discovered the difference after a while. High in the sky, the 5 huge, primordial forms of the 5 elements were also different from before. Among them, the phantoms of the white tiger and Qilin had many folds in the center, as if there was a big hand holding them. The vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon were normal. Nevertheless, Xiaohua had no time to examine them in detail. He hastily revealed his 10,000 feet tall avatar, sat down cross-legged, and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, come and help me." Immediately, Xiaohua and Lightning Reverend also revealed their avatars and performed incantation gestures. Incantation gestures were cast. One after another, they landed on the gaps between the 2 magnetic forces and the 2 innate objects. Thunder rumbled, light and shadows flashed continuously, and the chaotic magnetic field gradually became orderly. In the space of 10,000 miles, the images of earth, fire, wind, and thunder gradually appeared. Fellow Taoist, eyes here to help. Reverend Yun, Taoist sorcerer, Feng Wu, and the others exchanged a glance, then moved their bodies and landed between the gaps of the other 3 magnetic spheres. Reverend Yun had exercised the heavenly dragon speech magic. Not only were the dragon runes glowing with a golden light, dancing wantonly in midair, but also the obscure rumbling that sounded like the roar of a dragon kept ringing out. Taoist sorcerer chanted some green seal script, which transformed into a powerful force of gods and ghosts and fell into the gaps. Green thunderbolts surged out strangely, hitting on the ripples like hammers. As for Feng Wu, a myriad of star runes emerged all over her body. Streams of the forces of the stars and the moon rushed out from the void, turning into stars and slamming into the flames and the gaps. Celestial, Huang Tong, and Buddha Mithriya did not join the battle. Instead, they stood still in 3 different places, releasing their divine sense, and Buddhist consciousness, ready to face any unexpected changes. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Inkue did not approach them. He just stood far away, looking at the sky and the earth with a clear gleam in his eyes. His face was filled with a thoughtful expression, and even his brows were tightly knitted. It took Xiaohua and his clones 81 days to refine them. Dawn was breaking in the east, and a ray of sunlight could not overshadow the rainbow. In the space of 10,000 miles, the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and Qilin had completely solidified. Their bodies were flashing with the primary colors of the 5 elements: red, black, green, white, and yellow. They were extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than the rising sun. What was special was that outside of the 5 elements, the several tens of feet of space had turned into a chaotic space. The previously chaotic space of 10,000 miles had now formed into 5 spaces of different colors, with a complete layer of earth, fire, wind, and thunder in the middle of each space. These 5 spaces were rotating in an orderly manner, and each of them was connected with the 5 colors of the rainbow. The 5 magnets had merged into one. Not only were the gaps gone, but the sparks had also disappeared. Only wisps of black and white waves pierced straight into the space like sharp swords. The halo in the sky was like an umbilical cord. The faded colors of the earth had also completely disappeared, and the space and time storm had also completely calmed down. Everything was going smoothly. Other than the white tiger and Qilin, the 2 5 elements primordial forms, which had many folds and magnets of the 5 elements in their bodies, the laws of heaven and earth had formed a ring-shaped thunderbolt. At this time, the ring-shaped thunderbolt was even larger, and it had almost completely covered the space of 10,000 miles. Because of this, the cracks and distortions were even more obvious. Xiaohua, Thunder Immortal, Immortal Yin, Taoist Witch, and Huang Tong cast an incantation gesture. 5 streaks of clear light that looked like flowing water were produced from the 5 gaps. Then, they quickly crossed the 5 magnets of the 5 elements, crossed the space of 10,000 miles, and landed on the 5 elements' primordial forms. Roar, emu, jwu. 5 earth-shattering roars came from the mouths of the 5 elemental primordial forms. The 5 elemental primordial forms slowly descended from the 5 directions towards the center of the rainbow. The space within 10,000 miles also slowly shrank, as if a giant curtain was falling. Immediately, the ring-shaped thunderbolts fell one after another, even rapidly surpassing the rainbow and striking towards the center of the 5 elemental primordial magnetism. Everyone, Xiaohua took a deep breath. His hands flashed with a faint silver light as he said, "Success or failure depends on this." Good. Even Buddha Mithriya, the world-honored one, celestial being, and Huang Tong roared in unison. They each cast their divine abilities, and then Xiaohua, Immortal Yun, Taoist, which Thunder Immortal, and Feng Wu cast the last incantation gesture. As soon as the incantation was cast, the dawn sky suddenly fell into darkness. The stars all over the sky turned blood red, and the sun and moon lost their light. An incomparable fierce light and evil aura gushed out of the darkness. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, Xiaohua and the others could see clearly that a huge staff that could pierce through heaven and earth was condensed in the fierce light and evil aura. 5 elements, wishful staff. As the book immortal of the heavenly court, Ing Kuei was also shocked. Only now did he realize what Xiaohua was refining from the shape of the stick. An invisible hand was about to reach out from his throat. He could not help but shout wildly in his heart. Xiaohua is actually refining this kind of ancient weapon? The incantation gestures of Xiaohua and his doppelganger fell like 9 giant hands of heaven and earth. The 5 elements' primordial forms shrank along with the rainbow, driving 5 layers of space and 6 layers of earth, fire, wind, and thunder to slowly fall into the magnetic field. Countless laws, light, shadows, and strange phenomena shrank and disappeared in the ring of thunderbolts, and some even shattered. Xiaohua and the others looked solemn. After the incantation gestures, they cast their divine abilities again and again to resist the circular thunderbolts. Streams of immortal energy, thunderbolts, stars, dragon marks, power of faith, power of the underworld, and power of souls came and went in an orderly and powerful manner, blocking the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Xiaohua could see clearly that the white tiger and the qilin, who were close to the center of the magnetic field, were not wrinkled. They were exactly the same as the other 3 5 elements primordial forms. Even the thunderbolts formed by the laws of heaven and earth did not show any distortion or break. It seemed very slow, but it was actually very fast. Under the persistence of Xiaohua and the others, the darkness between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared at some point. The blood-colored stars disappeared, and the sun and moon also revealed their brilliance. However, after the darkness was gone, the earth was covered in blood. Alas, an indescribable sigh sounded, as if heaven and earth were weeping. Swish! The blood-colored light followed the sigh into the distance. Rumble! A huge rumble sounded again. The staff fell into the magnetic field, and a huge staff that pierced through heaven and earth finally took shape. The thunderbolts also powerlessly disappeared between heaven and earth. Boom! A monstrous, ominous aura gushed out from the huge staff, instantly covering the entire Dawn Rain continent. All the creatures were terrified. Of course, this aura was just a flash. Then a loud bang sounded. Under the huge staff, a crack that was more than 10,000 feet deep appeared and stretched for thousands of miles. It seemed that even the earth could not bear the 5 elements' wishful heaven staff. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed. He raised his hand, and a huge thunderbolt hand fell on the 5 elements' wishful heaven staff. Small, small, as Xiaohua muttered in his heart, The 5 elements wishful heaven staff that could support heaven and earth turned into nearly 10,000 feet in size and fell into his hand. Xiao Hua freely swung the staff, but the void shattered, unable to withstand the weight of the staff. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." The Thunderbolt Immortal and the others laughed and congratulated him. "Ha ha, congratulations, congratulations." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your help." While speaking, Xiao Hua withdrew his Dharmakaya, and the wishful heaven staff also turned into several feet in size. Xiao Hua held it in his hand and was reluctant to put it away. This real 5 elements wishful heaven staff was completely different from the previous heaven leveling staff. Holding it in his hand, he could use it as he pleased, and a kind of heroic spirit that could shatter heaven and earth could not help but be born. "Congratulations, little friend Xiao." Kue flew over with a complicated expression and said, "With this thing, little friend can ascend to the immortal world and immediately become a hero." "Ha, I dare not." Although Xiao Hua was reluctant, he still took the staff and replied with a smile, "Today, Junior was rash. If it was not for the fact that I could not refine this thing in the Kunlun immortal world, Junior would never show it in front of others." Actually, Kue hesitated and said, "Although this thing is sharp and invincible, it is also a very dangerous thing. However, it's also a very ominous creature. Little friend, you must be careful. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 52-25. So what? The Celestial sneered and retorted, "It's better than your blood sacrifice." Kue was embarrassed. He smiled and stopped talking. "Alas, let's go." Xiao Hua looked around and smiled bitterly. "Let's not talk about this now. Let's give Kunlun's sect an explanation first." Xiao Hua and the others flew down. Kunlun Mountain was in a mess. The entire mountain range seemed to have been trampled by a giant. The mountain protection array had long collapsed, and the restrictive spells of all the palaces on the mountain had also collapsed. Half of the palaces had collapsed, and even a few mountains had collapsed. Seeing Taoist Xianqing and the others coming to welcome him, Xiao Hua was embarrassed. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Taoist Xianqing, I ask for your forgiveness." Taoist Xianqing felt bitter in his heart, but what could he say? Xiao Hua had given too many benefits to Kunlun's sect before, so much that he couldn't even say a harsh word. It's okay. Taoist Xianqing said with a smile, "My Kunlun sect protection array has been set up for many years. It's already old and should have been replaced." Oh. Xiao Hua hurriedly took out a jade slip from his arms and handed it to Taoist Xianqing. "I see that your array is the capital star array. There are many incomplete ones inside. I have a complete capital star array here. It's compensation." Taoist Xianqing was quite surprised. After taking a look at the jade slip, he was even more ecstatic. He hurriedly handed the jade slip to Xianqing and stuttered to Xiao Hua. "It's good that Taoist pushed it down. It's good that you pushed it down." Xiao Hua was speechless. He looked at the mess in the distance and whispered, "How about the Kunlun secret realm? Is it convenient for me to go in and look for information about the innate array?" "Of course." Taoist Xianqing didn't hesitate and hurriedly replied, "During the time when Taoist sacrificially refined the magic weapon, I have already asked my disciples to search for it. They didn't find any traces of the innate array. If my Kunlun sect has records of this, I'm afraid it's only in the Kunlun secret realm. Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Xianqing." Xiao Hua wasn't surprised by Taoist Xianqing's answer. The Kunlun secret land was located in the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. On a mountain peak that looked like a giant bird, Immortal Xianqing pointed at it and said, "This mountain peak is called Kunwu Peak. According to the records of the sect, it was transformed from a celestial stone that fell from the immortal world in ancient times. The Kunlun secret realm was found inside the immortal stone." Oh, Xiao Hua went into a daze. He instantly thought of the stacked Jade Legacy realm on the Dragon Island. Immortal Qianqing didn't notice Xiao Hua's strangeness and still said, "The Kunlun secret land is a bit strange. To enter it, you need the ancient token of our Kunlun sect. This token can only be used by one person at a time, and it can only be used once in 1,000 years. You came at the right time." Qianjing entered the Kunlun secret land exactly 1,010 years ago. Xiao Hua frowns and says, "If this Xiao uses it today, then for the next 1,000 years, won't your Kunlun sect be unable to use it?" Immortal Qianqing said with a smile, "Senior, the things you gave to our Kunlun sect are 10 times more than what Qianjing and I got when we entered the Kunlun secret land. Our Kunlun sect doesn't have to enter for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua smiled slightly. In order to enter the Kunlun secret land, he spent a lot of money and gave Kunlun sect a lot of cultivation method jade slips. Immortal Qianqing hurriedly waved his hand and says, "Senior is too polite. Not to mention those jade slips, just by the fact that Senior went in to find a way to crack the formation and save the billions of creatures in the 3 continents. Our Kunlun sect will definitely let Senior in." Xiao Hua didn't know whether Immortal Qianqing's words were true or not, but he knew that this was Kunlun Mountain. He didn't release his spirit sense. Feng Wu and the others also followed behind. When they landed on the Kunwu Peak, before Immortal Qianqing could speak, they saw a gray ape rushing out from the rocks on the left side, blocking in front of Immortal Qianqing and Xiao Hua. It raised its head, stretched out its arms, and roared at everyone, as if to prevent them from approaching. "Huh?" Immortal Qianqing was stunned and looked at Qianjing. When did Kunwu Peak have a guardian spirit beast? Qianjing's face was also puzzled. He said with a smile, reporting to Grand Elder, "This junior is not too clear. Maybe it's the arrangement of the disciple on duty." Immortal Qianqing nodded and waved at the gray ape. "You get out of the way, Roar." The gray ape didn't seem to understand. It still blocked, not letting Immortal Qianqing pass. Qianjing smiled slightly and raised his hand to take out his token and handed it to the gray ape. "This is my token. You get out of the way." The azure ape took the token and looked at it carefully. It scratched its head with its thick claws, then looked at Qianjing. It blinked its eyes and returned the token to Qianjing. Then, it roared a few times towards the sky and ran away happily. Kunwu Peak originally didn't have any spirit beast guarding it, only the ordinary disciple on duty patrolling. Presumably, because of the great changes in Kunlun Mountain these days, the disciple on duty had been exploring other places too much. There were some mistakes here. Since the gray ape appeared today, it also showed that Kunlun sect was very orderly. Qianjing and Immortal Qianqing's face were both bright. Immortal Qianqing smiled and raised his hand. "Immortal Xiao, please." Xiao Hua followed Taoist Master Qianqing and flew low. Along the rugged mountain road, they arrived at a place that seemed to have been split open by a giant axe. However, when Xiao Hua saw some faint fluctuations surging out from between the cracks of the stone, Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile again. Because the gray ape that had just retreated was now holding a big stone in his hand, standing vigilantly in front of the stone crack. Qianjing was very surprised before, but he didn't say much. He raised his hand and handed the master's token to the gray ape. But this time, it was beyond Qianjing's expectations. The gray ape took it, looked at it, and threw it on the ground. It waved the stone in its hand and roared a warning. "Damn it!" Qianjing was a little embarrassed. He released his spirit sense and whispered, "Which disciple is on duty today? Come out quickly." Unfortunately, there was no disciple on duty within the range of his spirit sense. Xiao Hua and the others came to Kunwu Peak and didn't bring anyone else. At this time, it was impossible to get someone to send a message. Qianjing pondered a little. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed, imprisoning the gray ape. He turned to Xiao Hua and smiled. "This spirit beast is loyal, but after all, it's a little stupid. It's embarrassing." Xiao Hua was just about to speak, but his face showed a strange expression behind Qianjing. "Roar, roar, roar." A low roar came out. Looking at the gray ape imprisoned by Xianjing, it was struggling with all its strength. Its eyes were red, and there was a faint flame on the surface of its body. Xianjing's restriction that imprisoned the gray ape unexpectedly produced a flickering light and shadow, showing some signs of annihilation. Oh! Even Xianjing was a little surprised. He said curiously, "This spirit beast's strength is so great." Xianjing knew in his heart that although he didn't take the gray ape seriously and didn't use much magic power, this restriction was after all set up by a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How could an ordinary spirit beast break free? Saying this, Xianjing was about to raise his hand to imprison again, but at this time, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Xianjing was puzzled and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at the familiar flame of the gray ape and the even more familiar arrogance in the gray ape's red eyes. Excitement appeared on his face, and he said, "Damn it! How many years has it been? That bastard Mavarakana broke his promise." Saying this, Xiaohua was just about to raise his hand and slap his forehead to open his dharma when a faint whistling sound came from afar. Xiaohua withdrew his divine ability and turned his head to look like everyone else. He saw a blood-stained old man in a shabby Taoist robe hurriedly flying over. Looking at this old man, Xianjing seemed to think of something. He turned his head again and looked at the gray ape that was about to break free of the restriction. His face showed a thoughtful expression. Roar! The gray ape had already broken free of the restriction. Red flames gushed out of its body, and an imposing aura was emitted. The stone in its hand was also raised high, and it pounced at Xianjing with a roar. Ho Ming! The old man was naturally Ho Qing. When he saw the gray ape actually attack Xianjing, he was shocked. Without waiting for him to fly closer, he immediately shouted, "Quickly stop! Ayo, ayo!" The gray ape named Ho Ming heard Ho Qing's voice and howled in a low voice. It somewhat unwillingly put away the stone and looked at Ho Qing fly over with grievance. Disciple greets Grand Elder, disciple greets sect leader, disciple greets. Ho Qing's figure landed and respectfully saluted everyone. But when he saw Xiaohua, he didn't know how to address him. After all, he was just an ordinary disciple on duty. Where'd he see Xiaohua? He didn't even know that Xiaohua had arrived. However, in just a few breaths, Ho Qing's eyes actually showed fanaticism. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple greets Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing Ho Qing kneel down, Ho Ming, who was beside him, also fell down beside Ho Qing and whimpered as he kowtowed. Seeing the gray ape Ho Ming, who was suspected to be the reincarnation of Yuan Tongtian, Xiaohua hurriedly helped them up and said with a smile, "Get up, disciple." Ho Qing still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua hurriedly gave him a look. Ho Qing was shocked and came to his senses. He bowed to Xianjing and said, "This is all disciple's fault. Disciple will go to the front mountain?" No need." Without waiting for Xianjing to speak, Taoist Master Xianqing laughed and said, "Looking at the bloodstains on your body, this old man knows what happened. Your spirit beast is also very loyal to its duty. You did not do anything wrong." "Yes, thank you, Grand Elder, for your sympathy." Ho Qing's heart relaxed. He looked at everyone and said respectfully, "Senior and others came to Kunwu Peak to Taoist Master Xiao wants to enter Kunlun's secret land." Taoist Master Xianqing replied, "Since you are on duty, let the spirit beast on duty move aside." Yes, disciple understands." Ho Qing nodded and waved his token in front of Ho Ming. The gray ape grinned and threw the stone on the ground with a paw sound and was about to run away. "Wait." Xiaohua used the primordial spirit sound transmission technique and said to Ho Ming, "This old man has something to tell you. Wait a moment. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward. Thank you for all forms of support." Chapter 52:26. The azure ape Ho Ming's body shook as he looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He pointed at Xiaohua with his thick ape claws and opened his mouth to call out a few times. Xiaohua nodded slightly. and the azure ape Ming stood there as if he had been enlightened. Immortal Qing didn't know what happened, but he didn't dare to doubt what Xiaohua did. He respectfully pointed to the gap not far away and said, "Reporting to Immortal Xiao, that place is the Kunlun's secret realm of my Kunlun sect." Senior. Jing hurriedly handed over a silver token respectfully and said, "This is the token to enter the secret realm. Without this, even my Kunlun sect disciples can't step into the secret realm." Good. Xiaohua took the token, and a familiar aura came from the token into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua looked at the outline of a continuous mountain range on the token and seemed to understand something. Xiaohua walked to the gap and didn't rush to activate the token. Instead, he looked around and released his spiritual sense into the gap. He smiled and said, "I understand. If I'm not wrong, I may not use this token of your sect. Is that so?" Immortal Qing raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Senior, did you find something?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, this secret realm should be a fragment of the immortal world. The immortal aura inside is rich, and there's a layer of barrier between the fragment and the Xiaoyu continent. Ordinary cultivators can't break this barrier and can only rely on your sect's token." Speaking of this, Xiaohua didn't say anything more and just smiled. "Of course, this is also Zhao's guess. Everything will be known after entering. The left and right tokens are already in Senior's hands. Senior can use them however you want," Jing said with a smile. "But..." Xiaohua looked at the azure ape Ming and raised his hand. "I may have some karma with this azure ape. I want to borrow your sect's secret realm. I wonder if it's possible?" Not to mention Immortal Qing and Jing. Even Ho Qing was stunned. Ho Qing stammered, "Immortal? He just entered Kunlun Mountain. How can he be fated with you?" "I only said it was possible. I'm not sure yet." Xiaohua looked at the darkness within the crack and said indifferently, "Perhaps we can only confirm it in your honorable sect's secret realm." Immortal Qing and Jing looked at each other. Immortal Qing nodded slightly and looked at Xiaohua. "Anyway, he is also my Kunlun sect's spirit beast. If Senior can bring him in, then do it. This is also a part of its fate. Thank you so much." As Xiaohua spoke, he raised his hand and waved it. A light and shadow flashed, and the azure ape Ming was already in his hand. He nodded at Immortal Jing and strode into the gap. The inside of the crevice was incomparably dark. It was different from an ordinary cave. Not even the slightest bit of light could shine in. Xiaohua walked for half a cup of tea's worth of time before an inexplicably terrifying aura appeared in front of him. Xiaohua knew that this was the immortal spiritual energy of a fragment of the immortal world. He had already seen it that day in the Star Moon Palace, so it was not unfamiliar to him. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. He stretched out his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the brilliance swayed, his mind rolled and took the azure ape Ming into the space. Outside the Kunlun secret realm, there would naturally be a formation set up by the Kunlun sect to prevent the cultivators of other sects from rashly breaking in. When the Kunlun sect leader entered the Kunlun secret realm, not only did he have to rely on the token to break the barrier of the fragment of the immortal world, but he also had to break the formation set up by the seniors. These three restrictions were extremely difficult, so the Kunlun sect did not have to set up any additional defenses near the Kunwa Peak. But for Xiaohua, these two extremely difficult things were not difficult at all. Xiaohua had just seen outside the fragment and understood that breaking this formation was as easy as turning over his hand for him. Sure enough, after several hand seals were cast, a golden light shot out like the sun, and a door appeared in the darkness. Rich, bright silver immortal spirit Qi rushed out from the door, and this immortal spirit Qi turned into a powerful, tide-like aura above the boundary of the four great continents. After the Kunlun sect's restriction, there were no other restrictions. Because the Kunlun secret realm was originally a fragment of the immortal world, without the token of the Kunlun sect leader, ordinary cultivators could not even get close, let alone enter. Xiaohua looked at the bright silver brilliance and sighed. The same silver light appeared on his arms again. Although this silver light was thin and even dim, as soon as the silver light appeared, it immediately rushed toward the silver light of the secret realm, like a child who had not seen his mother for a long time. Xiao Hua could naturally use the Kunlun Sect's token to enter the Kunlun secret realm, but he was very clear in his heart that as long as he used the token, the karma between him and the Kunlun Sect would increase by 1. Now, Xiao Hua really did not want to increase any more karma. The hand of karma within the space seemed to have been completed, but in reality, Xiao Hua could only activate the hand of karma and obtain some extremely superficial results. Even when he activated the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye, he could only see the simple karma of samsara. He wanted to see more, but he couldn't. Therefore, Xiao Hua was very clear in his heart that the way of karma was not something he could control now. Since he had ascended to the immortal world, he could no longer return to the 4 continents. His karma in the 4 continents must be completely settled, and he could not leave too much behind. Otherwise, it would definitely have a great impact on his cultivation in the future. Xiao Hua already had this thought when he was in the 10,000 demon realm. Later on, he felt even more touched when he arrived at the Yilin continent. Now that he had arrived at the Dawn Rain continent, he felt a sense of relief, and even his state of mind became clear. In particular, the 3 recent events made him understand that ascension was not only about strength exceeding the laws of heaven and earth of the 4 continents and being pushed away by the laws of heaven and earth, it was also the end of oneself, annihilation, and the rebirth of another self. There should not be a lot of connections between these 2 selves. A little bit of karma in the 4 continents, a little bit of resentment, was very likely to set off a mighty hurricane in the immortal world in the future. This hurricane might be so big that it could drown him. The first thing was the broken dragon jade of Reverend Sun Lu of the Utopia faction. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that the dragon jade was the result of Reverend Sun Li's self-destruction when he was fighting with the devil general in the Imperial Demon Valley. He had no choice but to self-destruct to injure the enemy and break through the void. It was Xiao Hua who broke through the void, and the dragon jade coincidentally entered Xiao Hua's space. After Xiao Hua's soul search, he only knew that when he woke up, he saw that there was one more thing in the space. Even when he was cultivating in the 4 continents, he always thought that there was a mistake in his memory. This broken dragon jade was originally in his space, and he brought it from the immortal world. However, it was also in front of the disappeared Sky Patrol City that Xiao Hua gave the simplest dragon transformation skill to Hung Hung on a whim. Hung Hung could tell at a glance that this might be the skill recorded in the Dragon Jade that Reverend Sun Lu had in the past. At that time, Xiao Hua did not hesitate at all. He knew in his heart that this was the time for him to end his karma. He did not ask Hung Hung anything and gave all the dragon transformation skill that could be cultivated by the human tribe to Hung Hung and returned it to the Utopia faction. This was not for Li Zhongbao's sake, nor for Hung Heng's sake, nor for Reverend Sun Li's sake. It was the way of heaven giving Xiao Hua face by letting him end his first karma in the Dawn Rain continent, which was also a hidden karma. As for the second karma, it was naturally the emotional entanglement between Xiao Hua and Hong Xia Fairy. This karma was not as easy to end as other karmas. The emotional sacrifice could not be measured by any skill or spirit stones. Xiao Hua had imagined many situations where he would reunite with Hong Xia Fairy in the 3 continents. However, he had never thought that they would meet under such a dangerous situation as the 4 spirits' blood curse. He also did not expect that when he had become the supreme master of the human tribe and returned as a king, Fairy Hong Xia would choose to cut off their relationship. In Xiao Hua's opinion, Fairy Hong Xia's reason was really nonsense. It was because Xiao Hua's strength was too high and he had already stood at the peak of the human realm's cultivation. He was completely different from what Hong Xia Fairy had imagined. Therefore, she felt that Xiao Hua was already a stranger and not the Xiao Hua she had been thinking about. Therefore, she chose to cut off their relationship. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, he had not changed at all. Everything, except for his high cultivation, the addition of the Fortune Gate, and the addition of Princess Xixia, whom he had never mentioned before. At that time, Xiaohua was really disheartened. He felt that the feelings in his heart could not withstand the test of time. The change in his feelings was too sudden and too unimaginable. He did not dare to believe in love anymore. However, during the 10 days when Xiaohua helped Fairy Hong Xia merge with the Phoenix bloodline, Xiaohua carefully thought about it. From his own point of view, from Fairy Hong Xia's point of view, he thought about it a lot. He finally understood that Fairy Hong Xia's words were not without reason. After all, Xiaohua was a male cultivator. He considered his relationship with Fairy Hong Xia from a male cultivator's point of view. The so-called male cultivators, using a phrase from Confucian cultivators, could not abstain from lust. When meeting a female cultivator, the beginning of a relationship would always be related to lust. Before Xiaohua met Fairy Hong Xia, he met Kaizhuoxiao first. The reason why he did not have any emotional entanglements with Kaizhuoxiao was, on one hand, Kaizhuoxiao already had Li Zongbao in her heart. On the other hand, Kaizhuoxiao had concealed her beauty, so Xiaohua did not have such thoughts. Of course, the love at first sight between Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia couldn't deny that Fairy Hong Xia's mole had a great connection with Xiaohua's distant memories. But at the same time, Fairy Hong Xia's beauty also played a large role. If Fairy Hong Xia's appearance was ordinary, Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that he would fall in love with Fairy Hong Xia just because of the mole. After that, Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia met at the Feather Immortal Gathering. The two of them revealed their feelings for each other, and it could be considered as breaking through the window paper. If Xiaohua's cultivation was similar to Fairy Hong Xia's, and the two of them had the opportunity to interact frequently, they could naturally rub each other's ears and develop deep feelings for each other. When the conditions were right in the Frozen Ice Valley, the two of them would definitely be able to strengthen their relationship. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 52-27. After the Feather Immortal Gathering, Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia went their separate ways to train on their own. What happened in the Valley of Ice was too sudden. Even Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia found it inconceivable. However, there were no conditions for their relationship to warm up. Their time in the Valley of Ice greatly shortened the pace of their relationship. This was normal in Xiaohua's eyes. However, Fairy Hong Xia felt that it was a little rushed. After all, in the words of Confucian cultivators, female cultivators could not abstain from love. What female cultivators needed was love, not lust. Whether it was Fairy Hong Xia or Shui, they gave the same amount of love. Shui sacrificed her life for Xiaohua. As for Fairy Hong Xia, she said that if she was given the same choice, she would make the same choice as Shui. However, the love in a female cultivator's eyes was different from that of a male cultivator. A female cultivator's love was built with time, built with care, and watered with every drop. The relationship between Xiaohua and Fairy Hong Xia lacked these seemingly ordinary foundations. This was because even though Xiaohua had followed Fairy Hong Xia for a period of time and experienced life and death situations, that experience was simply too short compared to the lifespan of a cultivator. It was so short that even though it was engraved in his bones, it was still not enough. It was also because of this that Fairy Hong Xia thought hard every day when Xiaohua disappeared. She missed him so much that it became a disaster. However, Fairy Hong Xia missed the Xiaohua of the past. The Xiaohua whose strength was close to hers, the Xiaohua who could laugh with her, the Xiaohua who lived in her memories. However, after 700 years, Xiaohua suddenly appeared and saved Fairy Hong Xia from the Four Spirits' blood curse. At that time, Fairy Hong Xia did not feel much because in her eyes, Xiaohua was still the Xiaohua of the past. He had not changed at all. He was no different from the Xiaohua she had been thinking about day and night. Therefore, she easily acted coquettishly with Xiaohua. However, the defeat of the Sword Cultivator, the destruction of the Punishment Array, the killing of the Book Immortal, The submission of the various sects, everything made Fairy Hongxia realize that Xiao Hua had changed. This change was so huge that it made Fairy Hongxia feel unfamiliar. Facing Xiao Hua, Fairy Hongxia felt as if she was facing the firmament. How could an ant have feelings for the firmament? Therefore, this dazzling and beautiful relationship that all the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent thought had turned into nothingness in Fairy Hongxia's heart. Of course, Fairy Red Dawn still loved Xiao Hua in her heart. However, this Xiao Hua was the Xiao Hua of the past. Fairy Red Dawn had obtained the blood essence of the Four Spirits' blood curse, as well as the inheritance of the Phoenix bloodline. Her cultivation had slowly increased, and with Xiao Hua accompanying her day and night, it was not impossible for her feelings to become true. However, Xiao Hua did not have the time. There was no need for Xiao Hua to settle this karma. Fairy Hongxia would help him settle it. But was it so easy to end a relationship? The karma of that mole, could it still continue in the immortal world? This would depend on Fairy Hongxia's luck. The path to heaven had already been paved under her feet, and she was ready to spread her wings and soar high. The third karma was naturally the karma between Xiao Hua and Yuan Tongtian. That day, Yuan Tongtian had begged Xiao Hua to bestow the Heaven's Reach staff to him as a weapon. Xiao Hua had agreed on the spot that as long as Yuan Tongtian returned from Nirvana scripture seeking, he would give the Heaven's Reach staff to him. Unfortunately, Yuan Tongtian had been killed by the six-eared macaque. He did not wait for Xiao Hua to deliver the Heaven's Reach staff to him. In order to make up for the six-eared macaque's transgression, the Mahavarakana Buddha had sealed Yuan Tongtian's soul into a 5-colored spirit stone. He had promised Xiao Hua that he would send Yuan Tongtian into the cycle of reincarnation to settle this karma with the six-eared macaque. However, that day in the Thunder Temple, Yuan Tongtian had called a master before he died. This karma had been left behind. Yuan Tongtian was no longer here, and Xiao Hua's 5 elements Heaven's Reach staff had been refined. The Heaven's Reach staff could not be delivered to Yuan Tongtian. Xiao Hua's karma could not be settled. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw the familiar flames of the azure ape Ho Ming, he immediately thought of the reincarnated Yuan Tongtian. However, Xiao Hua also remembered that the Mahavarakana Buddha had said that he would let Yuan Tongtian's soul be nourished in the 5-colored spirit stone to temper his arrogance. However, it had only been a few years, and the reincarnated Yuan Tongtian had appeared in the Dawn Rain continent, waiting for him to settle his karma in the Kunlun Mountains. The Mahavarakana Buddha was obviously perfunctory. That was why Xiao Hua cursed the Mahavarakana Buddha. Because of the unsettled third karma, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to bring the azure ape Ho Ming into the Kunlun's secret territory. Because of the karma entangling him, Xiao Hua did not dare to use the Kunlun sect leader's token, fearing that it would increase the karma. Seeing that the pressure at the entrance of the secret realm had decreased after he activated the immortal Qi, Xiao Hua smiled and stepped in. A silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and a heavy pressure like a mountain immediately fell on Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's body sank, and he fell to the bottom of the secret territory. Under the heavy pressure, Xiao Hua was unable to activate his true Yuan, and was also unable to release the golden Buddha statue. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only activate the immortal Qi even more. As strands of immortal spiritual energy were activated, Xiao Hua's body began to be covered in silver light. The pressure also gradually lessened. Xiao Hua's figure also slowly came to a stop. There was even a feeling of floating immortality that came from his bones. Xiao Hua understood that activating the immortal Qi in the Dawn Rain continent was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, but facing such a secret territory, he could only do so. However, when Xiao Hua's body stopped, he raised his eyes to look ahead and unconsciously became stunned again. Xiao Hua had previously gone to the folded Jade Legacy territory on the Dragon Island. He originally thought that this Kunlun secret territory was similar to the folded Jade Legacy territory and should be a colorful space, but everything in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. But in front of Xiao Hua's eyes was pitch black, and there was only a faintly discernible silver light in the distance, as distant as a star. The silver light from before had rushed out from nowhere. Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and so on naturally couldn't be used. He had no choice but to activate them and walk towards the silver light. But after walking for more than 100 zhang, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. Looking at the indescribable pitch black and looking at the silver light in the distance, one of them directly made him turn right. Damn it, could it be that this secret territory also has a void, bewildering formation? Xiao Hua cursed in a low voice and decisively turned right. He was very confident in his incomparable sense of direction in the void. Sure enough, when he turned around, that silver light was in front of him again. It was as bright as the morning star. After walking for about an hour, Xiao Hua arrived in front of the silver light with great difficulty, but he saw that it was a light shadow that was like a willow tree. One after another, the light specks extended out from the long line of light and swayed as they drooped down, just like willow branches in the wind. Those light specks looked like flickering fragments of light with the naked eye, and the silver splendor seeped out from the fragments of light, emitting an aura of varying strength. What was special was that the long silver line that extended out from an unknown place had segments of silver light rapidly flowing within it. Every time it flowed, there would be the sound of thunder or the sound of tides, and occasionally there would be the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He walked in front of a silver willow catkin somewhat helplessly and stretched out his hand to touch it. He saw that his hand had already brushed past the light shadow, but the light shadow was still there, seemingly unaffected. The light shadow was the light shadow, and the big hand was the big hand. They were completely distinct. Two spaces. Xiao Hua already understood. Even if this silver light shadow was the Kunlun's secret territory, it was in a different space from him. If he couldn't find the location of the space, he wouldn't be able to enter. Could it be? Xiao Hua took out the command token from his bosom and said with a frown, I still have to activate the command token, but there's so many willow catkins, that is to say there might be so many Kunlun secret territory. Which one has the sacrificial refining method of the Kunlun mirror, and which one has the mystery of the immortal formation? Xiao Hua tried to use his mind. Although there were some obstacles in the space, he could still sense it. He took out the Kunlun mirror, and when the Kunlun mirror fell into the space, there was no change. When Xiao Hua's immortal chi landed on the Kunlun mirror also didn't have any reaction. Obviously, the immortal technique to activate the Kunlun mirror was different from the technique. Xiao Hua put away the Kunlun mirror and the command token. He held his chin with his hand and looked at the light shadow and pondered. Needless to say, this silver light shadow must be the fragment of the immortal world, and these trivial silver lights are the so-called Kunlun's secret territory. Although Xianjing and Taoist Xianqing didn't say it clearly, this Kunlun's secret territory came from nothing. It must have been set up by the seniors of the Kunlun sect since ancient times. Every silver light might have some spiritual items from the immortal world, just like the fragment of the Star Moon Palace. Although this Xiao already has immortal chi now, this is not the real immortal chi that has gone through the spirit cleansing pool and can't enter the Kunlun secret territory at will. This Xiao can only activate the command token and let the immortal chi inside rush out. This Xiao can enter. The question is the immortal world like this? Is it a bright silver? What is the immortal world like? This kind of question, I'm afraid only Xiao Hua could think of it. Not to mention the cultivators of the 4 great continents. Even the immortal kings, immortal venerables, and great emperors of the immortal world might not think of it. Therefore, this question was destined to have no answer. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and raised his hand to take out the command token again. But the moment he was about to activate it, his heart moved again. He smiled slightly, and his mind fell into the spiritual realm of the space and called out some spiritual bodies. Sure enough, the spiritual bodies were different from Xiao Hua's physical body. and easily fell into the light shadow that was like the willow catkins. Huh? Xiao Hua laughed, clapped his hands, and said, "The heavens are really helping me." Immediately, Xiao Hua let the spiritual bodies of the Ling clan come out, and they fell into different willow catkins. As these spiritual bodies fell into the willow at the same time, the whole willow branch gradually shook, as if it was bearing weight. The silver light overflowing on the willow branch became denser and denser, and the sound of thunder also became louder and louder. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qijian to subscribe, give a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52:28. Interesting. Xiao Hua smiled. It turns out that spiritual bodies also have weight. This fragment of the immortal world is really mysterious. When the last spiritual body entered the Kunlun secret realm, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and his mind entered the space. At this time, somewhere in Shanhua continent, the azure ape Ho Ming was excitedly climbing up and down a mountain peak, and his eyes were vigilantly looking around. This mountain peak was the same as Kunwu Peak of Kunlun Mountain. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure landed on top of the azure ape Ho Ming's head and looked at him for a moment, then raised his hand and pointed. The azure ape Ho Ming's figure stopped, as if he was imprisoned. Subsequently, Jade Archive Xiao Hua formed a seal with both hands, and a huge karmic hand gradually formed in midair. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations spread out in all directions, and when the karmic hand was formed, it suddenly grabbed, and all the fluctuations suddenly contracted and fell into the huge hand. Boom! Xiao Hua controlled the karmic hand to fall on the azure ape Ho Ming's body, but countless light shadows peeled off from the azure ape like layers of cocoons. However, in the eyes of Xiao Hua, the azure ape was still the same azure ape, and there was no special change. Sigh. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed and retracted the hand of karma. He muttered, "The azure ape doesn't have any karma in Shanhua continent. Even if I have the power to reach the heavens, how can I see his karma in the 4 major continents?" Then Xiao Hua withdrew the imprisonment, allowing the azure ape Ho Ming to jump on the mountain peak, and he went out of the space. While waiting for the spiritual bodies to return, Xiao Hua thought about how to solve Yuan Tongtian's karma. After waiting for a few hours, the spiritual bodies gradually returned, and Xiao Hua's mind fell into the space, receiving the spiritual bodies' gains in the Kunlun secret realm one by one. The spiritual bodies' gains were naturally rich, not only the refining method of the Kunlun mirror, but also many secrets of the Kunlun sect. In particular, Xiao Hua actually obtained the refining method of the tongue jiao shears. In addition to joy and shock, Xiao Hua was a little regretful that there was no news of the immortal array in the Kunlun secret realm. However, Xiao Hua also knew that with the strength of the Kunlun sect in the immortal world, the sect leader of the Kunlun sect must know the secret of the immortal array. Unfortunately, no one knew who the sect leader was or where the immortal world was now. Xiao Hua recorded the method of refining and activating the Kunlun mirror and tongue jiao shears into the jade slip. He carefully put them away and then turned around. Going back was just as troublesome as going in. Xiao Hua walked through another void maze before walking out of the silver door. Once he was out of the door, Xiao Hua hastily withdrew his immortal qi. With a flash, he had already left Kunwu Peak. Arriving at an uninhabited place, Xiao Hua released his divine sense to explore, then waved his hand and took out the azure ape Ho Ming from the space. At this time, the azure ape Ho Ming's eyes were closed, and he was lying on the ground. Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged and began to form seals with both hands. With each seal, the sound of ghosts and spirits began to appear. Strange ripples emerged from the azure ape Ho Ming's body like a wheel. Then, a huge shadow of a karmic hand began to appear above Xiao Hua's head. This shadow was very faint, not as solid as the space. When the karmic hand took shape, Xiao Hua did not rush to activate it. Instead, he raised his hand and patted his forehead, using the heaven's eye. Sure enough, the karmic hand's momentum was so great. With a clench of the big hand, countless ripples of light and shadow fell from all over the Dawn Rain continent. In an instant, the area within 100 miles was pitch black, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. When it fell on the azure ape Homing's body, the effect was short-lived. With the naked eye, one would only see a blurry light and shadow flowing through the azure ape Homing's body. Even if Xiao Hua had achieved the body of law, he could not see what this light and shadow was. With the help of the Heaven's Eye, Xiao Hua understood that this blurry light and shadow was a section of the River of Karma. Although the content of the River of Karma was not particularly clear, he could be sure that the azure ape Homing was not Yuan Tongtian. Just as he was feeling disappointed, at the end of the River of Karma, a familiar figure of Yuan Tongtian flashed and disappeared. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed and slowly withdrew his magic power, dispersing the karmic hand. He looked at the azure ape Homing thoughtfully and said, "The hand of the heavenly Tao is indeed pervasive. The heavenly Tao wants me to use this azure ape Homing to settle my karma with Yuan Tongtian. Of course, this karma is the karma of the 4 great continents, but at the same time, it will also be the cause of the future." When he finished speaking, Xiao Hua raised a hand and pointed, and a crystal light like a firefly fell between the azure ape Homing's eyebrows. When Xiao Hua waved his hand and put the azure ape Homing into the space, he looked left and right, then disappeared into the ground. The ground was pitch black, and Xiao Hua found a stable location before making a grabbing motion, creating a space that was only several tens of feet in size. Xiao Hua tossed the sky-reaching staff and a few storage pouches into the space, then made a hand seal to seal the entire space. After doing all that, the ground returned to its original state, and even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to discover what was going on, let alone a normal cultivator. Xiao Hua flew out of the ground, clapped his hands, and looked down again, whispering, "Yuan Tongtian, Yuan Tongtian. I hope you can hold this Zhao's sky-reaching staff in your next life and be an indomitable hero." After that, Xiao Hua disappeared into the wind. Xiao Hua walked out of the gap of Kunwu Peak. It was already late, and the setting sun was hanging above the clouds like fresh oranges. Immortal Xianqing and Xianjing were naturally waiting on the peak. When they saw Xiao Hua coming out, they hurriedly greeted him. Immortal Xianqing asked, "Immortal Xiao, how is the situation?" Xiao Hua looked at everyone and then looked at the sky. He was in a good mood. He handed the token to Xianjing with a smile and said, "This Xiao didn't use it. I won't delay your Kunlun sect's next sect master's matter. Senior is really too sympathetic to my Kunlun sect." After Xianjing sighed with emotion, he felt a little guilty. He felt that Kunlun sect owed Xiao Hua too much. So after receiving the token, he hurriedly asked, "Senior, did you find the method to break the innate array?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and replied, "This Zhao's luck is bad. I couldn't find it, but I accidentally encountered the method to refine and activate the Kunlun mirror. Congratulations, congratulations." Xianjing was very happy, as if he had obtained the secret technique himself, and hurriedly laughed. Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and said with a smile, "After this Xiao copied it, I still left the jade slip in Kunlun's secret realm. Now, I will also copy the cultivation method and leave it to Kunlun sect, right?" Immortal Xianqing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Immortal Xiao, please don't. The Kunlun mirror is now in Senior's hands. Senior can still leave the method to refine and use it in my Kunlun sect. This junior is already very grateful. At this time, how can I dare to ask for this secret technique?" "Fine." Xiao Hua nodded and put away the blank jade slip. He said, "Then leave it for your Kunlun sect's fated sect leader to take it. This Xiao will no longer interfere." "Yes, yes." Xianjing smiled. After everyone finished speaking, Ho Qing timidly asked, "Spiritual Master Xiao, what about the azure ape?" Xiao Hua laughed and took out the Kunlun mirror. He sent the azure ape homing out and said with a smile, "This old man thought that he had some karma with me. But after entering the Kunlun's secret realm, I found that I was wrong, so I didn't let him out at all." The azure ape homing landed, looked left and right, and chirped, and then went to guard the gap. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He took out a rejuvenation pill from the space and said with a smile, "This old man has disturbed you. This thing is for you." After saying that, Xiao Hua flicked his finger, and the rejuvenation pill fell into the azure ape Homing's mouth. Before the azure ape Homing could react, the rejuvenation pill had already turned into a stream and rushed into his body like lightning. The azure ape Homing raised his finger, as if he wanted to say something, but there was a change in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua smiled slightly and said, "This thing has some use for you. I hope you can cherish this opportunity." Then he looked at Ho Qing again, waved his hand, and took out a peach of immortality and handed it to him, saying, "You are a disciple of the Kunlun sect. This Xiao can't give you anything, but since you called this Xiao a spiritual master, I can't treat you unfairly." Spiritual Master Xiao. Ho Qing didn't expect Xiao Hua to treat him like this. He was really grateful, but he still didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he looked at Spiritual Master Xianqing and Xianjing. Xianjing smiled and said, "You child, why don't you hurry to catch it? This is a gift from Spiritual Master Xiao. You can eat it." "Thank you, Sect Master." Ho Qing happily caught it. Without waiting for him to say anything, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and rushed into the sky. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianqing, Sect Master Xianjing, the matter of the Kunlun sect has been settled. This Xiao is going to the Taiqing sect. Goodbye." Spiritual Master Xianqing was anxious and hurriedly flew up, shouting, "Senior, why are you in such a hurry?" "Ha ha ha." At this time, Feng Wu and the others had already flown out. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This Xiao has destroyed your palace. I have no face to stay in the Kunlun palace any longer. Apologize to the disciples." After saying that, all the Supremes tore through the void and escaped. Xianjing flew to the side of Spiritual Master Xianqing and looked at the ripples in the void. His face was full of regret, and he whispered, "Spiritual Master Xiao is really..." At this point, Xianjing didn't continue. Spiritual Master Xianqing nodded and said, "You are right. Spiritual Master Xiao is really Spiritual Master Xiao, the unparalleled Spiritual Master Xiao in the world. Other than admiration, this old man has no other distracting thoughts." Xianjing turned his head and looked at Ho Qing and the azure ape Ho Ming who were standing on the Kunlun peak. He didn't have the thought of interrogating them at all. He was very clear that Xiao Hua did everything in front of him, and even if Xiao Hua wanted to do something, it was impossible for him to find out. In particular, in Xiao Hua's eyes, was Kunlun's sect worthy of Xiao Hua's backup plan? Spiritual Master Xianqing had the same idea as Xianjing. They stood in the air for a moment and left together. Before leaving, Xianjing also shouted to Ho Qing, "This peach of immortality is used to make up for your lifespan. It is incomparably precious. Hurry up and eat it. Don't let anything happen." P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Vote for a month. Vote for a recommendation. Collect. Reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52-29. Seeing Xianjing leave, Ho Qing hurriedly ate the peach. Feeling the fresh changes in his body, Ho Qing couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow again. Ho Qing kowtowed, and the azure ape Ho Ming followed suit. When the man and monkey got up, Ho Qing smiled and said, "You evil creature, what did you encounter when you went with Spiritual Master Xiao?" The azure ape Marquis blinked his eyes and scratched his head. There seemed to be something in his mind, but he couldn't remember it. Unable to hold it in any longer, the azure ape Marquis cried out, "Yes, yes, ah." When Ho Qing heard this, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "You can speak? Ha ha ha, I understand. This is the opportunity Spiritual Master Xiao mentioned." Roar! Ha! Ha! The azure ape Ho Ming also imitated Ho Qing's roar and sat down on the boulder. Xiao Hua had planted a seed in him, and it was unknown when this seed would germinate, or when it would fall into the reincarnated Yuan Tongtian's body. Xiaohua, his doppelgangers, and Inkue fell into the void, but after flying for a while, they encountered another spatial fault. They had to fly out of the void. Xiaohua released his divine sense for a moment and asked, "Senior, this junior didn't encounter such a spatial fault in the 3 continents, not even in the Yilan continent. Why does Xiaoyu continent have one?" Inkue smiled. The spatial laws of each world are different, and the stability of space is not uniform. It's not strange for Xiaoyu continent to have a spatial fault. This old man remembers that under a star field of the heavenly court, there was a continent whose space was like a terraced field. It was impossible to teleport, let alone escape. When you were refining the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, this old man also noticed that the laws of heaven and earth were somewhat different in the spatial fault. Your 5 elements magnetism had 2 distortions, and the law of thunder that was triggered by the cudgel should be perfectly round, but there were some distortions and fractures here. "Oh," Xiaohua responded, then remembered something and asked, "Senior, have you ever been to the immortal world of Tao cultivation?" After Xiaohua finished speaking, he smiled bitterly again. Didn't Inkue meet Su Ji and Fairy Xingyue in the star area of the Tao immortal world? Inkue also felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Of course I have. Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Xiaohua recounted what he saw at Kunwa Peak. In the end, he said, "So Junior wants to know, what is the true immortal world like?" Inkue smiled and asked, "What do you think the real immortal realm should look like? Could it be that you've seen a different immortal realm?" Inkue paused for a moment, then immediately rested his eyes on Reverend Yun. Suddenly, he was enlightened and said, "I get it now. This little friend of yours has formed his body in the fragment of the dragon realm, right?" Reverend Yun nodded and said proudly, "The dragon realm fragment I saw with fellow Taoist Xiao is different from the immortal realm fragment he mentioned." Inkue pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I can't answer you. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Emperor Tian Huang's other avatar." Xiaohua faintly smiled and declined to comment. Inkue also didn't intend to listen to Xiaohua's reply, so he immediately said, "Little friend Xiao, you shouldn't think too much about the immortal world right now. The immortal qi in your body has become even denser, and this old man's emperor's armor will soon be unable to block the lightning tribulation." Xiaohua sighed and said, "Junior has no other choice. I don't want to be involved in too much karma with Kunlun sect." "Oh." Inkue was taken aback. He looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and said, "How do you know you have too much karma with Kunlun sect disciples? Could it be that you have found something in the Kunlun mystic realm?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior, you misunderstood me. What I mean is that I don't want to be involved in too much karma with other sects before I ascend. But speaking of which is Kunlun sect, very famous in the immortal realm where I cultivate?" Inkue smiled and did not say anything. The spatial fault near Kunlun Mountain was extremely large. Xiaohua and the others flew for half an hour before they passed through this fault. Then, they used their spatial escape technique at the same time. When they flew out of the void again, they saw 3 mountain peaks standing in front of them. For a moment, Xiaohua seemed to see the conversation between the 2 people on the flying boat 1,000 years ago. It is said that when heaven and earth first opened, there was a massive chaos, and a saint was born from the chaos. The entire chaos was split open, and Yangqing was the sky, Inqing was the earth, and later, heaven and earth were afraid of being reunited. The saint created heaven, earth, and man, 3 peaks to support heaven and earth. The 3 peaks of Taiqing's sect, heaven, earth, and man, boasted that they were the pillars of heaven that supported heaven and earth. And Taiqing's sect itself was divided into heaven, earth, and man, respectively located on the 3 peaks. Since it is the pillars of heaven that support heaven and earth, we just need to fly up and see if there's a peak on this mountain. This idea is simple, but do you think the cultivators of Taiqing's sect would not think of it? Could it be that this is really the pillars of heaven? But disciple thinks that even if they want to support heaven and earth, it is impossible for them to gather together, right? Wouldn't it be better if they were scattered? When did this old man say that this is the pillars of heaven? This is just Tai Ching sect boasting. Who would believe it? As for whether the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man have a peak, I'm afraid only the cultivators of Tai Ching sect know. Won't we know if we fly up and take a look? That day, Jin Qing told Xiao Hua the reason for the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man, and Xiao Hua also wanted to fly up and take a look. At that time, Qi refinement cultivator Xiao Hua was following Golden Core cultivator Jin Qing to Tai Ching sect to participate in the Feather Immortal Gathering. Today, Xiao Hua came to Tai Ching sect for the second time, not to fulfill his long-cherished wish, but to topple the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man that he saw as the pillars of heaven. This is Tai Ching sect, right? Just as Xiao Hua was in a daze, Inkue frowned and looked into the distance, somewhat puzzled. Little friend Xiao, are you mistaken? This mountain is actually the key to breaking the formation? Xiao Hua nodded solemnly. Indeed, I've obtained some secret information that points directly to the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man. Then just topple it directly. Inkue rolled his eyes and said with a smile, didn't I set up a punishment formation to trap you previously? That punishment formation is passed down from the heavenly court. Won't you be able to break it if you topple it? No matter how powerful this formation is, it might not be stronger than the punishment formation of the heavenly court, right? Xiao didn't tell him the truth about the three great immortal formations of Buddhism, Taoism, and Demon. He only smiled and said, if it's as Senior said, why would I need to make such a big fuss? Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar and landed on Xiao Hua and the others. It immediately retracted in panic. Not long after, two cultivators in Taoist robes flew over in a hurry. The one in front wasn't Taoist Yu Qing of Tai Ching sect, but a void refinement realm old man with white hair and beard. The old man looked a little excited and his eyes flickered. When he flew closer, he hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Huanhua apologizes to Taoist Xiao. Xiao Hua understood as soon as he heard it. As the deputy leader of the Immortal Alliance, Taoist Huanhua of Tai Ching sect must have colluded with Luo Xingtian. He must have heard that Xiao Hua had killed Luo Xingtian and scared Ji Fengzi to death. That was why he deliberately waited at the mountain gate of Tai Ching sect and personally apologized to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was actually not very interested in Luo Xingtian's scheme. After all, these are the internal struggles of Tao cultivators. If Luo Xingtian didn't meddle with the Thunder Control sect, he might not have taken action. Therefore, before killing Luo Xingtian, Xiao Hua didn't interrogate him about the reason, nor did he search his soul before killing the last strand of primordial spirit of Luo Xingtian. It was just an accident that Ji Fengzi was scared to death. Ji Fengzi cherished his life too much. Therefore, when he saw Taoist Huanhua apologizing, Xiao Hua helped him up with a smile and said, Fellow Taoist Huanhua, please get up. Who doesn't make mistakes in life? Since you know that you are wrong, you should correct yourself. As the saying goes, if you know your mistakes and can correct them, it is the greatest virtue. Yes, yes, Taoist Huanhua said with a smile. I know. When I received Luo Xingtian's message that day, I was already aware of his conspiracy, so I kept delaying it. But I didn't have much time left, so I couldn't help but fall into his trap. But fortunately, Taoist Xiao came back and killed Luo Xingtian, killing his ambition to unify the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua said with a smile, what's done is done. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to mention it again. I came here today for the sake of the billions of living creatures in the three continents. If you can help me, my previous mistakes are not worth mentioning. I'm sorry. Enlightened Master Huanhua finally relaxed, but he said apologetically, I didn't go to Sky Patrol City. When I received the message from Yu Qing, I immediately ordered my disciples to search for the ancient records in the sect. However, until today, I still haven't found any information related to the Khanate formation, nor have I found any information about the origin of the 3 peaks of Taiching sect. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, Taiching sect is divided into Heaven sect, Earth sect, and Human sect. They have been separated for many years. Is there no information at all? Yu Qing, who was behind Taoist Huanhua, flew a few steps forward and said in a low voice, reporting to Taoist Xiao, when we learned about the 3 peaks, we thought that Taiching sect was lucky to be able to guard this place. That's what the previous sect masters told their disciples as well. It wasn't until the senior pointed out that the 3 peaks were related to the Khanate formation that the Grand Elder personally led the disciples to search the records that we found out that the Taiching sect wasn't built here when it was first built. Later on, the Taiching sect grew so powerful that the original mountain couldn't accommodate it. One of the seniors of the Taiching sect discovered the strangeness of the 3 peaks and moved the Taiching sect here. Xiaohua said with slight disappointment, I understand now. In other words, there were the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal peaks first, and then there was the Taiching sect. So the Taiching sect doesn't know the secrets of the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal peaks? Taoist Yuan Qing looked at Taoist Huanhua, and both of their faces showed bitterness. After all, they had always used hypocrisy to decorate their nobility. They never thought that there would be a day when reality would shatter their hypocrisy. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5230. Xiaohua looked at them and smiled. I'm sure you don't want to leak this information, right? That's right, Huanhua hurriedly replied. This information is recorded in an old jade slip, and it's in my hands now. Taiching sect has sacrificed the foundations of Heaven, Earth, and Human sects for the 3 continents. How could I let them be heard again? Xiaohua said, not to mention that whether the Sky Clear sect was established on the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal peaks or moved here from somewhere else is a secret of your Sky Clear sect, and it has nothing to do with us. Fellow Taoists, please don't worry. Only the few of us know about this matter, and we'll absolutely not allow anyone to know. Thank you so much, enlightened Master Xiao. Huanhua was grateful from the bottom of his heart. He brought enlightened Master Yuqing here because of Xiaohua's words. It's all right. Xiaohua waved his hand. This is what I should do. I just don't know what the disciples of Taiching sect think. Huanhua hurriedly smiled. You don't have to worry about this. When the disciples of Taiching sect learned about the battle in Sky Patrol City and understood that we sacrificed Heaven, Earth, and Human peaks for the sake of the billions of lives in the 3 continents, their blood was boiling. They were willing to give up their lives, let alone move the foundations of Taiching sect. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. The disciples of Taiching sect are of noble character. Taiching sect has sacrificed so much. I thank Taiching sect on behalf of the billions of lives in the 3 continents. Although the disciples of the Taiching sect were rather vain, and Xiaohua felt disdain in his heart at first, when he heard that they could so decisively abandon their foundation and relocate the Taiching sect for the 3 continents, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel respect in his heart. After he finished speaking, he bowed and saluted. This salute was sincere. Huanhua's face lit up. After all, this was a bow from the supreme of the human race. How many people in the world could receive such honor? He humbly bowed back and said, Senior, you're too kind. This is what Taiching sect's disciples should do. The 2 of them stood up. Xiaohua once again took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Taoist Yu Qing, saying, a sect's relocation sounds simple, but the process is complicated. There are also many losses involved. Since I, Xiao, represent the 3 continents, then I asked Taiching sect to accept this compensation. That's not appropriate. Taoist Yu Qing hurriedly waved his hand and said, earlier at the Sky Patrol City, Senior has already given. That was given by this Xiao. Xiaohua says with a smile. This was given by the 3 continents. Quickly accept it. Inside is this old man's token. When you establish your sect, you can use this token to contact my fortune gate. The Taiching sect is the same as the Kunlun sect. Both are allies of my fortune gate. Grand Elder, Taoist Yuqing looked at Taoist Huan Hua and asked in a low voice. Enlightened Master Huan Hua pondered for a moment and nodded. Since it's Enlightened Master Zhao's kindness, I'll accept it. After all, there are still many disciples who are unwilling to move. These compensations can be used as an explanation to them. Yes, I understand. Spiritual Master Yuqing took the storage pouch and scanned it with his spiritual will. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly passed the storage pouch to Spiritual Master Huan Hua without saying anything. Spiritual Master Huan Hua was naturally stunned and looked at Taoist Yuqing in confusion. After all, Xiaohua had already given some things to the Tai Ching sect, and Spiritual Master Huan Hua had already snatched those things away. Taoist Yuqing did not answer Spiritual Master Huan Hua's question. Instead, he looked at Xiaohua and said, Enlightened Master Xiao, this is too valuable, right? Spiritual Master Huan Hua hurriedly released his spiritual will, and when he saw the things inside the storage pouch, he was also shocked, speechless. Xiaohua looked at Taoist Yuqing and said, This Xiao once heard a saying in the secular world. Gold or silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Others might be able to help me find some clues to break the formation, but your Tai Ching sect has truly paid a price. You have given up your own sect's foundation. Your Tai Ching sect is the true hero. All of my compensation cannot compare to what you've paid. These things are indeed not much. Take them first. In the future, the most important thing is to support each other and develop together with the Fortune Gate. Yes. Taoist Master Huan Hua was so touched that he almost shed tears of gratitude. He was ashamed of his collusion with the starfall sky. This Xiao doesn't have much time. Xiaohua patted Spiritual Master Huan Hua's shoulder to comfort him and said, I'll have to trouble the two of you to bring us to the Tai Ching sect. Okay. Spiritual Master Huan Hua hurriedly passed the storage pouch to Spiritual Master Yuqing and gestured for him to keep it well. Then, he respectfully led Xiaohua and the others to the Tai Ching sect. Seeing that the Tai Ching sect had already arranged a ceremonial procession, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only patiently accept the kowtows of the Tai Ching sect's disciples. After a full 2 hours, he ordered Spiritual Master Huan Hua to arrange for the relocation of the sect's disciples. Then, he led Feng Wu and the others to the Earth Peak. Feng Wu and Archdevil Shi had already been to the Tai Ching sect, and the two avatars had personally experienced the strangeness of the 3 peaks. The Heaven Peak was where the frost bamboo passed through the restriction and entered the 9 heavens. It was also where Archdevil Shi couldn't pass through. The Heaven Peak should be the eye of the Buddha formation. It was the easiest for Feng Wu to pass through the Earth Peak, so it should be the eye of the Demon formation. Then, the only one left was the Human Peak. Both Feng Wu and Archdevil Shi could pass through the Human Peak, so it should be the eye of the Tao formation. Xiaohua and the others didn't directly fly up the Earth Peak. Instead, they followed Archdevil Shi's instructions and flew up from the bottom. Their flying speed wasn't fast. As expected, a faint, obscure aura began to appear before Xiaohua and the others reached the center of the peak. Inkuei's face was filled with surprise. He looked at Xiaohua and whispered, Little friend Xiao, this is the aura of the demon formation? Xiaohua only looked at Inkuei meaningfully and didn't answer. Seeing Xiaohua's reaction, Inkuei immediately shut his mouth. His eyes were filled with doubt. The Earth Peak was really high. Their spiritual sense couldn't reach the top. It really was like the earth, fire, wind, thunder that pierced directly into the 9 heavens. However, after flying for a while, they saw that there were only clouds and multicolored clouds around them. Apart from the other 2 peaks that were still accompanying the boundless sky, there was nothing else that could be seen. At this moment, a seal had already appeared above their heads. This seal was like a realm barrier. The deeper they went, the stronger it became. Xiaohua had already received this information from Feng Wu. However, when he personally came here today, his expression still changed. This was because his spiritual sense was affected by the realm's laws here. Moreover, the laws here were even more obscure than the natural ones in some subtle areas. Xiaohua's thoughts were transmitted to Feng Wu's heart. Feng Wu shrugged. Although he was Xiao Hua's clone, he was still a great saint of the demon race. In this aspect, he was far less sensitive than Xiao Hua. Senior, Xiao Hua turned to Ing Kuei and said, "Previously, there were people who broke through this seal. However, they appeared in other places of the Dawn Rain continent. Senior is a book immortal of the Heavenly Court." Junior earnestly asks Senior to observe more after passing through this seal. And Ing Kuei nodded and said, "Don't worry. This old man has committed a heinous crime. This is a good opportunity for me to atone for my sins. How can I give up? That's the best." Xiao Hua smiled. He urged his body to rush into the seal first. The enchanted book immortal was Xiao Hua's greatest enemy in this life. Back then, he had almost died at Ing Kuei's hands. After Ing Kuei broke free, Xiao Hua didn't dare to completely believe him. He had the Celestials stay vigilant at the side. However, breaking 3 immortal formations was far from something Xiao Hua could solve alone. Therefore, Xiao Hua also pulled Ing Kuei into it. What Xiao Hua valued was Ing Kuei's oath. It was Ing Kuei's heart to atone for his sins. Being able to break the formation would naturally be of great benefit to atone for his sins. Xiao Hua's divine power was naturally much stronger than frost bamboos in the past. However, the obstacles Xiao Hua encountered were much greater. Just as Feng Wu said, if he didn't release his demon body, there was really a realm above his head. He couldn't break through it all. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and released his transcendence golden body. Feng Wu also used his divine power to try to break through by force. It was also strange. The Earth Peak didn't look very big, but when Xiao Hua, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the other Dharma bodies appeared, it didn't seem very crowded. Damn it! Feng Wu flapped her wings. Not only did she not enter the formation, but she was also pressed down 1,000 feet. Roar! Reverend Yun let out a dragon roar and released his dragon body. Swoosh! Above his head, a black and white light flashed, and Reverend Yun's dragon body disappeared. Fellow Taoist, Feng Wu said anxiously, the formation in this land of the ninth heaven is much stronger than the ancestors. After saying that, Feng Wu's body surged with star runes, and the power of the stars and moon poured out. With a black and white light flashing, Feng Wu also disappeared. Xiao Hua understood. He thought for a moment and rubbed his hands. Rumble. A rumbling sound was heard. His transcendence golden body turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared into the formation. Let's go, old boy. Seeing that all his clones had gone in, the Celestial looked coldly at Ing Kuei and said, "It's your turn." Ing Kuei smiled and patted his head. Boom! 2 streams of innate energy shot out, and his body easily disappeared into the formation. You still want to play tricks in front of me? Don't even think about it. The Celestial showed his 3 heads and 6 arms, and his mouth shot out 3 beams of light, and his body also entered the formation. It was just as Demon Lord Shur had said. Xiao Hua felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if there were some lights flashing past. Although he had been paying attention, he still did not sense any traces of the formation. That figure had already appeared in the middle of a mountain range. He felt that the mountain range was very tall, at least 1,000 feet high. There are no trees on the mountain range, only several tens of feet or even hundreds of feet high stone pillars. These stone pillars looked like trees. Some were tall, some were twisted, and some were twisted. Similarly, there were many stone strips sticking out from the top of the stone pillars, and the stone strips really looked like branches and tree crowns. The mountain range was brown, and the mountain rocks were red. The whole mountain range was filled with a bloody aura. Just one look at it would make one's heart tremble uncontrollably. What was special was that Xiao Hua's body flew out from several stone strips. There was a full moon in the sky, and the moonlight shone on the mountain range, making it look like blood was floating in the air. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it as a reward. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 52:31. Where is this? Xiao Hua frowned and looked around. He looked at the night sky and thought to himself, Why is it nighttime? It was clearly afternoon when I was at the Earth Peak. Caw! A phoenix cry came from afar. Boom, boom. The power of the stars and moon fell from the sky. Wasn't that Feng Wu's voice? While Xiaohua was moving, sound rang out in the night sky. Shortly after, teardrop-like spatial cracks appeared in the moonlight and rushed towards Xiaohua's body. The woo sound was like a woman sobbing. The power of these spatial cracks was naturally not in Xiaohua's eyes. He simply ignored it and let the rain-like cracks fall on his body. Seeing these strange spatial cracks and the full moon in the sky, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. Weeping Moon Mountain Range? This is the Lian country's forbidden area, Weeping Moon Mountain Range. But why is it nighttime? While Xiaohua was thinking, a slight movement came from the mountain range in the distance. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw ripples of light and shadow appearing on the surface of the ground. Then, a twisted spatial crack appeared, and Inkue flew out from it. Xiaohua smiled and flew to Inkue's side. Inkue also looked at the night sky in surprise and asked, "Little friend Xiao, where is this?" "This is still the Dawn Rain continent. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Lian country's Weeping Moon Mountain Range." Xiaohua replied, "This is not strange because according to what I know, the exit of the heavenly peak is Ink Shadow Black Forest. I was surprised by the full moon above my head. It only took us an instant to go from the Taiqing sect to the Weeping Moon Mountain Range. It actually took us more than half a day." Inkue's face was like water, calmer than the moonlight. He looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully and said, "Little friend Xiao, according to what I know, there are several forbidden areas in the heavenly court that have the distortion of the law of time. Not to mention book immortals, even song immortals and jade clear human immortals don't dare to enter. But this kind of natural restriction is not likely to exist in the ordinary mortal world. Moreover, I know that in the heavenly court of Confucian cultivators or the Tao immortal world, there are some formations that can change the laws of time. One day inside these formations is equivalent to 10 days outside the formation. Of course, it is also possible that 10 days inside the formation is equivalent to 10 days outside the formation. In the celestial court, only celestial immortals of the grand, pure, celestial immortal realm would be able to set up these formations." Even as Inkue was speaking, a gust of wind sprang up about 50 kilometers away, and a deva flew out, screaming, "Damn it! Where are you, old punk? Hurry up and come out." "I'm here." Inkue smiled and nodded. The celestial turned into a beam of light and arrived. The sound of weeping could be heard along with the teardrops in the space. Xiaohua stared at Inkue and said meaningfully, "I don't know if the formation that isolated the four continents was born naturally, and I don't want to know. What I want to do is to push it down. It doesn't matter if this formation is natural or man-made." No wonder little friend Xiao can wield the Xianyuan sword of our Confucian cultivators. Inkue sighed. This kind of chivalrous heart, this kind of spirit that dares to destroy the temple and overturn heaven and earth, is exactly what the Xianyuan sword's owner needs. Xiaohua ignored Inkue's praise and only asked, "Senior, have you found anything strange?" "No," Inkue replied without hesitation. "Whether it is natural or man-made, this formation is not something I can see." "Boring, boring," the celestial shouted. Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the others flew over from all directions. "Let's go." Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw that there were people thousands of kilometers away. He ordered and was about to fly away, but his heart skipped a beat. He looked for a moment and looked at Huang Tong. Huang Tong said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't need to look anymore. I have already checked. This is a spatial fault, and this spatial fault covers the entire area within 1,000 kilometers. It is impossible to escape through space. If that is the case, then it is the same in Mo Zhao Black Forest." Xiaohua nodded and flew up with the others. When he found the cultivators here and asked, it was indeed the Weeping Moon Mountain Range of the Lian country. After thanking the few cultivators who came to train, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and instructed, "Fellow Taoist Huang Tong, Stay here and explore the entire Weeping Moon Mountain range inch by inch. Don't even let go of the void. See if there are any clues to break the formation. Well said. Huang Tong nodded and agreed. After looking around, she flapped her wings and flew away. Fellow Taoist Feng Wu. Xiaohua said to Feng Wu, please go to the Mo Zhao Black Forest in Shi Country. That is the border between Shi Country and Ming Country. Search inch by inch. I understand. Feng Wu had explored the heavenly peak and naturally knew where the Mo Zhao Black Forest was. She agreed and flew away. Namo Methriao Buddha. Xiaohua said to Methriao Buddha, there is a Buddhist site in the Xiaoyu continent. I would like to invite you to explore it. Namo Methriao Buddha. Methriao Buddha put his palms together and said, of course, I have to go there myself. I'll go now. Seeing Methriao Buddha step on the Buddha light and leave, Xiaohua said to Reverend Yun, I'll leave the Feng He Si to you, fellow Taoist. Of course. Reverend Yun laughed. He swayed his dragon body and soared into the sky, whistling toward the east of the Xiaoyu continent. Looks like I still have something to do. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Taoist Wu asked, but I don't have to go to the Ming Mountains. Where do you want me to go? Xiaohua replied, Dawn Rain Continent has 10 great danger zones. Ting Yin Abyss, Ink Cloud Black Forest, Flame Forest Marsh, Sobbing Ming Mountain Range, Rising Dawn Mountain Range, Weeping Moon Abyss, Mingxi, Sword Tomb, Profound Illusory Realm, and Weeping Moon Mountain Range. Let's not talk about the Sword Tomb. The other perilous places might have clues to break the formation. I'll leave them to you, fellow Taoist. How can fellow Taoist Wu do it alone? Thunderbolt Reverend smiled and said, I'll leave the human peak to you, fellow Taoist. I'll explore the 10 perilous places separately with fellow Taoist Wu. All right. Xiaohua cupped his fists and said, thank you for your hard work. Among the 10 perilous places, the Sword Tomb had disappeared and would never appear again. Mo Zhao Black Forest was left to Feng Wu, and Weeping Moon Mountain was left to Huang Tong. There were still 7 perilous places left. If he was not mistaken, the exit of the human peak was also one of the perilous places. There should be 6 perilous places left. Even Taoist Wu and Thunderbolt Reverend would not be able to handle them alone. Therefore, Xiaohua had already ordered Overlord Shi, who was hiding in the distance, to follow Taoist Wu and Thunderbolt Reverend. After everyone left, Xiaohua said to Inkue and Devis, let's go. We'll explore the human peak. When they arrived at the foot of the human peak, they felt the same as before. But when Xiaohua, Devis, and Inkue rushed into the realm confinement, they were shocked to find that the confinement force was much stronger than before. Xiaohua was a little shocked. He did not rush to activate his divine ability. Instead, he looked at Inkue strangely. Inkue did not speak. He just looked at the space barrier above his head. His eyes glowed as if he was examining it. After a while, he asked, little friend Xiao, have you walked through the human peak before? Xiaohua shook his head and said, I haven't. But fellow Taoist Feng Wu did. Oh, it seems like the confinement force was much weaker than now. Inkue was not surprised. He rolled his eyes and asked calmly, it should be so. Xiaohua nodded. He was already surprised when he was at the Earth Peak. He told me, through voice transmission, that the force he encountered was much stronger than before. And now, the confinement force of the human peak seems to be much stronger than the Earth Peak. Inkue said, I even feel that the force is still increasing. In the end, I'm afraid that we won't be able to pass through it. Why is that? Xiaohua looked at Inkue with bright eyes. Inkue did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, little friend Xiao, you must have an idea. It's just that this idea sounds a little ridiculous in the 4 great continents, so you don't dare to say it, right? Indeed. Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, I know that there are array spirits in our Taoist arrays, but this array spirit is just a legend. Moreover, with the situation in the 4 great continents, it's not very likely that a array spirit will be born. At most, this array has some spirituality. The previous array had the aura of the demon domain. It's very easy for demon domain arrays to give birth to array spirits. Ing Kuei thought for a while and answered, "And this array has the aura of your Taoist sect. Don't tell me that you didn't notice the immortal qi inside. What's so strange about this immortal array having an array spirit?" After saying that, Ing Kuei activated his innate true qi again. Another black and white light pattern flashed, and Ing Kuei's figure disappeared again. "This old guy is trying to escape." The celestial being shouted and showed his 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms reached into the void, and his 3 mouths spat out light pillars, which followed in succession. "Alas!" Xiaohua sighed and said in a low voice, "The Heavenly Court's book, Immortal, really has sharp eyes. I'm afraid I can't hide the immortal array from him." After saying that, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the rising sun in the distance. He rubbed his hands, and a silver brilliance appeared, and his figure disappeared into it. As Xiaohua expected, the 3 of them flew out of the Dawn Rain continent again. They were in the forbidden area of the Lian country, the mystic Yin illusory realm. Hearing about the mystic Yin illusory realm from the cultivators, Xiaohua immediately thought of the day when Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha were looking for the mystic Yin spirit grass at the Feather Immortal Assembly of the Taiching sect. After hesitating for a while, Xiaohua ordered the celestial being to stay in the mystic Yin illusory realm and carefully investigate it. He then returned to the Taiching sect with Ing Kuei. The celestial being's face was full of displeasure. It seemed that he liked to stare at the Heavenly Court's book Immortal, which gave him a great sense of satisfaction. On the way back to the Taiching sect, Xiaohua told him about the immortal array in his own way. In the end, he said, "I don't know what happened to the 4 great continents, but I know that if this great array that separates the Dawn Rain continent can't be destroyed, and the mutated spiritual qi of heaven and earth of the Dawn Rain continent can't pass through, the billions of creatures in the 3 continents will be wiped out. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it as a reward. Thank you for all your support." Chapter 52-32. Don't worry, Ing Kuei smiled. "I'll be staying in a mortal world from now on, and I don't know when I'll be able to return to the Heavenly Court. Moreover, if this immortal formation was really set up by the immortal realm, the demon realm, and the Buddhist kingdom, then when you destroyed it, the immortal realm, the demon realm, and the Buddhist kingdom would all know. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to leak the secret. Of course, you don't have to worry. If they pursue the matter, I'll take responsibility for it." Actually, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "I don't believe you. After all, you've sacrificed countless lives, and I'm worried that you'll turn into a demon again. Of course, you look very noble now, and I don't want to drag you down. However, I really have no choice but to rely on your knowledge." Ing Kuei nodded and replied, "Since little friend Xiao is so straightforward, then this old man won't hide it from you. The oath this old man made is very vicious. After this old man dies, all the memories of this life will disappear, and I will reincarnate in the mortal world for a very long time. So, you don't have to worry about this old man. If the immortal world pursues the matter, I'll be happy." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I understand. The Celestial Emperor's clone is your last hope." "Yes," Ing Kuei replied. "I'm willing to assist you for 3 years, and I hope you can consider my last request." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua nodded and didn't answer immediately. After returning to the Taiching sect, Ing Kuei looked at the Heavenly Peak and asked, "Little friend Xiao, are we still going to the Heavenly Peak?" Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. "There's no need to go to the Heavenly Peak. The exit is in the Ink Cloud Black Forest, and I already knew about it." When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua smiled and explained, "Actually, no matter if it's the Heaven Peak, Earth Peak, or a human peak, fellow Taoist Feng Wu and fellow Taoist Huang Tong have already come here earlier, and they know where the exits are. My real purpose of going to the Earth Peak was to let you see the power of the demon formation and see if you could find anything strange. I didn't plan to go to the human peak. But later, Feng Wu found that the power of the formation was different, so I accompanied you to the human peak." "Okay, I understand." Inkue nodded and asked again, "What's next?" "Wait." Xiao Hua looked at the busy heaven, earth, and mortal peaks and said, "Wait for the three sects of the Grand Pure One to completely move away from the heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. Wait for more news of the array breaking from the kingdom of Shi, the kingdom of Meng, the kingdom of Lian, and the kingdom of Huan. Wait for fellow Taoist Feng Wu and the others to explore the 10 perilous places, the QC, and the ruins of the Buddhist sect." "All right." Inkue thought for a moment and said, "Since we're waiting, I'll take advantage of the remaining 3 years to explain what I've learned to you. Otherwise, if I die, these things will disappear completely." "Well," Xiao Hua hesitated. Although Inkue was entrusting the orthodoxy to Wen Shu, and he wanted to accept it on behalf of Wen Shu, he had a lot of things to do at the moment. Although the Taiching sect had agreed to move, where would they move to? Moreover, how could it be easy for a big cultivation sect to relocate? Xiao Hua had no choice but to find a place with dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. Besides, didn't he have to distinguish the information from the other countries? Seeing Xiao Hua's hesitation, Inkue smiled and said, "Little friend Xiao, your Taoist cultivation focuses on defying the heavens and personal cultivation. Even the immortals in the immortal world can't escape from this limitation. But my Confucian cultivation focuses on alliances." "Huh?" Before Inkue finished speaking, Xiao Hua immediately understood. He laughed and cupped his hands, saying, "I've learned a lot. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll listen to your instructions." Then, Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror and sent out 10 scattered nascent souls. He ordered them to go to the Sky Patrol City and bring Wu Qing, Xiang Zhili, and Shui Yingying back to find places with dense heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Xiaoyu continent, or to go to the 3 cultivation countries and the Huan country to wait for the news of the immortal formation. After these scattered nascent souls left, Xiao Hua and Inkue landed on a flat rock on the heavenly peak. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Hua respectfully asked for your guidance, Senior." "Ha!" Inkue laughed and said, "You're worth teaching." Then, without further delay, he sat down on the ground and began to talk. Seeing such a good opportunity, Xiao Hua had already left a trace of his primordial spirit in his body. His mind entered the space, and Inkue's words fell into his primordial spirit's ears. They were then transmitted into the jade archive, Xiao Hua's body. Finally, they turned into a thunderous sound that resounded across Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua's jade archive, Xiao Hua, turned into the state of the 5 Qis unifications and kept spinning. The inscriptions on his armor were rolling like dragons and tigers. 3 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. Inkue talked nonstop. Even when Xiang Zhili, Wu Qing, Chui Yingying, and the others came to report about the Fortune Gate. Even when Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the others came to report about the Forbidden Land. And even when Sanning returned to the Taiching sect to report the results of the search for the sect, Inkue was not distracted at all. His eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was solemn. No one would associate him with the devil avatar that had sacrificed lives under the Sky Patrol City. On this day, when the morning star appeared like a bright light in the sky, and an ordinary star appeared opposite the morning sun, Inkue stopped talking. He looked at the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples sitting cross-legged on the ground, then raised his head to look at the stars. He said in a lonely voice, "This old man has been all-powerful all my life, but I never thought that I would have a day like this. I also never thought that I would be lecturing about Tao in the mortal world. As the saying goes, a single slip may cause everlasting sorrow. And when you look back, you've been dead for 100 years. Xiao Hua's mind returned to normal. He looked around and said, "You can leave now." The tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples knelt down and kowtowed. "Disciple thanks Master for teaching us." Then they stood up and said respectfully, "Disciple obeys sect Master's order." There was a kind smile on Inkue's face as he said, "You all don't need to go. This is your Dawn Rain mainland. The one who should leave is this old man." Then Inkue said to Xiao Hua, Little friend Xiao, this old man has long heard of the Dawn Rain mainland's Gue he see, but I have never been there. Can little friend send this old man there? Sure. Xiao Hua looked at Ing Kue, then waved his sleeve and flew away with Ing Kue, respectfully sending off master. The disciples respectfully sent Ing Kue off. Flying out from the spatial rift, Xiao Hua was about to execute the space escape technique, but Ing Kue said in a low voice, "Little friend Xiao, how about we walk slowly?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Ing Kue's wrinkles that were visible to the naked eye and understood what Ing Kue meant. He nodded and said, "I'll listen to Senior's instructions." Xiao Hua's words had just ended when the space to his left split open. Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the heavenly being flew out. The heavenly being shouted, "Old brat, you're finally leaving? I'm here to send you off. I hope the next time I see you, you won't be like this. Many thanks." Ing Kue cupped his fists and smiled at everyone. He then flew towards the Gue he see. Huang Tong and the others did not say anything and followed behind Ing Kue. Xiao Hua looked at his clones with bitterness in his heart. In the past 3 years, his clones had turned the Dawn Rain mainland's forbidden lands upside down, especially the Ink Cloud Black Forest, Mysticine Fantasy Realm, and Weeping Moon Mountain Range. Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the heavenly being had searched every inch of the forbidden lands. Not only the underground, but also the sky. They had meticulously checked the surroundings of the 3 forbidden lands. Unfortunately, even though they were so meticulous, they did not find any clues, as if there was no immortal formation. The Buddha Mithra had also gone to the ruins of Buddhism sect, and he had gained a lot from it. However, the immortal formation that Xiao Hua had hoped for the most was nowhere to be found. Gue Si was explored by Reverend Yin. As the saint of the Dragon Clan, Gue Si was like his home. In the past 3 years, Reverend Yin had spent 2.5 years exploring Gue Si. Unfortunately, Gue Si was like the West Ocean of the 3 continents. Other than the ocean, there was only the ocean. It was vast and boundless, exactly the same as the edge of the ordinary world. Reverend Yun had not seen the immortal formation even when he was near the Great Flag Reef, where Xiao Hua had fallen. Cultivators from various sects in Shi Country, Meng Country, and Lian Country had sent many suspicious messages, but Xiao Hua had sent his nascent soul cultivators to check them out. None of them were useful. The sword cultivators of Hung Country did not send many messages, so naturally, there was nothing valuable. Xiao Hua had also sent his nascent soul cultivators to Meng Mountains. They had also collected some things from various Magus villages, but they were also useless. Jiu Xia himself did not come here, but only sent Hu Qiong, who was empty-handed as well. Instead of saying he was here to deliver a message, it was more appropriate to say he was here to visit Xiao Hua. In short, during the past 3 years, apart from Taiching's sect evacuating from the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human, and moving the entire sect to a place called Yueshio Mountain, Xiao Hua had not made any substantial progress in breaking the formation. Now, the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human were empty and could be toppled at any time. But would Xiao Hua dare to topple them? Heaven-reaching peak, where the primitive continent was destroyed, was a good example. Therefore, Xiao Hua dared not to do it without full confidence. Eventually, he would arrive at Gue Si, just like Ing Kue's life had come to an end. Looking at the boundless surface of Gue Si in the distance, and listening to the cries of the seabirds, he took a deep breath of the salty sea air, closed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Only the sea is worthy of burying my memory." Looking at the boundless Gue Si, Xiao Hua suddenly recalled something. He turned and sent a voice transmission to Reverend Yun. "Fellow Taoist Yun, are the spatial faults in Gue Si more densely than those in Dawn Rain continent?" Reverend Yin was taken aback. Then he answered, "No, it is the same as Dawn Rain continent." After that, he pondered for a brief moment, then gave Huang Tong a look and said, "I have checked the spatial faults in Gue Si, and they are similar to those in Dawn Rain continent and Million Meng Mountains. They are not densely packed, because they are close to the three immortal formations. While all his clones were talking to each other, Inkue had already flown into Gue He Si, followed by Xiao Hua and the others. After flying for about 2 hours, they could no longer see any reefs or rocks nearby. Inkue gave the surrounding area a reluctant look, then turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Little friend Xiao, I'm going to be buried here. Have you made up your mind?" P.S. For all the fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, tip it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 52:33. Of course, Xiao Hua had already made his decision 3 years ago, and he didn't hesitate to summon the 9 dragons coffin. He raised it into the air and said respectfully, "Senior, you made a mistake, but you did your best to make up for it. The heavenly Tao gives people a chance to live. How can I not give you some hope? Many thanks." Inkue straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully toward Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly returned the gesture. "You're too kind, Senior. This is what I should do." Inkue stood up and walked toward the 9 dragons coffin before bowing respectfully toward Emperor Tianhuang's avatar. Reporting to Emperor Tianhuang, "I, Inkue, have committed a grave sin, and I have decided to atone for my sins in this mortal world. It was fate that brought me here today, and I hope you can forgive me for my transgressions." Inkue raised his index finger and middle finger as he spoke, and he was about to reach toward the glabella of Emperor Tianhuang's avatar. However, right at this moment, Inkue hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his hand. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Little friend Xiao, I'm very ashamed that I couldn't help you break the formation. However, I have 2 suggestions that can be of help to you." Xiao Hua was ecstatic. "Please speak, Senior." "The first one," Inkue said, "you've experienced the punishment array I set up. I don't know if you've noticed, but the array core of the punishment array is actually not the 81 punishment pillars, but the execution platform. Even though you toppled the pillars, you didn't actually break the formation. It was only because I emerged from the space that the execution platform didn't activate. As such, you don't have to focus on the heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. You have to look elsewhere." Xiao Hua frowned when he heard this. The reason he'd constantly placed his gaze on the heaven, earth, and mortal peaks was because he'd already encountered such a formation in the primeval continent of the Upper Realm, and the eye of the formation of that world annihilation battle was at the peak of Heaven Link Peak, which was the peak of the heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. And Xiao Hua nodded and said respectfully, "Previously, this junior was too rigid. After hearing Senior's words, this junior was enlightened. This junior will go and take a look at other places." As for the second, Inkue hesitated and said in a low voice, "When I passed through the human peak for the second time, because I used the Book of Mortal's divine ability, I stayed in the array formation for a longer time. I saw some huge rocks in the light of the array formation. These rocks were different from the rocks in the human peak. They seemed to have a pattern, like a seal. Of course, these lights and shadows flashed and disappeared in a flash, so I didn't see them clearly. Furthermore, I was afraid that I would affect little friend's attempt to break the formation, so I didn't dare to say anything." "Huge rock," Xiao Hua frowned and asked, "Is it square or long?" "I couldn't see clearly because of the changing lights and shadows. I felt like I had seen something like this in the mortal world." Inkue raised his hand and tried to point out what he saw. However, as soon as he raised his hand, his expression changed, and he said, "I'm sorry, little friend Xiao. I don't have enough time." After saying that, Inkue raised his hand and pointed at the center of Emperor Tianhuang's eyebrows. Shua! 2 streams of innate true qi flew into Inkue's 2 fingers. As the lights and shadows flashed between Emperor Tianhuang's eyebrows, Inkue's body started to decay. From head to toe, he turned into dust. The dust was blown away by the wind and fell into the Baihe Sea. Looking at the sky again, the literate star that had always been there was now slowly fading away and disappearing. A trace of blood was left in the sky. Namo Mithriya Buddha. Mithriya Buddha put his palms together and said, "Good, good." Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and said, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Whether a person's life is good or bad, there's always a conclusion. I really don't know how Senior Ing Kuei will write it. As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Emperor Tian Huang's avatar in the Nine Dragons Coffin Suppression. The two streams of innate true qi that Ing Kuei sent into Emperor Tian Huang's eyebrows immediately slithered toward the avatar's chest and abdomen like snakes. Rumble. The faint roar of the 5 qi righteous thunder was transmitted from the body of the avatar. Then, a 5-colored light bloomed like a flower. Countless golden inscriptions surged out and rushed toward the limbs and bones of the avatar. Ka ka ka. As if the shackles had broken, hundreds of tiny inscription chains rushed out from all over the avatar's body, turning into tiny strokes. When the chains of inscriptions shattered, 5 streams of innate true qi emerged from the avatar's chest and abdomen. It was as if 5 dragons were rolling inside the avatar's body. Xiaohua's gaze couldn't help but be slightly surprised because he'd clearly noticed that even though these 5 strands of congenital true qi were multicolored and clear, the technique of circulating the congenital true qi was obscure and seemed to be incomplete. Boom! Just as Xiaohua was feeling surprised, 5 streams of innate true qi emerged from the top of Emperor Tian Huang's avatar's head. The innate true qi sat cross-legged in the 9 Dragons Coffin Suppression for a few breaths before transforming into the shape of a crown. As the crown appeared, a golden light shone from Emperor Tian Huang's avatar's face, obscuring his appearance. He, the celestial being, chuckled coldly. So this old bastard is so afraid of meeting people. Woo-woo. Just as the celestial being finished speaking, a towering aura rushed out of Emperor Tian Huang's body. Emperor Tian Huang waved his hand, and 5 bolts of innate true qi shot into the sky. Emperor Tian Huang's avatar roared, "Damn you, Xie Xin! How dare you?" Huh? Xiaohua was dumbstruck when he heard those words. He stared at Emperor Tian Huang's avatar with incredulity, as if he had seen a ghost. In the face of so many paragons, Emperor Tian Huang's avatar's 5 qi righteous lightning naturally missed. Emperor Tian Huang's avatar stood in midair with a cautious expression as he looked around him. Who are you? Where is this place? However, when Emperor Tian Huang's avatar's gaze swept past Xiaohua, he turned back and stared at Xiaohua with a hint of hesitation. You're Xiaohua? Emperor Tian Huang's avatar had only spoken a few sentences, but Xiaohua had already come to a realization. This Emperor Tian Huang's avatar was none other than immortal Emperor Go Chun from the hidden immortal continent. It wasn't as Ing Kuei and Xiaohua had thought. This was Emperor Tian Huang's avatar from another realm. The immortal Emperor Go Chun he had seen was most likely the Xie Xin that immortal Emperor Go Chun had mentioned. When he thought of this trick, many of his previous doubts and questions were resolved at this moment. Back then, Xiaohua had wreaked havoc at the Southern Heaven's Gate and forced immortal Emperor Go Chun to reveal the whereabouts of the new princess. However, immortal Emperor Go Chun refused to reveal anything no matter what. It wasn't that immortal Emperor Go Chun didn't want to reveal anything. It was that he didn't know. In front of the Southern Heaven's Gate, Xiaohua and Sun Jian had worked together to capture Xie Xin. Back then, immortal Emperor Go Chun had used the Golden Throne to kill Xie Xin without giving Xie Xin a chance to speak. Now that Xiaohua thought about it, the real Xie Xin must have noticed something was amiss and wanted to argue. Since Xie Xin had killed the fake Xie Xin, he had erased all traces of himself. Who would have thought that immortal Emperor Go Chun was actually Xie Xin from the Heaven's Secret Hall? As for why immortal Emperor Go Chun had fallen in love with Fairy Yu from the Medicine Palace, it was even easier to explain. The East Sea Empress and immortal Emperor Go Chun were husband and wife. How would Xie Xin dare to get close to the East Sea Empress? Wouldn't the East Sea Empress notice something was amiss? Thinking about this, Xiaohua thought about the Longevity Town. That was when Tai Bai Jinxing asked immortal Emperor Go Chun to pardon Princess Xin. Immortal Emperor Go Chun scolded him in front of everyone, causing Tai Bai Jinxing to be very surprised. Presumably, Immortal Emperor Go Chun must have told Tai Bai Jinxing before imprisoning Princess Xin at the Liao River. If Tai Bai Jinxing spoke up at that time, Immortal Emperor Go Chun would have taken the opportunity to pardon Princess Xin. However, Xin didn't know and naturally rejected the request, causing Tai Bai Jinxing to be confused. Speaking of suppressing the new princess, Immortal Emperor Go Chun was still the princess's father, so he didn't use the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Instead, he used a paperweight from the Imperial Study. Only then would Princess Xin be able to use the Northern Mystic Water Control Flag to heal while cultivating the 5 Energy Origin Law. Xin didn't know about this, so he only said that he imprisoned Princess Xin in the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal and left her on the hidden immortal continent without telling Xiaohua. As for the ruthless banishment of Princess Qing and the order to kill her, there was no need to mention it. Princess Qing wasn't his flesh and blood, so he didn't care. There was also the 9 provinces grand formation. When the formation was set up, Immortal Emperor Go Chun was the most qualified person to control it. However, Immortal Emperor Go Chun didn't control the cauldrons himself and let other Confucian cultivators set up the formation. Because he was Xin, the cauldrons would reveal his true identity. Xiaohua understood that the clone before him was Immortal Emperor Go Chun from the Immortal Palace. However, he didn't understand how Go Chun, an Immortal Emperor from the Immortal Palace, could be so easily ambushed by Xin. How did Xin manage to sit on the golden throne of the Immortal Palace without revealing any flaws? Furthermore, why didn't Xin kill Immortal Emperor Go Chun? Why did he send him to the heavenly prison with the 9 dragons coffin instead? Thinking of this, Xiaohua respectfully bowed and said, "I am Xiaohua. Greetings, Your Majesty." You. Immortal Emperor Go Chun's expression couldn't be seen by Xiaohua, but his surprise was obvious. "You're already a Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. Have I been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Take a look at this first." Then Xiaohua took out the paperweight and asked, "Do you recognize this, Your Majesty?" P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5234. Immortal Emperor Go Chun looked at it and answered without hesitation. "This is the paperweight on my jade table. I used it to suppress Xin that day." "Where did Your Majesty suppress Xin?" Xiaohua asked immediately. Immortal Emperor Go Chun quickly answered, "I will imprison her in the Liao River of the town of longevity. When the sutra seeking extreme bliss is completed, I will let Tai Bai Jinxing speak. I will take advantage of the situation and pardon her. How is Xin now?" "Your Majesty, don't worry." Xiaohua smiled as he put away the Shiji paperweight and said, "Since this poor Taoist has obtained the Shiji paperweight, how can Xin still suffer?" That's good. Immortal Emperor Go Chun sighed in relief and said, "Although Xin lost half of her heaven's heart, she brought back the 5 energy unification technique to me. How can I treat her unfairly? Suppression is just a punishment on the surface." Since Immortal Emperor Go Chun's identity was confirmed, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Your Majesty, how could you be plotted against by Xin? Tell me first, did you and Sun Jian fall into the heavenly prison?" Immortal Emperor Go Chun didn't answer and asked instead, "Of course we fell into the heavenly prison." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Moreover, it was Xin's clone, Sun Hao, who forced us into the heavenly prison with the Son of Heaven's sword." Damn it. Immortal Emperor Go Chun was furious and shouted, "This bastard actually practiced the clone technique behind my back." Xiaohua was confused and asked, "Xin, why can't he practice the clone technique?" This. Immortal Emperor Go Chun hesitated and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Then how did you get out of the heavenly prison? What about Sun Jian?" Xiaohua glanced at Immortal Emperor Go-chun and said indifferently, "Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. Right now, Xie Xian is sitting high up in the Immortal Palace, and my fortune gate is at the peak of the 3 continents. If you want to take back your imperial power, you can only cooperate with I. Tell me the whole story. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Xin has been given the name of Princess Zixiao by Xie Xian and has been betrothed to I. You are Xin's biological father. I will definitely help you." "Who are they?" Immortal Emperor Go-chun still didn't answer. He looked at Feng Wu and Huang Tong. "I'm the first great sage of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, Feng Wu. I am Immortal Yun of Dragon Island. Namo Mithrial Buddha. I am Mithrial Buddha of the Lane Temple, Supreme of the World." As for Huang Tong and Celestial Being, they glanced at Immortal Emperor Gao-chun but didn't answer. But just the answers from Feng Wu, Reverend Yun, and Buddha Mithrial were enough to stun Immortal Emperor Go-chun. After half the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Immortal Emperor Go-chun came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. Hurriedly, he cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, Supremes." However, after a short while, he was bewildered again and asked curiously, "Everyone, why are you all gathered here? Is it to save me from the heavenly prison?" Celestial Being said disdainfully, "Old Yun, you think too highly of yourself." "Haha, don't mind him." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you tell me why Xie Xian can't cultivate a clone? It's very simple." Immortal Emperor Go-chun answered, "Xie Xian is my clone. Why would he cultivate a clone?" Xiaohua was stunned at first, but he instantly understood. It was only because Xie Xian was Immortal Emperor Go-chun's avatar that Immortal Emperor Go-chun could be at ease and let Xie Xian manage the Heaven Secret Hall. And it was precisely because Xie Xian was an avatar that he knew most of Immortal Emperor Go-chun's matters and details, and was able to sit in the cloud over palace without being discovered. However, Xiaohua immediately thought of the fatal flaw of the Confucian clones that the Prime Clear Master mentioned that day. Perhaps it was because of this flaw that Xie Xian was able to cultivate his own cloning technique, which was why he tried to harm Immortal Emperor Gao-chun, right? Since Xie Xian wanted to kill you, why didn't he just kill you, Your Majesty? Xiaohua asked again. That's even simpler. Immortal Emperor Go-chun answered, "Didn't Ing Kuei tell you? I'm Emperor Tian Huang's avatar, so he's aware of my life and death. If I die, Emperor Tian Huang will immediately send another avatar over, and Xie Xian will be exposed again. That's why he sealed me in the 9-dragon coffin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will send the coffin to the heaven prison so that I can never return. He will replace me in the Overcloud Palace forever." "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "I was in the heaven prison. Because of a coincidence, I encountered the 9-dragon coffin that sealed Your Majesty and saved you from the heaven prison. This is what they mean by justice has a long arm." Immortal Emperor Go-chun coldly said, "Xie Xian used the news of you and Sun Jian as bait to trick me into going to the heaven prison. When I wasn't paying attention, he made his move. Now that I have returned to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely expose his scheme." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Your Majesty didn't go to the heaven prison because of I, right? It was because of Sun Jian's death. Your Majesty won't be able to explain it to the Queen, right?" Immortal Emperor Go-chun looked at Xiaohua and said flatly, "You are wrong. I really went to the heaven prison because of you. I can't hurt Xian's heart, and I can't let down your 5 energy unification art." "I was wrong." Xiaohua realized and bowed. "I thank Your Majesty for your care." "No need. We are family. No need to be so polite." Immortal Emperor Go-chun waved his hand and said, "Not to mention, you saved me from the heaven prison." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Immortal Emperor Go-chun call him his beloved subject. However, he still respectfully said, "Your Majesty, don't be too optimistic. We are not in the 3 continents right now. We are in the Dawn Rain continent." Dawn Rain continent? Another world? Immortal Emperor Go-chun wasn't too surprised. After all, he was the avatar of Emperor Tian Huang, so he knew a lot more than others. On the contrary, it was Xiao Hua who explained the origin of the matter. Immortal Emperor Go Chan was silent. After a full 5 minutes, he opened his mouth again and said, "So, my country, my officials, my empress, and my princess have already fallen into a world-destroying disaster and could be killed by the strange insects of the upper realm at any time?" "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "Then why are you still here? Why don't you go and break the formation?" Immortal Emperor Go Chun said anxiously. Xiao Hua said helplessly, "I didn't want to save them, but I didn't have a choice. I woke your majesty up because Ing Kuei thought that your majesty was the avatar of Emperor Tian Huang from another world. He wanted to ask for your majesty's advice. I didn't know about the 4 continents, and I didn't know about the immortal formation in the West Sea." Immortal Emperor Go Chan waved his hand disappointedly. "Isn't your majesty the avatar of Emperor Tian Huang? How can you not know?" Xiao Hua asked. Immortal Emperor Go Chan smiled bitterly and said, "If I knew about this secret like Emperor Tian Huang, I could do the same thing as Xiexin. Do you think Emperor Tian Huang would allow that?" "That's true." Xiao Hua nodded. "Also, when Emperor Tian Huang's avatar falls into the mortal world, the secrets of the heavenly court will be sealed by the laws of heaven and earth." Immortal Emperor Go Chan said, "We only know about our own world. Everything else is forbidden. Oh, for example, the 5 energies origin technique of the hidden immortal continent. I know that this technique is complete in the heavenly court, but the hidden immortal continent's heaven's heart is lost, so the 5 energies origin technique is missing. I can't get it from the heavenly court, so I can only find it in the hidden immortal continent." "I understand," Xiao Hua replied. "In other words, your majesty can't help me break the formation." Immortal Emperor Go Chan nodded and said, "I can't give you any information, but I can help. My subjects are all in the 3 continents. If I don't help you, who else can I help?" "That's fine." Xiao Hua looked at Feng Wu and the others, then said to Immortal Emperor Go Chun, "When your majesty helps, you should also consider how to kill Xie Xian. Killing him is very simple." Immortal Emperor Go Chan immediately replied, "My dear subject, you only need to find the master of the Dao Immortal Palace and ask him to restrain Xiexin. Then I can sit on the golden throne and everything will be settled. Your majesty needs this, right?" Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and took out the Xian Yuan sword. Immortal Emperor Go Chan sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "How can the Xian Yuan sword be in your hands?" Xiao Hua told him about the Wen Chu Palace's master of the Literature Stream Palace and explained, "This item should be an immortal friend Wen Chu's hands, but I was afraid that Xiaxian would covet it, so I brought it to the Dawn Rain continent." "That's right." Immortal Emperor Go Chan gritted his teeth and said, "This Xian Yuan sword is the only imperial artifact that can restrain Xiaxian, so he will naturally use all possible means to obtain it. Your majesty." Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and said, "If I helps you kill Xiaxian and take back the throne, I would like to ask your majesty for a favor." "Haha, my beloved subject, don't worry." Immortal Emperor Go Chan said with a smile, "You saved me, killed the traitor, and helped me regain my throne. I will agree to whatever you want. Your majesty, you don't have to be in such a hurry to answer." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "After I finish, your majesty will think about it carefully. When you really return to the immortal palace, it won't be too late for your majesty to agree." "Oh, what is it? Why are you speaking so mysteriously?" Immortal Emperor Go Chun didn't understand. "Peng Lai Immortal Realm," Xiao Hua said indifferently. How do you know?" Immortal Emperor Go Chun turned pale with fright. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "Because I have the Kunlun mirror, and the Kunlun Immortal Realm is inside the Kunlun mirror." Immortal Emperor Go Chun was silent. The Peng Lai Immortal Realm was related to the Supreme Heavenly Mirror, and it was also related to Immortal Emperor Go Chen's inspection of the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua didn't expect Immortal Emperor Go Chun to answer immediately. He released his divine perception to explore the spatial fault near the Kuei He Sea and said to his clones, What do you think of the two suggestions that Senior Ing Kuei made before he left? Huang Tong narrowed her eyes and looked at the surging waves in the distance. She said thoughtfully, I didn't experience the Great World Extermination Formation. Although I heard about it from Taoist Feng Wu, I didn't experience it myself, so I didn't dare to say much. However, since Senior Ing Kuei is a book immortal of the heavenly court, his knowledge must be extensive. Moreover, as a bystander, he naturally has a clear-headed side. I think that old guy doesn't have any good intentions. Celestial being shouted without hesitation. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Vote for it. Donate it. And thank you for all your support. Chapter 52:35. On the other hand, Immortal Emperor Gaochen pondered for a moment and said, My dear subjects, please believe Ing Kuei's words. He will not dare to deceive me. What are you talking about? Celestial was displeased and shouted, Who is your dear subject? How dare you say he will not dare to deceive you? What about Xie Xin? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was speechless. Xiao Hua looked at Feng Wu and Buddha World Reverend, who had been silent all this while. Buddha World Reverend smiled, while Feng Wu said thoughtfully, Fellow Taoist, I have also thought about Ing Kuei's suggestion. First, let's compare Heaven Connecting Peak with the three peaks of heaven, earth, and mortal. We have been to Heaven Connecting Peak before we pushed it down, and there seemed to be no restriction on its peak. Of course, something happened before we reached the peak, so we don't know if there is a restriction on the peak. But judging from a situation in the Imperial Palace, it is most likely there is. That is to say, after we break through Heaven Connecting Peak, we can reach the Imperial Palace. This is the same as the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man. They are respectively located at the Ink Cloud Black Forest, the profound Illusory Realm, and the Weeping Moon Mountain Range. The strange thing is also here. We can easily find the reverse space in the Imperial Court, but on the Dawn Rain continent, whether it is the Ink Cloud Black Forest, the profound Illusory Realm, or the Weeping Moon Mountain Range, we can't find a trace of the formation. If it is not because our strength is too weak and we can't find it, then the formation core is not within the three forbidden grounds. That's right, Celestial shouted. There is only one heaven connecting peak, and the three peaks make up three. Which one do you think we should put it in? Feng Wu smiled faintly and said, Secondly, let's compare the pillars with the three peaks. There are 81 pillars, which is different from Heaven Connecting Peak. As fellow Taoist Celestial said, all 81 pillars have the same power. Which pillar should we put the formation core on? Ing Kuei can only put it on the execution platform. Pushing down one pillar is useless, and we can only break it by finding the formation core. Of course, fellow Taoist, you are special. You have mobilized more than 100 fellow Taoists to push down all 81 pillars at the same time. This is a rather extreme situation. Celestial laughed and said, Then why don't we just push down the three peaks directly? We can shout 1, 2, 3 at the same time. Don't forget about the apocalyptic flood. Reverend Yun rebuked, glaring at the heaven. Celestial being stuck out his tongue and shrugged his shoulders, looking just like Xiao Hua when he was a scoundrel. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, In that case, the immortal formation core is not in the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man, or the three forbidden grounds. Feng Wu smiled and said, That's exactly what Ing Kuei meant. It's just that he was too embarrassed to say it. But if the eye of the formation isn't here, then where is it? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Huang Tong also helplessly spread her wings and flew into the sky. She flew above the waves and shouted, Yes, the Dawn Rain continent is so big. We have seen the 10 forbidden lands and the dangerous places. Where is the eye of your ray? Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Feng Wu also flew up into the sky. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and her voice was like a surging tide. Didn't Ing Kuei have a second suggestion? A huge rock? There seemed to be a pattern to it. Was it like a seal? The appearance of the stone? Ing Kuei has seen it before in the secular world? Xiao Hua was even more baffled. He laughed and said, Who knows what he is talking about? Why don't we go to the human peak and take a look? Celestial being suggested straightforwardly. That's right. Taoist which laughed and said, the one who tied the bell should untie it. If we don't go to the three peaks of heaven, earth, and man, how can we find clues without personally taking a look? Let's go. Xiaohua looked to the east. The place where the storm was coming was where his disciple, his lover, was. Thinking of his lover, Xiaohua moved his body and glanced at Huang Tong. He asked in his heart, have you seen the ice phoenix? Haha, of course. Huang Tong laughed and said, I was ordered by Taoists to settle down Fairy Hong Xia. I have already seen her under the guise of public office. It's just in the name of investigating the bloodline of the Dharmakaya. It's nothing like that. Xiaohua laughed and said, do you feel anything in your heart? I don't feel anything. Huang Tong smiled faintly and said, other than the words when I was born, you were not born. When you were born, I was already old, which made I very emotional. Forget it, it's all in the past. There's no need to say it in the future. Xiaohua waved his hand in annoyance and said, you and I are in the same boat now. Huang Tong nodded and said, I have already helped Fairy Hong Xia build the Ice Phoenix Palace on your behalf. I have also told her what you said. She knows that her bloodline has improved too much in a short period of time. If she doesn't immediately go into seclusion for a few hundred years, it will become a big problem in the future. Fortunately, the Kai family has Kai Zhuoxia and Li Zongbao now. She doesn't need to care too much and immediately enter the Ice Phoenix Palace to go into seclusion. I have also followed Taoist instructions and sealed the Ice Phoenix Palace in an extremely secretive place. If Fairy Hong Xia doesn't come out of seclusion herself, no one will find out. That's good. Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. He looked into the distance and said with some melancholy, I didn't want to give the Phoenix bloodline to her in such a hurry. After all, the purity of the primordial bloodline is far from what my human body can withstand. Even Zhuoxia doesn't dare to underestimate it. She went into seclusion to fuse with it. She didn't even personally report the matter of the immortal formation. How could Fairy Hong Xia succeed? But she cut off her feelings so quickly. I didn't have time to wait, so I could only do this. At this point, Xiaohua was still worried and asked, is Dao sure that the location of the Ice Phoenix Palace is safe? Haha, Taoist, don't worry. Huang Tong laughed. I do things without fail. After speaking, Huang Tong tore through the void and left. There was a clear meaning in her eyes. On the other hand, Xiaohua shrugged and smiled bitterly. Since it's in the Dawn Rain continent, how can it be foolproof? However, Xiaohua also understood that as long as Fairy Hong Xia was given a few hundred years, her strength would definitely rise to the top of the Dawn Rain continent. Even if someone found the Ice Phoenix Palace, what could they do? Even though Immortal Emperor Gochun was an immortal emperor from the hidden Immortal Continent's Immortal Palace, he had never learned the space escape technique. He had no choice but to be carried by Xiaohua. When they reached the heaven, earth, and human peaks, Immortal Emperor Gochun was stunned. The heaven, earth, and human peaks were guarded by thousands of Fortune Gate disciples. Each disciple had the strength of a nascent soul. Only now did he believe that on the Dawn Rain continent, Tao cultivators were the true rulers. My dear minister, Immortal Emperor Gochun asked in a low voice, you once said that between the three continents and the Dawn Rain continent, there is the Lin continent in between. In other words, the Lin continent and the Dawn Rain continent together is the Aparagodania continent of the four great continents. How strong are the Tao cultivators there? Xiaohua glanced at Immortal Emperor Gochun and answered, there are the Tao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance. Under the Tao Alliance, there are 81 immortal alliances, and under the Heaven Alliance, there are 72 immortal alliances. Each immortal alliance is stronger than the Dawn Rain continent. In their eyes, the Dawn Rain continent is just a lost land. Immortal Emperor Gochun was shocked and asked, Then how is the Dawn Rain continent lost? Xiaohua told him about the Million Ming Mountains and the Wuming Mountain Range. In the end, he said, the Buddhist sect suppressed the soul cultivators and used Mount Meru to separate the Lin continent and the Dawn Rain continent. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't frown. A vague thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Hua wanted to catch it, but it was already gone. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Go Chen asked, "My dear minister, how does the Tao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance compare with our Confucian cultivators?" Xiao Hua helplessly skipped this thought and said, "Your Majesty, do you know why there is an immortal formation in the 4 great continents? It is because the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, demon race, Dragon Island, and the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas of the 3 great continents are no match for the Tao cultivators." Immortal Emperor Go-chan was shocked. Seeing the 3 peaks, Xiang Zhili, Wuqing, and Shui Yingying went up to greet them. Xiao Hua was happy to see the juniors and asked them to leave. Then, looking at the 3 peaks, Xiao Hua pondered a bit and said, "The Heaven Peak is a Buddhist formation. Maitreya Buddha, the world sovereign, and Taoist shaman can pass through. The Earth Peak is a demon formation. Fellow Taoist Feng Wu and fellow Taoist Huang Tong can pass through. The Human Peak is a magical formation, and the Thunderbolt Immortal can pass through." Immortal Emperor Go-chan was still shocked and quietly asked, "Your Majesty, please follow I." Xiao Hua didn't respect Immortal Emperor Go-chen's identity as an immortal emperor, but he still had to care about his love for Xian and respectfully said. Then everyone flew to the Heaven Peak, Earth Peak, and Human Peak and slowly flew towards the peak. However, after finding the location of the formation, Xiao Hua was stunned again. This was because no matter what technique he used, even if he used his immortal energy, he couldn't enter the 9 clouds again. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed and looked at the seemingly indestructible sky. There were still clouds in that place. Xiao Hua was helpless, so the Thunderbolt Immortal Emperor and Immortal Emperor Go-chan were also helpless. Formation Spirit. This immortal formation definitely has a formation spirit. The Thunderbolt Immortal lost a lot of face and angrily shouted. After all, he still hadn't fully recovered his humanity and knew that Immortal Emperor Go-chan was Princess Qingqing's father. How could he lose face in front of him? Xiao Hua looked up and pondered for a moment before saying, "Everyone, please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, the sound of thunder resounded around Xiao Hua's body. His body began to distort and float. Xiao Hua actually used the light escape technique. Sure enough, under the light escape technique, the formation in front of him, which was close to the boundary barrier, began to distort. Pieces of light appeared like willow catkins. Xiao Hua's body was like a loach in the mud as he struggled to rush into the light. At this time, Xiao Hua's law was already opened, and he did his best to see the closest light shadow. Whoosh! Even though Xiao Hua had already entered the light escape technique, the light shadow still flashed and disappeared. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua already saw the blurry scene in the light shadow. His expression greatly changed as he cried out in his heart, How is this possible?" Xiao Hua's body reappeared. Naturally, he was in the profound illusion. He flew out in a daze and stood in the illusion as he muttered in disbelief, "Impossible, right?" P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qijian to subscribe to support, vote a monthly vote, vote a recommendation vote, collect a gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52-36. But, after a while, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with realization. He slapped his forehead and said, "Why is it impossible? In this world, there are only things you can't imagine, but nothing is impossible." When Xiao Hua returned to the 3 peaks, Maitreya, the World Supreme, and Reverend Yin also returned. Thus, a part of the Fortune Gate's top 10 patriarchs was revealed. Looking at Xiao Hua's confident expression, Maitreya smiled but did not say anything. Reverend Yin opened his mouth but did not say anything. On the contrary, the Celestial, who had been waiting in midair, jumped up and shouted, fellow Taoist, what did you see?" Guess. Xiao Hua asked with a smile. It was rare for him to be relaxed. "Damn it, if I can guess, why would I ask you?" The Celestial knew there was a chance, so he flew over and shouted. At this time, the others also flew over, looking at Xiao Hua expectantly. It's not convenient to talk here. Xiaohua looked at the three peaks and said, "Let's talk after we leave." All right. Everyone understood. They looked at each other and tore the void apart. Sure enough, in the sky behind the crowd, three faint figures appeared. They were either humanoid, demonic, or Buddhist. After arriving at a secluded place, Xiaohua laid out the capital star formation, then turned to look at Reverend Yun and asked, "Which peak did fellow Taoist pass through? What did you see?" Reverend Yun shrugged and said, "I passed through the Earth Peak Demon Formation, but I didn't see anything. I'm sorry to disappoint fellow Taoist." Namo Methra. Xiaohua looked at Methra with a smile and said, "Buddha Lord, what did you see?" Namo Methra. Methra put his palms together and said, "I saw the light and shadow of the sea of bitterness, endless white bones." "Why did you see the sea of bitterness?" The Celestial was surprised. "Isn't that the Buddhist sect's ruins? Could the formation core be in the sea of bitterness?" "It's possible." Methra smiled and said, "I've been there before. This time, let's go together." Together, together. The Celestial shouted and was about to leave. However, Xiaohua was as calm as a mountain. He smiled and said, "Could it be that fellow Taoist has forgotten that other than the sea of bitterness and the Buddhist sect's ruins, there's another place that is similar to the sea of bitterness?" "Where?" The Celestial didn't understand. Taoist sorcerer's body shook as he exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, are you talking about?" "Not bad." Xiaohua calmly nodded and said, "This Xiao passed through the human peaks formation and was lucky enough to see a light shadow. Within it, there was an enormous stone that was like a millstone sealing a space. Millions of Ming Mountains Buddhist formation dimension." Xiaohua had already told Huang Tong and the other clones about it. At this moment, Huang Tong couldn't help but exclaim, "The Buddha formation that used Mount Meru to suppress the soul cultivator shaman king? How is this possible?" The celestial being was also dumbfounded and asked in confusion, "Why not?" Xiaohua says with a smile, "We have always been thinking about the relationship between the Great World Extermination Formation and the Immortal Formation. We want to find the formation core of the Immortal Formation. But we neglected the Heaven and Earth Pagoda that was suppressing the eye of the formation. Since the Great World Extermination Formation in the Upper Realm has the Heaven and Earth Pagoda suppressing the eye of the formation. On the Dawn Rain continent, there is Mount Meru suppressing the eye of the formation. What's so strange about that?" "Mount Meru." Reverend Yin clapped his hands and cried out, "It's Mount Meru! Damn it, the light of this Mount Meru is too bright. I only saw its function of suppressing shaman kings, but neglected its function of suppressing the eye of the immortal formation. In the 4 great continents, the only thing that is suitable for suppressing the eye of the immortal formation is Mount Meru. This is the lampstand in the night," Xiaohua says with a smile. "People can only see the flame of the lampstand, but who can see the lampstand under the flame? But if there is no lampstand, where would the flame come from?" "Oh my!" The celestial being also understood. He smacked his tongue and cried out, "Mount Meru can suppress the fate of soul cultivators, suppress millions of shaman kings, and also suppress the eye of the immortal formation. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Xiaohua says with a cold smile, "It's more than killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone." "What do you mean?" asked Feng Wu curiously. Xiaohua explains, "Dividing the soul cultivators into 2 places, suppressing their fate and sealing the shaman kings is one of them." Upon hearing that, Taoist which said anxiously, "More than that. My soul cultivators were originally from the South Ocean, and the ruins in the Forbidden Spring Ocean might be the root of my soul cultivation. Now that they are suppressed by Mount Meru, they can only stay in the Wuming mountain range." "Indeed," Xiaohua nodded. "If that's the case, this is the second reason. Because of the immortal formation, soul cultivators are forcibly confined in the Wuming mountain range on the Dawn Rain continent, and they are close to being annihilated. Thirdly," Xiaohua continued, "the immortal formation has separated the Tao League from the Confucian cultivators, the Buddhist sect, and the Demon Clan. I'm afraid This is the initial purpose of the immortal formation, and also the most obvious one. Anything else? Immortal Emperor Gaochen could not help but ask. Xiao Hua says meaningfully, "Of course, there is a fourth reason." "Which one? Which one? Quickly say it." The Celestial urged impatiently. The Aparagodunia continent was originally the foundation of the Buddhist sect, but in order to use Mount Meru to suppress the Wuming mountain range and encircle the Dawn Rain continent as a lost land, the Buddhist sect could only abandon the Aparagodunia continent. The Lane Temple must have been on the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dawn Rain continent, but now it has moved to the South continent and changed its name to Nirvana World. Xiao Hua said faintly. The person who set up the immortal formation seems to have a grudge with the Buddhist sect, and the Buddhist sect can't say anything about it, unless they want to stay in the Dawn Rain continent. This is the fourth reason. Perhaps. Immortal Emperor Gaochen shook his head slightly and said, "I feel that there should be more than just these four reasons. As for what the other reasons are, the cultivators of the four great continents, including me, can't possibly know. That's a matter for the future. It has nothing to do with us little pawns." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Right now, we just need to prepare to break the immortal formation." "Are you still a little pawn?" Immortal Emperor Gaochen said unhurriedly, "You destroyed the Buddhist, Taoist, and demon formations of the four great continents. This kind of big matter of offending the upper echelons of the immortal world will definitely fall into their eyes. That's why." Xiao Hua looked at Immortal Emperor Gaochen with a smile and said, "I still need the protection of Emperor Tianhuang." "That's easy." Immortal Emperor Gaochen nodded. "If I have the chance, I will definitely consider it. After all, you are Xin's husband, and you're also thinking for the billions of living beings in the three great continents. Your Majesty should think about this matter more." Xiao Hua was relieved and said, "But right now, I still have to ask Your Majesty to enter the Kunlun immortal realm first. After all, Your Majesty, he..." At this point, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He only took out the Kunlun mirror and looked at Immortal Emperor Gaochen with a smile. "All right." Immortal Emperor Gaochen also had a rare sense of humor and replied, "I didn't expect that as the sovereign of Confucian cultivators, the master of the immortal palace, there would be a day where I would be looked down upon for my strength. As my beloved subject, I will enter the Kunlun immortal realm to admire the flowers and moon." "Your Majesty, please." Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "The day Your Majesty comes out again is the day I will help Your Majesty to kill the rebellious subject and rebuild the order of the immortal palace." Immortal Emperor Gaochen stepped into the light pillar and said, "I will have to trouble my beloved subject for everything. I am after all a Confucian cultivator. It's something I should do." Xiao Hua humbly received Immortal Emperor Gaochen and placed the Kunlun mirror into his space. After receiving Immortal Emperor Gaochen, Xiao Hua looked at his clones with a serious expression and said, "Everyone, no one personally went to the space of the Buddhist formation suppressed by Mount Meru. Only I went there. I also shared the situation inside with everyone. But, after all, sharing is sharing. It's not as good as personally experiencing it. Therefore, everyone might not know the danger inside. Within the space of the Buddhist formation, that formation spirit held the power of Mount Meru. Its divine ability is far from what we can compare to. In front of it, I can be said to be powerless to fight back. However, speaking up to here, Xiao Hua glanced at Taoist, which and said, "Fortunately, although Mount Meru suppressed the Shaman King, the soul cultivator's reputation is not undeserved. There were some changes in the 17th level of the grinding hell of the Buddhist formation space, using the soul cultivator's divine ability to temporarily control the space. Otherwise, even if we knew that the Buddhist formation space was where the formation I was, we probably wouldn't be able to enter the space to break the formation. As for the formation I of the immortal formation, if I'm not wrong, it should be below the Shaman King space, which is the 18th level of the chainsaw hell. What Shaman King said is right and wrong. Below him is not the formation I of the Buddhist formation. The Buddhist formation suppressing him is Mount Meru. However, Below him is the key to breaking the entire immortal formation. We only need to enter the 18th level of the Buddhist formation space to be able to break the immortal formation. Then the Buddhist formation space created by Mount Meru will naturally collapse. Poor Ziming, Taoist witch sighed. She finally doesn't have to guard the Buddhist formation space alone. The problem is, how do we break the formation? Huang Tong frowned. Even if we enter the Buddhist formation space, as fellow Taoists said, we won't be a match for the formation spirit. Back then, fellow Taoists faced one formation spirit. Now we might have to face 3 or even 4 formation spirits. Xiao Hua smiled, waving his hand toward the direction. Is there a need to say it? Naturally, we'll go with the flow and cater to their liking. Big brother. Demon Lord Shi waved his hand, laughing. I'm back. Those 2 Confucian cultivators definitely won't notice little brother. Now, what do you need little brother to do? Xiao Hua looked at Demon Lord Shi, saying solemnly, Sure, the rest is up to you. We don't have any power to resist against the formation spirit. Big brother. Demon Lord Shi waved his left hand, taking out Demon Blade Shi, shouting, Don't worry, big brother, little brother is here. Whoever you say to destroy, little brother will destroy. Who cares if it's a formation spirit or not? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head. If the Demon Blade can solve it, why would I need you to come out? Demon Lord Shi waved his left hand, keeping Demon Blade Shi, saying resentfully, Then what do you want little brother to do? Big brother can just tell me. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52:37. Xiao Hua looked at his clones and said, When I was in the Buddha formation space, I was interrogated by the formation spirit about human nature. I even had a deep discussion about the birth of human nature. Therefore, I knew that the formation spirit of the Buddha formation wanted human nature and freedom. It wanted to come to the Dawn Rain continent to take a look. If so, wouldn't the other 2 formation spirits be the same? Since it wanted human nature and freedom, I'll give it human nature and freedom. I'll teach it how to become an adult. Ha! Demon Lord Shi clapped his hands and laughed, saying, I see. I understand now. However, Xiao Hua didn't laugh. Instead, he looked at his clones and said, Although that's the case, it's very difficult to do it. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to sacrifice himself? Namo Methriao Buddha. The Methriao Buddha didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and said, If I don't go to hell, who will? Just when Xiao Hua wanted to persuade him, he suddenly realized something. Although the Methriao Buddha world exalted had become a Buddha Lord long ago and only lacked the heavenly gates to guide him into the Buddha kingdom, he knew very well that the Methriao Buddha world exalted was similar to the Thunderbolt enlightened being. They didn't have their own independent humanity. It was just that the Methriao Buddha world exalted was too merciful and had suppressed his humanity. Even the Mahavarakana Buddha world exalted and the Dipankara archaic Buddha world exalted couldn't detect it. However, if the Methriao Buddha world exalted went to the Buddha kingdom and left Xiao Hua, the Namwa merciful Mahavarakana Bodhisattva, the shortcomings of his humanity would inevitably be revealed. Moreover, when the Methriao Buddha subdued Inkue, he had already used the 7 Wonders tree. Now he no longer had the ability to topple the heaven, earth, and man peaks. The only thing he could do was to use himself as bait and let the formation spirit devour him. Sai, the Tao of Karma is nothing more than this. Xiao Hua sighed and looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal and Feng Wu. One of them was a demon race great sage, while the other was a human race exalt. The Heaven Alliance also didn't have a complete self. They were also secretly compatible with the Taoism formation and the demon race. They were the best choice to be bait. Huh, do you still need to say it? Indeed, Venerable Thunderbolt laughed out loud. The array spirit of the Tao sect's array formation requires a Tao sect cultivator. How can I let fellow Taoists enter such a dangerous place? It can only be I. Feng Wu did not know about the demonic nature. He looked at Huang Tong and hesitated slightly. Huang Tong had already devoured thousands of souls to become a demonic nature. She knew that although this was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for Feng Wu. Hence, she smiled and said, I'll have to trouble the 5th Elder Sect leader this time. After all, I have not experienced the upper bounds killing formation and do not know how to deal with it. Feng Wu chuckled. Since that's the case, let's see how I devour the spirit of that demonic formation. Seeing that the bait had been set, Xiao Hua glanced at his clones, then pointed at Reverend Dian Xiong and said, Fellow Taoist Xiong, since you have not used the Pango axe, I'll leave the task of destroying the Earth Peak to you. Reverend Dian nodded and said, No problem. As soon as I receive your order, fellow Taoist, I'll strike at once. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, looked at the celestial, and asked, Can fellow Taoist myriad extinguishing heavenly dipper topple the heavenly peak? The celestial shouted, No problem, we can definitely do it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Reverend Yin immediately shook his head. Although the great extinguishing heavenly dipper can kill thousands of souls, it's better to use the devil blade to destroy the heavenly peak. But Xiao Hua hesitated. Demon Venerable sure wants to go to Mount Million Ming. However, as soon as Xiao Hua said that, he could not help but laugh and said, I really have a careless mistake. Isn't the 18th layer of hell on top of the heaven, earth, and human mountain? If the 3 array spirits become human, the formation core can naturally be opened, and Demon Venerable sure can naturally reach the heavenly peak from there. Previously, I was thinking that I can't go to Mount Million Ming because I have to use the wishful staff to destroy the human mountain. Fellow Taoist, you can't not go to Mount Million Ming. Taoist Wu smiled and said, Even the Witch King could not break the 18th layer space barrier. I'm afraid only fellow Taoist's wishful staff can do it. If you don't go, we won't even see the erased spirits. If that's the case, then it's easy. Demon Venerable sure said, I'll accompany you to Mount Million Ming. When the formation core is done, I'll return to the 3 peaks with you and take action at the same time. That's the plan. Xiao Hua thought carefully and said, I, Taoist Wu, Thunderbolt Immortal, Buddha Methria, Feng Wu, and Demon Venerable sure will go to Mount Million Ming. Huang Tong, Celestial Being, and Demon Venerable Yun will stay at the 3 peaks. Let the Fortune Gate disciples stay 10,000 miles away from the 3 peaks. Oh, there won't be any mortals near the 3 peaks, right? Wuqing and Yingying have already sent these mortals away with the Fortune Gate disciples. Thunderbolt Immortal said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about this. Good, then I'll have to trouble you 3 fellow Taoists to start attacking the formation barrier in a month's time. Xiao Hua smiled and said, At that time, we will also be at Mount Million Ming. Let's attack the 3 erased spirits from both sides. Great. All the avatars had a dignified expression and said, This is the last big thing we will do in Dawn Rain Continent. Yes. Xiao Hua looked at everyone with a warm look in his eyes and said, There's a saying among the Confucian swordsmen, kill one in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves, hide your identity and name. After we do this, we won't appear in the hidden immortal continent again. After 10,000 years, other than the Fortune Gate disciples, I'm afraid no one will know who we are. Namo Mithria Buddha. Mithria Buddha smiled and said, Everyone is left, but this one still has to return. That's true. Xiao Hua suddenly realized and said with a smile, Then we'll wait for the World Venerable to write a biography for us. That will have to wait for the future. Mithria Buddha didn't say a Buddhist name, which was rare, as if he also knew the danger of this trip. It's useless to say more. Let's do it first. Celestial Being shouted. Okay, Xiao Hua said and removed the formation. Everyone cupped their hands and bid farewell, then tore through the void and left. Just as Xiao Hua expected, after a month, Xiao Hua brought Demon Venerable Sure and the others to Mount Million Ming, which was the place where they had escaped from the Buddhist formation space. As they approached the Witch God Ridge, Taoist witch's face showed that he had a card up his sleeve. "How is it?" Xiao Hua asked worriedly. "I remember that fellow Taoist couldn't sense the sealed space before." Taoist, witch replied. "That day, which King Ming had just entered the reincarnation cycle and hadn't formed a flesh body. So although I was connected to the soul cultivator's fate, I couldn't sense the sealed space. Now, that which King Ming has formed a flesh body, I can naturally sense the sealed space. The heavenly Tao is kind." When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart ached and he was happy. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Yilin continent and said, "I hope he can live a peaceful life." Since he was Xiao Hua's flesh and blood, his clones could also sense it. Feng Wu smiled and said, "Since he is the next generation Witch King, how can the word peaceful cover his life? If he doesn't do something all-powerful, if he doesn't shake the world silently, how can he live up to his birth?" Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and looked into the distance and said, "As parents, how can I let my child do anything? I just want him to live a peaceful life. It's a pity that the Yilin continent is prosperous. As a soul cultivator Witch King, his life will definitely be difficult." Xiao Hua didn't know that under the interference of the formation spirit of Mount Meru, Witch King Ming was never born in the Yilin continent. Witch King Ming's fate was definitely not something that Xiao Hua could imagine. "Found it." Xiao Hua wanted to say something more, but Taoist Witch's face suddenly lit up and said, "The sealed space is here." "Good." Xiao Hua abandoned his worries about Witch King Ming and nodded. "We have already discussed on the way here. After we enter, we will act according to the situation." "Good." Taoist Witch activated the south opposite north way technique and said to everyone, "The sealed space can only be entered using soul techniques. Everyone is not allowed to use other divine abilities. Just follow in." "Fellow Taoist," Feng Wu suddenly asked, "what if we enter the sealed space and the formation spirit suppresses us without saying anything?" "That's simple." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said worriedly, "If it's as fellow Taoist thinks, we will try other methods first. If it doesn't work, then we can only wait for our ascension and see if we could do anything before we ascend." "Sigh, that's the only way." Feng Wu and the other side. After all, once they entered the sealed space, they were already meat on the chopping block, and the formation spirit was the chopping block. At this moment, the south opposite north way technique was completed. Countless green seal scripts were surging like tadpoles in the void, and an intermittent void passage was condensed. The clones didn't dare to delay and flew into it with Taoist Witch. Inside the sealed space, there was no difference from before. The most eye-catching thing in the huge space was the statue of the deity with a human face and a dragon tail. Now, it was holding up the space. Just like before, Ziming knelt in front of the deity statue and focused on cultivating. Her heart was extremely peaceful and proud. She thought that she knew that the Hutu great god could see everything she did for the millions of Meng Mountains. Now, she was shouldering a more serious mission, which was to welcome the arrival of the new Shaman King. This Shaman King was her so-called descendant. Buzz! Suddenly, a dark green color appeared on the deity statue, and a faint rumbling sound was heard. Green seal scripts flew out of the statue and rushed into the void as if they were alive. Looking at the void again, hundreds of millions of golden seal scripts and Buddhist light were produced, blocking these green seal scripts. Following the appearance of the green seal text, the originally normal space was once again filled with a heavy pressure, causing Ziming to feel a little suffocated. Ziming was stunned. She looked at the deity statue in disbelief and cried out, How is this possible? It's only been a few years. How can a new Shaman King appear?" At this point, Ziming seemed to have suddenly understood something, and her face flushed with ecstasy. She looked at the void and said to herself happily, "Could it be that he's here?" P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it, Yin. Vote for it. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and reward it. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52:38. Boom! There was a rumbling sound in the void, and an even more powerful aura poured in from the void. This aura passed through the Buddhist light and golden runes and landed on the god statue. Boom, boom, boom. Then, an even more intense, rumbling sound came from the void. Right in front of Ziming, a portal of a transmission channel appeared. As the green seal text surged, Xiaohua stepped on the clouds from inside. Xiaohua, Ziming shouted in ecstasy, but in a moment, she rushed over again and said anxiously, Xiaohua, why are you here now? Before Ziming could fly into Xiaohua's arms, the Thunderbolt Immortal and the others came from behind Xiaohua. Seeing this, Ziming was quite embarrassed and hurriedly stood still. The Thunderbolt Immortal, looked at his feet and laughed. Not bad. Let's see if these 3 formation spirits are entangled by the Celestials. Xiaohua didn't say much and turned to the void. Before the formation spirits appear, let's send Ziming out first. Well said. Taoist, which flew at the back and responded before entering the space. However, when he appeared in the space, boom, 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 a huge rumbling sound came from above, and several phantoms of Mount Meru suddenly fell, smashing towards Taoist, which, damn it, Xiaohua roared and was about to activate his divine ability. The Methya Buddha had already moved, but he heard, Namo Methya Buddha. A Buddhist chant was chanted, and the 9-grade lotus platform emitted Buddhist light. The Methya Buddha formed a seal with both hands and raised it up. Boom! The space shook, and Mount Meru was actually held up. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Xiaohua didn't have time to explain. He only said to Ziming, Ziming, this is urgent. Don't ask too much. I've already resurrected Ziyi. Quickly return to the Hutu stronghold. Xiaohua. Ziming was even more ecstatic. Xiaohua looked at Ziming, reached out, and gently pinched her earlobe, and nodded at Taoist, which waved his hand and grabbed Ziming, saying, Ziming, I'm Father Witch of the Wuming Mountain Range. You'll know everything when you return to the Hutu stronghold. After that, Taoist Witch's figure flashed and rushed into the transmission channel. As the witch priest disappeared, the image of Mount Meru slowly disappeared as well. The pressure in the entire space gradually weakened as well. However, from the beginning to the end, the spirit of Mount Meru did not appear. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. Even if he did not succeed this time, Ziming would not have to live here alone for the rest of his life. It could be considered a success. Not long after, Taoist Witch hurriedly returned. He looked at the space in surprise and did not dare to enter. Even so, the shadow of Mount Meru appeared in the void again, and the mountain-like pressure reappeared. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist, you're born with a witch body. It's not suitable for you to appear in this Buddhist formation space. Why don't you wait outside? Taoist, which was helpless and could only reply, That's the only way. Everyone, be careful. After saying that, Taoist, which returned to Mount Ming, and the suppressive force of Mount Meru was immediately reduced. This place is in such an uproar, yet the formation spirit did not appear. It seems that we were right. Xiaohua looked at the seal covered in golden swan runes under his feet, then looked at the huge block that looked like a millstone, and said in a low voice, The array spirits of the 3 great immortal arrays are in the 18th layer of hell below our feet. Saw hell. Namwa Mithriya frowned and said, My Buddhist sect saw hell imprisons people who cut corners, deceive their superiors and subordinates, abducted women and children, and engaged in unfair transactions. After they die, they will be sent to Saw hell. Take off their clothes and tie them to 4 wooden stakes in a shape. Starting from the crotch to the head, they will be sawed to death. This venerable can't figure out what the 3 formation spirits are doing in Saw hell. Thunderbolt Immortal laughed and said, Perhaps after we enter, we will find that the 3 formation spirits are tied to the wooden stakes, enjoying the punishment of Saw hell. Xiaohua looked above his head, looked around, and his gaze fell on the statue of a god with a human head and a dragon body. He had suffered the pain of Mount Meru suppression and knew the power of this sealed space. At this time, Seeing the statue of a god without the existence of a witch king opening the space, he already understood what was going on. He took out the wishful staff and said faintly, "You're thinking too much. You have to do everything yourself." Buddha Maitreya said, "Actually, in this sealed space, this venerable's 7 wonders tree is the best. I'll have to trouble tan you now." "Well said." Xiao Hua looked at the ground that was like a pile of stones. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "I's wishful staff is also the first time I've used it. It just so happens that I have the advantage of the 18th layer of hell. In the future, I can boast to people that I have entered the 18th layer of hell." With that, Xiao Hua roared and shouted, "Open!" With Xiao Hua's loud shout, the wishful staff in his hand smashed down. The wishful staff of the 5 elements was an ancient murderous weapon. It was different from ordinary magic weapons and Buddhist treasures. The wishful staff itself did not have any brilliance, nor did it have any fluctuations. It looked no different from an ordinary staff, but when Xiao Hua waved it hard, there were many hair-like cracks in the void. It was as if the void could not withstand the weight of the wishful staff. When the wishful staff fell on the restriction under everyone's feet, dong, there was a low muffled sound. There was no brilliance, nor was there any Buddha's light, but a hole of dozens of feet in size appeared on the restriction. At the edge of the hole, the Buddha's light and golden runes were annihilated at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, with the extension of the huge force of the wishful staff, a kind of collapsing force spread to the surroundings. "Good." The thunderbolt immortal stuck out his tongue and said with emotion, "This wishful staff of the 5 elements is really an ancient murderous weapon. It's really too powerful." Xiao Hua understood that the weight of the wishful staff of the 5 elements was too great. In one blow, he had already defeated all methods. Even the seal of Mount Meru was annihilated under this heavy blow. Xiao Hua looked at the increasingly larger hole and the cold air emitted from within. He had already released his divine sense long ago and saw the situation inside. He said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's talk about life, love, ideals, and ambitions with these 3 array spirits who thirst for humanity." "Ha ha ha!" The thunderbolt immortal laughed heartily. He landed first and said, "What this poor Taoist cannot do, I hope that the little magic array can do it. If so, this poor Taoist can die in peace." "Namo Maitreya Buddha." The Maitreya Buddha put his palms together and said, "I think so too." Xiao Hua and the others landed. What they saw was not the knife saw they had imagined before. It was far from the hell they had imagined, and there were no ghosts being killed. On the contrary, they saw the spring rain, the willows fluttering, the clear spring water gurgling, and the lotus leaves in the field. A verdant space covered the earth, and even in the sky above the space, the spring sun was still lazily emitting the morning sunlight. "Good." When the demon Venerable saw this, he could not help but shout, "Fellow cultivator, is this still the 18th layer of hell? Why do I feel like this is the mortal world?" When the demon Venerable's voice fell, he saw the sun set in the west. The scorching sun rose, and waves of heat hit his face. Then, the cicada's wings trembled, and the waterfall continued. The rivers and streams overflowed, and the water buffaloes and herdsmen sang. 1,000 lotus flowers had not bloomed yet, covering the sky and the earth. In the middle of this green, the sun shone, and a lotus flower suddenly bloomed. Its bright red color almost dyed the heaven and earth. Feng Wu laughed and said, "Isn't this pretending to be cultured?" Swoosh! Following Feng Wu's words, the autumn wind rustled, and the gloomy rain continued to fall. Golden leaves covered the sky as they fell from the sky. Patches of spring and autumn were reflected in the light of the falling rain. Whether it was the ears of grain, or the branches of fruits, or the black soil and white mountains, the golden yellow of autumn was nothing more than this. "Wonderful!" Xiao Hua clapped and said with a smile, "The charm of spring, the fruit of autumn. I see it all." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Hua's palm did not close, and the sound of cold wind suddenly rose. The earth's richness instantly withered and became barren. Soon after, snowflakes drifted and fell, covering the earth in a moment. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Sometimes it was like a salt pipe. Sometimes it was like a willow catkin. Most of the time, the sky was covered with red clouds, and the gloomy state pressed down on people's hearts. The mountains and rivers were frozen, and the plains were like wax. Mountain ranges suddenly surged out from the earth, and the snowflakes that fell on them quickly condensed and actually formed the shape of a snow dragon. Xiaohua did not speak. He pondered for a bit, and the corner of his mouth gradually raised into a mocking smile. His originally admiring eyes also revealed contempt. The scenery of the 4 seasons passed, and the sun rose from the east. The beautiful earth was overflowing with vitality. In the distant horizon, the water that was like a heavenly lake appeared. The heavenly lake rippled with light, and the fish swam. It was a tranquil and lofty state. If a celestial was here, he would definitely snort disdainfully. However, the current demon sovereign sure also sneered mercilessly, pretending to be cultured. Sure enough, following demon sovereign sure's sneer, above the heavenly lake, 3 old men wearing Taoist robes appeared. These 3 old men's appearances were not the same. One had a full forehead, one had a square face, and one had an ancient face. Their pure white Taoist robes matched with their snow-white hair and white beards. They looked very dignified. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the old men's faces were stiff and their eyes were lifeless. It was as if they were wearing a mask of uncanny craftsmanship. 3 Taoist friends. Xiaohua faintly smiled, looking at the 3 old men who were exactly the same height. He cupped his hands and said, "Long time no see. I wonder which one of you is the Taoist friend that I saw before." Following Xiaohua's voice, the old man on the left coldly snorted and replied, "Xiaohua, you actually dare to return here. Are you not afraid that this old man will suppress you?" Shua. Following this old man's cold snort, the weather in the space changed again. A fierce wind suddenly rose, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning was like a dragon. It had already covered the clear sky and the rising sun. Waves of heavy rain, bean-sized hail, and even snowflakes floated down one after another. Cough, cough. Without waiting for the rain to fall, the old man in the middle coughed and said, "Nonsense. Everyone who came from afar is a guest. How can we treat guests with wind and rain?" P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support.